Elf Dimension, God-level card drawing system. Author, Manman Y. Wei. Chapter 1, God-level card system. Hwaju Academy. The annual Academy competition is about to begin, and banners are posted everywhere, with life-size banners of popular trainers and elves of various grades. The 57th Hwaju competition of Hwaju Academy is about to open. Who will be the next rising star? Ye Chen looked up at the banner, then looked at a group of excited classmates around him, and sighed helplessly. It seems to have nothing to do with me. Ye Chen, after staying up late, woke up and traveled to become a student of Hwaju College. Combined with the memory of the original owner of the body, Ye Chen also had a preliminary understanding of this world. This is a new world after the fusion of the real world he is familiar with and the Pokemon world. This is an era where everyone is a Pokemon, and the work of Pokemon and humans is integrated into every corner of the world. Even if you plan to move bricks, maybe your colleague will be a strong Pokemon. Of course, Pokemon is definitely more capable than you. And in such a big environment, the most eye-catching group of people are Pokemon trainers. Their strong personal strength and charm can even influence and change the whole world. It's just that this beautiful and glorious future seems to have nothing to do with Ye Chen. Ye Chen returned home, looked at the Pokemon sleeping on the bed, looked up at the sky and choked with speechlessness. In the quilt, a Pokemon with a very similar appearance to a sloth and smooth white hair was sleeping soundly. Lazy man, lazy Pokemon. Just 3 leaves a day would fill him up, and besides that, he could sleep for 20 hours a day. Xiao Lan, wake up! Ye Chen rubbed Xiao Yan's head, and the latter whimpered and slowly opened his eyes. Ha! Lazy rubbed his blurry eyes, slowly got up, and stretched out his slender hands to hug Ye Chen's belly. Xiao Lan, wake up! Ye Chen rubbed Xiao Yan's head, and the latter whimpered and slowly opened his eyes. Ha! Lazy rubbed his blurry eyes, slowly got up, and stretched out his slender hands to hug Ye Chen's belly. Lazy, I think I should try. Before Ye Chen finished speaking, the lazy old man hugged his belly and fell asleep again. Ye Chen! Pick up the lazy old man, put him on the bed, and cover him with a blanket. Ye Chen smiled helplessly. The lazy old man is lazy by nature. Except for some gifted freaks, it is harder to make him move actively than to climb to the sky. The situation will only get better when the lazy old man evolves into a hyperactive ape. But when it evolves into the Queen of Leave again, everything will be reset. The King of Leave, with a racial value of 670 points, is known as the strongest quasi-god as long as he is awake, but unfortunately, the King of Leave, like his name, spends most of his time sleeping. I don't know what qualifications this lazy old man has. Ye Chen recalled the information about this lazy man. Qualification is the growth potential of a Pokemon, which determines the growth limit and growth rate of the Pokemon. From low to high, it is divided into 9 levels: infant, primary, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym master, quasi-king, king, and champion. The potential and innate foundation of the Pokemon are closely related to the acquired training of the trainer. In most cases, a Pokemon with the potential limit of the Gym Master level will reach the limit of the Gym Master level, and it will never reach the King level in its lifetime. Take your time, you can't force the Pokemon to exercise. Forcing elves to do things against their will is expressly prohibited by the Elf Alliance. Imposing one's own will on elves will also lead to the deterioration of the relationship between them. In serious cases, elves may rebel and attack their masters. Even in the Pokemon game, elves with too high control levels have become disobedient. Ye Chen was touching the head of the lazy man when a sudden electronic sound rang out. Ding! The magic card system is activated. Ding! The host has received a novice gift pack. Please check it. Is this the system? Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, as a time traveler, the golden finger may be late, but it will never be absent. Let me see what's in the gift pack. He silently opened the gift pack in his heart, and the electronic sound without any emotion rang in his mind again. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a diamond card. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the passive ability Eye of Detection. Accompanied by 2 electronic sounds, Ye Chen also received information about these 2 rewards. Diamond card, after opening, you can randomly obtain a rare characteristic of the elves. Using the card on the elves can replace its characteristics. And Eye of Detection is a magical skill, its function is to check the qualifications of the elves. When using the Eye of Detection to detect elves, their potential will emerge in the form of levels. Well, let's take a look at the Lazy Man first. Chapter 2, Lazy Man with Hercules Characteristics. Chapter 2, Lazy Man with Hercules Characteristics. Ye Chen then used the Eye of Detection skill on Lazy Man. Detecting. The eye suddenly blurred, and a blue light screen suddenly appeared in Ye Chen's field of vision, with the image of Lazy Man sleeping in the middle. A series of information quickly appeared on the side. Lazy Man. Level, LV6 Child. Quality, High Quality. Attribute, Ordinary. Characteristics, Laziness. Is the upper limit of qualifications only 30 levels? According to the World Level Division, the qualification rating should be a large segment every 10 levels, and 39 levels should be high qualifications. Lazy Man just brushed the edge of the high-level elf. And to evolve into the King of Leave, you need to be level 36. In other words, it is very difficult for this elf to evolve. But this is nothing. From 0 to strong, you will gain more sense of achievement. Ye Chen touched the head of the Lazy Man, not caring at all. After all, he is a man with a system in his hand. If he still can't train the Lazy Man, he might as well find a piece of tofu to kill himself. To borrow a sentence from Zai, there are no weak Pokemon, only weak trainers. As long as you believe in the bond between you and the Pokemon, even if it is a battle of reverse attributes, I can turn it over for you. Ye Chen was instantly full of fighting spirit. The Eye of Detection is so powerful, so let's see what the diamond card can open. Open it for me. Ye Chen took out the golden card and roared excitedly. The diamond card in his hand suddenly lit up, emitting a psychedelic and hazy glow. On the card, a pattern symbolizing power appeared. Host opens the diamond card and obtains the characteristic Hercules. It's actually Hercules? Strongman, the power of physical attack will be doubled. Ye Chen was stunned. This is a very powerful characteristic, only Lulilai and its evolution, Digger and its evolution have it. The best choice for the violent team. In his previous life, when Ye Chen played the Pokemon game, he was pushed over by Marilai with the Strongman characteristic. And Marilai's physical attack racial value is only 50 points. If Lazy Man evolves into the King of Leave, up to 160 physical attack racial characteristics, even if Arceus comes, Ye Chen feels that he has the strength to fight. The Lazy Man doesn't work hard, it's the negative characteristic of laziness that's at work. As long as the laziness characteristic can be washed off and replaced with the Strongman characteristic, its value far exceeds those quasi-divine beasts. Lazy Man, are you willing to become stronger with me? Ye Chen woke up the sleeping Lazy Man and asked seriously. Hi. The Lazy Man looked at Ye Chen with sleepy eyes. Although I don't understand what the master is thinking, just agree. So sleepy, I want to sleep. The Lazy Man nodded, then fell asleep again with a plop. Ye Chen. Such a memorable moment. The trainer and the elves signed a contract and agreed to conquer the Sea of Stars together. You just fell asleep like this? Ye Chen suddenly felt that he was in a difficult situation. There is always a certain gap between ideal and reality, but as long as the result is perfect, it's fine. Ye Chen aimed the card in his hand at the lazy old man and blew it. The card shattered into a ball of crystal powder, wrapping the lazy old man. A flash of white light passed over the lazy old man. Ye Chen quickly used the detection eye to check its information. It was found that the characteristic column had indeed changed. The laziness characteristic turned into the Strongman characteristic. The lazy old man, who was sleeping in the bed, opened his eyes suddenly and looked at Ye Chen beside him in a daze. "Hi!" The lazy old man scratched his face with his claws. Why did he feel that he was not sleepy all of a sudden? It waved its hand and clearly felt that its strength had increased. The lazy old man thought with his not-so-flexible head. Could it be that sleeping can make you stronger? It turns out that I am such a gifted elf. Ha! As if he had realized the true meaning of life in an instant, lazy man greeted Ye Chen, pulled up the quilt and went to sleep again. Sleep. Get stronger. Sleep. Get stronger. One more year of sleep, and I, lazy man, will be invincible. Looking at lazy man who had merged with the quilt again, Ye Chen began to doubt his life. Ye Chen? Wait, this script is not right. Shouldn't lazy man change his ways, work hard, and join hands with him to become the strongest trainer? Chi Kexio, what's going on? Ye Chen was struggling and speechless. And the lazy man on the bed was tossing and turning. What should I do? It can't sleep. Why is this happening? It used to be able to fall asleep as long as it closed its eyes. Is this the pain and price of growing up? Ha! Lazy man sighed and got up listlessly. He picked up the pillow beside him, and was about to cry. Ye Chen! Could it be that lazy man has insomnia? Ha ha ha, God rewards hard work. Ye Chen laughed triumphantly, and then said in a gentle and persuasive way, Xiao Lan, are you insomniac? I have a secret recipe here, which is guaranteed to make you fall asleep. Hi! Lazy man cast a questioning look. Ye Chen hurriedly said, that is exercise. After consuming the excess energy in your body through exercise, you will definitely have a good sleep. Lazy man stood up doubtfully and looked at Ye Chen. He simply constructed a formula in his mind. Exercise sleep becomes stronger. It seems to work. Lazy man's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 3, Academy Practice Area, Dr. Oak. Chapter 3, Academy Practice Area, Dr. Oak. The lazy old man turned over and got out of bed, standing on the ground. Watching this scene, Ye Chen's tears of happiness and relief rolled in his eyes. The lazy old man, it stood up. This is simply an epic moment, must be photographed. After taking a photo with the lazy old man who stood up and posting a circle of friends, Ye Chen brought the lazy old man to the training ground of Hwaja College. Next, it's time to test the strongman characteristics of the lazy old man. College Practice Area. Many students were training in the field. Ye Chen appeared with the lazy old man and soon attracted countless eyes. It's rare to see an awake lazy old man. Under the gaze of various weird eyes, Ye Chen took the lazy old man to find a quiet corner. There is a row of sandbags hanging here, which is a training facility often used by fighting elves. Ye Chen was about to command Sloth to start training when a surprised voice came from behind him, "Isn't this Sloth? Such an energetic sloth is rare." Ye Chen turned around and was also shocked when he saw the person coming. Professor Oak. Yes, it was Professor Oak from Pallet Town. It's just that in this era of elves, after the two worlds merged, the world line changed accordingly. Professor Oak is now in a cooperative relationship with Hwaja College. His position is similar to that of a college consultant, and he often comes to give lectures to students. Ye Chen smiled and said, "Little Sloth just woke up, and he is more energetic at this time." Professor Oak nodded in sudden realization and suggested, "Then you should take it to do some simple exercises, such as running or something. Hitting a sandbag is too difficult for Sloth." Professor Oak gestured with his hand. The trainers behind him everyone laughed when they heard this. Yes, hitting a sandbag also requires skills. This lazy bird looks stupid. It would be bad if it hurts itself. Pfft, what if the sandbag hits the lazy bird? Hey, will the lazy bird fall asleep while hitting the sandbag? A group of people whispered, some with good intentions and some with bad intentions. Ye Chen smiled and responded, I think my lazy bird has a fighting talent. I want to let it try. Dr. Oak smiled and shook his head, saying, then you should be careful. Of course, the better suggestion is to wait until the lazy bird evolves before doing this training. Ye Chen nodded and patted the lazy bird on the head. Little lazy, do you know how to hit a sandbag? Do this. Ye Chen walked to the sandbag and demonstrated it. Bang! Bang! Ye Chen punched twice with force, and after 2 muffled bangs, the sandbag began to shake. Ha! After teaching the lazy old man, it clenched its claws and stood in front of the sandbag. Everyone in the training ground looked over with interest. A lazy old man hitting a sandbag? This scene is funny just to think about. Many people have foreseen the moment when the lazy old man will make a fool of himself, and they have taken out their mobile phones to record this precious scene. Precious images of early human training of lazy old men to hit sandbags. Come on, lazy old man! Hit it! Hit it! A group of people stood by and began to cheer for the lazy old man. Of course, the tone was mostly teasing. Ye Chen did not care about the influence of these external factors. After the lazy old man nodded, he gave the order, attack. Ha! After receiving Ye Chen's order, the lazy old man took a small step forward and swung his fist to hit the sandbag. A group of people opened their eyes wide, they couldn't wait to see the moment when the lazy man made a fool of himself. Bang! A huge muffled sound scared everyone. The sandbag in front of the lazy man was hit in a huge arc and swayed away. Damn! This lazy man is so strong. Is there cotton in this sandbag? The scene in front of him was unbelievable. And the more powerful scene was still to come. The sandbag that was hit fell again and hit the lazy man, this time with acceleration. Ha! The lazy man shouted, and the scholar Ye Chen's action swung out another fist. Bang! Left fist. Bang! Right fist. The sandbag swayed in front of the lazy man in a very rhythmic manner. A group of people were stunned. This. Are you sure this sloth is a normal Pokemon? Not a fighting Pokemon. This is better than most fighting Pokemon. Sloth has the lazy trait, it should move and stop, it's impossible to attack continuously. Could it be that Ye Chen has some special training skills? A group of people started to discuss. And Professor Oak on the side was shocked. Ye Chen's sloth actually overcame the lazy trait. It can be seen how much time and effort Ye Chen spent to train a naturally lazy sloth into this. Only young people who are willing to teach Pokemon with their heart and grow with it are real trainers. This boy has a promising future. Ye Chen sighed. Of course he didn't know what others were thinking, and now his attention was completely attracted by something else. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a silver card fragment *1. As the lazy man hit the sandbag, the sound of the system kept ringing in his ears. It turns out that as long as the elves exercise, they can get fragments. Focusing on the obtained fragments, Ye Chen also learned how to use the card fragments. Every 3 card fragments can be synthesized into a complete card. The lazy man seemed to have found fun in the exercise. Bang bang bang! An hour later, Ye Chen had synthesized a double experience symbol bronze, a flame fist silver card, and an elite quality improvement fragment silver. And a large number of other fragments. Ye Chen didn't think about it and used the synthesized card on the lazy man. 2 white lights that only Ye Chen could see flashed. The lazy man's combat power increased greatly. The lazy old man who kept hitting the sandbag attracted a lot of attention. A classmate who was a little unfamiliar to Ye Chen came over and said excitedly, Ye Chen, I didn't expect that your lazy old man was so well trained. In order to prepare for the college competition, I just want to find an opponent to spar with. How about it, are you interested in sparring? When the trainers heard the words of this classmate, they whispered. Isn't this Ren Shui? His naughty panda is very powerful. He has won 3 consecutive victories in this training ground. Can the lazy old man win? Hitting sandbags and fighting Pokemon are completely different concepts. Ren Shui listened to the discussions around him, with a little pride on his face. In order to prevent Ye Chen from refusing the challenge, he immediately said, of course, as a supplement for your lazy old man and my naughty panda to practice with, I will give you 500 yuan as a reward. Faced with the challenge, Ye Chen would not be afraid. It is not certain who will be the sparring partner. Besides, there is money to be made. Chapter 4, Win the First Battle. Chapter 4, Win the First Battle. Ye Chen also wanted to test the strength of lazy man Wang, so he agreed. Okay, I also want to accumulate some practical experience. Seeing that Ye Chen agreed to the challenge, Ren Shui took out the Pokeball and released a black and white Pokemon. Naughty Panda. Ren Shui patted the head of Naughty Panda and asked Professor Oak. Professor Oak, can you be the referee? Of course, no problem. Dr. Oak smiled and agreed. He was also very curious about the strength of this lazy man and wanted to know to what extent Ye Chen had trained the lazy man. Everyone dispersed, leaving enough space for the 2 elves. Ye Chen also used the double experience symbol he got, and got a state of doubling the experience value. Using the detection eye, Ye Chen checked the attributes of the opponent's naughty panda. Fighting System, Level 11, Characteristic Iron Fist. It is 5 levels higher than the lazy man, and the characteristics are very powerful, and the attribute is suppressed. The fighting system doubles the ordinary system, and the naughty panda also has the attribute blessing of this system. With the current attributes of the lazy man, as long as he is hit by a punch, he will lose his combat ability on the spot. There is no room for error, one hit decides the outcome. Ye Chen leaned down and whispered in the lazy man's ear. Ha! After instructing the tactics, lazy man came on stage waving his hands. The naughty panda glanced at lazy man and shook his head in disdain. A weak opponent. The battle begins. Dr. Oak gave an order. Ren Shui took the lead in giving orders. Naughty panda, use push. Push, a fighting skill, is not very powerful, but it is enough to deal with lazy man who is only level 6. Lazy man, attack the ground. Ye Chen suddenly gave an inexplicable order. The onlookers were all confused. Attack the ground, is this stupid? Ha! After receiving the order, lazy man opened his claws and grabbed the ground fiercely. A pile of sand was lifted up by him and sprinkled directly into the eyes of naughty panda. Angry. The naughty panda, who was rushing forward, paused for a moment and quickly covered his eyes with his arms. The sand hit the naughty panda's arms, and the latter was immediately furious. But at this time, the lazy man had taken the opportunity to rush forward. Flame Fist. Ye Chen gave an order. The lazy man shouted, and his right fist was wrapped in a ball of flame, and he hit the naughty panda hard. The flames exploded, and the heat waves surged. With the blessing of the double physical attack of the strongman characteristic, the lazy man's punch directly blasted the naughty panda away. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Professor Oak hurried to check, and finally waved his hand and said, the naughty panda lost his ability to fight, and the lazy man won. Wow! Oh my god, am I seeing it right? This lazy man actually learned the flame fist. Awesome! The trainers watching the battle cheered. Ye Chen smiled and accepted the challenge. At this time, the system's voice sounded again. Sloth won the battle. Challenged by a higher level, Sloth gained a lot of experience points. Sloth's level increased to level 10. It actually increased by 4 levels at once. Ye Chen patted Sloth on the head and praised, Sloth, you did a good job. I'll give you a snack and buy you delicious food when I go back. Sloth turned his head away indifferently. It was not very interested in food. Seeing that Sloth was unmoved, Ye Chen smiled and said, "You know, after a hearty battle, the quality of sleep at night will be better." When he heard the word sleep, Lazy Man's eyes lit up immediately. A good sleep will make him stronger tomorrow. In Lazy Man's mind, he always thought that he became stronger because of his sleep. After all, his current strength is like a drop from the sky. This boy is far beyond my imagination. Dr. Oak couldn't help but sigh. He can let Lazy Man learn skills like Flame Fist and change his lazy habits. After training and fighting, he can still be so clear-headed. Ye Chen, this boy, is amazing. Ye Chen, who was standing aside, was in deep happiness. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 gold card fragment. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bronze card fragment. A series of continuous system sounds sounded. Ye Chen obtained 5 bronze card fragments and 1 gold card fragment. Merge them with the card fragments obtained previously. A golden light flashed, and Ye Chen obtained 2 special cards again. Golden Luck Value Talisman. After use, within 30 minutes, the luck value reaches max. The bronze fragments were combined into 2 poke balls. Aside. Ren Shui picked up the naughty panda on the ground with a wry smile and patted its head. "Naughty panda, you tried your best." Put the poke ball. After taking back the poke ball, Ren Shui bowed to Ye Chen and said, "You won this battle, and I lost with all my heart. But there are many trainers who are better than me. I will work hard to practice. Next time I meet you, I will definitely take revenge." "Okay. I'll wait for you." Ye Chen smiled. "By the way, this is the reward I promised you." Ren Shui took out his wallet and handed Ye Chen 500 yuan. Although he was a little embarrassed, Ye Chen still took the money. If he didn't take the money, Ren Shui would be even more embarrassed. And on the side, a group of trainers gathered around and said excitedly, "Ye Chen, your EV is so powerful." "Yes, you should look at each other with new eyes after 3 days of separation. How did you train EV to be like this? Do you have any special skills?" Yes, my EV is so lazy, and he only knows how to act cute and sleep every day." "How did you make EV so diligent?" a group of people asked at once. Ye Chen couldn't tell everyone that he was cheating. After taking a deep breath, Ye Chen said righteously and seriously, "This is all because of the bond between me and Sloth. Everyone, you have to believe in the feelings between us and the elves. As long as you are willing to give and treat it sincerely, the elves will definitely feel your love and respond. Look, my Sloth is the best example." "Well said." Dr. Oak on the side heard this and was very impressed. Ye Chen, this young man, really has the potential to become an excellent trainer. Relying on the bond between him and the elves, he broke through the shackles of laziness. Dr. Oak also concluded his speech, "Today's example proves one thing to us very well. There are no weak elves, only irresponsible trainers. We must believe in the bond between us and the elves. As long as you keep working hard, the elves will definitely respond to you." On the side, Ren Shui woke up from a dream when he heard this, and he realized it. Isn't it because of him as a trainer that Naughty Panda lost even when the attributes were suppressed? Ye Chen could think of using sand throwing, why couldn't he? It was because his bond with Naughty Panda was not strong enough. Ye Chen blushed and enjoyed the praise from everyone. And the lazy man on the side actually took the initiative to hit the sandbag. Exercise. Sleep. Get stronger. Bang. 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 The sound of sandbags kept ringing, and everyone was amazed again. This is the power of the bond between trainers and elves. Chapter 5, Professor Oak's Commission, Meeting Fango. Chapter 5, Professor Oak's Commission, Meeting Fango. The first battle was a success. After Ye Chen and the lazy man practiced for a while, they mainly trained the mastery of the team skill Flame Fist. "Very good, lazy man, you must learn to control your strength. Skills are only effective when they hit the opponent, and strength alone is not enough. When facing different opponents, you must learn different ways to use strength. Lazy Man nodded, and began to ravage the sandbags in front of him. The sandbags are specially made for elves and will not be burned. After practicing for half an hour, Lazy Man was breathing heavily and was obviously a little tired. Overtraining is harmful and useless, and moderate training is the most important. Ye Chen touched Lazy Man's head and praised, "Lazy Man, you did a good job today. Today we made some extra money, and we can have a good meal after we go back. Then you can have a good sleep." Ha! Lazy Man nodded and followed Ye Chen away. Ye Chen did not put Lazy Man into the poke ball. The college competition is coming, so he naturally has to seize every opportunity to improve his intimacy and tacit understanding with Lazy Man. "Ye Chen, wait a minute." When Ye Chen was about to walk out of the training area, he was stopped by a voice. Dr. Oak smiled and greeted him. "Doctor? What can I do for you?" Ye Chen stopped, confused. Dr. Oak smiled, handed him a tablet, and said, "Ye Chen, I think you are very capable. I have a task here, I hope you can help me." "Task?" Ye Chen took the tablet in confusion. Dr. Oak stood beside him, opened the tablet, called out several files, and explained to Ye Chen. "Not far from here, there is a wild Pokémon reserve. It is said that there are many wild Pokémon there. I would like to ask you to help me collect some data. Of course, the reward will not be small." Ye Chen carefully browsed the data on the tablet, confirmed that there was no danger, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, Dr. Oak. This character can not only train Sloth, but also contact new elves. With the golden lucky talisman that Ye Chen just obtained, the chance of encountering rare elves is greatly increased. The reward for the task issued by Dr. Oak himself will definitely not be bad. Ye Chen will naturally not refuse such a three-pronged approach." After agreeing on a time limit with Dr. Oak, Ye Chen took Sloth away. The two took the 500 yuan they won today and came go to the gourmet restaurant located near Huaji College. Ye Chen ordered a hamburger set meal and a secret elf meal for Lazy Man. After the two had a delicious meal, they turned off the lights and rested. After a day of exercise, the effect was remarkable. Not long after the Lazy Man lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ye Chen packed up his gear, brought emergency tools and a simple first aid kit, and took Lazy Man on the bus to the Elf Sanctuary. The Elf Sanctuary near Huaji College is called the Emerald Forest. It is a place with lush trees and beautiful environment. The climate is stable all year round, various types of tree fruits grow, and a large number of wild elves live here. This is not only a paradise for elves, but also a place where trainers often practice. On the bus, Ye Chen met many trainers who were traveling with him. Many people cast curious glances when they saw a waking up Lazy Man. Ye Chen got used to it quickly, because he was going to be the king of heaven in the future and was destined to live in the spotlight. After an hour's drive, the shuttle bus slowly stopped. There is an elf center at the entrance of the reserve, and injured elves can be sent here for treatment. There is also a Miss Juncha and two assistants standing at the entrance of the reserve to check. Behind her, stood a majestic Katy dog. If you want to enter the protected area, you must first undergo inspection here. An assistant waved in front of him with an orange stick, signaling the trainers to line up. Miss Juncha held a special instrument and scanned the trainers' bodies. This is a preventive measure to prevent trainers from bringing dangerous items into the protected area and affecting the regional ecology. The team moved forward very efficiently, and soon it was Ye Chen's turn. After Miss Juncha finished the inspection, she reminded in a serious tone, "Be careful after entering the protected area. The elves in the protected area are a little unstable during this period. We have found traces of a group of elf hunters and are hunting them down. If you accidentally discover or encounter an elf hunter, don't fight hard and notify us immediately. There is our patrol team in the forest, and we will arrive soon. Remember, you must ensure your own safety." Okay, Miss Junsha. Ye Chen nodded, took a pass handed over by Miss Junsha, and walked towards the Emerald Forest. Along the way, the air is fresh and you can see many wild elves. The timid elves always run away quickly, but many elves will stand in the distance and secretly watch the trainers who enter the forest. Ye Chen mostly saw elves like green caterpillars or walking grass, so he naturally had no interest in catching them. If the green caterpillar can really evolve into Rayquaza, I wouldn't mind catching one, haha. Ye Chen smiled and walked all the way deep into the forest. Powerful and rare elves generally live deep in the forest, in inaccessible places. Ye Chen was not in a hurry. He took out the tablet computer that Dr. Amu gave him and started collecting data according to the route marked on it. An hour later, Ye Chen came to a woodland with sunshine, green grass, and blooming flowers. There are several tall fruit trees growing on the side, full of colorful fruits. According to the markings on Dr. Oak's map, many rare elves have been witnessed and even captured in this place. This is the place we decided. Ye Chen took out the golden lucky talisman and activated it. A golden light flashed, and a 30-minute countdown appeared below Ye Chen's field of vision. Now my luck is at its strongest, and I hope to meet a compatible elf. Relying on the bonus of full luck status, Ye Chen began to actively search in the forest. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the bushes on the way. Ye Chen felt energetic for a while. Here it comes. He patted the lazy man on his shoulder to get it ready to fight. Strong wild elves are not very gentle in temperament. Once the trainer enters their territory, they will actively enter a fighting state. Su-su. The bushes rustled, and a green elf emerged from the grass. This is Yaya. Dragon-type elf, the final evolved double-axe battle dragon has a race value of up to 540 points, which is close to a quasi-mythical beast. Ye Chen was a little excited. When the lazy man saw this opponent, he also became excited. Add update rules. The rules for adding updates are as follows. 500 flowers plus 1 update. 300 reviews plus 1 update. 50 comments plus 1 update. Readers, don't be stingy with your money. Send more updates and you'll definitely have enough updates. Highlights. There is no cap on updates. 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 Chapter 6, Conquer the Yaya Dragon. The new book is released for the first time, please collect it and support it. Chapter 6, Conquer Yaya Long. The new book is released for the first time, please collect it and support it. Ye Chen opened the detection eye and checked the attributes of this tooth. Tooth. Level, LV11. Qualification Ceiling, LV59, Library Leader Level. Attribute, Dragon Type. Characteristics, breaking the pattern, can use moves on the opponent without being interfered by the opponent's characteristics. Yaya, who was foraging for food, was stunned for a moment when he saw Ye Chen and Lazy Man. After squealing, he took the initiative to greet them. People launched an attack. Come on! Little Lazy, let it see your power. Gar, a gym owner level quality, will be a powerful fighting force as long as it is cultivated. Ah! Gar roared, and a ball of white light covered his 2 claws. Skill Grab. This is an initial skill that many elves with claws can master. Little Lazy, avoid it, use Flame Fist. The lazy old man ran a little, and a layer of flames covered his right fist and punched out. Gar paused suddenly, and his body was extremely agile to the side, and he actually avoided the attack of the lazy old man directly. The lazy old man punched the ground, smashing a big pit, and smoke and dust rose. And a cold light flashed in the eyes of the side of the Yaya. It roared, and a layer of purple energy gathered in front of it. Not good, it's the dragon's wrath, lazy old man, defend. Ye Chen gave orders loudly, his tone was a little anxious. I didn't expect that this Fang had already learned the Dragon's Fury skill. This skill has a very high hit rate and is difficult to dodge. Of course, the damage value that can be caused is also fixed and will not increase with the improvement of its own strength. The shock wave symbolizing the Fang's anger blasted towards the lazy man. The lazy man blocked his arms in front of him and took the blow. The huge force hit, and the lazy man was directly blasted away. After the Fang launched the Dragon's Fury, it was obviously a little tired and began to breathe heavily. Little lazy, seize this opportunity. Defeat it. Roar. Being blown away, the lazy man was obviously angry, roaring, and rushing towards the Fang. And this time, both of the lazy man's fists were on fire. Ah! This Fang was obviously very competitive. Seeing the lazy man's attack, he did not retreat or avoid, but went straight to meet it. The fangs of the Fangs collided directly with the flaming fist of the lazy man. Fanja kicked the ground with both feet and actually withstood the flame fist of lazy man. However, it was all in vain. Ye Chen's lazy man's characteristic is strongman. The two elves were deadlocked for a short while, and Fanja was knocked away by a punch, but this was not enough to knock Fanja down. Fire skills can only cause half damage to the dragon-type Fanja. Naturally, lazy man had no rivals in love, so he took the opportunity to chase him and punched him again. A heavy uppercut hit Fanja, and he fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Well done! Ye Chen praised, took out the poke ball, and threw it directly. A red light shot out and sucked Fanja into the poke ball. Ding! The poke ball shook a little. Ding! The poke ball shook again. Click! With the last sound, the poke ball stopped flashing, and Ye Chen officially recovered Fanja. Sloth also upgraded one level in this battle, reaching level 12. After winning the battle, Ye Chen touched Sloth's head and took out the emergency spray to spray it. Sloth, you did a great job. Ha! Sloth showed his fist with a very proud expression. After treating the injuries of Sloth in the battle, Ye Chen looked at the fallen fragments and laughed. He felt that the dream of becoming a future king was getting closer and closer to him. Ding, get silver card fragment *1. Ding, get bronze card fragment *. The sound of the system in his ears was so pleasant. After picking up all the fragments on the ground, Ye Chen also synthesized 2 silver quality item cards. Calming Bell and Dragon's Fang. Calming Bell, a bell with a pleasant tone. The Pokémon carrying it will be soothed, become easy to get close to the trainer, and can slightly restore the Pokémon's physical strength. Dragon's Fang, hard and sharp teeth. After carrying it, the power of dragon attribute moves will be increased. They are all good props. You should know that if you use real money to buy these things, it will definitely be an astronomical price. It is worth mentioning that the effect of the soothing bell seems to have changed in this world, with an additional attribute of restoring physical strength. Ye Chen first used the soothing bell on the lazy man. The lazy man's injury was not serious to begin with, and he recovered quickly. Then, Ye Chen took out the pokeball and summoned Fang. Fang had already woken up, looked at the lazy man and turned his head away and snorted coldly, obviously a little unconvinced. Haha, you will all be partners in the future, you have to get along well. Ye Chen smiled and touched Fang's head, took out the emergency spray to treat Fang's injuries. After the injury was treated, Ye Chen took out the soothing bell and hung it around Fang's neck. That's fine, you can recover slowly. Fang nodded and rubbed Ye Chen's hand. The relationship between the man and the elf has warmed up a lot. Remembering that he had just obtained a dragon's tooth item, and Yaya also happened to be a dragon, Ye Chen took it out and hung it around Yaya's neck. Yaya, we will be partners from now on, and we must work hard together. Ah! Yaya picked up the dragon's tooth hanging around his neck and looked at it, and roared excitedly. The lazy man beside him was a little jealous. It leaned against Ye Chen and pulled Ye Chen's trouser leg, with a very aggrieved expression. It looked like an only child. It's like a child in a female family suddenly heard that his parents were going to have a second child. Xiao Lan, are you jealous? This prop is obviously more suitable for Yaya. I'll give it to you when I have a prop suitable for you in the future. Ha! Lazy Man nodded, showing his understanding, but he was still not very happy. It seems that dealing with the relationship between elves is also a lesson. Ye Chen was a little helpless and said patiently, Xiao Lan, you are Yaya's senior now. As a senior, shouldn't you be more generous? Senior? Lazy Man glanced at Ye Chen in confusion, and then his eyes lit up. Yes, from now on, I am a senior. Seniors should be more mature. Lazy Man put his hands behind his back and nodded to Yaya, looking like, young man, I like you very much. Do you want to hang out with me? Oh! Yaya snorted coldly and turned her head away, completely ignoring Lazy Man. He also deliberately shook the dragon tooth pendant on his chest. Lazy Man glared at him angrily. Yaya glared back without showing any weakness. The two elves were ready to fight again. Ha! Ah! Enough, enough! Ye Chen picked up the two elves and said in a heavy tone, if you make trouble again, I can only regretfully tell you. Today's dinner is gone. Lazy Man and Yaya looked at Ye Chen in horror. Chapter 7, Encounter with Poachers. Chapter 7, Encounter with Poachers. Seeing that the two elves were frightened by their food, Ye Chen smiled triumphantly. You will all be partners fighting side by side in the future. Yaya, accept the defeat. I know you are very unwilling to lose today, but you still have a chance to win back after losing. If you don't even have the courage to officially fail, how can you become stronger in the future? Ah! Yaya nodded frustratedly, indicating that he knew he was wrong. Ye Chen looked at the Lazy Man beside him again and said earnestly, Xiao Lan, you are a senior, and seniors should be more generous. There will be many elves joining our team in the future. You will be their big brother by then, you have to be more stable. Big brother? The Lazy Man scratched his chin with his claws, and the image of himself leading a group of elves and being majestic appeared in his mind. Immediately nodded seriously. Do you two know what to do now? The two elves nodded one after another, looked at each other, and the relationship eased a lot. Ye Chen put the two elves down and breathed a sigh of relief. Is this what it feels like to be a parent? It's so hard. After putting Fang back into the poke ball to cultivate, Ye Chen took the tablet and collected the data of the remaining mission points. After completing the task assigned by Professor Oak, the sun gradually slanted and was about to set. Ye Chen took the two Pokémons and prepared to leave the reserve. The return journey was much more lively than Ye Chen had imagined. Many insect Pokémons that hibernated during the day appeared. Ye Chen looked around curiously for a while and found that there were no Pokémons that interested him. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in front, mixed with a lot of shouting and scolding. Ye Chen stopped and approached carefully. In a forest, three men wearing leather jackets and looking fierce blocked the way of a young girl. The girl was dressed like a tourist, wearing a t-shirt on the upper body, a sun hat on the lower body, and a tennis skirt on the lower body. Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being rude. The three villains threatened with a sneer, and their eyes kept looking at the girl. The three mongoose slashers behind her also sneered at the girl. It's true that there is a kind of master, and there is a kind of Pokémon. You poachers! You are wantonly hunting Pokémons. I have informed Miss Junsha. Just surrender. Chi Lei said righteously. She accidentally ran into this group of Pokémon hunters. She originally planned to follow them silently, but when she heard the wailing of those wild Pokémons, she couldn't bear it anymore and tried to stop them. I have informed Miss Junsha, and support will be here soon. Just hold these guys back. Chi Lei thought to herself and took out the poke ball. Vape EV, leave it to you. A blue Pokemon with fins on its body and a cute appearance appeared in front of Chi Lei. Oh! It's Vaporeon. This Pokemon can be sold at a high price on the black market. Don't forget, both of you, besides Vaporeon, there's also a little beauty. Haha, it looks like we've had a great harvest today. The three Pokemon hunters laughed wantonly, not taking the Vaporeon in front of them seriously at all. Go! Let this little bitch have a taste of our power. If that bitch Juncha comes, it'll be bad. The leading man roared, and 3 mongoose slashes pounced at the same time. Mongoose slash, use lightning flash. The 3 mongoose slashes were extremely fast and disappeared as a trail of after images. The next moment, 3 skanks had surrounded the Vaporeon on the ground. Their claws emitted a cold light and fell fiercely. Vaporeon, use sand throw. Chi Lei calmly gave the order, and Vaporeon raised its front legs and fell violently. A circle of sand spread around it, sweeping in all directions, directly covering the 3 skanks. The sand and dust blocked the sight, but the Vaporeon in the field of vision quietly disappeared. Water gun! Chi Lei gave the order calmly again. In the sand and dust, Vaporeon hummed softly, and a thick water column sprayed out of its mouth, hitting a skank heavily. Skank was knocked several meters away and climbed up with difficulty. The poacher was immediately furious and roared, "Skank, kill this Vaporeon for me! Surround and kill it!" A wounded skank rushed up with 2 companions. As for Vaporeon, it used the same trick again. Throw sand! At Chi Lei's command, countless sand and dust spread again. Water gun! Chi Lei used the same trick again and attacked Meerkat. But the 3 poachers were not stupid. How could they be hit by the same trick twice? A poacher roared, "Meerkat, attack the trainer directly. Since Vaporeon can't be seen, attack it and save it. After all, it's not a regular Pokemon battle, and there is no prohibition on attacking trainers." 3 Meerkat rushed out of the sand and dust and rushed directly to Chi Lei. And Chi Lei obviously didn't expect the opponent to have this trick. After all, she has always been in contact with regular Pokemon battles, and no one would attack trainers. Chi Lei lost her composure and took a step back in panic. At this time, the 3 Meerkat had already pounced in front of her. At this time, Vaporeon in the sand and dust could no longer hide, so she had to show up and pounce on the 3 Meerkat. The 3 poachers succeeded in their evil plan and laughed loudly. "Xiaoer, Xiaosan, you go deal with Vaporeon, boss, you keep attacking her." The 2 mongoose slashers stopped instantly and turned to pounce on Vaporeon. The remaining mongoose slasher sneered and pounced on Chi Lei. "Vaporeon, run!" Chi Lei fled backwards in embarrassment, shouting orders to Vaporeon. However, it was too late. The 2 mongoose slashers had already pounced in front of Vaporeon, and their sharp claws fell fiercely. The remaining mongoose slasher also chased behind Chi Lei. "Lower your head!" A loud shout rang out. Chi Lei, who was running away, was startled, and saw a young man carrying a backpack appeared in front of her, pretending to throw it. Chi Lei reacted immediately and rolled on the ground. Ye Chen threw the backpack in his hand hard and hit Mongoose Slash hard in the face. And the other side. Vaporeon used a water gun to hit a Mongoose Slash that was approaching, but another Mongoose Slash had already pounced in front of him. At this distance, Vaporeon could not dodge at all. Ha! A mighty shout sounded. A sloth suddenly jumped down from the tree above Vaporeon's head, with a blazing fire wrapped around his fist. The sloth punched Mongoose Slash's head hard, and the huge force and inertia directly hammered Mongoose Slash's entire head into the ground. Where did this bastard come from? Seeing that his good thing was ruined, the leading poacher cursed. But at this time, his companions shouted in panic behind him, "Boss, run away!" "Hi!" The poacher boss turned his head in confusion and was immediately startled. A tooth took a big step and rushed towards the 3 people at high speed, and Tooth's sharp teeth flashed cold light. As long as they were hit, these Pokemon hunters will definitely have 2 holes in their stomachs. Chapter 8, Arresting Poachers. Chapter 8, Arresting Poachers. Damn it! The poacher boss cursed and dodged to the side in a panic, barely avoiding the attack. But his companions were not so lucky. Yaya pushed hard, and a poacher was directly hung on the tree. Ouch! Yaya roared and rushed towards the 2 poachers again. Damn it, net gun, where is the net gun? The poacher leader asked in panic. The companion beside him woke up as if from a dream, and quickly pointed the net gun on his waist at Yaya. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and a black net shot out from the gun, covering Yaya completely. Yaya struggled in the net in panic, and the 2 poachers laughed triumphantly. Haha, I didn't expect to catch a Fang. This rare Pokemon, we've really made a fortune this time, at least we don't have to work for a year, we can enjoy comfortably. The 2 were getting carried away, immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future. They didn't realize that the battle situation on the other side had turned upside down. Voiline was already stronger than Skank, and now with the help of Lazy Man, it was naturally like a fish in water. The 2 Pokemons cooperated tacitly and staged a world of water and fire for the 2 Skank. Water guns and fire fists took turns to hit, directly knocking the 2 Pokemons to the ground. The 2 Pokemons naturally saw Fang covered by the net in the distance. Ha! Yee! The 2 Pokemons went forward and backward after that, he rushed over directly. Wait, don't come over here! Mongoose / help! The 2 poachers who were just proud were in a dilemma. In the distance, Mongoose / who was attacking Ye Chen and Chi Lei, heard the call of his master, shouted at the 2, and ran back quickly. But before he got close to the battlefield, he was taken away by Vaporeon with a water gun. In an instant, the 3 Mongoose slashes were wiped out. Vaporeon and Sloth surrounded the 2 directly. Water balls gathered in Vaporeon's mouth, and flames ignited on Sloth's fist. Wait, don't do it, we surrender. The poacher boss raised his hands and surrendered quickly. Another poacher also dropped the net gun in his hand. Sloth was stunned for a moment and slowly stopped. However, Vaporeon, who had been angry for a long time, would not listen to these, and a water gun directly rushed the 2 several meters away. The 2 felt like they had been rolled in a washing machine, dizzy. The poacher leader weakly cursed, "You 2 immoral trainers actually commanded Pokemon to attack trainers. Shameless, despicable." Another poacher also cursed. Ye Chen and Chi Lei, who came over, just happened to hear these words, feeling angry and funny. How thick-skinned are these 2 people to say such words? You 2 poachers, you are not qualified to say such words. Ye Chen replied unhappily. Chi Lei said bitterly, 3 against 2 and still being killed, it's really shameful. The 2 poachers wanted to refute a few more words. But after seeing the flames on the lazy man's fist, they shut up instantly. Beep beep. In the distance, an alarm sounded. Ye Chen and Chi Lei looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Chen glanced at the various fragments falling on the ground. When she saw one of the golden pieces was glittering, she squinted her eyes and smiled. But after picking it up, she didn't have 3 pieces, so she couldn't combine them into a complete card. In this battle, Yai reached level 12, and Lazy Wang reached level 13. About 10 minutes later, Miss Juncha hurried over, and was stunned by the scene in front of her. 3 poachers were on one tree and 2 under the other, and a pair of young men and women stood by to watch over the 2. Miss Juncha, come and arrest these 3 poachers. Seeing Miss Juncha, Chi Lei waved excitedly. Miss Juncha came over with Caterpie. When she saw the face of the poacher boss, she was immediately surprised. This guy was a poacher wanted by the Elf Police Department for a long time, because these 3 guys were extremely cunning and had not been caught yet. Unexpectedly, he was caught by 2 young men. You did a great job. We really can't underestimate the young people nowadays. I will report your contributions one by one. Thank you very much this time. Miss Junsha thanked the two of them earnestly. Ye Chen and Qi Lei were embarrassed. Miss Junsha glanced at the two of them and said seriously, but next time, if you encounter such a situation, notify us first. If you are confident in your own strength, you can follow from a distance. But remember not to take the initiative to conflict with these guys. Some poachers are even stronger than some senior trainers. I know, Miss Junsha. Qi Lei nodded seriously. When she thought of the consequences that she would face if Ye Chen did not help, she felt cold in her heart. Thank you for this time. Qi Lei bowed to Ye Chen and thanked him. No, I will help the weak when I see injustice. I believe that any trainer with goodness and confidence in their hearts will not stand idly by when seeing this scene. Ye Chen said righteously. He added silently in his heart, not to mention that she is a great beauty. Qi Lei also laughed when he heard this, and her smile was very beautiful. She said to the Vaporeon beside him, Vaporeon, you haven't thanked Sloth yet. Vaporeon nodded obediently, moved to Sloth and rubbed Sloth's cheek affectionately. Ha! Sloth's face turned red, and he quickly stepped back a few steps. A group of people laughed at once. Ya! A helpless and angry voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that Ya was still trapped in the net. Ye Chen ran over awkwardly and untied the black net on Ya. Ya angrily hit Ye Chen's stomach with her head. He yelled at the lazy old man again. The two guys who forgot Yaya for beauty, their friendship is over. Seeing Yaya angry, Ye Chen felt guilty at the time, and only after comforting her for a long time did Yaya calm down. The price was a sumptuous Pokemon meal, which would make Yaya eat until she was satisfied. Several sirens sounded again. Miss Junsha's assistants were a step late. Then everyone searched in the forest for a while and finally found the wild Pokemon captured by the three poachers. After releasing the wild Pokemon back to nature and taking the injured Pokemon into the car, the group escorted the three poachers and left the Pokemon reserve. At the Pokemon Center, Qi Lei and Ye Chen treated their Pokemon. The two chatted for a while, and Ye Chen also learned that Qi Lei was already a traveling trainer. Then, I hope to see you again in the future. Outside the Elf Center, Qi Lei waved at Ye Chen. Sure. Ye Chen responded with a smile. After the two said goodbye to each other, Qi Lei continued her journey, while Ye Chen took the two elves and set off on the road home. Chapter 9, Preparing for the College Competition. Chapter 9, Preparing for the College Competition. Dr. Oak Research Institute. Not far from Hwaja College, it covers a large area and is equipped with various professional facilities, where various elves are raised. Doctor, I brought you the information you wanted. Ye Chen rang the doorbell of the institute and said to Dr. Oak, who appeared on the display screen. On the display screen, Professor Oak said with a smile. Ye Chen, you impressed me again. I have received the news from Miss Junsha. This time you cooperated with Miss Junsha to catch two poachers, right? Wait, I will open the door for you right away. The door of the institute slowly opened, and Professor Oak personally came out to welcome them. The two walked into the institute, and Professor Oak curiously asked about the details of what happened. Ye Chen reported them one by one truthfully. Professor Oak, this time there are other trainers to help, otherwise I alone can't deal with those poachers. Ye Chen said modestly. Professor Oak smiled and said, that's also amazing. After that, Ye Chen handed the tablet to Professor Oak. Fortunately, he didn't break it when he threw his backpack to attack Mongoose Slash. Professor Oak opened the tablet and looked through it carefully. He nodded with satisfaction and said, you did a great job, beyond my expectation. Ye Chen, I think you will become an excellent trainer in the future. Ye Chen nodded silently in his heart, agreeing with what Professor Oak said, but he must be modest on the surface. Doctor, you are too kind. I just did some small things within my ability. Haha, Ye Chen, sometimes, excessive modesty is pride. Dr. Oak joked with a smile. Then he walked to the cabinet, took out a bottle of special elf rations, and said mysteriously, "Ye Chen, this is the elf rations secretly developed by our research institute, and it has not yet been launched on the market. This elf ration not only tastes great, but also takes into account the elves of each attribute, and this elf ration has a special effect. It subtly increases the growth rate of elves. So powerful." Ye Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he took the elf rations from Dr. Oak and thanked him. "Thank you, Doctor." Dr. Oak waved his hand, indicating that you are welcome. "This is the reward for your investigation this time, and you deserve it. In 3 days, it will be the college competition of Hwaja College, right? This time I am very optimistic about you, and I will go to watch the game in person." "Thank you, Doctor, I will do my best and will not let you down. I believe that your lazy man will surprise everyone this time." Dr. Oak smiled. "A lazy old man who is no longer lazy and has amazing power, its future is extremely exciting." He also believes that Ye Chen, a young man, will have a long way to go in the future. A small Hwaja college is far from enough for him to spread his wings and fly into the sky. After saying goodbye to Professor Oak, Ye Chen returned to the dormitory. Summoning 2 elves, Ye Chen used the detection eye to check the attribute panels of the 2 elves. Lazier. Level, LV 13. Qualification limit, LV 30, Advanced. Attribute, Ordinary System. Feature, Strongman. Yayat. Level, LV 12. Qualification limit, LV 59, Gym Master Level. Attribute, Dragon System. Feature, Exceptional. Yayat, lazy old man, in the competition 3 days later, we must make everyone look at us with new eyes. I want to tell the world that I, Ye Chen, am here. Ha! Yayat. Ye Chen held the hands of the 2 elves together, and all 3 pairs of eyes were full of fighting spirit. In the next 2 days, Ye Chen replaced the 2 elves with the elf rations made by Professor Oak. Both elves liked it very much. During these 2 days of training, Yaya also upgraded to level 13 and obtained a new skill, Double Slash. The team's strength has risen again. Still in the corner of the training ground, Ye Chen is practicing with the 2 elves. He deliberately chose a time when no one was around. Because of the last battle, many people have known about the special and powerful lazy man, and they will definitely be on guard. Therefore, in order to hide his strength, Ye Chen plans to hide Yaya first, and then surprise the opponent and catch him off guard. Ha! Yaya! The 2 elves worked hard on the sandbags, and Yaya seemed to still be upset about losing to Lazy Man. During the training, he worked very hard and held his breath to suppress Lazy Man. How could Lazy Man, who already regarded himself as the big brother, be willing to be surpassed by his younger brother? Both elves held their breath. Even without Ye Chen's request, he began to train hard practice. This made Ye Chen, a trainer, both happy and melancholy. As a trainer, he seemed to have no sense of existence. How did he become something dispensable? With his mind wandering, Ye Chen set a general direction for the 2 elves and let them exercise freely. The 1.5 hour training time was over. Yaya and Lazy Man stopped panting. After looking at each other, Lazy Man smiled complacently, while Yaya snorted coldly and turned his head away unconvinced. Okay, stop making trouble. You 2 worked hard in today's training, so let's call it a draw. If you really want to decide the winner, you might as well show your skills in tomorrow's game. Show some strength. The 2 elves looked at each other, and there was a blazing fire in their eyes. Lazy Man rubbed his claws, thinking that he must make Yaya admit defeat this time. And Yaya also took a breath to regain his lost face. Ye Chen, whose evil plan succeeded, chuckled. Internal competition is good for collective progress. It seems necessary to keep Yaya and Lazy Man Wang at the same level, so that they can motivate each other and become stronger. Ye Chen felt that he had got a new way to train elves. After chatting with the two elves for a while, Ye Chen walked to the sandbag and picked up the fragments that fell today. He had no hope at first, but suddenly froze. A golden card fragment actually fell today. Ye Chen picked it up quickly. Ding! The host and 3 fragments have successfully synthesized 10 times experience symbol. 10 times experience symbol? Ye Chen's eyes lit up and he became excited. It is a long-standing problem for Yaya and Lazy Man Wang to upgrade now. It is impossible to go to the protected area to ravage wild elves every day. Reality is not a game. In the wild, if there is no intention to recover or the wild elves take the initiative to attack, it is forbidden to fight with elves. After all, if you beat the wild elves, get the experience and leave, what about the injured elves? Just leave it there and ignore it. The best way to upgrade is naturally to fight with trainers. However, now that the college competition is imminent, few people are willing to reveal their cards, and there are fewer people on the training ground. It is obvious that everyone is working hard for this college competition. Tomorrow, I must win. Ye Chen secretly made up his mind. This is also an important step for him to officially step into the world of trainers after coming to this world. Chapter 10, Preliminary Competition begins. Chapter 10, Preliminary Competition begins. The next day, Ye Chen got up early, washed up simply, and took the 2 Pokémon to Hwaja College. Although it was an internal competition within the college, there were still many spectators who came to watch. It is said that in the final stage, it will even be broadcast on TV. Ye Chen is naturally ambitious about this. After all, if he performs well, then this college competition will be his first official appearance in front of the world. Outside the Hwaja College battlefield, Ye Chen felt that he had arrived early enough, but there was still a long line in front of him. Registration was completed a week ago, and today was the day to draw the battle number. The efficiency of the college staff was quite good, and the team moved forward quickly. About 10 minutes later, Ye Chen received his battle number plate. Number 68. This number is very auspicious. I think it's a good sign. Ye Chen thought in his heart, with a smile on his face. Looking at the battle table, his battle was around 10 o'clock, battlefield number 5. It was not the main stage, and Ye Chen was a little disappointed. It seems that my debut will have to be later. I wonder what kind of guy my opponent is. Ye Chen walked towards the battlefield number 5 while thinking. There were already many spectators sitting in the audience seats at the battlefield number 5. Hwaja College has a total of 7 special battlefields, and battlefield number 1 is the largest. The finals will be held there, with many spectators from the city and even professional commentators. In the audience, Ye Chen also saw many familiar faces. They were all students of Hwaja College. Several people waved their hands after seeing Ye Chen. Ye Chen, come here. When others took the initiative to greet him, Ye Chen would naturally not be unkind. He walked over with a smile. During this period, Ye Chen was well known in Hwaja College. First, Lazy Man Wang was personally praised by Professor Oak, and Ye Chen's qualifications as a trainer were affirmed. Then the day before yesterday, Miss Juncha sent someone to personally deliver a banner to the school, affirming and rewarding Ye Chen for helping to catch poachers. Hwaja College would naturally not let go of such a glorious thing and publicized it. This made Ye Chen gain countless attention on the eve of the game. It also made more opponents pay attention to him. Having been praised by Professor Oak and Miss Juncha successively, it proved that Ye Chen had the strength to match them. Privately, he has been rated as a seed player by the students of the academy. Many people have even begun to study how to target Ye Chen's lazy man. This gifted lazy man has mastered the flame fist, and it is extremely powerful. Many trainers discussed privately that the 4 types of Pokémon, namely Ghost, Bug, Steel, Grass, and Ice, are at a great disadvantage when facing Sloth, and are not recommended to be put on the field. And the Pokémon, which are fighting types that restrain ordinary types and are highly resistant to fire skills, such as water, fire, rock, and dragon, became the first choice. A group of trainers also developed a special strategy for Ye Chen's sloth. It can be said that Ye Chen has been thoroughly studied before the game started. A classmate teased, "Ye Chen, your game this time is a bit difficult." "Yes, your sloth has been thoroughly studied by us. When Ren Shui challenged you that day, you should have refused." A classmate took over the conversation and followed with a tease. Ye Chen could only smile helplessly. Who knew that Miss Junxia and Professor Oak would inexplicably make him famous in the academy? Ye Chen smiled and said, "If I can't beat him even if I've been thoroughly studied, then it just shows that I'm not strong enough." "Your mentality is good, haha, but I think it's hard to beat your lazy old man even if I target him." A classmate said in a serious tone that almost everyone has a copy of the video of the battle between Ye Chen and Ren Shui. The most impressive thing about this lazy old man is his powerful attack power. Speaking of which, this college competition can be said to be a gathering of heroes. A classmate said helplessly, "Not only are there sons of the king, but there are also international students from other regions." "Are you talking about Oro and Shinji?" When talking about these two people, everyone fell silent. Because these two guys are obviously stronger than others, they have never lost in Hwaju College. A classmate sighed, "Have you seen the game of Oro's Scyther? Usually the fighting time does not exceed 3 minutes, and it is basically killed in 1 second. "Of course I have seen it. The qualifications of that Scyther are really terrifying. It is the fastest Pokemon I have ever seen. What's the big deal?" A classmate on the side curled his lips and said, "Shinji is obviously much stronger. It is said that Shinji has already won 3 gym badges. This strength is really terrifying." "Okay." A group of classmates discussed in a low voice, and Ye Chen also fell into deep thought. These two guys seem to be difficult to deal with, and they are also his biggest competitors in this college competition. I hope to meet them later. Ye Chen glanced at the 10 times experience talisman in his backpack. Today's preliminaries will be played in 3 rounds to determine the top 8. The remaining games will be held tomorrow, with a total of 3 games. As long as he uses the 10 times experience talisman to increase his level as much as possible, Ye Chen feels that he is not without the ability to fight. A group of people talked in a low voice, and Ye Chen looked at the field to observe the strength of the trainers. After watching for a while, Ye Chen gradually relaxed. The average strength of the students in Hwaju College is very good, but there is still a certain gap compared to Yaya and Lazy Man Wang. For Ye Chen, these trainers are experience packages. Another battle ended. After cleaning the venue, the referee raised the flag and shouted loudly, "Player number 67, player number 68, prepare to enter." Ye Chen hurriedly ran down from the audience and walked into the battlefield. Opposite him, a somewhat nervous girl trotted onto the stage. She was a little fat, with a round face, a pair of big watery eyes, wearing a goose yellow dress, and looked very cute. In the preliminaries, the 1v1 rule is adopted. Both sides of the battle, listen to my instructions after you are ready. Ye Chen and the girl opposite nodded slowly. The cute girl was obviously a little nervous. She pressed the Pokeball and released her Pokemon. A petite Pokemon with a blue body. Swampert, with attributes of water and ground, has a great advantage over Sloth. "This is our first battle, please give me your advice," Zhang Xiaojing said nervously. Ye Chen nodded and smiled, "I will do my best, it will be a wonderful duel." Zhang Xiaojing was speechless when she heard this. I thought to herself, "I don't mind if you let me down a bit." She had watched Ye Chen's video of Sloth many times and was impressed. She had also imagined the battle with Sloth in her mind. Originally, she was quite confident, but Ye Chen's words made her start to worry. What if Swampert got hurt? Zhang Xiaojing was struggling with her thoughts. Ye Chen also took out the Pokeball, released his Pokemon, and used the Eye of Detection to obtain information about Swampert. Swampert, water and ground, level 11, attribute torrent. The poke ball opened and a red light flashed. The energetic sloth appeared on the battlefield. Ye Chen also activated the 10 times experience symbol card. Chapter 11, 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 11, 2 consecutive wins. There are 3 rounds in the preliminaries. If you want to improve your strength to the greatest extent, the first choice is to evolve the sloth first. As for Yaya, you can put it in the second and third rounds to target those elves that the sloth has trouble with. This sloth is really energetic. Zhang Xiaojing thought silently in her heart, watching the sloth constantly punching and eager to try, she became more nervous. Swamp leap fish, don't force yourself, just do your best. Zhang Xiaojing leaned over to the swamp leap fish and whispered something. The swamp leap fish nodded obediently and stared at the lazy man. In the audience, a group of spectators took out their mobile phones and started recording. This is a great opportunity to collect information about the lazy man. If the lazy man can reveal some new gold, it will be a big profit. Both players took their positions and the referee blew the whistle. The battle begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Zhang Xiaojing issued an order, Swamp leap fish, use the water gun. Lazy man, flame fist. The swamp leap fish lowered its body and began to accumulate strength. A ball of water gathered in its mouth and a column of water sprayed out. And the lazy man quickly pressed forward, with flames covering his fist. The water gun and the flame fist collided with a loud bang, and countless water vapors rose up. The heat wave came in the face, and the swamp leap fish couldn't help squinting his eyes. At this time, a black shadow appeared in the water mist. The lazy man's fist was burning with raging fire, and he punched hard. The swamp leap fish was hit hard by a punch and was directly knocked out of the field. The linesman immediately took a closer look and waved the flag in his hand. The referee blew the whistle, the swamp leap fish has lost its ability to fight. The lazy man wins. The system prompt sounded in Ye Chen's ears at the same time. The lazy man wins the battle and his level is upgraded to level 15. The lazy man has learned a new skill, surprise attack in the battle. With the blessing of the tenfold experience symbol, a victory in a battle directly upgraded him by 2 levels. The battle ended very quickly, beyond everyone's imagination. With just 1 blow, Ye Chen's lazy man won. Zhang Xiaojing quickly picked up the swamp leap fish on the ground and checked its injuries. The swamp leap fish's injuries were not very serious. It had woken up and looked at its owner, feeling a little frustrated. It's okay, swamp leap fish. Just work hard next time. Zhang Xiaojing touched the swamp leap fish's head and whispered to comfort him. At this time, the audience also became noisy. It seems that the attack power of this sloth is far more powerful than we thought. Yes, even Swampert can only take 1 flame punch. It seems that we must avoid its sharp edge in the formal battle. It seems that a head-on confrontation is not advisable. We can only adopt a roaming fighting strategy. Tisk, it's a pity that sloth still only exposed 1 skill, flame punch. The information is too limited. A group of trainers began to discuss in a low voice. On the battlefield, Ye Chen and Sloth high-fived to celebrate. The victory in the first battle was a good start. Sloth, you did a good job. You have to keep up in the next game. Ha! Sloth nodded seriously. Ye Chen then collected the card fragments that fell on the ground with a smile on his face. Ding! Get bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Get bronze card fragment *. A voice sounded one after another. After the 2 players shook hands with each other, Ye Chen went to the rest area and waited for the next game to start. Near noon, the first round of preliminaries ended. Ye Chen officially advanced to the second round, and his match would start at 1 o'clock. After having a good meal with the 2 Pokémons and replenishing their energy, Ye Chen came to the number 5 battle stage again. Number 68, number 41, come on stage. At the referee's command, Ye Chen hurriedly trotted onto the stage. His opponent this time was a garlic turtle. Oh no, Bulbasaur. Ye Chen's opponent felt a little hopeless. It would be fine if he met an ordinary sloth frog, but he happened to meet a sloth frog that could use the flame fist. He felt that he had no hope of winning at all. Bulbasaur, come on, we two have to show our style and let that sloth frog see our bones. Before he finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned. Because Ye Chen released a Pokémon that was completely different from what he expected. Ya! Ya growled, swung his tail, and stared at Bulbasaur eagerly. This Bulbasaur was originally timid, and it shrank back after being glared at. The trainer of Bulbasaur was a little angry. In his eyes, Sloth was Ye Chen's main battle Pokémon, but when facing him, he actually used a fang. This was simply looking down on him. The audience in the audience seats were also a little surprised. Many of them came to collect information about Ye Chen, and maybe they would be opponents in the next few rounds. Is this Fang? A very rare Pokémon. I didn't expect that Ye Chen was so hidden. We underestimated him before. Yeah, I remember that we laughed at him when we saw him with a sloth, but we didn't expect. You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea by a bucket. A group of spectators looked at the field, curious about Fang's performance. Sloth is so powerful, Fang will definitely not let them down. Ye Chen, I will make you pay for your arrogance. After the referee gave the order, the trainer of Bulbasaur launched the attack immediately. Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip. 2 Vine Whips stretched out from the side of Bulbasaur and whipped towards Fang. Ye Chen was a little puzzled. When did I become arrogant? But I accepted your challenge. Fang, use Double Slash. Hearing Ye Chen's order, Fang roared and rushed straight towards Bulbasaur. 2 claws flashed with a flash of light, the Vine Whip attacking it was directly knocked away. Ya charged at a very fast speed and rushed to Bulbasaur in an instant. The trainer of Bulbasaur was also a little panicked and quickly commanded, Bulbasaur, get out of the way. No, continue to use the Vine Whip to entangle it. The trainer's emotions affected Bulbasaur, and the reaction of the Pokémon was obviously half a beat slower. When Bulbasaur swung the Vine Whip, Ya had already hit Bulbasaur hard and pushed it up hard. Bulbasaur was thrown directly. Ya shouted, and his 2 claws were wrapped in a fist of light, and he chopped it hard. Bulbasaur was directly chopped to the ground and fainted directly. The referee waved the flag and announced the result of the game. Bulbasaur loses the ability to fight, and Fang wins. In the audience cheered loudly. Ye Chen did a great job. This Fang is very powerful. Ah, Ye Chen is so hateful, so is Sloth, and so is Fang. Why do such cute elves become so violent in his hands? The cheers in his ears made Ye Chen speechless. He touched Fang's head, gave a thumbs up and praised, well done, Fang. Chapter 12, Sloth evolves, and the qualifications are improved. Chapter 12, Sloth evolves, and the qualifications are improved. Fang's battle is over. With the bonus of the tenfold experience symbol, Fang also rose to level 15. After shaking hands with the trainer of Bulbasaur, Ye Chen collected the fragments that fell on the field as usual. Okay, the card was not synthesized. Hey, it seems that my luck is not very good. Many cards are only 1 card short. Ye Chen took the 2 elves to the lounge. After the second round of qualifiers, it will be the last round of qualifiers. Through this qualifier, we will be in the quarterfinals. Sloth, Fang, come on. Our goal is to be the champion. In the lounge, Ye Chen cheered for the 2 elves. The effect of the tenfold experience charm can last for 1 day, and it must be used well. During the interval between games, Ye Chen found a few trainers to have a simple sparring and mixed a wave of experience. Both Sloth and Fang have reached level 17. Ye Chen also received a notice that his 3rd round of qualifiers will be held in the 2nd battlefield. He trotted all the way to the venue. At this time, there were fewer people in the player lounge, but the audience seats were already full of people. In the third round of qualifiers, the players were obviously much stronger. It is difficult to get to this point by luck. Every trainer is very strong. Naturally attracted a large number of spectators. A group of spectators were holding popcorn and drinking Coke, and several uncles brought cold beer and cheered loudly for the players. The third round of the game went very quickly, and soon it was Ye Chen's turn to play. His opponent used a small Gui Dud. Ye Chen, you are very strong. I didn't expect to meet you so early, but my Gui Dud and I will not give up easily. The trainer of Gui Dud is a dark-skinned boy. He declared war on Ye Chen with full fighting spirit. Ye Chen would naturally not show his fear, and responded, in terms of willpower, my sloth will not lose to you. In the past, sloth could sleep for 20 hours a day. What kind of willpower is this? After the two players took their positions, the two Pokémon on the field looked at each other, eager to try. Gui Dud kept waving his fists and pounding the ground, and his state was very excited. Sloth shook his body left and right, thinking about how to attack Gui Dud. The battle begins. The referee blew the whistle and gave an order. The two Pokémon started almost at the same time and attacked each other. Geophysical, use rolling attack. After receiving the order from the trainer, Geophysical clasped his fists tightly and rushed towards Slot. The spinning Geophysical crushed the ground, splashing countless sand and stones. Slot, don't panic, find a chance to dodge. Ye Chen also gave the order. During the rolling attack, it is difficult to grasp the direction. The attack path is almost a straight line. As long as you pay more attention, you will not be attacked. Slot was not in a hurry, and focused on the rushing Geophysical. At the moment when it rushed in front of him, he suddenly wanted to jump to the side and dodge the attack lightly. In the audience, there was a burst of applause. You hid beautifully. You're called Lazy Man, but you can't tell he's lazy at all. Lazy Man versus Little Fist, this is a hand-to-hand fight. Boys, let's fight with real swords and guns, let's see the backbone of men. A group of spectators cheered loudly on the sidelines, teasing the two players on the field. The trainer of Little Fist was obviously affected, and shouted, Little Gui Dud, use the ultimate move. Magnitude. The rotating Little Gui Dud suddenly stopped, jumped high, and slammed his two fists into the ground. Boom! The ground began to tremble slightly. Ye Chen was also shocked. The skill of magnitude can be said to be a weakened version of earthquake. The fact that this Little Gui Dud can master this skill shows that he has good qualifications. The ground kept shaking, and Lazy Man lost his center of gravity directly, and his body tilted, almost roll attack. Seizing this rare opportunity, the trainer gave the order, and Gui Dud rushed straight towards Slot. Use all your strength to attack with surprise. Ye Chen also gave the order at this time. Boom! Gui Dud took advantage of Slot's unstable footing and rushed straight over. A grey light flashed on Slot's hand, and his body was lifted up while tilting. With the blessing of the strongman characteristic, Gui Dud felt a huge force hitting it, and it was directly knocked away. End it, surprise attack. Ye Chen gave the order. Gui Dud roared, jumped up behind Gui Dud, a grey light flashed on his fist, and another attack hit Gui Dud hard. Gui Dud was hit hard and fell to the ground, stones flew and cracked, smoke and dust rose. A big hole was smashed into the ground. And Gui Dud had lost his ability to fight. Geoblast loses its ability to fight, Sloth wins. The referee waved the flag in his hand and announced that Sloth won the game. At this time, the system upgrade sound rang in Ye Chen's mind. Sloth wins the battle. Level up to level 19. With 10 times the experience, Sloth is upgraded by 2 levels again. At this time, Sloth in the battlefield also underwent a magical change, and a ball of white light enveloped its body. Sloth evolved. The sloth in the white light gradually grew larger and its figure became more majestic. The white light dissipated. A white ape-shaped elf with a tuft of red hair on its head appeared in front of everyone. Sloth evolved, hyperactive ape. Due to the speed of the heartbeat, the blood in the body was boiling, and it couldn't calm down for a second. Roar! The hyperactive ape slapped his chest excitedly. Ye Chen quickly used the detection word to check its attributes. Hyperactive ape. Level, LV19. Qualification limit, LV30, high quality. Attribute, ordinary. Feature, strongman. After watching, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the feature has not changed, otherwise he would have gone to cry. The audience was also boiling. Is this a hyperactive ape? It looks very violent. Tisk tisk, Ye Chen is even more difficult to deal with now. He was so strong when he was a sloth. After becoming a hyperactive ape, his speed and strength have been improved to a higher level, and his strength has been greatly improved. It will be dangerous to meet Ye Chen's players in tomorrow's game. The audience whispered. It was exciting to witness the evolution of Pokémon with their own eyes no matter how many times. And the evolution of Sloth also made tomorrow's game more interesting. Ye Chen shook hands with the trainer of Guidud, feeling very happy. Good things come in pairs. After collecting the fragments dropped in this battle, Ye Chen grinned. The host has obtained 3 gold level cards of the same type and successfully synthesized a gold level card Gym Master level quality improvement potion. Gym Master level improvement potion? Ye Chen gave it to the hyperactive ape without hesitation. A white light that only he could see flashed across the hyperactive ape, and the upper limit of the hyperactive ape's qualifications became 59 levels, the Gym Master level. When the lazy man was at a high level, he could already kill people everywhere. What kind of strength would a Gym Master level hyperactive ape have? Ye Chen was eager to try. Chapter 13, The Main Competition Begins. Chapter 13, The Main Competition Begins. The third round of preliminaries is over. Ye Chen successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals will be held tomorrow, and there will be a night of rest. Huaju Academy Practice Field. After leaving the battlefield, Ye Chen did not leave in a hurry, but came to the training field. With him came many trainers who had been eliminated today. Since the duration of the tenfold experience charm has not yet ended, Ye Chen naturally wants to make the best use of it. After he proposed that he wanted to master the specific strength of the sloth after evolution, and at the same time let the hyperactive ape master its own abilities and seek help. A group of classmates volunteered. It is also a good thing for them to fight a powerful Pokémon. After all, geniuses like Oro and Shinji, the sons of the King of Heaven, usually disdain to fight with them. On the practice field, Yaya and Hyperactive Ape took turns to play. Because they will play the game tomorrow, the battle is just a competition, but with the blessing of the tenfold experience charm, they still gained a lot of experience points. Hyperactive Ape directly upgraded to level 21. Yaya also upgraded to level 19. Hyperactive Ape also gradually became familiar with its sudden increase in strength and became at ease. Your 2 Pokémon are really amazing. On the side, a trainer who helped Ye Chen couldn't help but sighed, and everyone responded. Yes, this Yaya and the Hyperactive Ape are both very strong. I feel that tomorrow's championship competition will be exciting. Ye Chen, come on, bring us a championship. That's right, the son of the king, the genius exchange student is nothing, beat them all. A group of people began to cheer for Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled and said that he would do his best. The exercise did not last long, because there was a game tomorrow, and the hyperactive ape could not be overworked. However, the hyperactive ape after evolution is extremely energetic. Ye Chen was not worried about the abundant type. After thanking everyone, Ye Chen took the 2 elves back to the dormitory. Yaya looked at the hyperactive ape fighting on the side, and was obviously not convinced. It shook its head, thinking that after it evolved, it would definitely be much stronger than the hyperactive ape. But now, Yaya knew that it could no longer beat this guy. It was a little frustrated. Ye Chen naturally saw this, patted Yaya's head, and said, Yaya, the hyperactive ape is only temporarily stronger than you. If you are discouraged now, you will never catch up with it in your life. Yeah. Yaya nodded and quickly cheered up. The hyperactive ape on the side looked at Yaya proudly. It felt that Yaya would never surpass it in this life. Because it has a special way to become stronger. Exercise and sleep to become stronger. Since it realized this method, it has evolved in just a few days. The current hyperactive ape has skyrocketed in strength. All of this is closely related to its sleep. It is a hyperactive monkey, but it can become stronger by sleeping. Return to the dormitory with 2 elves. After enjoying a delicious dinner with 2 elves, Ye Chen took the 2 elves back to the elf ball to rest. He clicked on the school's official website to check the video of today's game. I don't know who tomorrow's opponent will be, I have to prepare in advance. The list of the top 8 has been released. As expected, the sons of the king, Oro and Shinji, have entered the top 8. These 2 people are naturally Ye Chen's main research objects. Clicking on the video of the 2, Ye Chen studied them carefully. The elf used by Oro is Scyther, which is extremely fast. In the 3 games, almost all of them were killed instantly. Scyther started instantly, rushed to the opponent, fell with a knife, and then the game ended. And the other person, Shinji, was even more terrifying. In the 3 preliminaries, he actually used 3 different elves. A Lolili, an electric shock monster, and a forest turtle. The 3 Pokémons almost always won in a crushing victory. Is this the strength of a trainer who has obtained 3 gym badges? Ye Chen's heart became heavy. And he found that there was another very tricky problem. Once entering the finals, the rules will become 3v3, but he only has 2 Pokémons. That is to say, in extreme cases, he may have to use 2 Pokémons to complete 3 rounds of competition. Let Yaya go first in tomorrow's game, and it is necessary to let hyperactive ape save its strength. After studying the other opponents, Ye Chen slowly fell asleep near midnight. No words all night. The next morning, Ye Chen got up early, made a hearty breakfast for the 2 Pokémons, and then taught the 2 Pokémons today's battle plan. What to do when encountering different Pokémons in different situations. The 2 Pokémons have a strong desire to win, so they listened very carefully, saving Ye Chen a lot of time. In the final stage, all competitions will be held at venue number 1. The huge life-size photos of the top 8 contestants appeared on the electronic screen outside the battlefield. There was still a lot of time before the game, and many people had already arrived outside the venue. The students of Hwaju College only accounted for a small part, and most of them were outsiders, fans of elf battles. Ye Chen went to the lounge. Some of the top 8 contestants had already arrived in advance, and one of them was really an old acquaintance of Ye Chen. Ren Shui. The opponent of Ye Chen's first elf battle since he came to this world. I didn't expect him to break into the top 8. And on the battle list, Ren Shui was Ye Chen's opponent in the first round. Seeing Ye Chen enter the room, Ren Shui took the initiative to come over and say hello, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Ye Chen, my naughty panda and I have trained hard, this time, I will definitely not lose. I won't lose either. Ye Chen answered confidently. The 2 looked at each other and laughed. There was still some time before the game started, so the 2 sat in a corner and chatted in a low voice. Ye Chen also heard a very interesting news. That is the prize of this Hwaju competition. It turned out to be a mysterious elf egg. It is said that the dean of Hwaju College got it by accident. Because he didn't know what kind of elf egg it was, he simply took it out and used it as the prize for this competition. Dr. Oak also identified this elf egg, and the life fluctuation was very strong. It is an elf with excellent qualifications. This also made Ye Chen excited. You know, an elf with strong qualifications can be said to be in short supply. I hope we can contribute a beautiful duel to the audience today. Of course, but I have to say first that the elf egg and the championship are mine. Ren Shui and Ye Chen were talking in a low voice, and suddenly a sneer came from behind. "Two weaklings, dare to speak so arrogantly here." The two turned their heads and looked, and a tall boy with yellow hair walked into the lounge. Ren Shui couldn't help but whispered, "That's the son of the king, Oro." Chapter 14, Fight Ren Shui Again. First update, please support. Chapter 14, Fight Ren Shui Again. First update, please support. Listen. Hearing Ren Shui's words, Oro's face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "I am me, and Oro is Oro. Don't add the prefix of the son of the king to me. I am strong not because my father is the king, so I am strong. Just like your weakness." Oro's words were extremely confident. After glancing at the two coldly, he found a place to sit down. "You." Ren Shui felt a little depressed, and felt that he was angry and couldn't vent. At this time, another cold voice sounded, pointing directly at Oro, "Showing strength like a group of weak people? Isn't it just proving that you are a weak person?" A teenager wearing a red sportswear walked into the lounge and happened to hear Oro's words, and couldn't help but say sarcastically. It was Shinji. "What did you say?" Oro was furious when he heard the words and roared at Shinji. Shinji sneered, looked at Oro, and continued, "What? You don't want others to call you the son of the king? It's ridiculous. Don't you realize that if you really have the strength, why would you care about these things? It's just the barking of the weak." "Shinji, are you provoking me?" Oro looked at Shinji coldly, took out a poke ball, and said, "How about we have a fight now? Let's decide the winner. The loser will be kicked out of Hwaju Academy directly." Hearing this, Shinji laughed sarcastically, without paying any attention to Oro's meaning, and said leisurely, "I don't have the habit of wasting time with weak people. If you really want to fight, I'll wait for you in the finals." After Shinji finished speaking, he walked to the corner of the lounge and sat down, and began to close his eyes to rest. He had no intention of participating in a small competition like Hwaju Academy. In his eyes, the people in Hwaju Academy were all weaklings. He only had one purpose for participating in this competition, that is the elf egg. Weak elves are of no value at all. After Oro and Shinji entered the room, the atmosphere in the lounge became tense. In this atmosphere full of gunpowder, the referee came late and told everyone that the first game had begun. The two sides of the battle were Ye Chen and Ren Shui. Battlefield number 1. The audience seats were already full of people. A camera was placed next to the battle stage, so that people could enjoy the elf battle from all angles. The commentary desk was also full of guests. Aaron, who was in charge of the commentary, patted the microphone and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Aaron, the commentator of this Hwaju College competition. The level of this competition is very high, and it is very exciting. Now, let me introduce our commentary guests today. Miss Joy, who is gentle and beautiful. Miss Junsha, who is heroic and valiant." As soon as Aaron finished speaking, there was a warm cheer from the audience. "Miss Joy, you are so beautiful. Please heal my captured heart while you heal my elf. Long live Miss Joy. Miss Junsha, I love you. Miss Junsha, you have captured my heart, please take me away with you." The audience cheered warmly. Aaron coughed and said in a high-pitched voice, "Then, let's welcome the players for the first match today. Player Ren Shui, who uses Naughty Panda. He can be said to be the biggest dark horse player in this match. Oro and Shinji have long been famous, and Ye Chen is in the limelight recently. And Ren Shui was just an ordinary trainer before. Although it has been a hard fight all the way, he and his Naughty Panda have come to this point. Today, can a miracle happen again? Another player, I believe everyone has heard of it, that is, using Lazy Man Wang No. Yes, yesterday, Sloth has evolved into hyperkinetic. Let's welcome Ye Chen, who uses hyperkinetic. If Ren Shui is a dark horse, then Ye Chen is a low-key powerhouse. He and his elves have shown us their strength and bond. It is said that the two had fought once, and Ren Shui lost. It was this defeat that inspired Ren Shui to this point. In this battle, will Ren Shui succeed in revenge, or will Ye Chen win again? Let's wait and see. The two players officially entered the field. The two elves stood in front of the two trainers, looking at each other aggressively. The referee waved the flag in his hand and the whistle sounded. The battle begins. At the moment the game started, the two trainers issued instructions at the same time. The cheers on the scene were deafening. Ye Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning. It was time to let everyone know that he, Ye Chen, was here. Hyperactive Ape, use Fire Fist. Naughty Panda, use Push. Ren Shui also issued an order, and the two elves rushed forward quickly and collided fiercely. But it was obvious that Hyperactive Ape was more powerful. With the blessing of the Hercules characteristic, Hyperactive Ape's Fire Fist swung out, leaving a burst of explosions in the air. A punch was swung out, hitting Naughty Panda hard. Naughty Panda also hit Hyperactive Ape at the same time. Hyperactive Ape's body did not move at all, and Naughty Panda was hit out of the field by a punch. Absolute strength gap. Ren Shui looked at this scene with a bitter face. He thought he would lose, but he didn't expect to lose so easily. It seems that his training is not enough. The referee waved the flag, and the winner was decided. Naughty Panda loses the ability to fight. Hyperactive Ape wins. Aaron's excited voice sounded, Hyperactive Ape. Punch. Naughty Panda actually fell down like this. The power of the Fire Fist is beyond our imagination. He looked at the two commentators beside him and asked, Ms. Joey, Miss Junsha, what do you think of this battle? Miss Joey smiled and said, although the game process was short, it was exciting enough. Judging from the mental state of these two Pokémons, both trainers have trained them very well. It's just that Hyperactive Ape is stronger. Let the players take the Pokémon down for treatment first. I believe that today's failure will definitely make Naughty Panda stronger. Miss Junsha nodded and said, Ms. Joey is right. Although the game ended quickly, this is also the charm of Pokémon battles, isn't it? You never know what will happen next. I am looking forward to the next game more and more. Pick up the fallen fragments on the ground. Ye Chen returned to the lounge. Although Ren Shui lost, he was very open-minded. To be able to enter the quarterfinals is actually my performance beyond my level. But Ye Chen, you don't even know how to show some mercy when you attack me. It would be better if you could fight with me for a few more moves. Ren Shui said with some complaints, which made Ye Chen look embarrassed. The cheers from the audience made me a little excited. I didn't pay attention for a moment and it turned out like this. Chapter 15, Against the Son of the King. Second update, please support. Chapter 15, Against the Son of the King. Second update, please support. Ren Shui smiled and said, I know, Ye Chen, you have to work hard in the next game and you must win the championship. In this way, when others ask, I can say that I lost to the champion, which is so face-saving. Ye Chen nodded and smiled and replied, I will do my best. The second game ended quickly. Oro and his Scyther again won the game with a crushing momentum. After that, Shinji also won easily. After 4 games, the top 4 were decided. Oro and Ye Chen belong to the lower half of the group, and they will be the opponents in the next game. In the lounge, Ye Chen summoned 2 elves. Yaya and Hyperactive Ape stood in front of Ye Chen in high spirits, dancing with joy. Yaya waved her hands and shook her head, showing her strong fighting spirit. Roar! A bunch of hyperactive apes were not to be outdone, pounding their chests with their fists and shouting. Our opponent in the next game is very strong. After all, he is the son of the King of Heaven. There is no false reputation under his reputation. After this game, if we can win, we will face more difficult challenges. The rules of the finals are 3v3, but I only have 2 elves like you. So we have to plan every step of the strategy in detail. Ye Chen looked at the hyperactive ape and said earnestly, Hyperactive Ape, now your strength is stronger than Yaya, so you should take more responsibility. Roar! The hyperactive ape nodded excitedly. But Ye Chen's next words made it feel a little disappointed. But I decided to let Yaya play in the next game. You don't have to be depressed, this is for the final. If you can't win the championship, there is no difference between the second place and the last place. Before the final, hyperactive ape, you must avoid unnecessary consumption. Ye Chen looked at Yaya and said solemnly, Yaya, the task of sending me and hyperactive ape to the final is handed over to you. Yaya. Yaya nodded seriously and rubbed his claws excitedly. It looked at hyperactive ape provocatively, as if to say, after sending you to the final, if you lose, you will be in trouble. Yaya also held his breath, thinking that it must be it who will play the final next time. Ye Chen and Yaya carefully discussed the possible situations in the battle and how to deal with them. After all, compared with the trainer's command, the first reaction and choice of the Pokémon are often more important. The break time ended quickly. The commentator Aaron's passionate voice soon sounded, okay, the audience has been waiting for a long time. We are about to welcome the next stage of the competition. The two winners will advance to the finals. Now, welcome our two players with warm applause. The one on the left is our rising star, Ye Chen. And the one on the right is Oro, the son of the king. It is said that Oro has always wanted to get rid of his father's shadow and prove that his strength comes from himself, rather than the false name of the son of the king. If he wins the championship of this competition, it will be an important step for him to prove himself. Along's passionate commentary, two trainers walked into the field. Release your own Pokémon. As expected, the Pokémon used by Oro is the extremely fast Scyther. And Ye Chen, the elves that fought on the side, surprised everyone. A green elf with fangs appeared in the intestines, with fierce eyes. Along said in surprise, it's beyond our expectations that Ye Chen actually sent a fang. This choice of Ye Chen is very confusing. You know, the hyperactive ape can use the fire fist, and the fire skills have many advantages when facing the insect-type flying mantis. But Ye Chen must not be a reckless person. Maybe this fang can give us some unexpected surprises. Seeing Ye Chen send a fang, Oro snorted in displeasure. Does this guy look down on him? Although Oro is arrogant, his arrogance comes from his own strength. Before the game started, he had collected detailed information about Ye Chen. Before the lazy man evolved into a hyperactive ape, the strength of Ye Chen's fang and lazy man should be on par. But after the evolution of the lazy man, the strength of the hyperactive ape is obviously stronger. Ye Chen sent Yaya to fight him, and in Oro's eyes, this was looking down on him. Ye Chen, I will make you regret your decision now. Oro roared. At the same time, the referee gave an order. The battle begins. Yaya. Yaya roared and rushed to the Scyther first. This was the strategy that Ye Chen had formulated before the game. Scyther was extremely fast. If the opponent adopted a roaming fighting strategy and nibbled away step by step, then Yaya would be in danger. And Oro, who was arrogant, would definitely fight head-on to decide the outcome in the face of Yaya's provocation. Ye Chen made up his mind from the beginning to bet on the victory or defeat in the early confrontation, and he must defeat the enemy with one blow. Sure enough, seeing Yaya actively rushing to attack, Oro had no intention of dodging at all. With a wave of his hand, he gave the order, lightning flash. The Scyther turned into a residual image and pounced on Yaya. The Scyther was extremely fast and pounced in front of Yaya in an instant, and the blade in his hand fell fiercely. Yaya. Yaya did not retreat at all, but lowered his head suddenly and pushed upward with force. The two fangs and the blade of the Scyther collided fiercely. Yaya's body was pulled by the huge force and fell to the side, while the Scyther was pushed into the sky. A cold light flashed in Oro's eyes. This was simply a godsend. Scyther, use the chase. Kill it. At Oro's command, the Scyther, which was slowly falling in the air, adjusted its body and dived down. The blade emitted a grey light and chopped down fiercely. The Yaya who fell to the ground seemed to have eyes on his back. His 2 claws glowed, and he thrust them into the ground and pushed them back fiercely. Countless sand and gravel flew, hitting the diving scythe. Yaya rolled on the ground and just avoided the attack. Scythe lost its vision, and with its extremely fast dive, its 2 blades slashed into the ground fiercely. Yaya, 2 consecutive slashes. Ye Chen roared, and Yaya pushed the ground hard, rushing to the front of Scythe, with 2 claws glowing coldly. Scythe, kill it! Oro shouted and ordered from the side. How could a mere Yaya defeat his scythe? The 2 elves collided fiercely. Yaya showed his extraordinary talent. First, he split the blade of Scythe with 1 blow, and then he hit Scythe's face fiercely with another blow. Chapter 16, It is because of your weakness that you will fail. 3rd update, please support. Chapter 16, It is because of your weakness that you will fail. 3rd update, please support. Spy Mantis was knocked away by 1 blow. Yaya naturally would not miss this opportunity, and pursued the victory. The purple energy symbolizing its anger began to gather. Dragon's Fury. The energy wave bombarded Spy Mantis, knocking down Spy Mantis who was just about to get up again. 2 consecutive slashes. Ye Chen naturally would not give Spy Mantis a chance to breathe. For such a fast elf, he would seize the opportunity to completely suppress it. Yaya rushed forward, and slashed Spy Mantis with 2 consecutive slashes. After slashing Spy Mantis away, Fangs immediately pushed it down with great force. Spy Mantis was directly pressed into the soil by Yaya's blow. Oro's scythe showed amazing willpower. After enduring such a series of attacks, it still wanted to struggle to get up from the ground. Dragon's Fury. The purple energy gathered again and hit Scythe hard. Boom! Scythe was blasted into the ground again. The smoke and dust flew everywhere. After the smoke and dust dispersed, in the big pit left on the ground, Scythe had lost its ability to fight. The referee blew the whistle to end the game. Scythe can't fight, Yaya wins. After the battle, Yaya gained a lot of experience and reached level 20. Collecting the fragments obtained in this battle, Ye Chen left the battlefield. In the battlefield, Aaron explained passionately. Yaya rushed up, and Scythe faced him head-on. This is in line with Oro's character. The 2 elves collided. It seems that Scythe has taken the upper hand. Scythe has the upper hand. Yaya is in danger. Oh my god! Yaya used an unexpected move, it made perfect use of the field. Spy Mantis was blocked from view and lost its target. Yaya seized the opportunity and pounced. After that, Yaya continued to suppress Spy Mantis, not giving it any chance to breathe. The referee's whistle sounded, and Aaron couldn't help but sigh. Ye Chen and his Yaya once again impressed us. This battle, from beginning to end, seems to be in the hands of this young man. I seem to have seen a new star of the Alliance rising. Aaron's words were full of emotion. He has been engaged in the commentary of the elf battle for so many years, and he has discovered the potential of a future superstar in Ye Chen. Miss Joey on the side also nodded in approval and said, "It was a wonderful game." Although Oro and his Scythers lost, Scythers' perseverance at the last moment proved to us the bond between them very well. Oro's biggest shortcoming is that he is young and energetic and not stable enough. I believe this failure is more meaningful for his growth. Miss Juncha on the side nodded excitedly and said, "This series of suppression at the last moment of this tooth is really strong. Even if there is a slight gap, Scythers can seize the opportunity to counter-attack. But there is no if in the battle. In this game, Ye Chen is obviously more prepared. From Ye Chen, we can see that he is more mature and stable than his peers." Aaron concluded his speech, "You two are very right. Let us congratulate Ye Chen for entering the finals. Who will his opponent be? Let us wait and see." In the battlefield, Ye Chen shook hands with Oro and then stepped down. Although Oro looked cold, he was very straightforward. "I lost this battle, but it doesn't mean that Scyther failed. It was my fault as a trainer. I wasn't as well prepared as you before the game. Next time I meet you, I will be 120% alert. After Oro finished speaking, he left coldly. In the corridor, Shinji leaned against the wall and sneered at Oro. Oro, you are only half right. Not only are you weak, but your Scyther is also weak, so you failed this time. You. Oro was furious, clenched his fists, and stared at Shinji fiercely. It felt like they were about to fight on the spot. And Shinji seemed not to see Oro's murderous eyes, and directly passed Oro and came to Ye Chen, saying in an appreciative tone. Yeah, Hyperactive Ape, are both very strong Pokémon. I think Ye Chen's opinion is the same as mine. Those weak Pokémon don't have to exist at all, right? Ye Chen was quite unimpressed by Shinji's words, thinking that you have never suffered a beating from Master Ji, otherwise you would never say such a thing. There are no weak Pokémon, only incompetent trainers. Ye Chen said slowly. Shinji sneered at the words, walked towards the battlefield, and said coldly when passing by Ye Chen. Then I will let you see how naive your ideas are. Wait and see. Ye Chen responded calmly. Shinji smiled and walked towards the battlefield. He had begun to look forward to the final with Ye Chen. He thought that this college competition was just a formality, but he didn't expect to meet an opponent worthy of a fight. Oro stared at Shinji's departing back and said coldly to Ye Chen, you must win the final. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for Ye Chen to answer. In the lounge, Ye Chen was watching Shinji's game. It was still a one-sided battle, much easier than the battle between Ye Chen and Oro. Shinji's electric monster fired 2 lightning punches and directly knocked down the opponent's elf. Less than 5 minutes after the game started, Shinji declared his victory. Along's commentary with admiration sounded, sure enough, Shinji's strength is obviously stronger than that of the other players. Most of the children of Shinji's age are still attending classes at the academy, but Shinji has already won 3 gym medals at such a young age. The future of Shinji is exciting. The next match will be between Ye Chen and Shinji. Both trainers have shown their extraordinary strength. Of course, I personally prefer Shinji. Because whether it is the strength of the elves or the actual combat experience, Shinji is obviously stronger. But as a local student of Hwaju Academy, can Ye Chen keep the trophy of the academy competition? Next, Aaron gave a detailed introduction to the personal resumes of the 2 players. Whether it is personal honors, historical records, or the battle data of this academy competition, Shinji is in the lead. Just after a fierce game, the elves of both players need to rest. Dear audience, wait a moment, soon. The exciting final battle is about to begin. After a 20-minute break, the audience cheered enthusiastically. The highlight of the college competition is here. In the battlefield, 2 contestants took the stage amid cheers. The final officially begins. Chapter 17, Battle against Shinji. 4th update, please support. Chapter 17, Battle against Shinji. 4th update, please support. In the battlefield. The crowd was bustling, and the avatars of the 2 trainers flashed one after another on the big screen. Aaron's commentary sounded at the right time, dear audience. The extremely anticipated final has finally begun. Different from the preliminaries and semi-finals, the final will adopt the 3v3 rule. I believe you have been looking forward to it for a long time. The strength of the 2 trainers should not be underestimated. I believe they will definitely give us a wonderful duel. Let us welcome the 2 players with warm applause. The one on the left is our Shinji player. So far, he has won 3 gym medals and is challenging his first league meeting. The one on the right is our Ye Chen player. A rising star, although he has not played many games, but every time, he has given us enough surprises. I don't know what kind of game the 2 players will give us in this final. In the battlefield, Ye Chen and Shinji released their own Pokémon respectively. The first Pokémon Shinji sent out was a Lolilai. The first elf Ye Chen sent out was the hyperactive ape. Using the eye of detection, Ye Chen checked Lulai's attributes. Lulai, level 20, General Plus, Fairy, Strongman. The attribute is also strongman same as the hyperactive ape, but the basic attribute of the hyperactive ape is more advantageous. Shinji is really a difficult guy. Seeing the first elf sent out by Shinji, Ye Chen's mood suddenly became solemn. Lulai was the first to be sent out. Facing Ye Chen, it was definitely the best choice. The water attribute can target the flame fist of the hyperactive ape, and the fairy attribute can resist the surprise attack of the hyperactive ape. And Yaya had no chance of winning against Lulai, because the dragon-type skills had no effect on the fairy Lulai. Obviously, Shinji had full confidence when he said that before. Lulai was the first to be sent out, and no matter which elf Ye Chen sent out, he would not suffer. Seeing Ye Chen sending out hyperkinetic, Shinji sneered. It was exactly the same battle he expected. Ye Chen started with hyperkinetic, a Pokemon with strong attack attributes. And Shinji's Loyal's attribute was Hercules. Shinji was confident that he would not suffer a loss if the two Pokemons collided head-on. Knock Ye Chen down head-on and let him know that no matter how hard the trainer tries, a strong Pokemon is the most important. The referee whistled. The battle begins. Loyal, Bubble Beam. Shinji gave the order. Loyal took the initiative and a stream of water spurted out of her mouth. Hyperkinetic, charge. Ye Chen did not retreat at all and went head-on. Hyperkinetic was very agile and quickly approached Loyal with a zigzag movement, while Loyal kept firing water guns. Streams of powerful water spurted out, and the field soon became wet. Surprise attack. After the hyperactive monkey approached Lulai, Ye Chen took the lead and issued an order. Compared to the fire fist, the strike is faster and more difficult to defend. And Shinji did not intend to let Lulai dodge. He showed a determined smile on his face. Whip it! Shinji gave a cold order, and Lulai screamed, and a ball of white light wrapped around her body, and she actually hugged the hyperactive monkey who attacked by surprise. Ye Chen was also quite surprised by this. At first, this Lulai frequently used water guns, and he thought this Lulai was a special attack spirit. But now it seems that he obviously underestimated Shinji. The strongman attribute does not bless the special attack skills, and the physical attack output skills are the trump card of this Lulai. And Ye Chen let the hyperactive monkey fight in close combat, which was exactly what Shinji wanted. Finish this hyperactive monkey. Shinji's cold voice sounded. Lulai picked up the hyperactive ape and threw it hard. Shinji felt that he had won. He never recovered those weak elves. This Lulai of his was carefully selected by him. The strongman characteristic, and learned the powerful skill of throwing. Using special attack skills as a disguise, it works every time when facing those fighting elves or elves who like close combat. On the other side. After a brief surprise, Ye Chen quickly calmed down. Comparing strength? Why would the hyperactive ape be afraid? Hyperactive ape. Grab Lulai and make a surprise attack. The hyperactive ape thrown up by Lulai roared, and its two sturdy arms tightly grasped Lulai's hands and twisted them hard. The huge force shocked Lulai. The hyperactive ape grabbed Lulai and stood firmly. Grey light surged above his arms. Its two claws emitted cold light and fell hard. Bang! Bang! Two powerful combos, Lulai was blown away. Aaron's commentary sounded on the commentary desk. The first elf sent by Shinji was Lulai. Facing Ye Chen's two elves, no matter which one was on the field, he had an advantage. Shinji is really experienced. On the field, after Lulai used a water gun to entangle with Ye Chen for a while, the hyperactive ape finally found a chance to get close. However, the situation suddenly changed. I never expected that this Lulai was actually trained for physical attack. Ye Chen was fooled, and the hyperactive ape is in danger. Wait, the situation changed instantly. I didn't expect that the slap in the face came so quickly. Haha. Along smiled awkwardly, and the hyperactive ape, which was originally in a critical situation, suddenly counterattacked. Lolilai lost her ability to fight. On the side, Shinji frowned. Lolilai, who has the characteristics of a strongman, actually lost in a battle of strength? How could this hyperactive ape be so strong? So much so that he was wondering who was the strongman. On the other side, the hyperactive ape did not give Lolilai a chance to breathe. He rushed forward and used a surprising attack again. The hyperactive ape blessed by the strongman, each attack was extremely powerful. Lolilai was suppressed by the opposite side. After a continuous combo, the hyperactive ape blasted Lolilai away with one punch. Lolilai lost her ability to fight. Shinji took Lolilai back expressionlessly and took out the second poke ball. Electric Monster, defeat it. A yellow Pokemon appeared on the field. Roar. The electric monster clapped its fists and roared excitedly at the hyperactive ape. This electric monster has a strong desire to fight. Ye Chen frowned. The hyperactive ape did not underestimate the enemy at all and focused on the electric monster. The two elves looked at each other with high morale. Flame Fist. The hyperactive ape pounced on the electric monster with flames wrapped around his hands. Thunder Fist. Shinji gave orders at the same time, the electric monster's fist flashed with lightning, and the two elves collided with each other. This battle was obviously much more passionate than the previous one. Neither Ye Chen nor Shinji had any intention of retreating. The two elves fought each other on the field without retreating a step. Chapter 18, The Hyperactive Ape with Unstoppable Momentum. First update, please support. Chapter 18, The Hyperactive Ape with Unstoppable Momentum. First update, please support. The Flame Fist and the Lightning Fist were exchanged, and the lightning and flames flashed intertwined. Shinji hugged his arms, his face solemn. He didn't expect that the electric monster would fall into a disadvantage and be completely suppressed by this hyperactive ape. But he didn't rush, the strategy he thought of was simple and effective. He still had a forest turtle left, his first elf. As long as he could fight off this hyperactive ape that could use the flame fist, the forest turtle could push through the next battle. His goal was only victory. Electric monster. Go all out and kill it for me. Hold him, use electric shock at close range. Seeing the electric monster retreating step by step, Shinji gave an order from behind. Duiza, use the electric monster to replace Ye Chen's hyperactive ape. How could Ye Chen let Shinji succeed? Use surprise attacks continuously to defeat him, hyperactive ape. Roar. The hyperactive ape, who already had the upper hand, roared, and his offensive power was raised to a higher level. His fists flashed with grey light, and he almost crushed the electric monster and beat it back step by step. First, he hit the electric monster off its center of gravity with one claw, and then he hit it with another claw. Finally, it was a powerful fire fist. Boom! The flames flickered and swirled up. A big hole was punched into the ground. The electric monster lost its ability to fight. Shinji was also stunned for a moment. How could it be that the electric monster was knocked down like this? Roar! On the battlefield, the hyperactive ape roared excitedly to the sky. A blood-boiling battle. The collision of the fire fist and the lightning fist, but the facts prove that the hyperactive ape's fire fist is better. The hyperactive ape won the second victory with great momentum. Could it be that Ye Chen will present me with a 1-on-3 feat? Aaron's inciting voice rang out. The audience was immediately excited, cheering one after another. Today's final was indeed very exciting, no less than the battle between some senior trainers. For the audience present, no matter what the result is, it is worth the trip. Shinji's face became solemn. He took back the electric monster and took out his last Pokemon. Forest Turtle, go! A turtle-shaped Pokemon with a yellow carapace and leaves on its back appeared. Flying Leaf Blade. Shinji launched the attack immediately. His tone was not as calm as before. The forest turtle is a grass type. With the attack power of this hyperactive monkey, a fire fist will definitely make the forest turtle seriously injured. You can only keep your distance and fight. Don't give this hyperactive monkey a chance to get close. The flying leaf knife whizzed past. The hyperactive monkey dodged nimbly. At this time, Ye Chen also issued an order, hyperactive monkey, consume it. Ye Chen naturally knew what Shinji was thinking. But he had to face the hyperactive monkey, who was famous for his energy, so he just had to run around the forest turtle. As long as the flying leaf knife of the forest turtle stopped and the hyperactive monkey approached it, it would be the victory of the hyperactive monkey. The forest turtle roared, and leaves flew out from its back. And the hyperactive monkey showed extraordinary patience. Just like Ye Chen generally speaking, it just circles around the tree turtle, forming an arc, and slowly approaches the tree turtle. The tree turtle is already panting, and the rhythm of releasing the flying leaf knife has also slowed down. And Shinji's face is getting uglier and uglier. Suddenly, the flying leaf knife released by the tree turtle stopped, and the hyperactive monkey decisively seized this opportunity and took the lead in attacking. Flame Fist. The hyperactive monkey made 2 leaps and quickly approached the tree turtle. The fist burning with flames fell fiercely. And Shinji did not sit still and wait for death, and used his killer bite. The tree turtle, which was already very tired, suddenly jumped towards the hyperactive monkey, and a layer of grey light flashed in its mouth. This is Shinji's last resort. It is difficult to defeat the hyperactive monkey with only the flying leaf knife. The hyperactive monkey is looking for an opportunity to attack the tree turtle at close range, and the tree turtle is also looking for an opportunity to surprise the hyperactive monkey. It was too late for the hyperactive ape to dodge, but it rushed forward without facing the big mouth of the forest. The forest turtle bit one of the hyperactive ape's hands fiercely. The flames on the other fist of the hyperactive ape fell fiercely. Defeat it! Ye Chen's voice rang out. The hyperactive ape roared, and the flames in its hand suddenly doubled in size. It swung its right arm that was bitten by the forest turtle, and was actually lifted up by the forest turtle. A powerful punch. The huge flaming fist hit the forest turtle, and a hot column of flames blasted into the sky. The forest turtle was knocked away by a punch, and the mouth that bit the hyperactive ape had to be forced to loosen, and was knocked away by a punch. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared. Countless flames were wrapped around its 2 fists, and it jumped violently. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Continuous and terrifying combos. Finally, the hyperactive ape swung his fist hard, and a heavy punch actually knocked the forest turtle out of the field. The forest turtle was unable to get up and completely lost its ability to fight. The referee blew the final whistle. Hyperactive ape. Hyperactive ape pounced. Continuous fire punches. Oh my god, the forest turtle was completely engulfed by the flames. For the grass-type Pokemon forest turtle, this is a fatal blow. The final whistle sounded. Let's congratulate Ye Chen and Hyperactive Ape. They completed the feat of 1 through 3. Hyperactive Ape single-handedly challenged the entire Shinji team. I take back what I said before. Ye Chen is not just a rising star. Ye Chen has the potential to become a top trainer. I believe that Ye Chen and his hyperactive ape will definitely go further, and their journey will be the whole world. Aaron was extremely excited. He felt that he seemed to have witnessed the emergence of a future legend. Facing such a strong player like Shinji, Ye Chen actually won the victory with only 1 Pokemon. On the side, Miss Joy couldn't help but sigh, Ye Chen's performance today is really great. This hyperactive monkey fought 3 games and was still so energetic. It can be seen that Ye Chen is not only good at fighting, but also has not slacked off in the physical training of Pokemon. I believe that everyone present will remember this game. Miss Juncha also nodded and said, such an excellent trainer, I want to dig him to work in our department. And the powerful attack power of this hyperactive monkey is far from reaching its limit. I have begun to look forward to the day when the potential of the hyperactive monkey is fully explored. The audience on the sidelines also cheered excitedly. Ye Chen! Ye Chen! Hyperactive monkey is so handsome. I also want to catch a lazy man. Brother, wake up, Ye Chen's lazy man can hit sandbags, and you will probably just sleep if you catch a lazy man. Chapter 19, Abandoned Lulilai Second Update, please support. Chapter 19, The Abandoned Lulilai Second Update, please support. Haha, the trophy is finally kept by our Hwaja College. If it is taken away by Shinji, we local students will lose face. Ye Chen is awesome. Tisk tisk, I feel that this year's league conference will be a bloody storm. Yes, Ye Chen's progress is too fast and people can't see the upper limit, which is the most terrifying. The audience on the sidelines whispered. And the audience who watched the broadcast on TV media also remembered the young man Ye Chen. A rising star. After calming down, Aaron said slowly, now, please invite our champion to come on stage with the 3 contestants to receive the award. Miss Juncha and Miss Joey personally came on stage to present the trophy to Ye Chen. Dr. Oak presented the champion's prize on behalf of Ye Chen, a spirit egg full of vitality. Oro stood aside with a complicated expression. Shinji's strength had completely crushed him. Ye Chen was farther away. Shinji stood in the second place, and under the light, he looked down on him. He became the background board next to the champion. This Hwaja College competition has ended successfully. After Dr. Oak's summary speech, everyone bowed and left. In the lounge, Dr. Oak called Ye Chen, handed him an exquisite card. This is the Alliance Elite card, which can only be obtained by excellent trainers favored by the Alliance. With this card, you can use various facilities in the industries under the Alliance for free, call a certain amount of resources, and a training fund will be deposited into this card every month. Ye Chen, work hard, you are my special recommendation to the Alliance, I believe you will not let me down. Dr. Oak said with a smile. Ye Chen took the elite card and nodded seriously, thank you, Dr. Oak, I will not let you down. After saying goodbye to Dr. Oak, Ye Chen couldn't wait to return to the dormitory. In the battle with Shinji, Hyperactive Ape rose 2 levels in a row and reached level 23. Of course, the greater gain is the card fragments obtained in the finals. There are already quite a few cards that can be fused. Among them, there is a platinum card. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the platinum card permanent experience value talisman. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the gold card system backpack. Ye Chen chuckled. Compared to the elite card given by Professor Oak, he liked this reward more. Because summer vacation is coming soon, Ye Chen is planning to start traveling, so these 2 things are very useful. System backpack card, use it. Permanent 5 times experience talisman, use it. Ye Chen waved his hand and used the 2 cards directly. After using the system backpack card, he gained a portable space to store items. After using the 5 times experience talisman, all his elves will get 5 times the experience when fighting. The growth rate of the elves has exploded again. He believes that the next time he meets this guy Shinji, it will be easier. Glancing at the wall clock, it was already dinner time. Ye Chen simply washed his face and planned to take the 2 elves to have a good meal. I just got an elite card, so I have to spend it well. As soon as I walked out of the school gate, Ye Chen was stunned. Shinji stood at the school gate. Brother Shinji, can you sign for me? Brother Shinji, although you lost, I will still support you. A group of children said excitedly. Originally, Shinji, who had no expression on his face, could only smile. For these children, although Shinji lost to Ye Chen, he was still a powerful trainer in their eyes. Brother Shinji, I like your Pokemon more than Brother Ye Chen's Pokemon. Yes, Lulilai is so cute. Electric monster is also very handsome. Hyperactive ape is too fierce. Several children said with great interest. Hearing this, Shinji smiled, took out a pokeball from his bag, and released a Pokemon. The playful and cute Lolili appeared in front of several children. It's Lolili. So cute. Can I touch it? After getting Shinji's permission, a group of children surrounded Lolili, who wagged her tail and started playing with the children. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but change his opinion of Shinji. Could it be that Shinji was a guy who looked cold but was warm-hearted? But it turned out that Ye Chen was overthinking. Shinji smiled and threw Lolili's pokeball to the children. Since you like Lolili so much, I'll give it to you. Lolili, who was playing happily with the children, was stunned for a moment and looked at Shinji with a puzzled look. When the children who were hugging Lolili heard this, their eyes lit up. Brother Shinji, is it really possible? Of course. Shinji nodded and said to Lolili, Lolili, they will be your new masters in the future, remember to get along well with them. After that, Shinji turned and left without any emotion. Lolili looked at Shinji's back dejectedly, her ears drooping. The children surrounding Lolili saw that the elf was a little sad, and they became even sadder. Lolili, don't be sad, let's talk to brother Shinji, we don't want you to leave him. Yes, yes, it's great that you can play with us. Several children took Lolili's hand and wanted to take her to find Shinji. And Lolili shook her head. It has been with Shinji for so long, and it is not the first time to see this scene. The weak elves around Shinji have only one end, that is, they are released and become wild elves again. Lolili sat on the side of the road, shaking her tail weakly. A group of children followed and sat next to Lolili. The child who received the pokeball from Shinji suddenly walked to Lolili and said seriously, Lolili, although I am not as strong as brother Shinji, I will definitely train you with all my heart. Are you willing to let me be your trainer? The trainer holding the pokeball looked very serious. Lily. Lolili shook her head in confusion. Will anyone be willing to take in such a weak Pokemon? A group of children surrounded Lolili holding hands and said, Lolili, why don't you stay with us in the future? Yes, I can share my toys with you. I can share my snacks with you. I can share my bed with you. The child who got the pokeball was unhappy instantly. He was not satisfied and shouted loudly, Wait, I said it first. So what if you said it first? It depends on who Lolili is willing to follow. Choose me. A group of children quarreled with each other, and two children even wrestled with each other. Lily. Lolili screamed, and bubbles sprayed out of its mouth, separating the two children. A group of children were attracted by this magical scene, and stopped quarreling and played happily around Lolili. And Lolili, who was originally sad, also smiled. Finally, a group of children decided to take turns to take care of Lolili. Who Lolili was willing to follow depended on her. Chapter 20, Meditation Practice 3rd Update, please support. Chapter 20, Meditation Practice 3rd Update, please support. Shinji was naturally unaware of the scene behind him. Ye Chen followed quietly and called Shinji. Shinji, is it really okay for you to treat your Pokemon like this? It's more fun for trainers and Pokemon to grow together, isn't it? Shinji smiled coldly and said to Ye Chen, weak Pokemon have no value at all. I never pursue a certain Pokemon, or a certain type of Pokemon, I only pursue powerful Pokemon. If you like that Lolili, you can capture it. Weak Pokemon with naive people, this is a perfect match, isn't it? I don't mind. Ye Chen smiled and said to Shinji perhaps, Lolili has found a more suitable owner. Leaving you is not a bad thing for it. Shinji put on his backpack, turned around and left, saying in a flat tone, Ye Chen, your idea is really naive. There is only victory and defeat in the Battle of Elves. I lost this time. The next time we meet, I will prove to you that everything I pursue and everything I recognize is the truth. Ye Chen smiled and said, I think the next time we meet, you will lose more miserably than this time. Shinji did not comment. The loser has no right to speak, but he believes that he will definitely defeat Ye Chen the next time they meet. The two parted ways, and Ye Chen took the two elves to a luxurious restaurant and ordered a sumptuous meal. Ye Chen checked the balance on the elite card by the way, and was immediately shocked. There was a full 100,000 yuan on it. And so much money is deposited regularly every month. Will my future life be wonderful? I have finally escaped poverty and become rich. Ye Chen couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. One person and two elves were so full that when they walked out of the store, Ye Chen couldn't even straighten his waist and his whole legs were shaking. On the way back to the dormitory, he saw Lolilai and a group of children playing happily. Ye Chen felt that this way of getting along with the elves was better. The next morning, taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time before the summer vacation, Ye Chen continued to train the two elves in the academy, mainly on the proficiency of skills and physical training. But the current way of getting along between the two elves was not as optimistic as expected. After the last battle with Shinji, the hyperactive ape was in the limelight. And Yaya seemed to be stimulated. In the past few days, he had been working hard and even became a little crazy. Ye Chen could feel that Yaya seemed to be obsessed with something in his heart, and it seemed that it also wanted to evolve like the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape naturally refused to admit defeat and began to train vigorously. The two elves began to compete with each other in terms of training level. At first, Ye Chen was happy to see them start, but later he found that something had changed. The two elves had already shown signs of overtraining. Even if Ye Chen stopped them, Yaya would secretly train more. The hyperactive ape, seeing Yaya training more, would also start to train. Excessive training is not a solution. We have to find a way to solve the problem between the two elves. After careful thinking, Ye Chen could only find Yaya and the hyperactive ape and said earnestly, becoming stronger is a long process, and it is also a gradual process. The evolution of lazy man into hyperactive ape also went through a slow accumulation process. Yaya, your desperate training like this will only achieve half the result with twice the effort, and will not achieve the best effect. Yaya nodded, indicating that she knew. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. But the next day, he was dumbfounded. Yaya started practicing again, even the hyperactive ape followed, and Ye Chen was speechless. Looking at the two elves sweating profusely, Ye Chen was almost scratching his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a bronze level card fragment *1. Looking at the two elves practicing, Ye Chen felt that he had lost the fun of picking up the fragments of card fragments. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Synthesize a bronze level card staring dot. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Synthesize a bronze level card gathering chi. Two more cards were synthesized and both were skill cards. Looking at these two cards, Ye Chen immediately came up with a plan. He was mysterious. Stopping the two elves who were competing in training, he said earnestly, Yaya, hyperactive ape, excessive training will only make the body more tired. It will not help you become stronger at all. I have a secret technique here that can make you two become stronger quickly. I originally planned to teach you later, but now it seems that I can only teach you in advance. Special way to become stronger? Yaya's eyes lit up when he heard Ye Chen's words. And hyperactive ape was a little disdainful. Can it be stronger than his sleeping training method? The two elves had their own thoughts. In order to make the two elves believe, Ye Chen vowed to take the two elves to a small waterfall in the back mountain of Hwaja College. It's not enough to just train the body. You also have to train the spirit. The so-called mind, body, and skills are like this. Ye Chen didn't know what the mind and body skills were, but he used them casually. He felt that he was unique among trainers. Other trainers were worried that their elves were lazy. He was worried that his elves were too hard-working. After Ye Chen's explanation, the two elves walked into the waterfall doubtfully and began to meditate in the rushing torrent. Only when both the body and the spirit become stronger can the sublimation of skills be ushered in. Ye Chen taught in a serious tone. The two elves closed their eyes silently and stabilized their bodies in the waterfall. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour after the meditation practice began, Ye Chen used skill cards on the two elves. 2 white lights flashed. Yi gained the staring skill. Hyperactive Ape gained the gathering skill. In the waterfall, the two elves suddenly opened their eyes, and they both comprehended new skills. Ye Chen pretended not to know and said, "Continue to meditate, meditation practice requires concentration. Now you are still in the introductory stage, so you need to practice under the waterfall. When you enter the room, you can replace meditation with sleep." When the word sleep was heard, the hyperactive ape suddenly realized that it was really gifted. I had understood the truth that sleeping can make you stronger. It turned out that it had already mastered meditation and spiritual training. And Yaya suddenly realized that it had always thought that what the hyperactive monkey said about sleeping making you stronger was false. I didn't expect it to be true. After a day of waterfall training, the two elves took the initiative to reduce physical exercise in the next few days without Ye Chen's reminder. Yaya even began to learn how to sleep from the hyperactive monkey. After solving this little trouble, Ye Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 21, First Encounter with Xiao Gang. 4th update, please support. Chapter 21, First Encounter with Xiao Gang. 4th update, please support. After a few days of training, Ye Chen synthesized 2 more bronze cards. Obtained 2 ordinary elf balls. Also synthesized 3 silver cards. Obtained a super ball, a split skill card, and a resurrection skill card. Following the same method, Ye Chen used the split skill card on Yaya when the two elves were sleeping and meditating. Used the resurrection skill card on hyperactive ape. After waking up, the two Pokémons mastered new skills and became convinced of Ye Chen's heart, body, and skills. Ye Chen's status as a trainer was unprecedentedly consolidated. A few days later, the semester officially ended. Summer vacation is here. During this period, both Fang and Hyperactive Ape have made great progress. Hyperactive Ape. Level, LV24. Qualification limit, LV59, Gym Master level. Attribute, Normal System. Feature, Strongman. Fang. Level, LV22. Qualification limit, LV59, Gym Master level. Attribute, Dragon System. Feature, Exceptional. Fang and Hyperactive Ape's training is almost done, but before we set off, we must prepare the necessary supplies for the trip. This semester is the last semester. After the summer vacation, the students of this session need to return to Hwaja College for the graduation ceremony. This summer vacation is a time for students to exercise and enhance their elves' abilities. There are many things to prepare for traveling, but fortunately I have a system backpack, so I can bring more things, whether useful or not. Ye Chen went to the department store and found that many travel necessities were not available. Well, the largest city nearby should be Nibi City, where I should have what I need. Ye Chen went to the Pokémon Center and received the supplies that the elite card should receive every month. 2 Pokeballs. A box of Pokémon food suitable for Pokémons of all tastes. And things like insect repellent spray, tree fruits, and antidotes. After receiving the supplies, Ye Chen bought a ticket to Nibi City. The elite card once again demonstrated its convenience. Using the transportation card under the Alliance, you can ride for free. 1 hour later, Ye Chen arrived at his destination, Nibi City. This is a very famous city. There are many rock-type Pokémons living nearby, and a Nibi gym has been set up. Come to the Nibi City department store. Ye Chen bought a lot of travel essentials. Tents, alcohol stoves, various food materials, drinking water, emergency medicine boxes. In addition to these, Ye Chen also bought a lot of cola and snacks, and spent money to buy a game console, a TV screen, a portable generator. Anyway, there is a system backpack, so there is no worry about not being able to fit. After shopping, Ye Chen found a place where no one was around, and put the things sent one by one into the system backpack and sorted them out. After Ye Chen packed up, he left Nibi City with a simple backpack on his back. On the way back to Hwaja College, Ye Chen did not choose to take a car, but bought a bicycle and started riding. Between Hwaja College and Nibi City, there is a big forest in the middle. It is called Rock Forest. This forest is vast, with many tall trees growing, and many rare elves living in it. As a Pokemon trainer, learning to get along with nature is a compulsory course. Riding a bicycle, Ye Chen drove into the path leading to the rock forest. For new trainers, the rock forest is a very dangerous place. A large number of Spearows live on the outskirts of the forest. Spearows are very territorial and will attack invaders in groups. Ye Chen walked very carefully along the way. He didn't want to be chased by a group of Spearows. After passing the outskirts of the forest safely, a strange noise in the forest in front startled Ye Chen. Ye Chen approached carefully. A very large Pokemon appeared in the open space in front. Next to the Pokemon stood a squinting young man. Is this Brock? Ye Chen recognized the young man next to Onyx at a glance. Next to Onyx, there was a Geodude. Obviously, these two Pokemon were Brock's Pokemon. The noise just now should have been made by Brock's Pokemon training him. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Ye Chen took the initiative to greet Xiao Gang. Brother, are this Onyx and Geodude your Pokemon? They are very well trained. When Xiao Gang heard what Ye Chen said, a smile suddenly appeared on his narrowed eyes. Compared to Pokemon battles, he prefers to train Pokemon. Hearing Ye Chen's praise, Xiao Gang's first impression of Ye Chen was immediately very good. After introducing each other, the two had a simple understanding of each other. Xiao Gang asked, Ye Chen, are you here alone in the rock forest? Where are you going? Traveling alone in this forest is very dangerous. I often come to this rock forest, but I only dare to move around in familiar places. Ye Chen smiled and said, well, I'm alone. I just came out of Nibi City to purchase supplies for the trip. Travel. Xiao Gang smiled and asked, Ye Chen, do you want to become a Pokemon training master? Ye Chen nodded and smiled, of course, I can set the league championship as my goal. Champion. Xiao Gang smiled when he heard it. It was an amazing dream. He had such a dream when he was a child, but now he enjoys the fun of training Pokemon more than Pokemon battles. After thinking for a while, Xiao Gang asked, have you thought about the first stop of your trip? Have you designed the route of your trip? First stop. Ye Chen scratched his head. He really hadn't thought about this question. There are no detailed opportunities, but the primary goal is of course to challenge the gym and get the medal. Oh, really? Xiao Gang was immediately excited when he heard the word gym. Take the initiative to invite, then you must come to Nibi City first. Challenge the Nibi gym first. To be honest, I have the same idea. Ye Chen agreed with a smile. Then the two chatted for a while and discussed the issues of elves with each other. After that, the two left separately. Xiao Gang went to Nibi City, and Ye Chen returned to Hwaja College. In the dormitory. After packing his luggage, Ye Chen took out a map and began to plan the travel route. The destination of the first stop has been determined. Nibi City. It is the largest city near Hwaja College. The journey is not far away, and there are no dangerous places along the way. You can also pass by many places where elves live. It's perfect to conquer elves, train elves, and fight in gyms. Ye Chen has begun to look forward to the next journey. The current gym owner of Nibi City should be Xiao Gang. In order to avoid a setback, we must first formulate a countermeasure. Chapter 22, Xiao Mao's Invitation to Fight First Update, please support. Chapter 22, Xiao Mao's Invitation to Fight First Update, please support. After determining the destination, Ye Chen pulled out a box covered with a quilt from under the bed. After removing the quilt, a Pokemon egg lay quietly inside. Hey, I don't know when it will hatch. It should be my third Pokemon. When the mother hen hatched the eggs, did she have the same idea as me? Ye Chen's thoughts drifted away. After covering the eggs and putting them away, Ye Chen took the two Pokemons and started daily training. During this period, many people came to challenge Ye Chen, but Ye Chen rarely accepted the challenge, and only fought against opponents with certain strength. Fighting against weak opponents not only gives pitiful experience and fragment rewards, but also has no substantial help for the growth of Pokemon. I'm leaving tomorrow, why don't we go visit Mr. Professor Oak? I'll ask the doctor about this Pokemon egg. I did it as soon as I thought of it. While it was still early, Ye Chen took the Pokemon egg and rode his bicycle to Professor Oak's research institute. The doctor's research institute was very close to Hwaja College, and he arrived there quickly by bicycle. After ringing the doorbell, Dr. Oak's familiar face appeared on the electronic screen. Dr. Oak was obviously very happy to see Ye Chen coming. He smiled and said, "Isn't this Ye Chen? Come in quickly." The door of the research institute opened and Ye Chen walked into the research institute. Because it was not the first time he came, he went up to the second floor with familiarity. In the laboratory, Dr. Oak was analyzing some Pokemon data that gave Ye Chen a headache. Seeing Ye Chen enter the room, Dr. Oak poured Ye Chen a glass of juice and asked with a smile, "How is it? It's summer vacation now. What are your plans?" Ye Chen took the juice and replied, "I plan to travel, challenge the gym, and gain experience." "This is a good decision. You will graduate this year. If you plan to become a professional trainer, now is a good opportunity to accumulate experience." "Yes, yes." Ye Chen nodded, and then said, "By the way, Professor Oak, I came here to ask you something." Ye Chen lifted the quilt on the box, revealing the Pokemon egg inside. "Doctor, do you still remember this egg? It's the champion reward of the college competition, but I left it for several days and it didn't hatch." "Oh? Let me help you check." Dr. Oak took the Pokemon egg and put a stethoscope on it to check it. "Well, it's very healthy, there's no problem. Hatching Pokemon eggs is a patient process, you don't have to rush." Dr. Oak put the egg aside and said, "If you can't wait to see the new Pokemon, I have something to help you." Dr. Oak said mysteriously. Then the two of them brought the elf egg to the basement of Oak Research Institute. The temperature here is very high, and there are rows of shelves filled with elf eggs. Dr. Oak led Ye Chen to an oval instrument and said with a smile, "This instrument is called the Elf Incubator. I made it when I was free. Using this instrument, the elf hatching speed can be accelerated by about 10 times. 10 times? Ye Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard this number. Doesn't that mean that he can hatch this elf egg soon? Thank you, Doctor. Ye Chen said excitedly. Under the guidance of the doctor, Ye Chen quickly learned how to use this instrument. Put the Pokemon egg in, set the hatching mode, and the instrument started running. The next thing to wait for is the Pokemon egg to hatch. After leaving the incubator, Professor Oak took Ye Chen to visit the Pokemon breeding base located in the Research Institute. There are a large number of Pokemon living in it, many of which are prepared for new trainers who don't have Pokemon yet. In addition to common Pokemon such as Rattata and Spearow, the most Pokemon are the 3 starters: Garlic Turtle Ono, Bulbasaur, Squirtle and Charmander. At this time, Professor Oak also told Ye Chen the origin of the Pokemon egg. That egg is what I found in the grass of this breeding base. So if this egg is hatched, it is very likely to be one of the 3 Pokemons, Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur. Ye Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. You know, no matter which region the 3 starter Pokemons are from, they are specially selected for training newcomers. Although the racial value is not as high as that of the quasi-gods, the potential is amazing. Many of the 3 starter Pokémons can even fight against the quasi-gods after Mega Evolution. So which Pokémon will it be? Ye Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. Professor Oak took Ye Chen to tour the park and told him a lot of interesting stories about Pokémons. At this time, a boy of the same age as Ye Chen appeared in Ye Chen's field of vision. There were many Pokémons gathered around him, and he was feeding a Squirtle. Professor Oak smiled and shouted, "Xiao Mao!" Xiao Mao, who was feeding Pokémons, turned around and frowned slightly when he saw Ye Chen next to Dr. Oak. Professor Oak smiled and introduced to both parties, "Xiao Mao, this is the Ye Chen I told you about. Ye Chen, this is Xiao Mao, my grandson. Hello." Ye Chen took the initiative to extend his hand to greet him. Xiao Mao held Ye Chen's hand and said with a smile, "Ye Chen, you don't know that during this period, I have heard your name from Grandpa, and my ears are almost calloused. Grandpa always said that you are the most talented trainer he has ever seen. Is this true?" Xiao Mao asked curiously. Ye Chen replied modestly, "Dr. Oak is too kind. Compared with other trainers, I am just a little luckier." Xiao Mao also smiled and nodded in agreement, "I think so too. I watched the final between you and Shinji. If it weren't for Shinji's underestimation of the opponent, you would not have won at all." Xiao Mao's words showed that he was not very concerned about Ye Chen's winning the college competition championship, as if he could do it. Professor Oak, who was standing by, saw his grandson being so rude and scolded him. "Xiao Mao, you are so rude, is that what I taught you? Do you really think Ye Chen won the championship by luck and by underestimating his opponent? Isn't it?" Xiao Mao pouted and said something. "Xiao Mao." Professor Oak was obviously a little angry, thinking that he was too spoiled by his grandson. Xiao Mao looked at the angry Professor Oak, smiled, took out 2 poke balls, and said, "Ye Chen, Grandpa actually praises you so much, and is about to say that you are the first person of the young generation. How about it? Do you want to prove yourself? Fight with me, let me see what level the so-called college competition champion is." Chapter 23, Pokémon Eggs are about to hatch. Second update, please support. Chapter 23, Pokémon Eggs are about to hatch. Second update, please support. Dr. Oak, who was standing by, originally intended to stop this meaningless battle, but then he thought that it would not be a good thing to let Xiao Mao suffer and understand the immensity of the world. Dr. Oak took the initiative to say to Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, it's just right for me, a grandson who has never seen the world, to broaden my horizons." Ye Chen was originally a little unhappy with Xiao Mao's attitude in his heart, but he was a little concerned about Dr. Oak, who was standing by. After all, the doctor helped him a lot. If Xiao Mao was defeated, the doctor would be embarrassed. But now that Dr. Oak has spoken, Ye Chen will naturally not refuse this duel. "Okay." Ye Chen nodded and agreed. Dr. Oak led the 2 to an open space outside the institute. Dr. Oak glanced at the 2 and said, "The rules of the game are 2v2. After all the elves of one side lose their combat ability, they will be judged as losers." After Dr. Oak read out the rules, the 2 entered the battlefield and released elves. The first elf Xiao Mao sent was a Squirtle. It is blue all over, with a turtle shell on its back. It is a circle bigger than the ordinary Squirtle, and it is obviously well trained. "Jenny." Knowing that the battle is about to begin, Squirtle waved his hands excitedly, looking at Ye Chen fiercely, and constantly provoking, "Jenny, Jenny. Hyperactive ape, leave it to you." Ye Chen sent out the hyperactive ape, and he planned to make a quick decision. Let Xiao Mao accept the beating of society and understand the gap between ideal and reality. This is also for Xiao Mao's good. If he doesn't change his character, if he meets a person with a bad temper, others will not spoil him like Ye Chen. The battle begins. At the command of Professor Oak, Xiao Mao's Squirtle rushed over impatiently. "Squirtle, use water gun." It is almost the starting skill of all water-type elves. Even without Ye Chen's order, the hyperactive ape flexibly dodges it. Seeing that Squirtle's water gun was dodged, Xiao Mao gave another order, Squirtle, use bubble beam. Squirtle! Squirtle screamed, and bubbles spurted out of its mouth, attacking the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape moved at high speed, flashing quickly in a zigzag shape, and soon rushed to the side of Squirtle. Ye Chen gave an order, hyperactive ape, surprise attack. Squirtle, retreat into the shell. Xiao Mao was well prepared and asked Squirtle to use defensive skills. In his opinion, the failure of the battle between Shinji and Ye Chen was entirely because Shinji underestimated the enemy. As long as he did a good job of defense and slowly consumed the hyperactive ape instead of fighting hard, how could he be completed by the hyperactive ape in a row? The hyperactive ape punched Squirtle away, and the Squirtle retreated into the shell and was hit to the side. The shell was spinning rapidly on the ground, and Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaimed softly, "It seems that this Squirtle has been trained well. It actually knew to rotate its shell to relieve the force, otherwise even if it retracted into the shell, this attack would still seriously injure Squirtle." But praise aside, Ye Chen had no intention of fighting with Squirtle. Hyperactive ape, use chi condensation. Ye Chen gave the order. Hyperactive ape clenched his fists, and a layer of white light appeared on his body. Squirtle, stop it! Xiao Mao hurriedly gave the order, but Squirtle had no way to interrupt hyperactive ape's skills. Because Squirtle was still spinning. The white light on hyperactive ape flashed, and the strengthening was completed. In the Pokémon battle, the strengthening skills are very powerful, but it is certain that they take too long and are easily caught by the opponent. But now, the hyperactive ape, whose attack power is already extremely powerful, has completed the chi condensation. In fact, the battle between Ye Chen and Xiao Mao has come to an end. Hyperactive ape, surprise attack. Roar! Hyperactive ape, with a loud roar, punched Squirtle hard. Squirtle was hammered directly into the ground. The ground cracked, and in the big pit, Squirtle was unconscious. How could it be? Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly became confused. How could his Squirtle fail so easily? This hyperactive ape was too strong. But Xiao Mao had a strong self-esteem. He would not choose to admit defeat. He took Squirtle back to the Pokeball and sent out his second Pokémon. A brown Pokémon with shiny fur and an extremely cute appearance appeared on the field. Eevee. This is Xiao Mao's second Pokémon. Eevee, use Sand Throw. Xiao Mao quickly issued an order. Facing this hyperactive monkey, if he gets close to it, he will definitely lose, and he can only choose to fight. Eevee slapped the ground with its forelimbs, and picked up countless sand and dust with a fierce push, and sprinkled it on the hyperactive monkey. Strong attack, hyperactive monkey. Ye Chen naturally would not give Eevee a chance to fight a guerrilla war. Hyperactive monkey leaped forward several times, with grey light flashing on its arms, and hit Eevee hard, directly knocking it away. The strongman characteristic plus the gathering effect. Eevee was directly knocked away and lost the ability to fight. With one blow, the battle was over. Professor Oak glanced at the two and said slowly, "The battle is over. Eevee loses the ability to fight, and hyperactive monkey wins." After the failure, Xiao Mao was stunned for a long time. Picking up the Eevee on the ground, Xiao Mao still said unyieldingly, "Ye Chen, although I lost this time, I don't think I have no chance to win. After my two Pokémon evolve, I will never lose to your hyperactive ape again. Next time, I will definitely be the winner." Ye Chen nodded and said, "I am always waiting for your challenge." But he was a little speechless in his heart. He didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence. Hyperactive Ape won and its level was raised to level 25. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained gold level card fragment *1. After the battle, in addition to the hyperactive ape being upgraded to another level, Ye Chen also obtained a large number of card fragments. He even picked up a gold level card fragment, but he didn't collect all 3, so he couldn't synthesize it. Ye Chen glanced at the system space and found that there were 2 more cards that could be synthesized. Host collects 3 bronze card fragments and obtains bronze skill card Sunny Day. Host collects 3 silver card fragments and obtains silver skill card Flame Splash. Sunny Day and Flame Splash? This time the harvest is not bad. After getting a good reward, Xiao Mao's stubborn face also became cute in Ye Chen's eyes. Ding ding! At this time, Dr. Oak's watch on the side suddenly rang. Dr. Oak glanced at the watch and smiled. Ye Chen, good news, your Pokemon egg seems to be hatching. Really? Ye Chen was instantly excited, feeling that he had become a parent at this moment. The group hurriedly walked towards the underground hatchery. Chapter 24, Zai's Arrival. The third update, please support. Chapter 24, Zai's Arrival. The third update, please support. In the incubator. The Pokemon egg has begun to flash white light. Professor Oak quickly took it out and handed it to Ye Chen, smiling and saying, Ye Chen, the newly hatched Pokemon has a very high intimacy with the first person it sees. You can seize this opportunity. Here are some Pokemon rations. After the Pokemon is hatched, you can feed it according to its favorite taste, and the intimacy you see will be even higher. This is also the reason why many professional trainers will train Pokemon themselves compared to wild Pokemon. Cultivating from scratch can correct many bad habits of Pokemon, and can be trained from a young age in the direction of special attack or physical attack. The most important thing is that Pokemon hatched by hand have a very high intimacy, and rarely disobey. After Professor Oak gave Ye Chen a detailed explanation, he took Xiao Mao out of the hatching house and left the space in the house completely to Ye Chen. The Pokemon egg kept flashing. And the frequency was getting higher and higher. Finally, the flashing Pokemon egg released a dazzling white light, and the outline of a Pokemon slowly appeared. A Pokemon with an orange body and a flame burning on its tail appeared in front of Ye Chen. A little Charmander. The newly born Charmander was obviously a little confused and looked at Ye Chen curiously. Ye Chen reached out and touched Charmander's head. Because Ye Chen was the first person it saw when it was born, Charmander was not afraid and put its face against Ye Chen's hand. Ye Chen remembered Professor Oak's instructions and quickly took out a box of elf food that fire elves liked to eat, opened it and fed it to Charmander. The Charmander took the food handed over by Ye Chen and ate it in small bites. Soon he narrowed his eyes happily. After taking care of Charmander to eat something, Ye Chen took out the super ball obtained by the synthesis card and said to Charmander, Charmander, are you willing to be my partner and travel with me? While eating, Charmander glanced at Ye Chen and nodded quickly. Ye Chen gently tapped Charmander's head with the poke ball, and a red light flashed, sucking Charmander into the poke ball. Ding! Ding! Kaka! After 3 sounds, Charmander was officially captured. Ye Chen used the eye of detection to check Charmander's qualifications. Charmander. Level, LV1. Qualification limit, LV48, Elite level. Attribute, Fire type. Feature, Power of the Sun, in clear weather. Special attack will increase, but physical strength will decrease. It turned out to be a spirit quality spirit. It is only 1 step away from the gym owner level, and its characteristic is the rare power of the sun. No wonder it can be used as the champion reward of the college competition. This little Charmander has extremely high qualifications and is very malleable. Since the characteristic is the power of the sun, let's cultivate it in the direction of special attack. Ye Chen took out the 2 skill cards he had just obtained, which were simply tailor-made for this little Charmander. Release the little Charmander from the poke ball. After using the 2 cards, 2 white lights merged into the body of the little Charmander. Ding! use the bronze level skill card Sunny Day, the little Charmander has learned the skill Sunny Day. Ding, use the silver level skill card Flame Splash, the little Charmander has learned the skill Flame Splash. It seems that it is necessary to let the little Charmander upgrade a wave of levels first. The two Pokemon in Ye Chen's team are now physical attack oriented, and the appearance of the little Charmander makes up for this shortcoming very well. The skill Sunny Day not only increases the hyperactive ape's Flame Fist, but also has a strong weakening effect on its weak water skills. The characteristics of the power of the sun also allow it to burst out with powerful power. My team seems to be getting more and more violent. Ye Chen complained in his heart. His team composition is very extreme. It belongs to the type that if I can't beat you up, I will blow myself up. What defense do you need? Offense is the best defense. Ye Chen soon stopped struggling. With the assistance of the system, he was very confident in the growth of his elves. As long as I beat you so hard that you can't change hands, that's the best defense. Walking out of the incubator with Charmander in his arms, Professor Oak's eyes lit up, and Xiao Mao also looked over curiously. It turned out to be Charmander. Professor Oak laughed. It turned out that, as he guessed, this elf egg was indeed one of the 3 starter Pokemons in the garden. Charmander looked at the 2 strangers in front of him curiously and hid in Ye Chen's arms for a while. Xiao Mao took a look at Charmander and became serious. He thought that Ye Chen's team had one more Pokemon, and the team had become stronger. He had to work hard. Xiao Mao's original plan was to study at Professor Oak's Research Institute for a while and learn more about various Pokemon. But now he has changed his mind. He decided to travel and challenge gyms like Ye Chen. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the doorbell of Professor Oak's Research Institute rang. A face that Ye Chen was very familiar with appeared on the electronic screen next to him. Wearing a baseball cap, a blue top, breeches, and a Pikachu on his shoulders. Silly thing. No, Zai Zai. Zai Zai, the master of reverse attribute battle. A Pokemon trainer with magical skills such as dodge, stand up, and don't give up. In the future, he will be the one who encounters the most various mythical beasts, no one else. A trainer who can win continuously by relying on the bond between Pokemons, Zai. But many times, his various operations are just called Zai Zai, and he will occasionally become Zai. The elf on his shoulder is the famous Pikachu. Pikachu, who can ride on the head of a flyless creature and act arrogantly, will face off against various mythical beasts in the future. Although his level will be reset every time he arrives in a new area, Pikachu is still Pikachu. The real protagonist, Pikachu. Hey, isn't this Zai Zai? Come in. Seeing that it was Zai Zai, Professor Oak greeted him very happily. This also made Ye Chen's eyes a little ambiguous and suspicious. Compared to the previous life, there are many rumors that Zai Zai is Professor Oak's illegitimate son, and the two do look alike. Many times, Professor Oak treats Zai Zai better than his own grandson. Of course, Ye Chen would definitely not say such speculations, but just YY in his heart. Leaving the underground incubator, the 3 of them happened to meet Zai Zai, who was jogging all the way and was very excited. As soon as he saw Xiao Mao beside Professor Oak, Zai Zai immediately shouted excitedly. Xiao Mao, come and duel with me. This time, I will definitely win. Ye Chen was selectively ignored by Zai Zai, because in Zai Zai's eyes, Xiao Mao was his rival, and he must be defeated. Professor Oak smiled with relief. Xiao Mao turned his head speechlessly, pointed at Ye Chen beside him, and said, I just lost to this guy next to me. If you want to fight, go find him. Chapter 25, Battle with Zai Zai's Pokemon. 4th update, please support. Chapter 25, Battle with Zai Zai's Pokemon. 4th update, please support. Xiao Mao actually lost? When Zai Zai heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Since the two met, Xiao Mao showed an extraordinary talent for fighting. Zai Zai never won and always regarded Xiao Mao as a rival. But now, his target was defeated. Zai suddenly felt a little empty in his heart, as if something he had been pursuing for a long time was suddenly shattered. However, he quickly cheered up, and a strong fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. I am Zai from Pallet Town. Can I challenge you? Zai's idea is very simple. Ye Chen defeated Xiao Mao. As long as he defeats Ye Chen, it is equivalent to him defeating Xiao Mao. His goal of coming to Professor Oak's institute today can also be achieved. Xiao Mao said speechlessly, Xiao Ji, give up. This guy is not an opponent you can challenge now. Hi. Xiao Ji's eyes brightened when he heard it. Xiao Mao, the stronger the opponent, the more worthy of challenge, right? My Pikachu and I will not give up easily. Pika. Pikachu on Xiao Ji's shoulder nodded in agreement. Professor Oak beside him smiled and asked Ye Chen, what do you think? Do you want to spar with Xiao Ji? Ye Chen would naturally not refuse the opportunity to spar with Master Ji. Speaking of which, Xiao Ji is also his idol. When watching the anime, the bonded Greninja was defeated by the Hydro Shot, and Ye Chen cursed the stupid screenwriter for several days. The four came to the open space in front of the Oak Research Institute. Professor Oak was still the referee, and the rules of this battle were much more formal because it was Xiao Ji's official challenge. This game was a 3v3 battle. Each side sends out 3 Pokémons, and the winner is decided when all Pokémons on one side lose their ability to fight. After Ye Chen and Zai were ready, Professor Oak gave an order. The battle begins. How about it, Charmander, do you want to try the battle? Because he needs to exercise Charmander's ability, it's also good to go on the field to get some experience. And for the newborn Charmander, Zai should be able to learn a lot as the first opponent. The spirit of not admitting defeat, the will to firmly believe that he will win. But Ye Chen felt that he would definitely not lose. Because Zai has just started his journey, he has just recovered 3 Pokémons, and Pikachu is still in the initialization state. The Charmander in Ye Chen's hand nodded and jumped into the field, with the flame on his tail shaking, looking eager to try. Seeing that the first Pokémon Ye Chen used was Charmander, Zai also released his first Pokémon. Then it's decided to be you. Butterfree. A butterfly Pokémon with a purple body and white wings appeared on the field. Ye Chen was speechless. As expected of Ji Ye. He used a bug-type Pokémon to face a fire-type Pokémon. He is indeed a master of counter-attribute battles. It turned out that this habit was formed when Ji Ye started traveling. Butterfield, use the wind. Zai gave the order first, flapped his wings, and raised a strong wind. Ye Chen was not in a hurry to give orders. He wanted to see how Charmander would respond when faced with an attack. Charmander yelled, rolled on the ground, and then began to run to the side to avoid Butterfield's continuous attacks. Charmander kept a proper distance and waited for an opportunity to move. Very smart. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. If Charmander only knew how to rush forward, it would have to learn to maintain its physical strength with its solar power characteristics. The most suitable combat method for Charmander was to be ready to go, find the right opportunity, and win with one strike. Charmander, be patient. Ye Chen encouraged Charmander to do so, and the latter nodded and began to circle slowly around Butterfree. Zai would not sit still and wait for death, and issued another command, Butterfree, use telekinesis. A layer of blue light appeared on Butterfree, and the stones near it floated up one by one and blasted towards Charmander in the distance. It's not very fast, just be careful to avoid it. Ye Chen's command was issued at the right time. The originally panicked Charmander stabilized, rolled left and right, and avoided Butterfree's attacks again and again. After that, Zai only used Butterfree to release various skills, but the effect was minimal. Butterfree, which continuously released skills, also gasped for air. Ye Chen saw this opportunity, his eyes lit up, and ordered, Charmander, use Sunny Day. It is an impossible task for a level 1 Charmander to defeat Butterfree. Ye Chen did not intend to reveal that Charmander could use the skill of Flame Splash, otherwise it would be too shocking. After all, this was a newly born Charmander. The flame on Charmander's tail flickered. A ball of light shot out from its body and shot into the sky. The ball of light exploded, countless light dust flew, and the sun suddenly became hot. Sunny day. Professor Oak and Xiao Mao looked at each other, and Xiao Mao's complex color flashed in his eyes. Using a newly born Pokémon, he could fight Butterfree like this. Xiao Mao once again realized the gap between himself and Ye Chen. It seems that defeating Ye Chen is not an easy task. After releasing Sunny Day, Ye Chen took out the Pokeball and took Charmander back. Charmander, you did a good job. The next thing will be left to Hyperactive Ape and Fang. Go, Hyperactive Ape! Now with the blessing of Sunny Day, no one can stop Hyperactive Ape's Flame Fist. Roar! The powerful Hyperactive Ape roared as soon as it came on the field. Xiaozai was immediately startled. Butterfree, use wind! Xiaozai ordered again. Butterfree flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew up. Flame Fist! Ye Chen gave the order, and the Hyperactive Ape rushed forward, pushing forward against Butterfree's skills. The Hyperactive Ape broke through the barrier formed by the strong wind and punched hard. The fist wrapped in flames fell hard. A heavy punch. Butterfree was knocked out of the field and lost its ability to fight. Seeing his Butterfree being defeated by one blow, Xiaozai's expression became serious. He took out the Pokeball and released his second Pokémon. Piper, leave it to you. Piper was flying in the sky, and his sharp eyes quickly aimed at the Hyperactive Ape on the ground. Piper, use Lightning Flash! Hyperactive Ape, catch it! The voices of the two trainers sounded almost at the same time. Piper swooped down, leaving a residual image in the air. And Hyperactive Ape did not retreat or avoid. Piper hit Hyperactive Ape's chest hard, and Hyperactive Ape endured the pain and grabbed Piper with two big hands like a pair of pliers. Flame Fist! Another punch fell heavily, and Xiaozai's Piper was knocked down by one punch and lost his ability to fight. Ye Chen, you are indeed very strong, but I will not give up easily. Xiaozai used the Pokeball to take back the Pidgeot, and the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish at all, and the Pikachu on his shoulder had already jumped onto the field. Chapter 26, Hyperactive Ape vs Pikachu First Update, please support. Chapter 26, Hyperactive Ape vs Pikachu First Update, please support. Pikachu, Xiaozai's last Pokémon. And this Pikachu has a strong talent and cannot be regarded as an ordinary Pokémon. Ye Chen naturally would not underestimate the enemy and took the initiative to attack. Flame Fist! Hyperactive Ape roared and pounced on Pikachu. Pika! Facing the fierce Hyperactive Ape, Pikachu was not afraid at all, and shouted and pounced on it. 100,000 volts! Xiaozai's command sounded. Yellow electric light flashed, and a yellow phone directly hit the Hyperactive Ape. Electric skills are extremely fast, and the Hyperactive Ape has no room to dodge. The strong current passed through the body, and the Hyperactive monkey's body paused obviously. At this time, Xiaozai's voice sounded again, flash of lightning. Pikachu jumped high and rushed straight to the Hyperactive monkey. With a heavy blow, the Hyperactive monkey was knocked back half a step. Roar! The Hyperactive monkey roared and grabbed Pikachu. At this time, the lightning on Pikachu's body flashed. 100,000 volts. Another 100,000 volts, the lightning flashed, and the thick lightning hit the Hyperactive monkey again. And it was 100,000 volts at a super close distance. The current burned the Hyperactive monkey's body, and the Hyperactive monkey felt half of his body paralyzed. Let the Hyperactive monkey see our backbone, Pikachu. 100,000 volts. Xiaozai ordered again. Pikapi! Pikachu, who was caught by the Hyperactive monkey again, screamed, and endless lightning burst out of its body. Flame Fist! Ye Chen's voice sounded. In terms of willpower, hyperactive ape would not lose. Flames wrapped around his fists and fell fiercely. Boom! Lightning and flames exploded, smoke and dust scattered, and the two Pokémon were blown far to the side. A big pit appeared on the ground where they were standing before. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The two Pokémons with scars slowly stood up, and Pikachu's body flashed with lightning again. Hyperactive ape slowly stood up, breathing heavily. This time the two sides collided, it seemed to be a draw. Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Zai issued an order, Pikachu got up from the ground, and the lightning attacked Hyperactive ape again. Hyperactive ape, come back to life. Ye Chen's voice sounded. Hyperactive ape suddenly kicked the ground with his legs and rushed towards Pikachu at a very fast speed. The lower the physical strength of the comeback, the greater the power. The hyperactive ape was struck by lightning again, but its fist had hit Pikachu hard, knocking it away with one punch. Pikachu fell to the ground and struggled to stand up, but his body tilted and he fainted. On the sidelines, Professor Oak's applause rang out. What a good fight, these two elves have shown their strong willpower. The hyperactive ape was panting, this should be the most difficult battle since it went to battle. Xiao Mao looked at Zai and smiled, Zai, now you understand how overestimating yourself. Zai picked up Pikachu and rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Mao, didn't you lose too? What qualifications do you have to say me? Xiao Mao was choked by Zai and was speechless. He took out the Pokeball and challenged Zai, how about we have a fight? Although I can't beat Ye Chen, it won't take me a minute to beat you. Come on, who's afraid of who? Zai responded unwillingly. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Professor Oak smiled and stopped them, you two, enough. If you want to fight, it's not today. Both of your Pokémon are injured. How can you fight? Are you two trainers going to fight in person? Xiao Mao and Zai were stunned when they heard this, and Ye Chen on the side laughed unkindly. Professor Oak shook his head and smiled, you two should learn more from Ye Chen in the future, be more stable, and don't be like this now. Ye Chen is about to start the journey to challenge the gym. If you two are still so childish, the distance between Ye Chen and you will get bigger and bigger. When he heard this from Professor Oak after talking, the two of them stopped talking. Xiao Mao nodded and said in a muffled voice, I know. Today, he finally understood what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Professor Oak smiled, called the three people, and invited them to stay for dinner. Ye Chen would naturally not refuse. Xiao Ji also nodded and agreed. Professor Oak cooked dinner himself. I didn't expect that the great professor had good cooking skills besides research. Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji both released their Pokémon and distributed dinner to them. Ye Chen also released his 3 Pokémon. Yaya didn't find a chance to attack in today's battle, and was a little depressed. But when he saw a new partner in the team, his attention was completely attracted. The hyperactive ape that has evolved has matured a lot, just like a big brother. Yaya and Charmander are similar in size. Yaya hugged Charmander's neck, and the two Pokémon came to the side and whispered to each other. The two elves shared their elf food with each other, and their relationship quickly warmed up. Not long after, they started to eat elf food with their arms around each other. On the side, Zai's Pikachu and Xiao Mao's Squirtle also came over. The two elves shouted at the hyperactive monkey fiercely, as if they were threatening him. It seemed to say that they would never lose to him when they met next time. The hyperactive monkey yawned, lay on the ground, and ate lazily. It had heard such words many times. Seeing that the monkey didn't care, the two elves shouted Pika Pika and Squirtle Squirtle. Then Fanja and Charmander, Eevee and Butterfree beside them also joined the camp to denounce the hyperactive monkey. Who knew that the hyperactive monkey turned around, patted his butt and fell asleep. The elves looked at each other in surprise. Finally, a group of elves gathered together and agreed to beat up the ape next time they saw it. Yaya immediately agreed. At the dinner table, Professor Oak and Ye Chen were also communicating. They discussed in detail what Ye Chen would do after graduation. As expected, Ye Chen said that he would become a professional trainer and fight to become a champion. Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ye Chen, I will never lose to you next time we meet. Yes, if you want to become the league champion, then you are my opponent. The two challenged Ye Chen aggressively. Ye Chen accepted it happily and said with a smile, then see you at this year's league competition. But by then, I will definitely become stronger. Humph, the next time we meet, the outcome is still uncertain. The three looked at each other and laughed. Professor Oak glanced at the three and smiled, in that case, why not take this opportunity to register for the Quartz League Challenge? The three nodded. Professor Oak led the three to the computer and completed the registration. When Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji saw Ye Chen's registration information, they were shocked. They thought Ye Chen was a qualified trainer, but they never expected that he was a pure rookie like them. Chapter 27, Nibi City Gym Battle Second Update, Please Support. Chapter 27, Nibi City Gym Battle Second Update, Please Support. It was late at night when Ye Chen left Professor Oak's research institute. After returning home, Ye Chen had a good sleep. The next day, he went to school to get a certificate of going out, and then, fully armed, Ye Chen officially set off on his journey. And the first stop was Nibi City. Riding on a bicycle, Ye Chen set off on the road to Nibi City. This time, he still chose the road through the rock forest. He still saw many elves on the way, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Around noon, Ye Chen left the rock forest and the outline of Nibi City appeared in front of him. The Nibi Gym is located in a corner of the city, with a big sign, and it is easy to find. Ye Chen put away his bicycle and came to the gate of the gym. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. After explaining his purpose to the receptionist at the door, Xiao Gang soon came out with a happy face. Xiao Gang saw Ye Chen and smiled. Ye Chen, I said you would come later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Ye Chen replied, the academy is just on holiday, didn't we agree that Nibi City will be my first stop? Haha, then you wait a while and take a rest, the gym battle will start soon. Xiao Gang said, then took Ye Chen into the gym and gave him a portion of his special elf food. After the two chatted for a while, the venue for the gym battle was ready. Ye Chen and Xiao Gang came to the gym battlefield. Xiao Gang took out the Pokeball and read the rules to Ye Chen. Rule of the game, 2v2, if one Pokemon completely loses its ability to fight, it will be declared the loser. As the gym leader, I will determine whether to give you a badge based on your performance. Okay, I got it. Ye Chen nodded and took out the Pokeball. The Pokemon Xiao Gang used were Onix and Guaidud, whom Ye Chen had met once before. The referee of the Nibi City Gym came on stage with a flag. He was a middle-aged man with a serious face. This also surprised Ye Chen. With Xiaogang's personality, the referee was not a girl. The Pokemons of both sides released their first Pokemon. As Ye Chen expected, Onix will be the last to appear, and the first Pokemon to appear is Guaidud. Ye Chen has fought Guaidud before, so he is not unfamiliar with him. There are two Pokemon in this battle. After thinking about it, Ye Chen chose Fang as the first Pokemon. The balanced development of the overall strength of the team is more important, and Hyperactive Ape is now obviously a level stronger than the other two Pokemon. Fang. As soon as Fang appeared from the Pokeball, he shouted excitedly and roared at Guaidud on the opposite side. Fang was extremely excited and eager to try. It was obvious that he had been watching Hyperactive Ape show his power these days and he was already bored. Xiao Gang took a look at Fang, who was full of energy and spirit, and couldn't help but nodded and praised, "You have trained Fang very well, which shows the time and love you have spent on it. Then, let's have a battle that is worthy of the love we have poured into the Pokemon." Okay. Ye Chen smiled and nodded. After both sides were ready, the referee gave the order. The game begins. Roll attack. Xiaogong's Guidud attacked first. Guidud spun and curled up, rushing towards Yaya. Yaya, double chop. Ye Chen was naturally not afraid, and gave Yaya an order, choosing a head-on collision. Yaya! Yaya roared and rushed towards the rolling Guidud. The two elves collided with a bang. Yaya's double chop stopped Guidud, and Guidud was not to be outdone, and rushed up with two big fists. Yaya, chop the tiles! Ye Chen would naturally not miss this good opportunity and pursue the victory. Yaya! Yaya shouted, the light of the two claws skills flashed, and then hit hard. Fighting skills are effective against Guidud. I saw Yaya hit the little Guidud with one punch, and the latter screamed in pain and was directly knocked away by Yaya. Take advantage of the victory and suppress it. Ye Chen gave the order, and Yaya's body flashed with purple light, and a skill that symbolized Yaya's anger was released. Dragon's Fury. The purple energy hit Yaya, and then Yaya quickly followed up with another tile-splitting move. The skill hit the little Guidud again. This time, the little Guidud was directly blasted out of the field, unconscious, and lost his ability to fight. Xiao Gang took back the little Guidud on the ground, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Ye Chen's strength to be so strong, which was obviously beyond his expectations. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. Ye Chen, a newly graduated student, already has such strength. Now is not the time to think about these things. The battle in front of us is more important. Xiao Gang put aside his distracting thoughts, took a deep breath, and released his second Pokémon. Roar! With an angry roar, Onyx's huge body appeared in the field, giving it a very oppressive feeling. Its two eyes stared at Yaya, and Yaya stared back without retreating. Yaya, use stare! Seeing that Yaya was full of fighting spirit, Ye Chen naturally would not take it back. If it didn't work, there was still the Overmouse as a backup. Fighting Onyx was just right for Yaya to gain experience. Yaya! Yaya roared, and her eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. This skill can scare the opponent, thereby reducing the opponent's defense. For a high defense Pokémon like Onyx, this skill has a significant effect. Roar! Onyx, who was stared at by Yaya with a fierce look, couldn't help but retreat a little, but when it reacted, its heart was filled with anger. This Yaya actually dared to provoke it. Big Rock, let it see how powerful you are. You spine tight. Roar! Onyx roared, and after hearing Xiaogong's order, it rushed directly towards Fang on the ground. And Fang did not avoid or retreat, but went forward. Fang, use Brick Crack! Onyx's huge stone tail swept over with terrifying power. Fang jumped high and hit Onyx hard with one blow. The fighting skills were effective. Previously, Onyx had its physical defense reduced by 1 level, and it roared in pain. Hold on, Onyx! Xiao Gang gave the order again, and his firm tone made Onyx, who was in pain, stand up suddenly. Its huge tail directly tied Fang. Fang! Use Brick Crack continuously. Onyx, bind tight. Defeat this Fang. The two trainers gave orders respectively. Fang Yi kept using the tile-splitting attack to attack Onyx, which was tying him up, and Onyx kept increasing the force of its tail. The battle between the two Pokémon turned into a protracted battle. Fang Yi, hold on! Onyx, don't lose! The voices of the two trainers rang out, and the two Pokémon roared and attacked each other with all their strength. Fang Yi! Roar! The two roars symbolized the full-strength attacks of the two Pokémons. Onyx was knocked down by Fang Yi's punch, and Fang Yi was also hit hard by Onyx's tail. The two Pokémon fell to the field together and lost their ability to fight at the same time. Chapter 28, Get the Lucky Charm Again. Third update, please support. Chapter 28, Get another Lucky Charm. Third update, please support. After the battle was won, Ye Chen also heard the system prompt sound. Yaya won the battle, and Yaya's level was raised to level 23. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a silver card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold card fragment *1. After the battle, Ye Chen received a lot of card fragments, and there was even a gold fragment in it. It's a pity that the fragments are not complete and cannot be synthesized. Xiao Gang took Onyx back into the poke ball, his eyes full of sighs, and said, Ye Chen, your strength is amazing. Nibi Jim has officially recognized your strength. Xiao Gang smiled and stepped forward and handed over a medal. Thank you. Ye Chen took the medal and felt a little excited. This was the first medal he had ever received, symbolizing a solid step he had taken on the road to challenging the Quartz Alliance. Afterwards, Xiao Gang led Ye Chen to the backyard of the Nibi Gym to treat the Pokémon that had gone out to fight. Taking advantage of this gap, Ye Chen also released his other 2 Pokémon. Xiao Gang, who was very interested in Pokémon cultivation, was excited to see Ye Chen's other 2 Pokémon. This is Hyperactive Ape, it's well cultivated. This physique, wow, if you had this Pokémon in the gym battle just now, it would have been even harder for me to fight. Hey, is this Pokémon Charmander? It's very energetic, but it looks like it just hatched not long ago. Listening to Xiaogong's question, Ye Chen smiled and replied, yes, Hyperactive Ape is my first Pokémon, but I want to let Yaya exercise more in this gym battle. Charmander has just hatched and lacks combat experience. I plan to cultivate it slowly. Your Pokémon are all cultivated very well. After carefully observing Ye Chen's 3 Pokémon, Xiao Gang couldn't help but admire. In Xiaogong's eyes, the trainer's dedication to Pokémon cultivation is more important than his combat strength. Afterwards, Ye Chen asked Xiao Gang about Pokémon cultivation. Compared to combat, Xiao Gang is more accomplished in this area and gave Ye Chen a lot of useful experience. After the two had an in-depth discussion, Xiao Gang asked with a smile. Ye Chen, you are traveling during the summer vacation this time, right? Have you set the goal for this trip? Ye Chen nodded and said, this summer vacation is a total of 2 months. I hope to get 3 gym badges during this time. 3 gym badges. Xiao Gang calculated for Ye Chen, then nodded and said, there is enough time, and considering your strength, I don't think it will be a problem. It's just that in terms of the composition of the team, you need to be more diverse, otherwise it will be easy to be targeted. It's different from ordinary trainers and gym trainers. The more reasonable the team composition, the better. Well, I'm also considering this, but it depends on fate to capture elves. Fate. Xiao Gang also laughed when he heard what Ye Chen said. After that, Xiao Gang led Ye Chen to the kitchen and taught Ye Chen a few simple elf recipes, all of which are beneficial to elves and are delicious. When bidding farewell to Ye Chen, Xiao Gang pointed to the forest outside Nibi City and said, there are many elves in that forest, and there are all kinds of environments, which is very suitable for you to train elves. Okay, I know. Thank you, Xiao Gang, see you next time. Ye Chen smiled and thanked Xiao Gang, got on his bicycle, and pedaled in the direction Xiao Gang said. The sun gradually set and the sky darkened. It was almost night when Ye Chen arrived at the forest. Finding an open space near the river, Ye Chen took out a portable tent and set it up, and then lit a bonfire in the open space in front of the tent. Since he was out for a training trip, Ye Chen naturally would not think of staying in a hotel again. For the past 2 months, he planned to camp outdoors. Release 3 elves and let them move freely. Ye Chen took out a large iron pot and started to cook dinner. What should we eat for dinner today? Let's have curry. Ye Chen bought a lot of instant food in the system backpack, including instant curry. You only need to thaw it and eat it with rice. Ye Chen was cooking here. The 3 elves on the other side were playing in the small river nearby. Although Charmander is a fire-type elf, it is obviously not afraid of water. It and Fang Yi had a water fight with hyperactive ape in a 2-on-1 battle. Ye Chen sat on a big rock by the river and watched the scene quietly. Thinking about it this way, life in the elf world is really beautiful. You don't have to worry about the future. Ye Chen looked at the three elves and smiled. When you are in nature, your mood will naturally become peaceful. The trip in the forest lasted for a week. Along the way, Ye Chen met many trainers who were also traveling, and they had friendly exchanges with each other. Most of the elves on the field were Fang Yi and Charmander, and their strength has made great progress. As Charmander's predecessors, Hyperactive Ape and Fanja showed their generosity very gracefully and took good care of Charmander. Charmander he has grown vigorously and his strength has also made great progress. Camped by the river again. Ye Chen stood aside and let the three elves practice together. The sound of the system kept ringing in his ears, which was very pleasant. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained 1 bronze card fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained 1 bronze card fragment. Ding! The host collected 3 silver level card fragments and successfully synthesized a silver lucky charm. Ye Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the sound of the cards being synthesized. A silver level lucky charm, this is a good thing that you can buy without any choice. Things like luck are elusive, but lucky charms can significantly improve luck. It was with the help of the lucky charm that Ye Chen met Yaya. I wonder what good luck I will have this time. Ye Chen smiled and used the lucky charm with anticipation. A ray of white light flashed across Ye Chen's body. Ye Chen looked around, looking forward to his good luck. Before long, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Coming! Ye Chen was shocked. Any noise happening around him now might be the effect of a lucky charm. There was a sound in the bushes nearby, and then the sound got closer and closer. Finally, a young man covered with leaves suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen! Seeing that a human appeared, Ye Chen was obviously stunned for a moment. This is my good luck? No matter how bad it is, I can accept it if a girl shows up. Ye Chen couldn't help but curse. The boy who walked out of the bushes was obviously stunned for a moment when he saw a trainer appearing in front of him. Chapter 29, A Special Cave 4th Update, please support. Chapter 29, A Special Cave 4th Update, please support. The young man looked at Ye Chen's confused, shocked, and puzzled eyes, and quickly introduced himself. Hello, my name is Li Zan. I am a new trainer. I am on my way to become an excellent trainer. He smiled and waved to Ye Chen. He suddenly appeared from the bushes like this. He was also afraid that Ye Chen would misunderstand him as a lawless person. Ye Chen suppressed the doubts in his heart. The lucky charm, is this it? Cursing in his heart, Ye Chen greeted the boy. Hello, my name is Ye Chen, and I am traveling to challenge the gym. Gym challenge. As soon as Li Zan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to Ye Chen with great expectation, Brother, you have already started to challenge the gym? Then you must be very strong, and you must be a powerful trainer. Brother, how many medals have you received now? Can you show me? Ye Chen said, I just finished challenging the Nibi gym, and now I only have 1 medal. If you want to see it, of course it's no problem. With that said, Ye Chen took out the badge box and handed it to Li Zan. Li Zan looked at the badges in the badge box for a long time with a look of envy. Oh, I wonder when I will get a gym medal. If I could go home with a gym badge, my mother would stop nagging me. Li Zan's tone was full of emotion as he handed the badge box to Ye Chen. Ye Chen took the badge box and said with a smile, Take your time, there will always be something. Many things require time to settle, and there is no use in rushing. Well, thank you, big brother. Li Zan nodded to show that he understood. Ye Chen, on the other hand, was a little confused, thinking that this young man dared to travel alone even though he was still young. He was so courageous. After thinking for a while, Ye Chen asked, "By the way, how did you come out from over there?" Li Zan touched his head in embarrassment and said, I got lost after entering the forest. I went around all the way and met you, big brother. If I hadn't met brother yet, I would probably be sleeping on the street." Li Zan's words left Ye Chen speechless for a while. He felt that this kid was really big-hearted, or should everyone in this world be like that? At the same time, he couldn't help but curse, could it be that the effect of this lucky charm was actually for Li Zan? Seeing that Li Zan looked tired after trudging all the way, Ye Chen happened to be planning to set up camp and cook, so he asked him to help. Li Zan nodded in agreement. "When I heard the word eat, my mouth almost dropped. With someone helping, the efficiency was much higher." 20 minutes later, a table of delicious meals appeared in front of the two of them. The two also released their own elves. Ye Chen gave some of his elf food to Li Zan, who was grateful. Li Zan and his elf devoured their food, obviously hungry. Ye Chen suddenly became extremely curious about Li Zan's parents. "How much experience do you have before you can let Li Zan travel alone?" While eating, Li Zan looked at Ye Chen's elf curiously. Hyperkinetic Ape, Yaya, and Charmander, the three elves are full of energy, and they look like powerful elves at first glance. And his own Bulbasaur was devouring the food. After comparing the two sides, Li Zan couldn't help but sigh, and silently encouraged himself, "It's okay, as long as I work hard, one day I will become a powerful trainer." After finishing the meal, the two of them washed the dishes together. Li Zan plucked up the courage and said, "Brother Ye Chen, can you have an elf battle with me?" Ye Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard this. It is indeed the Pokémon world. When two trainers meet, they will definitely fight. This is an experience delivered to the door, so Ye Chen naturally has no reason to refuse. Ye Chen smiled and agreed, "Of course. Thank you, brother Ye." Li Zan nodded with a smile and called out to Bulbasaur next to him. On Ye Chen's side, it was Charmander that went out to fight. On the open space beside, the two stood face to face. Li Zan was obviously a little nervous. It seems that he did not have enough combat experience. Bulbasaur came on the field, staring at the opposite Charmander with a pair of big eyes, full of curiosity and confusion. And Charmander was full of fighting spirit. "Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip." Li Zan gave the order first. Bulbasaur shook his body, and two vine whips flew out from the side of his body and attacked Charmander directly. "Charmander, try to dodge Bulbasaur's skills." Ye Chen did not rush to use skills to counter-attack, but let Charmander try to dodge. In this battle, Charmander has an absolute advantage in both attributes and Pokémon levels. If Bulbasaur is knocked down with one strike, Li Zan is a rookie trainer, which will hit his confidence and enthusiasm. Although the result will not change, the scene should be better. The two Pokémons fought for a while, and Charmander won by a narrow margin, and Bulbasaur was knocked to the ground. "Alas, I lost, but thank you, brother Ye." Li Zan used the Pokeball to take back Bulbasaur, with a little disappointment in his tone, but he quickly cheered up. Ye Chen nodded and said, "You have trained this Bulbasaur very well, but it is not good at using its skills. When facing an opponent with superior attributes, don't think about fighting, but find the right opportunity to kill it with one blow. Or show weakness to the enemy, let the opponent take the initiative to attack, and then you look for flaws to attack. Of course, in most cases, when you encounter a Pokémon with stronger attributes than your own, it is the wisest choice to directly replace it with a Pokémon with superior attributes." Ye Chen told Li Zan about some of his shortcomings in this battle and gave some suggestions. Li Zan listened very seriously and nodded frequently. "Brotherly, how long do you think it will take me to become a powerful trainer like you?" Li Zan's tone was full of expectation. Ye Chen smiled and said, "As long as you keep working hard, I believe it won't take long." The two chatted for a while, and Li Zan finally approached Ye Chen mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Ye, I suddenly remembered something." "What is it?" Li Zan looked around and made sure there was no one, then said, "Brother Ye, when I was lost before, I saw a very strange place in the forest." Strange. Ye Chen was also curious after hearing this. Li Zan said, "In a forest, there is a cave, and there is a lot of snow at the entrance." He pointed to the sky and said, "It's summer now, and there is snow. Brother Ye, do you think it's weird? Snow? Could it be an ice-type Pokemon? But ice-type Pokemon are rare near Nibi City. It's summer again, and it's only possible to see it in those cold places." Seeing that Ye Chen was already interested, Li Zan hurriedly said, "Brother Ye, how about I take you there to have a look?" Chapter 30, Conquering Vulpix. First update, please support. Chapter 30, Conquer Vulpix. First update, please support. Ye Chen thought about it and nodded in agreement. He thought maybe this was the effect of his lucky charm. Li Zan only remembered the general direction, but fortunately there was snow at the entrance of the cave, which was very recognizable. After a careful search, the two found the location of the cave in the depths of the forest. The two approached cautiously, and Ye Chen took out the flashlight and shone it into the cave. For safety reasons, Ye Chen always held the pokeball of the hyperactive ape in his hand, so that he could throw it out at the first time if there was any danger. The two headed into the cave together. Suddenly, a sound of flapping wings came. Hiss! A Zubat suddenly appeared and attacked the two. "Hyperactive ape, drive it away!" Ye Chen threw the pokeball at the first time, and the hyperactive ape appeared with a roar, and slapped Zubat on the forehead. The big mouth bat was knocked unconscious by a palm. At this time, the sound of flapping wings in the cave gradually intensified. Eyes appeared in the darkness of the cave, and the attack of the hyperactive ape alarmed more big mouth bats. "Damn, hyperactive ape, run!" A group of big mouth bats quickly surrounded them. Ye Chen cursed, called the hyperactive ape, and ran with Li Zan. The way they came was blocked by big mouth bats, and the three of them could only run forward with their heads covered. "Go this way!" After running away in a panic and running around in circles, Ye Chen stopped panting. Hoo, I'm so tired, these stinky bats." Li Zan collapsed to the ground and cursed at the group of big mouth bats. Ye Chen laughed when he heard it. "Hey, what is this?" In order to find another exit in the cave, the two walked forward in the cave with flashlights. Suddenly, Li Zan stopped and said in surprise. The snow appeared on the ground in front of them again. Ye Chen paused and observed carefully for a while, looking around, and soon found a pile of snow not far away. "Let's go and take a look," Ye Chen called out. Under the protection of the hyperactive ape, the two followed the traces of ice and snow. There was a sound of water drops in front of them, and suddenly a light appeared. A huge cave with a huge hole on the top, and the light came from there. Under the moonlight, there was a white ground with a layer of white frost condensed on it. There were also a lot of green grass growing on the side. "Where is this place?" Li Zan looked puzzled. At this time, a cry came from behind the two, "Ah!" A layer of snowflakes suddenly blew over, and the cold breath made the two shiver. Pulling Li Zan, the two rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. The two also saw the elves attacking them clearly. A six-tailed beast, but different from the usual six-tailed beast, this one was actually white. "Wow, what kind of Pokemon is this? So pretty!" Li Zan took a look at Vulpix and couldn't help but admire it. Ye Chen was also conquered by Vulpix's cute appearance, but he was more confused. Shouldn't this Vulpix be the Vulpix from the Alola region? Why did it appear here? Vulpix didn't give the two more time to be confused and launched an attack again. "In that case, I can only subdue you." Ye Chen took out the Pokeball and released the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape clapped his hands and looked at the Vulpix opposite. "Hyperactive ape, surprise attack!" Ye Chen gave the order, and the hyperactive ape quickly jumped out and strode towards the Vulpix. Vulpix shook its 6 furry tails, and another layer of snowflakes blew over. This is an ice skill, fine snow, but this Vulpix is not high level, and the damage it causes to the hyperactive ape is extremely limited. The hyperactive ape resisted the attack of Vulpix and rushed directly to Vulpix, throwing a punch. Vulpix was directly hit and fell to the ground, unconscious. Ye Chen took the opportunity to throw the poke ball. Ding! Ding! Crack! The poke ball closed after 3 sounds, and Ye Chen subdued his 4th Pokémon, Vulpix. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Ye Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Some more card fragments were obtained. They were all silver level card fragments. Ding! The host has collected 3 silver level card fragments and synthesized the silver level skill card Frozen Punch. Frozen Punch, this skill is good, with a wide range of attack, which can effectively make up for the attack range of Ye Chen's opponent now. Use it after you get out. Ye Chen picked up Vulpix's poke ball on the ground, released Vulpix, and treated its injuries. Vulpix was a little wary at first, but after feeling the kindness of Ye Chen's release, it slowly calmed down. Took out some Pokémon rations to feed Vulpix, and used the detection eye to check the properties of this Vulpix. Vulpix. Level, LV11. Qualification limit, LV36, Advanced. Attribute, Ice. Feature, Snowfall. When the feature is activated, the weather will change to hail. Advanced qualification, very good. After seeing Vulpix's features, Ye Chen also understood why there was so much snow in the cave, which must have appeared under the effect of Vulpix. And there were so many gout bats gathered at the entrance of the cave, which must have been because the temperature dropped due to Vulpix, forcing them to leave. Ye Chen touched Vulpix's head and said, "Vulpix, we will be partners from now on." "Yeah." Vulpix nodded and rubbed Ye Chen affectionately. Li Zan, who was standing by, glanced at Vulpix and said with envy, "Brother Ye Chen is really amazing. This Vulpix is so beautiful." Ye Chen laughed and nodded. In terms of appearance, Vulpix should be ranked in the top 3 among all the elves. "Vulpix, do you know the way out? Lead the way for us." "Yeah." Vulpix nodded and led the 2 to a small path on the side. With Vulpix leading the way, the 2 left the cave much faster. 20 minutes later, the 2 finally walked out of the cave. Finally out. As soon as he walked out of the cave, Ye Chen couldn't help stretching. He was really tired. After staying in the dark environment for a long time, his mood would inevitably become depressed. After breathing the air outside the cave, the depression in my heart was much less. With Vulpix, the 2 returned to the camp. Ye Chen released his 3 elves and introduced Vulpix to the hyperactive apes. The hyperactive ape had seen it once, but the behavior of Yaya and Charmander surprised Ye Chen. I thought that the arrogant Yaya would have a conflict with Vulpix, but I never expected that Yaya would approach Vulpix in a rather servile manner as soon as she saw it. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh that whether it is a human or an elf, appearance is very important. Chapter 31, First Encounter with the 3 Hualin Sisters. Second update, please support. Chapter 31, First Encounter with the 3 Hualin Sisters. Second update, please support. Why don't Hyperactive Ape and Fanja have a good relationship? Because it's not handsome enough. Charmander lit up the flame on his tail and shook it in front of Vulpix as if performing an acrobatics. Vulpix took a look at the flame on Charmander's tail and pounced on it curiously. The 2 elves were chasing each other, and suddenly Vulpix stepped on a stone and bumped into Hyperactive Ape. I thought the unkind Hyperactive Ape would be angry, but I didn't expect this guy to show an ugly smile and rub Vulpix's head. A face of pampering. And Charmander, who made Vulpix fall, was hit by both Hyperactive Ape and Fanja. The two elves punched Charmander's head. Vulpix looked at the three elves around him with curiosity, and his tail kept shaking. Vulpix tilted his head, as if to ask the three elves what they were doing. The four elves immediately formed a fist and started playing. Even the hyperactive monkey gave up his dream of sleeping. Tisk tisk, I'm desperate for this world that values appearance. Lizanne on the side couldn't help but sigh. After letting the elves play for a while and getting familiar with each other, Ye Chen put them back into the elf ball. The portable tent had a large space and could hold a sleeping bag. Ye Chen and Lizanne fell into a deep sleep. When Ye Chen got up to go to the toilet in the middle of the night, he used the frozen punch card for the hyperactive monkey. When the hyperactive monkey woke up, he found that he had become stronger, and he would work harder. Ye Chen thought happily. The next morning, Ye Chen served as the chef and made a hearty breakfast. After everyone finished eating, Lizanne wiped his mouth with reluctance and said goodbye to Ye Chen. Brother Ye, I also want to go to Nibi City. I hope we can meet again next time. Lizanne waved at Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled and said, okay, I look forward to seeing you next time. After pointing out the direction for Lizanne, the two of them were talking. Ye Chen smiled in his heart, thinking that this time he finally didn't hear the words "see you next time, I will definitely defeat you." After packing up the tent, Ye Chen got on the bicycle and started the next journey. Hualan City should be here soon. Ye Chen glanced at the map and estimated the current location. After riding all the way, a cave appeared in front of Ye Chen. Hualan Cave. After passing through here, it should be Hualan City. Ye Chen's heart was immediately lifted. Putting the bicycle into the system backpack, Ye Chen took out the flashlight and walked into the Hualan Cave. The elves in the cave are very aggressive and often attack from the dark. Ye Chen released Charmander and Vulpix and let them fight in the front. The level of the elves in the cave is not high, which is a good opportunity for the two elves to level up. Because they have had experience in the cave before, and Vulpix is very familiar with this environment. This trip to the cave was much smoother than the last time. Along the way, they encountered many provocative elves. Charmander defeated two elves, and Vulpix also defeated two elves. The levels of both elves have been improved. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum level card fragment *1. After the battle, when picking up the fragments, Ye Chen also got a surprise. He actually picked up a platinum level card fragment, and inside the card was a stone, the Ice Stone. The Evolution Stone turned out to be a platinum level card. I didn't expect it to be so rare. If you collect 2 more card fragments, Vulpix will be able to evolve. Don't worry if you can't collect all the fragments. You can buy one, but I don't know how much it will cost. Of course, before evolving, Vulpix must accumulate enough experience. Ye Chen was thinking while walking in the cave. Soon, the light symbolizing the exit of the cave appeared in front of him again. When approaching the exit, Ye Chen heard the sound of waves and smelled the sea from his nose. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen the sea since I came to this world. I wonder what kind of elves I can see in the sea. Ye Chen walked out of the cave, looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and shouted happily. We'll be in Cerulean City soon. Let's take a look at the team's situation first, and then decide which Pokémon to use. The strongest in the team should be the Hyperactive Ape. Hyperactive Ape. Level, LV 25. Qualification Limit, LV 59, Gym Master Level. Attribute, General System. Feature, Strongman. Yaya is level 22, Charmander is level 14, and Vulpix is level 13. The gap in team strength is too big. Charmander and Vulpix need to be upgraded. Well, but before that, let me enjoy the sea first. Ye Chen cheered and rushed to the beach. Speaking of the sea, the first thing that comes to mind, besides the sun and the beach, is of course the most important thing is the bikini. Here I come. Ye Chen actually has another little idea to subdue Vulpix. Such a cute Pokemon is a killer in front of girls. Of course, Ye Chen may not have thought that compared with Vulpix, the appearance is almost negligible. Maybe it won't have any positive effect. If he really wants to highlight himself, he should capture a Pokemon like Monkey Monster. Enjoying the sunshine and waves, Ye Chen ran all the way. Suddenly he stopped. A beautiful landscape appeared in front of him. Two girls were fighting Pokemon in front. The Pokemons used by these two girls are well trained. Ye Chen couldn't help but praise in his heart. One of them has long golden wavy hair and looks very beautiful. The Pokemon she uses is a heart-shaped fish. The other girl has long pink hair and looks very cute. The Pokemon she uses is a horned goldfish. The battle process of the two is extremely gorgeous, and Ye Chen looks at them and feels that these two people are familiar. They are not the three sisters of Hualan. The gym trainers in Hualan City, Xioxia's three sisters. The two people in front of him should be Xioxia's sisters Sakura and Peony. Isn't this exactly the goal of this trip? Watching the two young and beautiful girls fighting, Ye Chen silently compared them with Xiao Gang in his heart. Xiao Gang was completely defeated. Ye Chen took out a mirror from his backpack, combed his hair, and took out his ultimate weapon, Vulpix. Holding Vulpix, Ye Chen walked towards the two. Having Vulpix is equivalent to having a buff of plus 100 favorability. Chapter 32, Miss Juncha 3rd Update, please support. Chapter 32, Miss Juncha 3rd Update, please support. Sakura, who was fighting, felt Ye Chen's arrival and winked at her sister. The two put away the elves, and Muten looked over curiously. As soon as she saw Ye Chen, or more accurately, as soon as she saw the Vulpix in Ye Chen's arms, Muten's eyes lit up. She ran over excitedly and said happily, "Hey, is this Pokemon Vulpix? But why is it white? So beautiful." Sakura also followed with a smile and said, "I have seen this Vulpix in the illustrations. It should be the Vulpix form unique to the Alola region. Are you a trainer from the Alola region?" Sakura asked curiously. Ye Chen shook his head and said, "No, I am not a trainer from the Alola region. I am from Hwaju Academy and I am on the journey to challenge the gym." Challenge the gym? When Sakura heard this, she looked at Ye Chen with interest and said, "Go forward from here to Cerulean City. If you want to challenge a gym, do you want to challenge the Cerulean gym?" "Yes." Ye Chen nodded. Muten, who was standing by, approached Vulpix with a curious look on her face and asked with a smile, "Ye Chen, can I hold your Vulpix? It's so cute." Of course. Ye Chen would not refuse such a request, and he handed the Vulpix in his hand to Muten. The two girls held the Vulpix in their arms, their faces full of happiness. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh that Vulpix was indeed a weapon for improving favorability. If he had brought the hyperactive monkey to say hello, it would definitely not have such an effect. The three chatted for a while, and after Sakura teased Vulpix for a while, she took the initiative to invite Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, the two of us are dancers of water ballet, are you interested in coming over to see it together?" "Yes, the Hualan gym you want to challenge is also there." Muten, who was standing by, said with a smile. Of course. Ye Chen would naturally not refuse such an invitation. So the two of them took Ye Chen to Cerulean City. During this period, Vulpix was always in the arms of the two girls, looking around with a pair of curious eyes. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen was really envious. Half an hour later, the outline of Cerulean City appeared in front of everyone. "This is Cerulean City. How about it? Is it beautiful?" Sakura pointed to the beautiful city in front of her and introduced it with great pride. "It is indeed beautiful." Ye Chen nodded. Compared with Nibi City, the environment of Cerulean City is obviously more beautiful. Of course, the main reason is that there are many more beautiful girls here than in Nibi city. The three were about to enter Cerulean city when suddenly a cry came, "Catch, catch the thief!" A suspicious person wearing black clothes and a mask ran away, and a girl with blue hair chased him breathlessly. Seeing this girl, Sakura was quite surprised and said, "Icarus, what are you doing here?" Icarus said breathlessly, "Sister, sister, catch the thief." Behind Icarus, there was a speeding police car. Miss Juncha chased after him with a serious face. Seeing the three people blocking the road, the thief took out the pokeball and shouted angrily in an irritable tone, "The person in front, get out of my way, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless." How could Ye Chen admit his weakness? With a cold snort, he took out the pokeball and threw it at the thief. Hyperactive ape! Catch him! Roar! The hyperactive ape roared and appeared in the middle of the road, firmly blocking the way of the masked man in black. Seeing that Ye Chen was so ignorant, the masked man was also furious. He threw out the pokeball, released a Zubat, and shouted angrily, "Zuzbat, let this ignorant kid taste your power!" Zubat yelled and rushed forward. Sakura and Peony escaped from the pokeball with serious faces, ready to help Ye Chen fight. At this time, Ye Chen's voice rang out, "Flame Fist!" Hyperactive ape yelled and rushed forward with flames wrapped around his fists. One punch directly knocked Zubat away. The momentum of the hyperactive ape's forward rush did not decrease, and another punch hit the masked man directly. With only 2 moves, the hyperactive ape subdued the masked man. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Get a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Get a silver level card fragment *1. The battle with the thief was lucky, and 2 silver level fragments were harvested. At this time, Miss Juncha and Icarus also rushed over. Miss Juncha handcuffed the masked man and said angrily, "You have been arrested, what's the problem? Come to the police station with me." Miss Juncha felt ashamed that such a guy who stole things in broad daylight appeared in Hualan City, which she governed. After catching the thief, Miss Juncha glanced at Ye Chen beside her and suddenly said in great surprise, "You are Ye Chen." Hearing Miss Juncha's question, Ye Chen was also a little surprised. "I thought, could it be that I have done something bad?" Ye Chen replied, "Yes, Miss Juncha, I am Ye Chen." Miss Juncha showed a look of sudden enlightenment on her face, and smiled, "I heard about you from my cousin at Huaja College. Last time, you helped her catch the poachers, right?" "Yes." Ye Chen replied with a smile, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had done something bad, and Miss Juncha wanted to invite him to have tea. Miss Juncha smiled and said, "You helped our Juncha family again this time. Thank you so much. If the society was full of young people like you, we wouldn't have to be so busy every day." After Miss Juncha finished her words, she kicked the thief next to her. She took out a card from her bosom, handed it to Ye Chen, and said, "According to the rules, there are rewards for being brave and righteous. Last time you helped arrest the poacher, the reward was not given to you. Plus this time you helped catch the thief, so it's just right to give it to you together." "Thank you, Miss Juncha." Ye Chen took the card with a smile. After seeing Miss Juncha off, Sakura introduced her sister Icarus to Ye Chen. The 3 of them finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the thief was the one who stole things from the Hualan Gym. The 4 of them chatted while arriving at the Hualan Gym not long after. The gym looked more like an aquarium. As soon as Ye Chen walked into the gym, a girl came out to greet him. Sakura's little sister, a trainer that Ye Chen was very familiar with, Zioxia. "Wow, what a cute Vulpix." Sure enough, cute animals have infinite killing power on girls. Sakura hadn't had time to introduce Ye Chen to Zioxia, and Zioxia came to Vulpix with excitement. "Are you the trainer of Vulpix? Such a cute Pokemon follows you, it feels like a treasure in the dark." Zioxia said to Ye Chen while stroking Vulpix. Ye Chen could only laugh dryly, thinking that after you have seen how powerful I am, you will definitely not think so. Chapter 33, Hualan Gym Battle. Fourth update, please support. Chapter 33, Hualan Gym Battle. Fourth update, please support. Hearing Xioxia's words, Ye Chen smiled and said, I think whether I am suitable for the trainer of Vulpix is not something that others can decide. Really? Xioxia looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Sakura glanced at Xioxia and sighed helplessly. Sister Xioxia's personality has not changed. How can she get married in the future? In order to avoid conflicts between the two, Sakura changed the topic and said, okay, don't discuss these. Xioxia, you too, it's your first time meeting someone, be polite. Lady, be a lady, have you forgotten what I taught you? Xioxia stuck out her tongue and fled before Sakura was about to continue preaching. At this time, Peony smiled and said, my sister is like this. She speaks bluntly, but she doesn't mean any harm. Ye Chen, don't take it to heart. Icarus also smiled and said, as an apology, our water ballet performance will start soon. Come with us. You can watch it in the special seat. Ye Chen has been looking forward to the water ballet performance for a long time. In his 2 lifetimes, he can count the number of live performances he has seen on one hand. The prepared music gradually sounded. A large number of spectators have entered the gym in advance. Compared with the gym in Nibi City, the popularity of Hualan Gym is obviously much higher. After all, in addition to the gym challenge, there is also the famous water ballet performance. As Sakura said before, Ye Chen got a special audience seat. Located above the swimming pool, the entire swimming pool is in full view, which can be said to be the best place to watch the performance. The audience arrived one after another, and soon the audience seats on the side were full of people. The melodious music sounded, and the water-type Pokémons emerged from the water first. Then the 3 Hualan sisters, each with their own unique style, came on stage. Sister Sakura is the most beautiful. Sister Icarus is the most beautiful. Sister Peony is the most beautiful trainer. In the audience, cheers rose and fell. The 3 sisters' elegant figures rose and fell in the water with the Pokémons. The graceful dance was surrounded by lights and the Pokémons beside them, which was extremely moving. After the end of the underwater ballet, even more enthusiastic applause rang out. The audience was obviously a little reluctant to part with the performance, and they shouted loudly for another song. Amid the warm cheers, the 3 slowly bowed. Without letting the audience wait for long, Sakura, who had changed her clothes quickly, came on stage and smiled at the audience. In addition to the underwater ballet performance this year, there is also a very exciting special program. Don't forget, everyone, this is actually a gym. As soon as Sakura said this, the audience burst into laughter. After the laughter gradually died down, Sakura continued, next, we will present a gym battle to everyone. And this time, as the Hualan Gym, the representative of the gym battle is our sister, Xioxia. Oh! The audience cheered. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Xioxia slowly walked onto the stage. Today, I will definitely win. Let those trainers know that our Hualan Gym is not just a name. Xioxia said confidently. There was another round of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Obviously, the Hualan sisters are very popular in Hualan City and have countless fans. Sakura, who was standing by, could only smile bitterly and shook her head when she heard this. I suddenly thought, if Xioxia was defeated by Ye Chen, would she cry? But this is also a good thing. It's time to polish Xioxia's character. Sakura continued to introduce, now, let's welcome our challenger. From Huaji College, Ye Chen. Don't underestimate this boy, he is a powerful trainer recognized by Miss Junsha. On the side, as the lift platform fell, Ye Chen's voice appeared in the audience's field of vision. Suddenly, a round of boos sounded, little brother, admit defeat. You can't beat our sister Xioxia. The gym badge of our Hualan city is not so easy to get. Little brother, I really want to cheer for you, but my body and mind won't allow me to do such a thing. A group of spectators shouted at Ye Chen. Of course, most of the content was not very good. This home advantage is not ordinary. Ye Chen glanced at the crowded audience. If an inexperienced trainer saw this tsunami-like formation, he would have lost half of the battle before the battle even started. The two players were in place. The venue of Hualan Gym is very special, and it can be said that it is specially built for water elves. The battle site was a huge swimming pool with many floating platforms for landing. Sakura was the referee of this game. She smiled and said, "Everyone, control your emotions and don't put too much pressure on the two sides. Now, let me introduce the rules of this gym match. The rules of the match are the same as those of the Nibi City Gym, which is 2v2. The winner will be determined after one side's Pokémon completely loses its combat ability. So, both of you, are you ready?" After reading the rules of the match, Sakura asked the two players with a smile. "Ready." Zioxia nodded confidently, took out the poke ball, and responded loudly. Ye Chen on the opposite side also took out the poke ball and nodded. Then the game officially begins. At Sakura's command, both of them released their Pokémon. Zioxia's first Pokémon was Starfish. Ye Chen's first Pokémon was Charmander. Seeing the first Pokémon Ye Chen sent out, Zioxia couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. As expected, she is a rookie trainer. She actually used a fire-type Pokémon to fight against her water-type Starfish. Starfish uses water gun. Starfish in the water quickly sprayed out a stream of water. "Charmander, be careful to dodge." Ye Chen calmly issued an order. He sent Charmander to fight this battle, of course, not because he was crazy. Nor was he assimilated by Master Ji and wanted to become a master of reverse attribute battle. Charmander, jump to the platform on the left. While dodging the water gun attack of Starfish, Ye Chen gave Charmander another order. Charmander made several leaps and came to the platform in the corner of the pool. This position happened to be in the blind spot of Starfish's vision. If it wanted to attack Charmander, it had to take the initiative to circle around and bypass the platform in the water. Of course, Charmander could not attack Starfish at this position. "Charmander, use Sunny Day." Taking this opportunity, Ye Chen issued another order. The little fire dragon roared, and a ball of white light surged out of its body and shot into the sky. The sun was scattered. Under sunny conditions, the damage of water skills was greatly reduced, which was a heavy blow to Zioxia. Chapter 34, Despicable Stranger First Update, please support. Chapter 34, Despicable Stranger First Update, please support. Seeing Charmander use the Sunny Day skill, the audience was in an uproar. "Despicable stranger! You actually used such a method, but you are still too naive, young man. Zioxia will not be defeated by such a low-level trick of yours." "Yes, that's right. In terms of attributes, your Charmander is still at an absolute disadvantage," a group of spectators said in unison. Zioxia on the battle stage also became serious at this time. She actually used the Sunny Day skill. It seems that she still underestimated this guy called Ye Chen. "Starfish, use Bubble Beam." Zioxia issued an order. Starfish quickly traveled through the water, found an angle, and countless bubbles attacked Charmander. "Charmander, come back!" And Ye Chen took Charmander back first. Seeing Ye Chen's move, the audience cursed again, spraying Ye Chen with words like "not a man" and "a coward." Ye Chen naturally blocked these provocative words. He had two purposes for launching Charmander first. The first was to change the weather and pave the way for the second Pokémon to come on the field. The second was to prevent skills such as Pray for Rain, which was a countermeasure. After all, the blessing of water Pokémon in rainy weather is terrifying. The messy characteristics of some Pokémon are also closely related to rainy weather. But fortunately, Xioxia's team did not seem to consider this direction. Otherwise, a Pokémon with the characteristics of swimming freely in rainy weather would be a big hurdle that Ye Chen could hardly overcome. Hyperactive Ape, leave it to you. Ye Chen released his second Pokémon. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared and stood on the platform in the water. The level of Vulpix was too low, and it was too reluctant to fight in the gym battle. Yaya was not strong enough to face the Pokémon in the water. Charmander's fire skills are basically useless as long as the opponent stays in the water, unless Charmander's fire power is strong enough to evaporate the entire pool. But this is obviously impossible. In this battle, the most reliable one is still the hyperactive ape. When the hyperactive ape, who is strong and impressive, appeared, the audience suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone in this world loves elves fighting, and the strength of an elf is easy to see. And Ye Chen's hyperactive ape is obviously very powerful. Xioxia's expression also became solemn. But she quickly calmed down. In this gym venue full of water, she still has an absolute advantage. This hyperactive ape can't jump into the water to attack Haixingxing. Bubble Ray! Xioxia issued an order again. Haixingxing rotated her body, and countless bubbles attacked the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape jumped lightly and jumped quickly on the platform in the pool. Using the same trick again, the hyperactive ape came to the blind spot in the pool. Gather Qi! Ye Chen gave the order. The hyperactive ape roared, and a ball of white light appeared on its body. After the hyperactive ape was strengthened, Haixingxing finally arrived and launched an attack. Haixingxing, get out of the way and consume it. Seeing that the hyperactive ape had completed its strengthening, Xioxia changed her strategy and planned to consume the hyperactive ape first. After the hyperactive ape was strengthened, Haixingxing would probably not be able to withstand a single blow if it was caught. At this time, Ye Chen's unexpected command sounded, "Hyperactive ape, fight Haixingxing in the water." After Ye Chen gave the order, he also looked at Xioxia provocatively. The hyperactive ape roared and jumped into the water, splashing countless water. The audience in the audience also laughed loudly. "Boy, you are courting death. You started with a fire-type elf, and let the hyperactive ape jump into the water. Do you really understand elf battles?" The audience laughed loudly. Xioxia also looked frosty and a little angry. In her opinion, this was Ye Chen's provocation. How could Haixingxing be afraid of fighting in the water? Haixingxing, bubble beam! Haixingxing attacked again. And the hyperactive ape showed an unusually cunning scene. It used the Qin Wang's position. It kept circling around the platform pillar in the water. Haixingxing's attacks hit the pillars in the water again and again. The audience who had mocked Ye Chen before fell silent instantly. Because they found that it seemed that the hyperactive ape was harder to be hit when hiding in the water than standing on the platform. Xioxia's expression also became solemn. The hyperactive ape used almost the least physical strength to defend against Haixingxing's attacks again and again. And if it continued like this, Haixingxing would definitely be the first to run out of physical strength. We must force the hyperactive ape out of the corner first. After thinking about it, Xioxia gave another order. She planned to fight once. In this field, Charmander had no room to play at all, and a big sunny day was the limit. She has 2 elves. As long as she can defeat this hyperactive monkey, the victory will be hers. Xioxia looked at Ye Chen on the opposite side with appreciation. She underestimated this guy. Even if Ye Chen lost this battle, his performance was worthy of a gym medal. Haixingxing, use high-speed rotation to attack the hyperactive monkey. Haixingxing rotated her body and rushed towards the hyperactive monkey quickly. In the water, Haixingxing has the advantage in speed. And Ye Chen was waiting for this moment. Hyperactive monkey, good opportunity, yes. A surprise attack. The hyperactive ape used the Qin King's movement again and swam around the pillar. Haixingxing followed in an arc. At the moment when Haixingxing just bypassed the pillar, the figure of the hyperactive ape suddenly appeared in front of Hai Xing Xing. A heavy punch? A surprise attack? Hai Xing Xing was hit directly by the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape naturally would not miss this good opportunity, and followed closely and threw another punch. The water waves were blasted away, and Hai Xing Xing was hit by a punch again. The powerful effect brought by the strongman characteristics and the gathering of energy, after 2 hits, Hai Xing Xing was knocked unconscious by the hyperactive ape. The unconscious starfish surfaced and lost its ability to fight. At the same time, the hyperactive ape also surfaced and began to breathe. After all, it was not a water-type Pokémon and could not fight in the water for a long time. Xia took back Starfish and looked at the hyperactive ape and Ye Chen opposite with great seriousness. The attack power of this hyperactive ape was much stronger than she had imagined. It should be noted that this was in the water, with huge resistance, but Starfish was still knocked down by 2 hits. Taking a deep breath, Xioxia sent out her second Pokémon. Gem Starfish, it's you! A gorgeous Pokémon appeared on the field. The audience cheered again. It was obvious that this Gem Starfish was a very popular Pokémon in the Cerulean Gym. Gem Starfish, use water cannon. Xioxia gave the order in a serious tone. It would be too embarrassing to be outnumbered by this hyperactive monkey. She must win. Starfish spun her body, and a huge and powerful water column blasted at the hyperactive monkey. Chapter 35, The Attack of the Hyperactive Monkey. Second update, please support. Chapter 35, The Attack of the Hyperactive Monkey. Second update, please support. Xioxia, beat him. The Hualan Gym will win. Starfish, show this hyperactive monkey how powerful you are. After the Gem Starfish delivered a powerful blow, cheers like a tsunami rang out. The powerful water cannon blasted the water waves and attacked the hyperactive ape. Xioxia had narrowed her eyes and was thinking, if the hyperactive ape continued to adopt the strategy of swimming and evading, how should she deal with it? But Ye Chen's response was beyond her expectations. It also made the audience present suddenly speechless. Hyperactive ape, rush forward! Ye Chen's powerful voice rang out. The hyperactive ape kicked the pillar next to it hard, and its body rushed towards the Gem Starfish like an arrow from a string. Frozen Fist. 2 balls of ice blue energy gathered on the fist of the hyperactive ape. Frozen Fist against water cannon. Every time the hyperactive ape swung his fist and hit the water cannon, a huge block of ice condensed around him. The hyperactive ape used the condensed ice as a leverage point and quickly pounced on the Gem Starfish in front. During this process, the hyperactive ape was hit by the water cannon several times, and it can be said that it was advancing against the water cannon attack of the Gem Starfish. This guy is really crazy. Gem Starfish, keep using the water cannon. Defeat it. Xioxia naturally had no reason to dodge the target that was sent up. Under the attack of the water cannon, the hyperactive ape could not rush to the front of the Gem Starfish. However, the scene in front of her broke Xioxia's cognition. The hyperactive ape rushed to the front of the Gem Starfish against the attack of the water cannon. Behind him, huge floating ice appeared. Resurrection. Ye Chen's command sounded. The hyperactive ape hit the Gem Star with a heavy punch. The Hercules characteristic, plus the resurrection, is a skill that is more powerful the lower the physical strength of the hyperactive ape. The terrifyingly powerful punch directly knocked the Gem Star far away and hit it hard against the wall at the other end of the battle stage. 1 hit. The Gem Star was directly knocked unconscious and lost its combat ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum level card fragment *1. After the victory, Ye Chen once again harvested a large number of card fragments. Among them, there was actually a platinum-level fragment, which happened to be a fragment of the ice stone. In this way, there was only one fragment left to synthesize the ice stone. Hyperactive Ape and Charmander were also upgraded to a higher level. After the gem starfish was knocked down, Zioxia reacted belatedly. She glanced at the sky, and the dazzling sunlight scattered down. I was fooled by this guy. Zioxia put away the gem starfish, and she was immediately angry. She forgot that it was a sunny day, and the damage of water skills was greatly reduced. This was also the reason why the hyperactive ape dared to rush forward with the water cannon. The audience was also speechless, shocked by the domineering scene of the hyperactive ape. Sakura was also shocked by this scene. After a while, she remembered to read out the results of the game. The gem starfish loses its combat ability. The hyperactive ape wins. Let's congratulate Ye Chen for winning the gym challenge. After Sakura's words ended, sparse applause broke out. Then it turned into warm applause. Shouts and cheers. The strong will naturally be respected. Ye Chen and hyperactive ape, with their strength, won the respect of the audience in the Hualan Gym. Young man, you did a great job. This fight was wonderful and bloody. Sister Zioxia, although you lost this time, we will still support you as always. The cheers and comforts of the audience rang out. Zioxia took a deep breath, quickly cheered up, walked to Ye Chen, and handed him a medal. Ye Chen, you are very strong, I take back what I said before. You are a very strong trainer, I think it must be the right thing for Vulpix to follow you. Zioxia's personality is very free and easy. Ye Chen took the medal from Zioxia and said, this battle was won with great difficulty. Your gem starfish is very powerful. If you change your fighting style, this battle will surely be much more difficult. It is very difficult, but can you still win? Zioxia heard the subtext from Ye Chen's words, but as a loser now, she naturally had no right to refute anything. It was all because her training was not enough. Ye Chen, I also plan to go out for a trip. I will definitely not lose when we meet next time. You are always waiting. Ye Chen agreed with a smile. He thought to himself that this was the first opponent who wanted to challenge him. When he saw them again, should he let them fight first, and the winner would challenge him? Ye Chen was daydreaming here. Sakura came over and said, it's getting late today, Ye Chen, why don't you just rest here today? Well, okay. When Ye Chen heard this, he felt very happy, thinking that it was his heroic appearance on the battlefield that fascinated Sister Sakura. But the facts proved that Ye Chen thought too much. I heard Peony waving in the aisle and smiling. We have found several sets of clothes suitable for Vulpix. Come and take some more photos together. Oh my god, it's so cute. I decided to buy a ticket to Alila tomorrow. I want to catch a Vulpix too. Zioxia and Sakura waved at Ye Chen and left in a hurry. Ye Chen's mouth twitched. Well, it feels like he let Vulpix stay overnight, and he only had to do it by the way. Never thought that he, Ye Chen, would also have the day to eat the elf's soft rice. Ye Chen followed the three sisters and left. Sakura cooked a sumptuous dinner herself. And Vulpix, dressed up by the three sisters, became extremely cute. With a ribbon on his head and a scarf around his neck. There was also a pile of small clothes of various kinds on the ground. Ye Chen's elves also stood aside and watched curiously. Vulpix looked confused, changing clothes one after another, just like an elf model. Girls are very skillful, and soon, Ye Chen's elves who were watching on the side were also affected. Hyperactive Ape put on a martial arts uniform, with a word on his back, which looked very much like a guy named Long in a certain anime. Ye Chen suspected that Hyperactive Ape shouted, Huo Yojin. He could release a wave punch. And Yaya put on a suit, sunglasses on his head, and 2 copper rings on his teeth, just like a gangster boss. Charmander on the side was even more showy, it also put on a skirt and took pictures with Vulpix. Ye Chen felt that this style was not right. Shouldn't I be the strongest elf trainer? Why do I suddenly feel that I have become a coordinated trainer? In order to avoid becoming a member of the Hualan sisters, Ye Chen used the excuse of going to the toilet and slipped away. Chapter 36, Charmander Evolution. The third update, please support. Chapter 36, Charmander Evolution. The third update, please support. After a night of hard work. The next morning, Ye Chen had a good sleep and woke up early. The elves beside him were all crooked and fell in a mess, obviously they had been tossing for a long time last night. Ye Chen couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Hey, this is youth, unlike me." After another breakfast, Ye Chen also shared his travel plan with the Sakura sisters. Several people also gave their opinions. "Ye Chen, I think you can challenge the Dead Leaf Gym next," Sakura said. After chatting for a long time yesterday, they all had a general understanding of Ye Chen's elves. According to Ye Chen, there was a clear gap in the strength of his elves. Hyperactive Ape was obviously the only one, Fang was a little weaker, and Charmander and Vulpix were a little bit inferior to the stage, and their levels were a little different. Zioxia also nodded and said, "The Vermilion Gym is an electric-type Pokémon, and there are many places to practice strength along the way. It's just convenient for you to improve the strength of Charmander and Vulpix. And compared to going to other places, the journey to Vermilion City is not far, so it won't be very hard." Peony beside him also added. Ye Chen thought about it and decided to accept their opinions. He felt a little unreal now. He didn't expect to get 2 gym medals so smoothly. He also made a lot of friends enemies. After determining the next destination, Ye Chen went to the Cerulean City department store to replenish his consumption of supplies. This time when he went to the Withered Leaf Gym, he planned to slow down his travel and train Charmander and Vulpix more. After all, if the goal is to win the league championship, it is not realistic to let Hyperactive Ape fight every time. After the purchase was completed, Ye Chen said goodbye to the Hualan sisters. Zioxia also challenged Ye Chen with great momentum, saying that they would definitely meet again in this year's Quartz League, and that she would definitely beat Ye Chen to the ground. Wait and see. Ye Chen waved to Zioxia and said goodbye to the Hualan sisters. Leaving Hualan City, Ye Chen rode his bicycle to the Withered Leaf Gym. For several days, Ye Chen slept in the wild. Beside a clear pond, Ye Chen stopped and looked at the dim sky. He planned to camp here today. Pond, think about it, I haven't taken a bath for 4 or 5 days. Ye Chen released 4 elves and let them move freely, and he jumped into the water with a fish jump. "I love taking a bath, my skin is so good, oh 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 oh." Ye Chen sang the familiar slobbery song from his previous life while scrubbing his body. I don't know if it was because his voice was too unpleasant or what, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the water. Roar! A huge figure jumped out of the water, and countless water splashed, splashing Ye Chen's face. A blue elf with an extremely ferocious appearance appeared in front of Ye Chen. Seeing this elf, Ye Chen was also stunned for a moment. Gyarados. Ye Chen was immediately shocked. "I just took a bath, and I could meet Gyarados? You know, the Magikarp in this world is very difficult to evolve, and Gyarados is a very rare elf." Ye Chen immediately rolled and crawled towards the shore. Talking to Gyarados about reason? It doesn't exist. Otherwise, Gyarados would not be called a ferocious Pokémon. Roar! Sure enough, Gyarados didn't mean to let Ye Chen go, and a ball of water gathered in its mouth. Water cannon! The huge water flow directly hit Ye Chen. MMP! Ye Chen cursed and jumped forward. Sure enough, outdoor travel is not necessarily beautiful, and it is always accompanied by countless crises. It just comes later, not coming. He narrowly avoided Gyarados' attack. The angry Gyarados didn't seem to mean to let Ye Chen go, and another water cannon condensed in its mouth. Boom! Another water cannon blasted out. Ye Chen's face turned pale. How could he dodge this? Damn! Ye Chen couldn't help but swear. At this time, an orange-red figure appeared in Ye Chen's field of vision. Ah! Charmander screamed, and a flame shot out of his mouth, hitting the angry Gyarados. Gyarados changed the direction of attack instantly, and fired the water cannon at Charmander. Flame splash against water cannon. The flame and water blended, and countless steam rose up. Charmander was obviously at a disadvantage, and the water cannon was getting closer and closer to Charmander. Charmander, get out of the way! Ye Chen shouted loudly. But Charmander had no intention of getting out of the way, because Ye Chen was right next to it. If it got out of the way, the target of the water cannon would become Ye Chen. Charmander continued to wrestle with Gyarados. Gyarados was obviously even more angry, and with a sudden force, the water column sprayed from its mouth became thicker. The flames released by the flame splash were not submerged by the cannon, and Charmander was about to be hit by the water cannon. At this critical moment, Charmander's entire body suddenly flashed with white light. In the white light, his body suddenly became a whole circle larger, and a thick flame shot out from the white light, directly offsetting the water column sprayed by Gyarados. The white light faded away, and Charmander evolved. Charmer! Roar! Gyarados swung its tail and fired another water cannon. At this moment, 3 shadows jumped out of the forest. Hyperactive Ape heard the noise and rushed over. Yaya's hands were covered with a layer of purple light, and he slashed at Gyarados fiercely. Vulpix also blew out a fine snow. Hyperactive Ape roared and punched Gyarados hard. Charmer, who had just evolved, also participated in the evolution, and the flame splash was launched. The 4 Pokémon attacked together, and Gyarados soon couldn't resist. After the 4 Pokémon roared, it fled. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained silver card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host! Obtained gold card fragment *1. In this battle with Gyarados, Ye Chen harvested a lot of fragments. The host collected 3 gold card fragments and successfully synthesized the gold skill card Jet Flame. Charmeleon's level was raised to level 16 in this battle. Yaya and Vulpix also improved their attack in this battle. Yaya was raised to level 23, and Vulpix was also raised to level 15. Ye Chen can be said to have survived the disaster, his heart was thumping. Coming to the edge of the pond, wiping off the dirt on his body, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. I swear, I will never take a bath in the pond again. After getting dressed, Ye Chen took out the skill card he had just obtained and used it directly on Charmeleon. A white light flashed on Charmeleon. Charmeleon learned the skill of spraying flames, which is very powerful and can be said to be the graduation skill of fire spirits. On the side, Yaya and Vulpix came to Charmeleon and looked at it curiously. Yaya looked at her hand and wondered when she could evolve. As long as she evolved, she would be stronger than the hyperkinetic ape. Vulpix was curiously circling around Charmeleon and was surprised by the change in Charmeleon's appearance. Chapter 37, The Monkey Monster Who Made Trouble. 4th update, please support. Chapter 37, The Monkey Monster Who Made Trouble. 4th update, please support. Ye Chen looked at Vulpix on the side and couldn't help laughing. Vulpix, do you want to evolve too? Yeah. Vulpix thought for a while and nodded. Ye Chen touched Vulpix's head. After Vulpix evolved into the 9th position, its appearance was upgraded to a higher level, but it always felt a little regretful. Just like a Lolita turned into a queen. If you want to evolve, you still need a card fragment. Ye Chen now has 2 pieces of the Ice Stone card. As long as he collects the last one, he can synthesize the Ice Stone. With the Ice Stone, Vulpix can evolve. Since Vulpix wants to evolve, Ye Chen will naturally not refuse. It is impossible to stay by the pond. If a Gyarados suddenly jumps out when he is sleeping at night and gives him a water cannon, he will be in trouble. Ye Chen put the 4 elves back into the poke ball, put away the tent next to him, and prepared to camp in another place. After walking in the forest for a while, there was a burst of angry shouting in front of him. "You damn monkey monsters!" It sounded like a young girl. It happened that Ye Chen wanted to stay in this place, so he ran over following the sound. Not far away, a fruit forest appeared in front of them. A group of monkey monsters stood on the fruit trees, stealing the fruits on the trees while laughing at the girl below. An old man with white hair and beard stood behind and said with a sad face, "Lily, don't be angry with these monkey monsters, be careful they hurt you." The girl named Lily said relentlessly, "Grandpa, how can that be? These fruits are planted by us with great effort. These monkey monsters only know how to make trouble every day, I will never forgive them today." Lily said angrily, holding the wooden stick in her hand tightly, and waved it at the monkey monsters on the tree. Seeing Lily attacking them with a wooden stick, a group of monkey monsters laughed. Lily swung the wooden stick hard and hit a monkey monster hard. This instantly angered the monkey monsters. One of the monkey monsters finished eating the fruit in his mouth, and rushed towards Lily fiercely with a shout. The remaining monkey monsters also rushed over. "Lily, be careful, get out of the way." Lily's grandfather saw this scene and shouted loudly. At this time, Lily was already a little unable to dodge. She could only hastily use a wooden stick to block in front of her. Hyperactive ape. Surprise attack. At this time, Ye Chen's voice sounded behind her. These monkey monsters actually wanted to attack humans, which was unforgivable. He released all 4 elves in the team. For a moment, the light of various skills flashed in the forest. This group of monkey monsters was naturally no match for Ye Chen, and they were beaten and fled. A group of monkey monsters were defeated, and Lily patted her chest and let out a long breath. She was really scared just now. She wiped her face and calmed down, then she trotted over to thank Ye Chen. "Thank you for helping me. These annoying monkeys finally got their comeuppance." Lily's grandfather also came over and thanked Ye Chen. At the same time, he said worriedly, "Let's leave here first. Although we defeated these monkeys, they still have 2 very powerful leaders. It will be bad if they are retaliated." "Do these monkeys dare to retaliate?" Ye Chen asked, "Do these monkeys still have leaders?" Lily gestured with her hand and nodded, "Yes. 2 big fire monkeys. It's these 2 who lead a group of monkeys to steal our fruit every day, and also lead a group of monkeys to attack pedestrians on the road." As the 3 were talking, a sound of rapid approaching came from the forest not far away. 2 strong fire monkeys jumped down from the tree and stared at Ye Chen and his elves fiercely. The monkeys that were knocked down by the fruit tree also gathered around the 2 inferno monkeys, baring their teeth and claws at Ye Chen and the others, as if they were complaining. Roar! The 2 inferno monkeys glared at Ye Chen fiercely, and led a group of monkeys to rush up. Seeing this scene, Lily was also a little scared, and hurriedly said, "Big brother, let's run first. I will notify Miss Juncha after I go back, and let Miss Juncha deal with them. These guys are becoming more and more lawless and arrogant." Ye Chen blocked the grandfather and grandson behind him, looked at the group of monkeys and sneered, "Let me teach these monkeys a lesson. Hyperactive ape, Fanja, Charmeleon, lie away, go all out. Show them some color." The hyperactive ape took the brunt, roared and rushed up, with hot fists wrapped in flames. The hyperactive monkey punched one by one, and directly knocked away 2 monkey monsters. The Charmeleon next to him also opened his mouth, and a stream of hot flames spurted out, burning a group of monkey monsters. Vulpix also used fine snow to drive away 2 monkey monsters that sneaked up. Yaya waved his hands and pounced on the 2 infernapes. The 4 elves fought together. The hyperactive monkey also joined the camp that besieged the infernapes. It and Yaya attacked fiercely, and the 2 infernapes were beaten up and down, in a mess. The 2 leaders were defeated, and the group of monkey monsters could only hold their heads and tremble. Big Brother is so powerful! Lily, who was standing aside, cheered. I really let out a rage today. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained silver card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum card fragment *1. The familiar system prompt sound came to Ye Chen's mind again. In this battle with the monkey monster, Ye Chen collected some card fragments again. Among them, there was even a platinum card fragment. The host collected 3 platinum card fragments and successfully synthesized the card Ice Stone. The levels of Charmeleon and Vulpix were raised by 1 level, reaching level 17 and level 16. Ye Chen used the card, and a crystal clear gem appeared in his hand. Is this the Ice Stone? Ye Chen looked at it curiously. Like a beautiful gem carved by nature, when placed in the palm of the hand, there was a hint of coolness. The Vulpix on the side seemed to sense something as well, and came over curiously. Ye Chen looked at the ice stone in his hand, glanced at Vulpix, and asked with a smile, Vulpix, do you want to evolve now? Yeah. Vulpix looked at the stone in Ye Chen's hand, and its 6 tails shook, eager to try. As the weakest elf in Ye Chen's team, it will gain stronger strength after evolution. Vulpix came to Ye Chen and nodded seriously. Then this ice stone will be handed over to you. Ye Chen placed the ice stone in his hand on Vulpix's brow. Chapter 38, Vulpix Evolution First Update, please support. Chapter 38, Vulpix Evolution First Update, please support. The stone and Vulpix seemed to have an inexplicable connection, and the two began to resonate. The ice stone emitted a faint light, and then the flickering light became stronger. Vulpix's whole body also lit up with white light. In the white light, the body of Vulpix became bigger and bigger, and the 6 tails behind it turned into 9. An extremely elegant and beautiful elf appeared in front of everyone. Wow, so beautiful! Lily, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw the evolved 9-tail. She glanced at Ye Chen beside her and asked cautiously, Big Brother, can I touch the 9-tail? Of course. Ye Chen agreed with a smile. Lily walked to the 9-tail and stroked it carefully. The 9-tail looked at its evolved self curiously, and when it saw Lily approaching, it wrapped her with its 9 furry tails. Ha ha ha! Lily, who was standing by, felt a little tickled by the 9-tail, and couldn't help laughing. Ye Chen looked in the direction where the Infernape escaped in the distance. This matter has not been dealt with yet. If these guys come back, it will be difficult to deal with. He looked at the hyperactive ape and whispered, Hyperactive ape, this task is for you. Find them and make sure they learn their lesson. Don't attack passers-by or steal fruit. Roar! The hyperactive ape patted his chest and chased in the direction where the monkeys left. Taking advantage of this time, Ye Chen helped Lily and her grandfather clean up the orchard. Because of the monkeys' nonsense, many fruits fell to the ground, making a mess. Ye Chen and the elves were cleaning up the fruits on the ground. Suddenly, footsteps came from the woods outside the orchard. Everyone turned around and saw the hyperactive ape with a group of monkeys. The 2 hot monkeys followed the hyperactive ape dejectedly, like a bullied young wife. A group of monkeys squatted down in front of everyone. When they sat down, they were stunned when they saw the 9-tailed fox in front of them. A group of monkeys and Infernape blushed and looked at 9-tails shyly. At this time, Lily came up and scolded the monkeys. The 2 Infernapes bowed their heads in shame. 9-tails came over, picked up the fruits on the ground, and began to help Lily clean up. The monkeys were even more ashamed when they saw this. 9-tails looked at the monkeys again and cried softly. Ah! The 2 Infernapes quickly got up and called their companions, started to collect the fruits on the ground, and danced in front of Lily. It seemed that they knew they were wrong and kept bowing. Lily looked at the Infernape's actions and was puzzled. She asked curiously, "Are you apologizing and want to make up for your mistakes?" The two Infernapes nodded quickly. Lily nodded and said, "Yes, you can eat the fruits in the orchard, but don't waste them. Just treat them as your wages. Also, you can't attack passers-by anymore." The two fire monkeys nodded quickly. The matter in the orchard ended smoothly. Ye Chen also stayed here for one night. He took a nice bath and slept under the quilt. Ye Chen slept very deeply and woke up at dawn. He also had breakfast. Ye Chen also received a box of fruits from Grandpa Lily. Ye Chen did not refuse and let the elves choose some of their favorite flavors. With a pile of fruits, Ye Chen left contentedly. Behind him, Lily led a group of monkey monsters and waved goodbye to Ye Chen. "Brother Ye, come and play next time when you are free." "Definitely next time." Ye Chen answered loudly. I couldn't help laughing when I said this answer, but it was a pity that no one in this world understood this joke. Ye Chen continued to travel in the forest. A week later, the strength of his elves had made great progress. Hyperactive Ape was level 27, Fang was level 24, Charmeleon was level 19, and Ninetail was level 18. The strength of the entire team has been improved to a higher level. During this period of training, the evolved Ninetail also comprehended two new skills, the Fairy skill Magic Flash and the Ice skill Freezing Beam. The Ninetail's strength has been greatly improved, and Ye Chen's team has one more special attacker. As usual. Today, Ye Chen is still practicing by the river. The four elves are teaming up in pairs and are sparring. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the river bank opposite Ye Chen. "Ye Chen?" Ye Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard the voice and looked at the other side. Seeing a familiar face, Shinji, next to him was a young man with a face that looked a bit like him. It should be his brother, Lei Si. What a coincidence, why are you here? Ye Chen greeted the two of them. Shinji didn't rush to answer. After communicating with Lei Si for a while, he walked towards the river bank. The two found a shallow place to come over. After the three met, Shinji said, "My brother and I are traveling in the Kanto area. I didn't expect to meet you again. What about you, why are you here?" Ye Chen smiled and replied, "I am on a journey to challenge the gym. I have been out for quite some time." "Challenge the gym?" Shinji's eyes lit up when he heard it. He took out a pokeball and said to Ye Chen with great interest, "Ye Chen, are you interested in a fight? After the last failure, I went through a lot of hard training, and now I have become stronger. I am happy to do so." Of course Ye Chen would not refuse, after all, this is an experience that comes to his doorstep. Then brother Lei Si, please be the referee. Shinji said to his brother beside him. Lei Si was the referee, and the battle between the two officially began. Because it was a competition, this battle was 1v1, and both sides played a Pokémon once, and the winner was decided in one round. Hyperactive Ape, I leave it to you. Ye Chen sent out the Hyperactive Ape, which was also Shinji's request. After all, he was beaten 3 times by the Hyperactive Ape last time, and Shinji held his breath to avenge the last arrow. Electric Shock Monster, defeat it. The time for revenge has come. Shinji also released his own Pokémon. It turned out to be an electric monster. The evolution of Shinji's electric monster became even more powerful. Seeing that both sides were ready, Lei Si gave an order. The battle begins. Taking the initiative, Shinji took the lead in launching an attack. Thunder Fist. It was still the same start as the last battle. This time, Shinji was full of confidence and he firmly believed that he would not lose. The last failure was just that his Pokémon was not strong enough. He wanted to win back the same way he failed last time. Ye Chen also issued an order, Flame Fist. Ye Chen also used the moves he used in the last battle. The Flame Fist and the Lightning Fist collided fiercely. Chapter 39, Fight Shinji Again. Second update, please support. Chapter 39, Fight Shinji Again. Second update, please support. Boom! The two elves showed great destructive power. The flames and lightning entangled, and the violent explosion caused a terrifying air wave. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared, and the flames on its fist suddenly grew several times. A punch hit the electric shock monster hard. The hyperactive ape with the characteristics of a strongman has an absolute advantage in wrestling. Seeing this scene, Shinji's eyes became solemn. Even after the electric shock monster evolves, is it still at a disadvantage in terms of strength against this hyperactive ape? Then we can only change our strategy. Electric shock monster, use electric shock on yourself. Shinji asked the electric shock beast to distance himself and issued a strange command. Ye Chen thought it was not good and issued a command to the hyperactive ape, gather chi. The hyperactive ape was covered with a layer of white light and roared. And the electric shock beast was even more powerful. The electric current passed through its whole body, covering its body with a layer of gold. Electric shock beast, characteristic electric engine. Moves affected by electric attributes. When attacking, it will not be hurt, but will increase its speed. Attack! Electric shock monster. Shinji issued an order. Since it is at a disadvantage in terms of strength, the other side will use speed to decide the outcome. Ye Chen saw through Shinji's idea in advance and also used the enhancement skill. One elf enhanced its speed. One elf enhanced the chance of hitting the vital point. The two elves roared and fought again. After self-electrifying, the electric shock monster was obviously much faster. Its attack frequency was one level higher, almost suppressing the hyperactive ape. And the hyperactive ape, every attack was powerful and heavy, and the electric shock monster would suffer a lot of damage if it was hit once. The two elves had no intention of retreating, and fought hand to hand. Thunder Fist. Electric shock monster, defeat it! Shinji roared and issued an order. Ye Chen was also unwilling to be outdone, and roared, hyperactive ape, come back to life. The invisible aura permeated the two elves, and then they collided fiercely. Boom! Two elves collided, and a huge force exploded. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Roar! A roar came out from the smoke and dust. The figure of the hyperactive ape emerged from the smoke and dust first, and punched the electric shock monster away. The electric shock monster was knocked several meters away and fell directly into the river beside it, losing its combat ability. After completing this attack, the hyperactive ape half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. A narrow victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum level card. Ye Chen won again, and this time, he obtained a lot of card fragments. Among them, there is also a rare platinum level card fragment, which is the larger space card fragment used to expand the system backpack. After this battle, the hyperactive ape's level was also upgraded to level 28. Lei Si was surprised when he saw this scene. He always felt that no one of his peers could defeat Shinji's electric shock beast. You know, Shinji suffered a lot to train this electric shock beast. In order to make the electric shock beast evolve, he spent a lot of money to buy an electric amplifier. But even so, he still couldn't win. The battle is over. The electric shock beast loses its combat ability, and the hyperactive ape wins. Lei Si's voice sounded slowly. Shinji's expression was a little gloomy. He silently took back the electric shock beast and looked at Ye Chen. I lost this time, which proves that my training is not enough and my elves are not strong enough. It seems that this is the limit of the electric shock beast. Next time, I will find a stronger elf and then defeat you. Shinji said, and turned away coldly. Shinji. Seeing his brother leave, Lei Si hurriedly called him, but Shinji still left on his own. Seeing this, Lei Si could only say to Ye Chen apologetically. Shinji is so rude, I apologize for him. I hope we can see each other again next time. Your Pokemon is well trained. This time, I hope Shinji can learn some lessons. After Lei Si finished speaking, he hurriedly caught up with Shinji who was leaving. Lei Si said, Shinji, don't you understand this failure? Understand what? Shinji replied coldly. Lei said earnestly, don't you understand now? The qualifications of Pokemon are not absolute. The careful training of trainers and the common progress and growth of Pokemon are equally important. Shinji replied coldly, failed Pokemon are weak Pokemon, and weak Pokemon are worthless. Lei Si said, what about this battle? Electric Beast, in terms of basic attributes, is much higher than Hyperactive Ape. But what's the result? You still lost. Do you still think Pokemon are not good? Shinji was silent after hearing this. He looked at his brother and said calmly, that is, the elf of the electric shock monster is not strong enough, that's all. Lei Si was also angry when he heard this, have you never thought that it is your own problem? Me? Shin Si was stunned for a moment, and after a short silence, he still replied coldly, I don't think there is anything wrong with my idea. If an elf fails, then change it to a more powerful elf. If you continue to think like this, the gap between Ye Chen and you will only get farther and farther. Lei Si's words completely angered Shin Si. Shin Si glanced at Lei Si and said, we have different ideas. I don't think it is necessary to travel together. Your ideas are just obstacles to me. After Shin Si finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving a bland word, for the next journey, I plan to go alone. Lei Si stood there, looking at Shin Si's back, and could only sigh. Perhaps only after experiencing a truly painful failure can Shin Si grow up. Among his peers, the most capable person to do this is Ye Chen. Lei Si shook his head and left, thinking that if he hadn't failed in his challenge to the pyramid, Shinji wouldn't have become what he is now. On the other side, Ye Chen naturally didn't know what happened between the brothers Shinji and Lei Si. Or, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Shinji's personality, pay attention to it, is bound to be beaten by society. If Shinji meets Master Ji, there will be a good show to watch. After treating the injuries of the hyperactive monkey, Ye Chen made a lunch for the elves. There are still a lot of fruits left from the orchard last time, and this lunch is quite rich. Ye Chen specially made a meal for the hyperactive monkey and made many things that the hyperactive monkey likes to eat. It is a reward for its performance today. Today's battle was very close to winning, and it also made Ye Chen put away his underestimation of the trainers in this world. I don't know what kind of opponent I will encounter in the next Dead Leaf Gym. It's getting more and more exciting. Chapter 40, The Four Heavenly Kings, Grandma Kikyuko. The third update, please support. Chapter 40, The Four Heavenly Kings, Grandma Kikyuko. The third update, please support. After lunch, Ye Chen continued to move towards the Dead Leaf City, following the river. Not long after, a huge lake appeared in front of Ye Chen. This is a good place for fishing. The environment around the lake is very beautiful, and it is a good place for camping. Let's stay here today. Ye Chen made up his mind and walked towards the lake. After approaching the lake, an old woman who was fishing attracted Ye Chen's attention. Is this Grandma Kikyuko? After carefully identifying the person in front of him, Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. Grandma Kikyuko, one of the four heavenly kings. A trainer at the level of the heavenly king. Granny Kikyuko, who was fishing by the lake, turned around and glanced at Ye Chen, and took the initiative to greet him. Are you a trainer traveling? Ye Chen replied, yes, yes. Granny Kikyuko made way for Ye Chen and said, would you like to go fishing together? Fishing is a good way to cultivate patience, and if you want to become a powerful Pokemon trainer, sufficient patience is essential. Okay. Ye Chen nodded and sat next to Granny Kikyuko. Ye Chen would not miss the opportunity to get close to a king-level trainer. Granny Kikyuko handed Ye Chen a fishing rod and taught him how to cast the rod and hang bait. When Ye Chen successfully cast the rod, Granny Kikyuko smiled and said to Ye Chen, "This is also a good opportunity to cultivate the patience of Pokemon. Why not release your Pokemon as well?" "Okay." Ye Chen nodded, thinking that this was indeed a rare opportunity, and he might get guidance from a king-level trainer. Ye Chen released 4 elves. 4 elves appeared by the lake, looking around curiously. The hyperactive ape found a quiet place and lay down. Ya, Charmeleon and Ninetales moved around restlessly. Grandma Orange glanced at the hyperactive ape next to her, with a hint of admiration in her eyes, and said, "Your hyperactive ape is well trained, so you won't be nervous during the battle, and you can fully exert your strength, and even perform beyond your normal level in many cases. But the other elves are obviously too impetuous, so they are easily affected by emotions during the battle." Grandma Chrysanthemum said patiently, telling Ye Chen a lot about elf training. Ye Chen benefited a lot and planned to adjust the elf training method according to the advice given by Grandma Chrysanthemum. The fishing time passed quickly. In addition to the hyperactive ape, Ye Chen's 3 elves also participated in the fishing, but they rarely calmed down. Seeing this, Ye Chen could only smile bitterly. It seems that his elves really lack patience. As night fell, Granny Josie put away her fishing rod and invited Ye Chen to her residence for dinner. During the meal, Granny Josie took the initiative to say to Ye Chen, "It's not a good thing to exercise blindly. It's also a good thing to calm down appropriately. I still have an empty room here. If you don't mind, I can borrow it from you for a while." Ye Chen thought about it and agreed. During this period, a series of battles and conquering elves, it's time for them to digest some of the gains during this period and eliminate the fatigue of the trip. And the opportunity to have a king trainer to teach by your side is not often encountered. In this way, Ye Chen began a period of meditation by Granny Josie's side. The training during this period swept away a lot of mental impetuousness. Ye Chen's elves have also made great progress, at least in the matter of fishing, they have a lot of patience. A week passed quickly. Ye Chen and several elves showed a new mental outlook, faded away, and matured a lot. Ye Chen planned to say goodbye to Granny Josie and start his new journey. But before that, he had one more thing to do. Before leaving, Ye Chen smiled and asked, "Granny Josie, can I challenge you once?" Granny Josie smiled and nodded, "Of course." After spending some time with Ye Chen, she admired this young man very much, and she was naturally optimistic about Ye Chen's future. "Then, let's just have a simple exchange," Granny Josie said with a smile on the open space by the lake. She took out a Pokeball and released her Pokemon. A Pokeball that swelled like a balloon, deep purple a colorful elf appeared in front of Ye Chen. "Gengui. A very good elf." Ye Chen used the detection eye to check and found that the level of this Gengar was as high as level 60. "Then it's you, hyperactive ape." Ye Chen chose to let hyperactive ape fight. Ordinary elves are immune to ghost skills, so it is naturally the best choice to fight against Gengar. After seeing Ye Chen choose to use hyperactive ape, Granny Kikyuko nodded and praised. "Very good response, let me test the strength of your hyperactive ape. Gengui, use poison." Granny Kikyuko had no intention of letting her go and issued an order. "Hey!" Gengui laughed strangely, and a layer of purple energy flew out of his hand and attacked hyperactive ape. "Hyperactive ape, dodge, use surprise attack." Ye Chen also issued an order. Hyperactive ape looked at Gengar carefully, and dodged when the poisonous energy approached. After avoiding the attack, the hyperactive monkey strode forward and pounced on Gengar not far away. The two soon came into contact. With grey energy in his hand, the hyperactive monkey attacked Gengar fiercely. But this Gengar dodged slowly and avoided Ye Chen's attack. Facing the attack of the hyperactive monkey, he was not panicked at all and handled it with ease. At the moment when the two elves passed each other, Jengar's hand suddenly hit Jengar's abdomen. The hyperactive monkey growled and suddenly a layer of purple covered his body. Poisoned. When Jengar used the poisonous attack, he attached poison to his hand and hit it with one shot. A surprise attack. Ye Chen would naturally not sit and wait for death, and issued an order. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the two elves getting close, the hyperactive monkey attacked Jengar again. The evil skill hit Jengar fiercely. Gengui screamed and ran to the side, while the hyperactive monkey chased him all the way. Jengar was jumping up and down all the way. It seemed that the situation was that the hyperactive monkey had the upper hand, but Ye Chen's face was not happy at all. Because the hyperactive monkey was in a poisoned state, the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Go all out, hyperactive monkey, surprise attack. Seizing a close opportunity, Ye Chen issued an order again. Whether Jengar could be defeated depended on this attack. At this time, Grandma Kikyuko's voice sounded, hypnosis. Jengar's figure was erratic, and suddenly appeared in front of the hyperactive monkey. The two elves stood face to face, and a halo suddenly flashed around Jengar's eyes. Chapter 41, Challenge the Withered Leaf Gym 4th Update, please support. Chapter 41, Challenge the Withered Leaf Gym 4th Update, please support. Hyperactive monkey was stunned like this, and fell asleep on the ground with a plop. Granny Kikyuko smiled and said, Ye Chen, you did a great job. Let's stop this battle. Let the hyperactive ape have a good rest. After taking a look at the hyperactive ape on the ground, Granny Kikyuko said, it's just as I thought. The characteristic of your hyperactive ape is not drive, right? You are a very special Pokémon. If the characteristic of the hyperactive ape is drive, it will not be affected by hypnosis at all. During this period of time, Granny Kikyuko has always had some guesses in her heart, and today she finally confirmed what she thought. She said to Ye Chen earnestly, such a Pokémon is worth far more than you can imagine, and it is also easy to be coveted by others. Therefore, you need enough strength. Ye Chen, I see a lot of possibilities in you. I believe that there will be a place for you on the stage where only the top trainers can stand in the future. Thank you, Granny Kikyuko. Ye Chen put away the hyperactive ape on the ground and couldn't help sighing in his heart. As expected of a top-level trainer, Granny Kikyuko was the first person to notice the specialness of her hyperactive ape. Professor Oak might have guessed it, but he was not as sharp as Granny Kikyuko. I wish you a safe journey on the rest of your journey. After the two talked for a while, Granny Kikyuko sent Ye Chen to the intersection. Ye Chen smiled and waved to Granny Kikyuko, and promised to come back here to visit Granny Kikyuko as soon as he had the chance. The latter agreed with a smile. Ye Chen rode his bicycle and set off on his journey again. 3 days later, the main road leading to Vermilion City appeared in front of him. A lot of time had passed since the holiday. During this period of training, the strength of Ye Chen's team has also made great progress. Hyperactive Ape has risen to level 29, Fang has risen to level 26, Charmeleon has risen to level 21, and Ninetales has also risen to level 21. Fang also gained 2 new skills during the trip: Malicious Pursuit and Dragon Claw. 2 powerful output skills. At the same time, Ye Chen also gained a large number of card fragments. After a while of hard riding, Ye Chen finally arrived at Vermilion City. Compared to Nibi City and Cerulean City, Vermilion City is obviously not that prosperous. After arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ye Chen first treated the 4 Pokémons. During the break, Ye Chen also heard a lot of useful information. The strength of the Vermilion Gym Master seems to be stronger than Ye Chen knows. The Vermilion Gym is so hard to beat. Yes, the one-on-one rule requires a high level of strength for a single Pokémon. Hard strength is not enough. If you pass the level, you won't get the badge at all. Mazishi's Reishu is really strong. He has broken through his 10-game winning streak. Almost all the trainers who challenged him during this period have failed. And it was an overwhelming defeat. a group of trainers discussed in a low voice. Ye Chen was curious when he heard this. There was no rush to challenge. Ye Chen planned to rest at the Pokémon Center for the night. In the evening, Ye Chen released 4 Pokémon and held a simple meeting, mainly to decide who would fight in tomorrow's gym battle. All 4 Pokémon showed strong willingness. Finally, under Yaya's earnest eyes, Ye Chen was defeated. Tomorrow's gym battle will be fought by Yaya. After discussing tomorrow's tactics with Yaya and rehearsing possible situations, Ye Chen turned off the lights and rested. For tomorrow's gym battle, Ye Chen was full of expectations. If the challenge is successful, he will get the 3rd gym badge, which is a small goal. The next morning, Ye Chen got up early. There are many trainings for the challenge of the Withered Leaf Gym during this period, so he has to line up early. When he arrived at the door of the Withered Leaf Gym, many people had gathered. After Ye Chen completed the registration, he received his challenge number plate, number 2. That is to say, there will be a trainer who will challenge before him. Ye Chen went to lie in the bathroom. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he heard a cheer. The referee's excited voice sounded, "Let's congratulate the gym leader Ma Zishi. Win this battle." Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. "I won in the time it took me to go to the bathroom? So fast?" Ye Chen was stunned. The referee asked Ma Zishi, "Gym leader, do you want to take a break before starting the next battle?" Ma Zishi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "No need, just let the next challenger come on stage, it will only take a few minutes anyway. Today, I want to fight 10, ha ha ha." Ma Zishi laughed. "Master, you are awesome. Do you want to hit 100 consecutive wins, Master? I think there is a good chance. Reishu is so cool. Please invite the next victim to come on stage." The audience on the sidelines cheered loudly. The referee could only smile bitterly when he heard this, picked up the board in his hand, and checked the next challenger. Ye Chen. Is Ye Chen here? Challenger number 2 Ye Chen, your game has begun. Yes. Ye Chen agreed and walked towards the battle stage. Ma Zishi glanced at Ye Chen, and a flash of contempt flashed in his eyes. So he was a rookie. Both players took their positions, and the referee read out the rules of the game. Sure enough, just as Ye Chen heard yesterday, 1v1, whoever knocks down Ma Zishi's Reishu will win. This challenger, go all out. Don't worry, I will show some mercy. Ma Zishi said with a smile. Ye Chen nodded, without replying, took out the poke ball, and released Fanja. Fanja. Fanja appeared in the field excitedly and glared at the opposite Reishu. Reishu glanced at Fanja arrogantly. The winning streak during this period has made Ma Zishi and Reishu full of confidence. Both players are in place, and the game begins. The referee gave the order, and the gym battle began. On the sidelines, the cheers of the audience also rang out one after another. Come on! Reishu, defeat this Fanja! Haha, 1 minute later, please welcome the next player. Amid the cheers, Ma Zishi smiled slightly and issued an order. Reishu, 100,000 volts. Reishu shouted, and a thick electric light flashed from his body, blasting towards the opposite Fanja. Fanja. Fanja rolled to the side and evaded the attack nimbly. This is also the result of practicing by the lake. Now Fanja is obviously much calmer, not as impulsive as before. Fanja, rush over. Ye Chen issued an order. Fanja rushed towards Reishu at high speed like an arrow from a string. And Reishu used 100,000 volts again and attacked Fanja. Dragon's Fury. Ye Chen's voice sounded, and he bombarded 100,000 volts towards Yaya's anger wave, directly deflecting the skill. Yaya, who was advancing at high speed, had already rushed in front of Lai Kaiyu. Chapter 42, Abandoned Power Plant First Update, please support. Chapter 42, Abandoned Power Plant First Update, please support. In a flash, Yaya had already rushed in front of Lai Kaiyu. Ma Zishi smiled faintly, and did not take Yaya who attacked in front of him seriously at all. 100,000 volts. Ma Zishi ordered again, and Lai Kaiu's body flashed with lightning, and yellow lightning burst out, bombarding Yaya not far away. Yaya! Yaya did not retreat, and roared and continued to approach Lai Kaiu at high speed. Dragon Claw! Ye Chen's cold voice sounded. How dare he be so arrogant and let Yaya and Lai Kaiu fight in close combat? It seems that the winning streak during this period has made Ma Zishi a little inflated. The 100,000 volts hit Yaya right on the spot, and Yaya also approached Lai Kaiu. The purple energy on Yaya's hands gathered, forming two energy claws, and slashed down fiercely at Lai Kaiu. Energy the claw hit the Thunder Hill hard, and it was directly knocked away. Ye Chen did not intend to relax, and issued another command, Yaya, use malicious pursuit. Yaya's speed suddenly increased, and a layer of grey energy gathered on it, and it hit hard again. This blow directly chopped the Thunder Hill again. Thunder Hill, get out of the way. Ma Zishi was also a little panicked. He never expected that this Yaya actually mastered such powerful two skills. The two pursuits caused huge damage to Thunder Hill. At this time, the cheers of the audience on the sidelines stopped abruptly. They did not expect that this Yaya would have such a strong fighting power. The fallen Thunder Hill struggled to get up, but Yaya had already pounced on him again. Dragon Claw! The Dragon System's final move, Yaya rushed up and swung a claw. Before Thunder Hill could get up, he was knocked away. This claw directly knocked Thunder Hill out of the field and directly lost its fighting ability. The referee was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. You know, Ma Zishi has won many battles recently, and this is the first time he lost so easily. Reishu has lost his ability to fight, and Yaya wins. The referee's verdict sounded. Ma Zishi's face began to change. With Reishu's strength, if they fight seriously, the worst situation between the two elves is a 50-50 situation. But the loss was lost because Ma Zishi underestimated the enemy and let Yaya seize the opportunity. Yaya seized this mistake and pursued Reishu relentlessly, not giving Reishu a chance to breathe. After gaining a slight advantage, it was a very oppressive suppression style. If I let Reishu adopt a roaming fighting strategy and slowly wear down Yaya, this battle might have a different result. Ma Zishi was very upset. This battle taught him a solid lesson, and there is no regret medicine in the world. Putting away Reishu, Ma Zishi smiled and handed the badge of the Withered Leaf Gym to Ye Chen. You are very strong. Today's battle taught me a lesson as the gym leader. No matter what kind of opponent you face, you must go all out and never underestimate the enemy. Ye Chen took the medal and said lightly, this is the result of the joint efforts of Yaya and I. Ye Chen was not surprised at the victory of this battle. During the training with Grandma Kikyuko, in addition to the individual strength of the elves, more importantly, the changes in the elves' state of mind. Yaya's impetuous personality has become much more stable. The initial dodge, the dragon's fury attack of 100,000 volts, and the final resistance to 100,000 volts to get a chance for close combat. Yaya showed enough patience and resilience. The changes in the elf's state of mind, the stronger the strength, the greater the benefits. As long as he maintains this mentality and steadily improves his strength, Ye Chen feels that this year's Quartz League has great potential. It's just that Ye Chen is still a long way from those king trainers and champion trainers. After getting the third batch, Ye Chen left the Withered Leaf Gym. Back at the Pokemon Center, Ye Chen began to plan the next destination. Golden City or Rainbow City? 9756288841. Well, from the route point of view, Golden City is a better choice. After careful consideration, Ye Chen confirmed the destination. Not far from the Withered Leaf City, there is an abandoned power plant, where many electric elves gather. It is a good place to train elves and see if there are any excellent elves worth conquering. This power plant is just on the route to Golden City, which is just right. After replenishing some supplies at the Pokemon Center, Ye Chen rode his bicycle and set off again. An hour later, the outline of the abandoned power plant appeared in front of Ye Chen. The power plant was overgrown with weeds and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of grey air. It looked more like a place where ghost elves lived. After parking the bicycle, Ye Chen took out the pokeball and entered the abandoned power plant. Zzz. As soon as he entered, he heard a burst of electric sizzling sound. A red and white elf appeared in front of Ye Chen. Thunderbolt Ball. Ye Chen quickly took out the elf ball and released Charmeleon. Charmeleon, leave it to you. Ah! Charmeleon sprayed a flame to the sky and looked at the thunderbolt ball on the opposite side with full fighting spirit. Flame spray! Ye Chen gave an order, and a hot stream of fire sprayed from Charmeleon's mouth and blasted towards the thunderbolt ball on the opposite side. The thunderbolt ball showed a very human smile on its face, and even suddenly spun at high speed. The thunderbolt ball then jumped high, and then spun at high speed and hit the Charmeleon in front. Roar! Charmeleon added enough firepower and guided the flame to blast towards the thunderbolt ball. This time, the flame spray hit the thunderbolt ball steadily. The hot flame directly swept the thunderbolt ball several meters away. Thunderbolt panted, staring at Charmeleon with anger in his eyes. Crack! Thunderbolt screamed, and suddenly his whole body burst into dazzling white light. Not good! Ye Chen cried out in his heart that something was wrong, and quickly took out the poke ball, took Charmeleon back, and ran away. The precursor of this skill was too obvious. Self-explosion. Are all electric Pokémon so irritable? Ye Chen couldn't help but swear, and jumped forward. Then he squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Boom! Sure enough, a violent explosion sounded behind him. A powerful air wave swept over, and countless smoke and dust rose up. Cough cough! Ye Chen was choked by the smoke and dust and couldn't help coughing. A large pit had been blown out on the ground in the distance, and a group of black thunderbolts were lying in it. The thunderbolts were obviously exhausted. After looking at Ye Chen proudly, they rolled away quickly and got away. Ye Chen couldn't help but swear again when he saw this. He swore silently in his heart that he would never fight the thunderbolts next time he saw them. If he couldn't beat them, he would explode himself. Who could bear it? But the purpose of this trip was to train the elves, and he couldn't return empty-handed. Ye Chen changed direction and entered the abandoned power plant. As soon as he entered the power plant, a violent explosion suddenly sounded again in the distance. Chapter 43, The Contradiction Between Electric Elves and Flying Elves. Second update, please support. Chapter 43, The Conflict Between Electric and Flying Elves. Second update, please support. In the forest far away from the abandoned power plant, explosions sounded and a huge dust cloud floated up. Ye Chen also saw a group of Spearows flying into the air and began to use skills, blowing strong winds. On the ground, flashes of lightning flashed and bombarded the sky. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw this. Is this a fight between two groups of elves? With curiosity, Ye Chen quietly approached. Hiding behind the bushes, Ye Chen saw a rather absurd scene. Two groups of elves were facing each other in front. One side was an electric elf led by an electric beast, and the other side was a group of flying elves led by Pidgeot. The two groups of elves had already fought, and many elves who had fainted were lying on the ground. The two leading elves issued orders again, and the elves under their command launched skills again to attack each other. If the two sides continue to fight like this, all the elves will be injured. If the scope of the impact is expanded again, the consequences will be disastrous. After thinking about it, Ye Chen decided to intervene in this battle. Stop them! Ye Chen released 4 elves and rushed out of the bushes with a loud shout. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared with full momentum, quickly attracting the attention of the elves on both sides. The snow-white ninetail appeared, a layer of dark clouds slowly appeared in the sky, and hail began to fall. The ninetail's characteristic snowfall is activated. Yaya and Charmeleon also stood up and stood beside the Ninetail like left and right protectors. The hyperactive ape communicated loudly with the two leading elves, but the two elves had no intention of reconciliation. They gave an order again, and a group of elves fought again. Since literary means didn't work, they could only use force. Ye Chen gave an order, and the four elves began to fight with all their strength and began to divide the battlefield. The hyperactive ape relied on its agility to rush in front of Pidgeot and grabbed it fiercely. Yaya also used Dragon Claw to subdue the Electabuzz. The flames of Charmeleon swept across, and a group of elves avoided them. The elves that were still fighting also dispersed under the freezing light of Ninetail. A group of elves gradually calmed down, and Yaya and the hyperactive ape also brought the leaders of the two elves to Ye Chen. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a gold level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a platinum level card fragment *1. After ending this melee, Ye Chen also received a lot of rewards. The host successfully collected 3 gold fragments and obtained the gold card Gym Master Qualification Enhancement Potion. At the same time, he got the second platinum backpack fragment. After putting away the reward, Ye Chen looked at the two elves and asked, "Now we can talk, why are you fighting?" Roar! Chirp! The two elves suddenly started to yell at each other. They became more and more excited as they talked, as if they were going to fight again. Ye Chen didn't understand the elven language, so he was confused. "Stop, stop, stop, why are you guys fighting?" "To grab territory." Ye Chen expressed his doubts, and the two elves shook their heads together. Ye Chen said, "If you keep fighting like this, it will not benefit each other. Isn't it better to reconcile?" Ninetails and Fanjin nodded and communicated with the two elves again. Woo! The two elves quarreled for a while and slowly calmed down. Finally, Pidgeot waved its wings, signaling Ye Chen to follow it. Following a group of elves, Ye Chen came to a big tree with a huge bird's nest on it. Pidgeot flapped its wings, flew into the bird's nest, and took out a Pokémon with its mouth. An unconscious Pidgeot. And the color of this Pidgeot is different from the others. It is a shining Pokémon. A group of flying Pokémon came over and started talking to Ye Chen. The electric Pokémons on the side also expressed their opinions. Finally, Ye Chen danced with his Pokémons. After a detailed explanation, he barely understood the whole story. "You mean, this Pidgeot is poisoned and needs a special fruit to detoxify. And this special fruit is inside the abandoned power plant, in the territory of the electric elves," Ye Chen said, and the elves on both sides nodded quickly. Ye Chen finally figured out the whole story. In order to save this Pidgeot, the flying elves wanted to take the fruit from the abandoned power plant. But in the eyes of Electabuzz, this was Pidgeot and his friends trying to invade their territory. In addition, there were elves with extremely bad personalities such as Spearow and Thunderbolt in the elf camps on both sides. So a small contradiction turned into a big contradiction. This scene made Ye Chen a little amused. He looked at the two elves and said, "Electabuzz, can you let Pidgeot take the fruit and save this Pidgeot?" Electabuzz glanced at Pidgeot on the side, pointed at the electric elves behind him, and shook his head. Its meaning was very clear. Now the conflict had escalated to the two groups of elves. As the leader of the electric elves, it naturally could not give in. Pidgeot had to apologize to it first. After understanding what Electabuzz meant, a group of flying elves also refused to do it. After this battle, it was obvious that the flying elves suffered more and more elves were injured. It should be Electabuzz who apologized to them. The two groups of elves quarreled again. "Stop!" Ye Chen yelled and stopped the elves on both sides, saying, "This time, many elves on both sides were injured." Pidgeot was also trying to save Popo. In fact, it was a misunderstanding at the beginning. How about everyone treat the injured elves first, and then shake hands and make peace? On the side, Ye Chen's elves also came up and persuaded the two elves. Many mild-tempered electric elves and flying elves also joined the camp of persuading peace. And Ye Chen, of course, used action to trigger. He took out the emergency treatment spray and distributed it to several elves, allowing them to treat each other. A large number of tree fruits and elf food were taken out. A group of elves healed each other and ate together, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Electricon glanced at Pidgeot, nodded, and whispered something to a small Magnemite beside him. Magnemite nodded and left quickly. Not long after, it flew over with a crystal-clear tree fruit. Roar! After handing the tree fruit to Pidgeot, Electricon roared at Pidgeot, and a group of electric elves began to leave in twos and threes. Many elves did not forget to take away the tree fruits and elf food on the ground. Chirp! Pidgeot pecked the fruit on the ground and fed it to the unconscious Pidgeot. The effect of the detoxification fruit was immediate, and Pidgeot woke up quickly. Chapter 44, Conquer Shiny Pidgeot. The third update, please support. Chapter 44, Conquer Shiny Pidgeot. The third update, please support. Bobo. As soon as Bobo woke up, he called out to the Pidgeot beside him. A group of flying elves quickly surrounded him. It can be seen that this Pidgeot is very popular in the tribe. Ye Chen also took out some fruits that flying elves like to eat, and some water to feed Bobo. Bobo looked at Ye Chen curiously, and his eyes were a little wary at first. But after the Pidgeot beside him whispered in his ear for a while, he gradually let down his guard and ate the fruit that Ye Chen fed him. Ye Chen looked at this scene, his eyes almost melted. This Bobo, I really want to capture it. After the shiny Bobo evolves, it will become a golden Pidgeot, which is so handsome. While feeding fruits and water, Ye Chen used the detection eye to check Bobo's attributes. Bobo. Level, LV11. Qualification limit, LV59, Gym Master level. Attributes, General System plus Flying System. Features, Sharp Eyes. Thanks to the sharp eyes, the hit rate will not be reduced. It is actually a Gym Master level qualification. Ye Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and his determination to subdue this Bobo became more determined. After feeding Bobo food and drinking water, Ye Chen said to Bobo, "Bobo, have you ever thought about going out to travel together and see the outside world?" Bobo. Bobo looked at him puzzledly when he heard Ye Chen's words. The flying elves on the side were not happy. Yat! A group of flying elves shouted at Ye Chen in unison, and the meaning was obvious. They didn't want Bobo to leave them. From the fact that a group of flying elves were willing to fight with electric elves for Bobo, it can be seen that this Bobo has a high status in the tribe. Pidgeot also stood up and shook his head at Ye Chen. Ye Chen naturally understood what they meant and said with a smile, "I know you are worried that Bobo will be bullied and in danger outside. But you should also ask Bobo what he thinks, right? The world outside is big, Bobo should go out and see it. I also promise that I will bring Bobo back to see you as soon as I have the chance. This Bobo has good qualifications, I will definitely not bury it, I think it will definitely shine on a higher stage." A group of flying elves looked at each other, they were a little reluctant, but in the end, Pidgeot nodded. Pidgeot looked at Pidgeot behind him and called out in a low voice, asking for Pidgeot's opinion. Pidgeot looked at Ye Chen curiously. Ye Chen knew that whether he could impress Pidgeot depended on now. He pointed to the 4 Pokémons around him and said, "Pidgeot, they are all my partners, very good Pokémons. We are traveling around and challenging gyms now. Challenge those powerful Pokémons and powerful trainers. In the future, we will go to many places. Snowy mountains, deserts, plateaus, islands." Ye Chen said in a persuasive way, painting a beautiful picture of the future for Pidgeot. As Pidgeot listened, his eyes were obviously moved. It called out to Pidgeot next to it, flapped its wings, and flew in front of Ye Chen. Pidgeot. It flapped its wings and made a gesture of inviting a fight. Pidgeot's meaning was very clear. As long as it could be defeated, it would become a member of Ye Chen's team. Okay, Bobo. Ye Chen would not be afraid of fighting. He sent out the strongest elf in his team. Hyperactive ape, I leave it to you. Roar. The hyperactive ape patted his chest and walked out. It looked at Bobo. Very good, his eyes are very sharp. I approve of this little brother. Bobo. Bobo flapped his wings and took the lead in attacking, using wind rising. The wings flapped quickly, and a gust of wind rushed towards the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape roared, jumped out in one step, and came to Bobo in the wind. There was a huge gap in the strength of the two elves, and the result of the battle was self-evident. However, the hyperactive ape obviously gave Bobo face, letting Bobo use various methods to fight before defeating Bobo. Bobo, who was easily defeated by the hyperactive ape, was obviously a little sad and a little dejected. Ye Chen leaned over, squatted down, and said with a smile, "Pop, don't be discouraged, hyperactive ape was not so strong before. It has been trained step by step to be what it is today. As long as you have a heart to become stronger, you will be as strong as hyperactive ape." Pop listened to Ye Chen's words, nodded, and his spirits improved a little. Ye Chen smiled, took out the poke ball, faced Pop, and said, "Then Pop, do you want to leave with me?" Pop nodded. Ye Chen took the poke ball and tapped it lightly on Pop's head. The poke ball opened, and a red light shot at Pop, and put it into the poke ball. Ding! Ding! Click! After 3 sounds, the poke ball closed successfully. Ye Chen subdued his 5th Pokemon, Pop. Then, Popo, meet your new partner first. Ye Chen released Popo and asked his 4 elves to greet Popo and exchange feelings. Facing the joining of new members, the 4 elves were very welcoming. Hyperactive ape looked like an elder brother and nodded at Popo, as if to say that I am optimistic about you. Yaya waved his hand on the side, looking like a senior. Ninetales waved 9 furry tails to welcome Popo to join the team. And Charmeleon came over with a familiar look on his face and talked to Popo shoulder to shoulder. Ye Chen didn't know who it learned this temper from. Leaving enough time, Ye Chen let Popo and Pidgeot say goodbye one by one. Finally, a group of flying elves sent Ye Chen and his team to the outskirts of the forest, and then left reluctantly. Pidgeot also looked back at his companions every few steps, and finally flew into the sky, shouting loudly, "Pidgeot!" It seemed to say that after becoming an excellent Pokémon, he would definitely come back to visit them. With 5 Pokémon, Ye Chen rode his bicycle and set off on his journey again. This time the destination was Golden City. Compared to going from Cerulean City to Vermilion City, the road to Golden City this time was much easier to travel. Because he was on the main traffic road, Ye Chen met many trainers, and after fighting all the way, the Pokémons had made great progress in strength. As for the gym leader qualification potion obtained last time, Ye Chen thought about it and decided to use it on Charmeleon first. After using it, Charmeleon's qualification was upgraded to the gym leader level. Because Ninetales' appearance was already good enough, and Charmeleon joined the team first, and they were upgraded one by one. And the gym leader qualification potion was not very difficult to obtain. It has been a whole month since Ye Chen started his journey. Hyperactive Ape was upgraded to level 30, Gym Leader Qualification. Yaya is level 27, Gym Leader Qualification, one step closer to evolution. Charmeleon is level 25, Gym Leader Qualification. Ninetales is level 25, Advanced Qualification. Bobo is level 18, Gym Leader Qualification. Chapter 45, Meet Xiaozai again. 4th update, please support. Chapter 45, Meet Xiaozai again. 4th update, please support. While riding a bicycle, a fork appeared on the main road leading to Jinhuang City. The fork led to a dense forest. Ye Chen took out the map and took a look, and found that passing through this forest would get closer to Jinhuang City. The environment in the forest is better, there is more fun, and it can also better cultivate elves. Ye Chen thought about it and drove into the fork leading to the forest. As soon as he entered the forest, he encountered a lot more elves. Walking on the grass, ratata and ratata, there are also many green caterpillars on the trees. In the distance, you can see colorful and extremely beautiful butterfly flying around the flowers. As usual, Ye Chen walked towards the wetter place in the forest. The place near the river has abundant resources, many interesting elves, and will not encounter troublesome elves such as Beedrill. As he walked forward, the sound of the stream flowing appeared in his ears. In addition, there was a noisy voice, Pikachu, wait a minute. Don't play in the water, come here quickly to eat first. Pikachu, don't run, I will definitely take revenge. A total of 3 people's voices came, and Ye Chen was quite familiar with these 3 voices. Ye Chen stepped on his bicycle and approached. Sure enough, 3 guys Ye Chen was very familiar with appeared in front of him. Xiao Gang, Zioxia, and Arzai. Is this the charm of the real protagonist? Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's no wonder that Zai tricked Zioxia and Xiao Gang into going on the road together. With Mei by his side, and Xiao Gang as an excellent chef. Ye Chen thought about himself and burst into tears. For more than a month Ye Chen has been traveling alone most of the time, but fortunately he takes care of the food and drink of a group of elves. He is both a father and a mother. Take another look at Zai, there is really no harm without comparison. How are you Ye Chen? Pika Pika. Zioxia and Pikachu, who were playing in the water, were stunned when they saw Ye Chen appearing at the other end of the forest. After recognizing that it was Ye Chen, they took the initiative to wave and greet him. What a coincidence! Ye Chen waved and smiled back. Zai Zai and Xiao Gang on the side also came over and greeted Ye Chen enthusiastically. Ye Chen, why are you here? We are so destined to meet you here. Zai Zai waved enthusiastically at Ye Chen and said, Ye Chen, I have also started to challenge the gym trip. I have already got 3 badges. 3? So fast? Ye Chen was also a little surprised when he heard this, and at the same time sighed, it is worthy of Master Ji, a man favored by the beast. Misty, who was standing by, poured cold water on him and said, Zai Zai, you got several badges through friendship. Ye Chen got the badges with real strength. Zai Zai smiled and said, Zioxia, getting the badge means the gym leader recognizes my and the elf's strength. Although the process is different, the result is the same. While talking, Zai Zai asked Ye Chen curiously, Ye Chen, how many badges have you got now? Ye Chen said, also 3. Zai Zai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, that's perfect, we have the same number of badges, how about a fight? Since the last time we said goodbye, I've become much stronger this time, and I'll definitely impress you. Sure, I also want to fight with you, Zai Zai. Ye Chen replied with a smile. The two took out the pokeballs and were about to start the fight. Xiao Gang, who was holding a pile of bowls, said unhappily, stop for a while. It's not too late to fight after dinner. Ye Chen, I specially made a batch of new Pokemon food. It's just right. Let you help me with some advice. Zioxia and Zai Zai can only say whether it's delicious or not. They don't have any useful suggestions. Haha. Ye Chen laughed when he heard it. A group of people released Pokemons, gathered in a circle, and started to eat lunch. Several people briefly described their travels during this period, and also knew the destination of Ye Chen's next stop, and knew that he was about to challenge the Golden Gym. A group of trainers were having fun, but the atmosphere between their Pokemons was a little subtle. Hyperactive Ape was the first to bear the brunt. After all, the Pokemons of Zioxia and the other 2 had suffered a lot at its hands. A group of Pokemons looked at Hyperactive Ape and were eager to take revenge. After lunch, After letting the Pokémons do some simple exercises and digesting the food in their stomachs, Zai and Ye Chen's battle began. Of course, because it was a competition to exchange interests, the rules were 1v1. Xiao Gang glanced at the two and said, "Are you ready? If you are, the battle will officially begin." "Of course." Zai nodded excitedly and said to Pikachu beside him, "Pikachu, it's time to avenge the last arrow. Let Ye Chen see how powerful we are." Ye Chen smiled and sent out Charmeleon. Hyperactive and Fanja are now very mature. As the third combat force in the team, Charmeleon's combat experience is obviously inferior. And Pikachu is naturally the best opponent. "Charmeleon, go!" "Ah!" Charmeleon excitedly went on the field and sprayed a ball of flames at the sky. Ye Chen looked at the midday sun above his head and couldn't help laughing. From the perspective of the environment, Charmeleon has the advantage. Charmeleon, with the characteristics of the power of the sun, directly improves its combat effectiveness by a level under the sunlight. Zai was surprised when Ye Chen sent out the Charmeleon and said, "This is just the Charmander born in the Institute of the Warriors. It evolves so fast. But it's still a little tender compared to my Pikachu." Zai laughed and issued a command, "Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Pika." A layer of electric light enveloped Pikachu, and it shot towards the Charmeleon in front. Charmeleon, Flame Jet. The graduation skill of the fire-type Pokémon is naturally Ye Chen's first choice. "Ah!" Charmeleon screamed excitedly, and a stream of hot flames spurted out of its mouth, blasting towards the yellow lightning in the air. The two skills collided in the air. Then, something unexpected happened. Charmeleon's flame jet directly engulfed Pikachu's 100,000 volts. The scorching flame rushed towards Pikachu in the distance. The scene in front of him made Zai stunned for a moment, but he must have grown up a lot since last time. He hurriedly shouted, "Pikachu, get out of the way first." Pikachu jumped to the side very nimbly, avoiding Charmeleon's attack, and the flame jet hit nothing. At this time, Zai adjusted his strategy immediately. A flash of lightning. Since the power of 100,000 volts cannot compete with the flame jet, let's fight in close combat. Pikachu is a master of both physical and special skills, so he will not show his weakness. Chapter 46, Draw First Update, please support. Chapter 46, Draw First Update, please support. Pikachu is extremely fast. Instantly rushed to Charmeleon and hit him hard. Charmeleon was knocked sideways and almost fell to the ground. Lightning flashed. Zai's voice sounded again. Pikachu, who had just landed, flashed again and pounced on Charmeleon again. This continuous suppressive style of play was what Zai learned from Ye Chen. Ye Chen would naturally not passively take a beating. "Charmeleon, take this hit." Listening to Ye Chen's instructions, Xiao Gang and Zioxia were a little surprised. Was he going to take Pikachu's attack head-on? The two doubted whether Charmeleon could do it. However, it turned out that they were overthinking. "Ah!" Charmeleon kicked the ground with its hind legs and actually blocked Pikachu's attack steadily. It grabbed Pikachu with both hands. Ye Chen was not surprised by this result. Because the Pokémon that usually practiced with Charmeleon were hyperactive and Fang, and the physical attack capabilities of both Pokémon were off the charts. After experiencing the ravages of hyperactive and Fang, it was naturally expected that Pikachu could block this attack. Just use the flame radiation to finish off Pikachu. Ye Chen's voice sounded again. A ball of flame energy condensed in Charmeleon's mouth. At this time, Zai also made a decision, "Pikachu, just use 100,000 volts." Both Pokémons adopted a strategy of hurting the enemy by 1000 and hurting themselves by 800. The flames and lightning flashed almost at the same time. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and countless smoke and dust filled the air. A deep pit was blown out on the ground where the two Pokémons had just stood. The flames and lightning continued, and finally slowly dissipated. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing the two Pokémons in it. A group of people hurriedly looked over and found that the two Pokémons in the pit had fainted together. After Xiao Gang confirmed the status of the two Pokémons, he pronounced, Charmer Dinosaur and Pikachu have lost their combat capabilities at the same time, a tie. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained silver level card fragment *1. After the battle, Ye Chen got a lot of card fragments, but unfortunately, he failed to synthesize useful cards. A draw. Zai picked up Pikachu, feeling a little frustrated. Pikachu was the strongest Pokémon in his team, and Ye Chen's Charmeleon had only been captured for less than a month. Ye Chen's strongest Pokémon, Hyperactive, didn't even make a move. In other words, his current strength was a whole level lower than Ye Chen's. Charmeleon, you've worked hard, and you did a good job. Ye Chen touched Charmeleon's head and praised him. You know, Charmeleon faced Pikachu, the Pokémon who had fought against several mythical beasts in the future. Ye Chen was very satisfied with Charmeleon's record. And this is far from Charmeleon's upper limit, and it still has a lot of room for growth. Ah! Charmeleon got up from the ground and nodded to Ye Chen. At the same time, it looked at Pikachu on the opposite side with a firm face. Next time, it will definitely win. The Pokémons on Ye Chen's side also came over and began to comfort Charmeleon. Xiao Gang took out the emergency spray and treated the injuries of the two Pokémons. Zioxia on the side couldn't help but exclaimed, Ye Chen, I think you seem to have become stronger this time when we met last time. Zai hugged Pikachu and said with a face of approval, Yes, Ye Chen, I thought my strength has improved rapidly during this period, but I didn't expect there is still a gap. The last opponent was Ye Chen's main elf, the hyperactive ape, but this time it was a 1-month-old Charmeleon, and still hasn't won the game. This is a blow to Zai. Zai took a deep breath and asked Ye Chen, can you teach me how to become stronger? Zai is determined to become a Pokémon master, so he will naturally not be defeated by the failure in front of him. After the failure, what he wants to know is how to become stronger. Zioxia on the side also nodded and said, Yes, Ye Chen, I am also curious about how you usually practice. Your Charmeleon is very different from the last time we met. You know, in the last Cerulean City Gym battle, Charmander was just a tool Pokémon that opened the sky, and the rest of the hard battles were won by Hyperactive Ape. And this time, Charmeleon has become one of Ye Chen's main Pokémons, and can even fight against Zai's Pikachu. The secret to becoming stronger? Ye Chen also thought about it after hearing it. After thinking carefully, he remembered the teachings of Grandma Kikuko. Ye Chen said, Do you know Granny Kikuko? Who? Zai looked at Ye Chen with a confused look on his face. Zioxia quickly reacted and said in surprise, Are you talking about Granny Kikuko, one of the 4 heavenly kings? 4 heavenly kings? Zai's eyes lit up when he heard this title. Ye Chen nodded and smiled, I met Granny Kikuko by the fishing lake on the way to Vermilion City, and practiced with her for a while. Ye Chen then repeated Granny Kikuko's teachings to the 3 of them. After listening, Zioxia and Xiao Gang looked thoughtful. Zai nodded frequently, his eyes burning. It turns out that I still have so many shortcomings. I am usually too eager to fight, and I am not well prepared. Ye Chen, thank you, I really learned a lot this time. I think I am getting closer to the goal of becoming a master elf. Haha, it's good to have something to gain. Ye Chen nodded and smiled. The group chatted for a while, and finally, Zai and the other 2 made a decision that Ye Chen did not expect. The The three of them decided to go to the fishing lake and practice together under Grandma Kikyuko for a period of time. They agreed with Ye Chen's words very much. If the state of mind of the elves can be improved to a higher level, they will definitely be able to exert stronger strength in the battle. Practicing in the fishing lake is a good choice. After listening to the decision of the three people, Ye Chen also agreed that being able to practice under a king-level trainer would definitely gain a lot. During that time, the overall strength of Ye Chen's elves improved most significantly. After taking the map from Xiao Gang and marking the exact location of the fishing lake for the three people, the three went their separate ways. Zai waved and said, "Ye Chen, next time we meet, I will definitely make you look at me with new eyes." Pikachu also waved, "Pika Pika." Zioxia and Xiao Gang also waved goodbye and said, "See you next time, we must spar again, forget it this time. Obviously we can't beat you, haha. I have prepared a new Pokemon food recipe and will send you one." Xiao Gang said at last. Ye Chen nodded and smiled, "Then I look forward to seeing you next time." Chapter 47, Team Rocket Second Update, please support. Chapter 47, Team Rocket Second Update, please support. After leaving Zai and his group, Ye Chen felt that he should speed up the journey. After all, the summer vacation is almost over. Now there are 5 Pokemon in his team, and Ye Chen has a goal in mind for the choice of the 6th Pokemon. That is Lavender Town, where there is a Haunter with special abilities. After conquering Haunter in Lavender Town, and then going to Golden City to challenge the gym, the summer vacation should be almost over by then. Riding a bicycle, moving forward all the way. One day later, Ye Chen arrived at Lavender Town. Looking at the map, Ye Chen found a Pokemon rescue station not far away, just the right place to stay today. Having entered the town, Ye Chen is not a masochist, so he naturally has to find a decent place to rest. As soon as he approached the Pokemon rescue station, he heard a noise. A group of Pokemons were fleeing in panic. "Ha ha ha, hand over all your Pokemons to us." The 2 trainers wearing R-shaped uniforms, who were not good people at first glance, laughed and kept commanding their Pokemons to attack the Pokemon Rescue Center. Behind them, a group of men wearing Team Rocket uniforms released Pokemons one by one and began to wreak havoc. "You bastards from Team Rocket! Unforgivable! We have already notified Miss Junsha, you better surrender!" A group of trainers from Lavender Town roared angrily, commanding their Pokemon to fight a group of Team Rocket members. After Ye Chen approached the rescue center, he also recognized the 2 members of Team Rocket, Armato and Kosaburo. The Team Rocket members behind the 2 naturally saw Ye Chen approaching, thinking that he was also a trainer from Lavender Town. A group of Team Rocket members commanded their Pokemon to attack Ye Chen directly. Ye Chen would naturally not avoid the battle. He took out the Pokeball and released 5 Pokemon to fight the attacking Pokemon. "Drive them away." In Ye Chen's eyes, so many Rocket Team members were just experience packs. Ye Chen, who suddenly appeared with great momentum, naturally appeared in the sight of the trainers on both sides. A group of trainers from Lavender Town cried out in their hearts that something was wrong, and actually attacked Ye Chen as a member of Team Rocket. "Are you guys crazy? Look carefully before you fight." Charmeleon, use jet flames on Team Rocket. After dodging the attacks of a group of Lavender Town trainers in a somewhat embarrassing way, Ye Chen shouted loudly. After Ye Chen's Pokemons attacked Team Rocket, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. The trainers and Pokemons who attacked Ye Chen turned their spearheads and began to cooperate with Ye Chen to attack Team Rocket. Ye Chen, the troublemaker who suddenly joined the game, had already appeared, and Yamato and Kosaburo started to curse directly. "Where did this young man come from? How dare he interfere in our business?" The little Saburo on the side also shouted loudly, "Guys, let this nosy guy see how powerful we are." A group of Team Rocket members immediately began to command their elves to attack Ye Chen. All of a sudden, all kinds of skills came over. However, the strength of these Team Rocket members was obviously not enough. Hyperactive Ape and Fanja rushed in directly and killed them all. Flame Jet, Freeze Punch, Freeze Beam. Ye Chen's elves used their skills one by one, and soon made a gap in the rocket team's formation. A group of trainers immediately rushed forward. Hyperactive Ape, Surprise Attack. The most powerful hyperactive ape had already rushed to the side of Amato and the other two, and Ye Chen gave an order. Hyperactive ape leaped in front of the two and punched them hard. Wait, don't come over here. A desperate cry came from Amato, and then he was punched away by the hyperactive ape. Ah, Amato! Xiao Saburo on the side was also desperate, and couldn't help shouting when he saw his teammates flying away. Then the hyperactive ape punched again, and Xiao Saburo was also punched away. The remaining rockets looked at each other. In the distance, the weak voices of Amato and Xiao Saburo sounded, "Retreat, retreat." Amato and Xiao Saburo looked at Ye Chen with embarrassment, and said hatefully, "You stinky boy, we will remember you. Yes, we will definitely show you some color next time." Xiao Saburo also echoed. Today's battle situation is not favorable, we retreat strategically. Amato's voice came. The rockets, who were already at a disadvantage, turned around and evacuated. A group of people evacuated very quickly, and it was obvious that they often did this. In less than 5 minutes, the rockets were no longer visible to everyone. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The rockets were indeed well-trained villains. At least in terms of the skill of escaping, no one could match them. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a silver card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a platinum card fragment *1. In this battle, Ye Chen gained a lot and obtained a large number of card fragments. Host collects 3 platinum card fragments and synthesizes the platinum card backpack expansion. Host collects 3 gold card fragments and synthesizes the gold skill card Swallow Return. Ding! The system upgrade sound kept ringing in Ye Chen's ears. In addition to Swallow Return, Ye Chen also obtained 3 skill cards, Feather Dance, Wing Attack, and Mysterious Guardian. At the same time, the Bobo in the air suddenly flickered. 144-048-5057, note to join the group. The level was raised again, allowing Bobo to evolve. The white light on Bobo's body flickered strongly, and then his body became larger and more majestic. A spirit several times larger than before appeared in the air. Bobo officially evolved into Pidgeot. After using the backpack expansion card, Ye Chen's system backpack space became larger. He also used the skill cards he obtained one by one, and gave Feather Dance, Wing Attack, and Swallow Return to Pidgeot. Mysterious Guardian was given to Nine-Tailed Fox to learn. After the fight with Team Rocket, Ye Chen can be said to have a great harvest. The team's strength has reached a new level. After helping to solve the Rocket team, an old man with white hair and beard came over and thanked Ye Chen. "Thank you for your help, little brother. If you hadn't helped, the Rocket team would have done something." Ye Chen smiled and said, "I think every trainer would not stand idly by when seeing this kind of thing." The old man laughed when he heard it, and then a group of trainers from Lavender Town came over. Everyone cleaned up the mess left by the Rocket team. From the conversation, Ye Chen also learned that the old man was the founder of this Pokémon Rescue Center. The old man's name is Lao He. He has founded this Pokémon Rescue Center for more than 30 years and is quite prestigious in Lavender Town. After cleaning up the rescue center, a group of trainers from Lavender Town left in 2s and 3s. Lao He also took the initiative to invite Ye Chen to stay at the rescue center. Chapter 48, Entering the Pokémon Tower. Third update, please support. Chapter 48, Entering the Pokemon Tower 3rd update, please support. After dinner at the rescue center, Ye Chen also learned a lot of secrets from Lao He. The two chatted until late at night, and Ye Chen also gained a lot of knowledge from Lao He. The next day, when he heard that Ye Chen wanted to go to the Elf Tower to find ghost elves, Lao He took the initiative to say to Ye Chen, "The Elf Tower is a very dangerous place, where many ghost elves live. And these elves are very naughty and like to play pranks. Perhaps in the eyes of ghost elves, this is a very common thing. Let me take you there, so you don't have to take a detour." There was a person who was familiar with geography and was willing to lead the way, so Ye Chen would naturally not refuse. And the Elf Tower was still some distance away from the rescue center. If Ye Chen rode a bicycle there, it would take a long time. Lao He drove an old truck, carrying Ye Chen, and the two drove towards the Elf Tower. On the way, Ye Chen also heard a lot of secrets about the Elf Tower from Lao He. The Elf Tower, to be exact, is a 7-story attack and pastoral tower. The deceased elves rest here. There are hundreds of elf tombs in the tower, and people come to pay tribute every day. The Elf Tower, in addition to being home to a large number of ghost-type elves, is also the home of Caracalla. Old He said with a smile, "Be careful when you go in. The ghost-type elves in the Elf Tower sometimes disguise themselves as human ghosts. Every day, trainers are scared and run out of it. Those ghost-type elves seem to treat this as a daily activity. It's just that the Elf Tower has been a little uneasy during this period. It seems that real ghosts have appeared and they are not illusions created by ghost-type elves. It seems that they are really people who have lost people in the town." Listening to Old He's description, Ye Chen suddenly had a big head about this trip to the Elf Tower. He also had a guess in his mind that the haunted rumor should be caused by the haunter with special abilities. It can capture human souls. But even if he knew, Ye Chen felt a little guilty. Ghosts are something that even the bravest people will feel more or less afraid of. Not to mention a group of ghost-type elves who deliberately want to scare you. But fortunately, I am not alone in the ghost tower. I have the apes to accompany me. The truck stopped in front of the Elf Tower. After thanking Lao He, Ye Chen carefully went to the ghost tower. After entering the ghost tower, Ye Chen felt a sense of gloom. Although it was still daytime outside, it was pitch black inside the ghost tower, and the temperature was abnormally cold, making people afraid to move. In order to be brave, Ye Chen took out a Pokeball first. Charmer. The Pokeball opened, and a strong Pokemon appeared in front of Ye Chen. Seeing the surrounding environment, Charmer was obviously stunned for a moment, and the flame on his tail began to shake. This also indirectly shows Charmer's current inner activities. It also feels a little uneasy. With the help of the light brought by the fire dinosaur, one man and one elf continued to walk into the tower. He he he. A creepy laugh suddenly sounded. In front of Ye Chen, floating blue ghost fires suddenly appeared. Strange elf shadows appeared one after another. Distinct laughter sounded. He he he. Ha ha ha, he he. Even though Ye Chen knew that it was the ghost elf who was making trouble in secret, he was still scared and couldn't help but swear. At this time, the fire dinosaur, who was supposed to protect his master, suddenly screamed, shook his tail and hid behind Ye Chen, and began to tremble. Ye Chen had a question mark on his forehead. "Wait, this script is not right, shouldn't you protect me, fire dinosaur?" He he. In the darkness, the dark laughter sounded again. "Why are you pretending to be a ghost? Come out and PK!" Ye Chen roared into the darkness. Of course, no elves would respond to him. After thinking for a while, Ye Chen took out his elf ball and released the remaining elves. The appearance of Charmeleon reminded Ye Chen that if he met a ghost-type elf in the future, it would be Charmeleon's state. Then there would be no need to fight. It was a good opportunity to let the elves practice their courage. Ye Chen's elves appeared in the dark, and they looked around one by one. Hee hee. The sound in the dark sounded again, as if they saw a new elf to tease, and more blue ghost fires began to emerge in the dark. Ah! Yaya was startled, and the flame on the tail of Charmeleon next to him began to flicker violently. Then the two elves hugged each other in a funny way, secretly looking at the shadow emerging in the dark. The calmest one among them was the hyperactive ape, who didn't even look at the pile of ghost fires that appeared, but scratched his butt out of boredom. The Pidgeot was much smarter. It was obviously scared, but it found a solid support. It landed next to the hyperactive ape, very close to it. Among Ye Chen's team, the one who surprised him the most was Nine-Tailed Fox. In Ye Chen's impression, Nine-Tailed Fox the tail should be the elf that is most afraid of such things. However, the Nine-Tailed seemed to have seen something very interesting. It shook its tail and took the initiative to approach the pair of will-o'-the-wisps, with curiosity in its eyes. Like a cat chasing a ball of string, the Nine-Tailed actually began to chase the will-o'-the-wisps that appeared in the air. And the Nine-Tailed's action instantly wiped out the terrifying atmosphere around it. Ye Chen couldn't help laughing. A group of mischievous ghost-type elves met a person who was not afraid of ghosts. It was simply meeting a natural enemy. When Charmeleon and Yaya saw the Nine-Tailed's performance, they also took the courage to approach the darkness. Both elves wanted to save face. They acted like big brothers in front of the Nine-Tailed, saying every day that they would take care of the Nine-Tailed. Of course, they couldn't show their fear in this occasion. Ye Chen's elves took the initiative to explore the darkness. The ghost shadows that appeared in the darkness appeared more and more frequently, and the number of will-o'-the-wisps increased, and even began to revolve around Ye Chen's elves. The Nine-Tail pounced on it, biting off the will-o'-the-wisp one by one. Snap! Suddenly, the sound of the Nine-Tail hitting something was heard. A hazy shadow was directly knocked out in front of it. A haunter. Haunter was accidentally discovered and was obviously stunned for a moment. After being stunned for a moment, the Nine-Tail suddenly bit it, obviously thinking that Haunter was a will-o'-the-wisp. Ah! Haunter suddenly screamed. As a ghost-type Pokémon, it usually scares others, but now it was frightened by the Nine-Tail. Chapter 49, Anecdotes of the Golden Gym 4th Update, please support. Chapter 49, Anecdotes of the Golden Gym 4th Update, please support. Hee hee. In the darkness, another laugh suddenly came. If the previous laughter was just a trick, this time, it was really a laugh. Next to the haunter that was bitten by the Nine-Tails, a Ghastly and a Jengar appeared. Pointing at the haunter next to it, he began to laugh with his arms around his stomach. Haunter was a little angry, and blue ghosts began to spin around it. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, but soon he understood that this haunter should be the target of his trip. A special existence with the ability to capture ghosts. Hyperactive ape, Fang, Charmeleon, Pidgeot. The one who scared you has appeared, teach them a lesson. Several Pokémons immediately surrounded him with eagerness. Especially Fang's Charmeleon, the two Pokémons now felt very embarrassed and were eager to regain their face. Roar! Charmeleon roared and rushed forward first, the hot flame energy in his mouth condensed and sprayed out. Flame spray! Energy claws also condensed on Fange's claws, and he pounced on the group of Jengars on the opposite side. Hypermonkey and Pidgeot also pounced on them. Only Ninetails on the side stared with a pair of curious big eyes, looking at the three Pokémons on the opposite side. The four big three and Hypermonkey are all very strong, and the result is self-evident. The three ghost Pokémons were beaten and defeated. Haunter was directly knocked unconscious by the flame jet, and the ghosts it accidentally summoned began to slowly disappear. Ye Chen took the opportunity to throw out the poke ball. The poke ball hit Haunter's head and took it in. Ding! Ding! Crack! After 3 sounds, Haunter was successfully captured. Ye Chen's team also added a 6th member. 5 Pokémons gathered around, and Ye Chen said to the 2 Pokémons in front of him, Gas, Jengar, you can't be so scary in the future. As Ye Chen said, he also released Haunter. The elves began to denounce them, thinking that their behavior of pretending to be ghosts was not good. Ye Chen looked at Haunter and asked, "Haunter, do you know where the ghost you just released came from?" Hearing Ye Chen's question, Haunter looked at Ye Chen in confusion. There was a blank look in his eyes. A group of elves also gathered around, even Ghastly and Jengar seemed to be curious about this question. After listening to Ye Chen's words, Haunter shook his head and began to try to release those ghosts. However, after trying for a long time, nothing happened. Ye Chen also found the problem. Haunter looked confused, as if it didn't realize that it had the ability to capture ghosts. Well, let's worry about this problem later. Ye Chen began to collect the spoils of this battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold card fragment *1. The host successfully collected 3 gold level cards and synthesized the gold card Gym Master level qualification potion. In this battle with Haunters, another bottle of qualification enhancement potion was obtained. Ye Chen's elves levels were also upgraded. Ye Chen directly let Ninetail take it. A white light flashed, and Ninetail's qualifications were also upgraded to the Gym Master level. Haunter level, LV 26. Qualification up limit, LV 59, Gym Master level. Attributes, Ghost plus Poison. Features, Floating from the ground, so it will not be hurt by ground-based skills. This Haunter is indeed extraordinary, and is also a Gym Master level. And the level is very high, and Ye Chen's team has added another excellent combat force. After conquering the Haunter, Ye Chen said goodbye to the 2 ghost-type elves and told them not to scare people anymore. But looking at the 2 elves, it seems that they can't give up the fun of teasing people and elves for a while. After leaving the elf tower, Ye Chen came to the rescue center and found Lao He again, and briefly explained the situation found in the elf tower. Lao He said that he would tell everyone in the town. After completing this matter, Ye Chen rode his bicycle, left Ziwan town, and headed towards Jinhuang City again. Considering the problem of the return journey, Jinhuang City should be the last stop of his journey. Going all the way, this time the road to Jinhuang was very peaceful, and there were no accidents. As the sun set, the outline of Golden City appeared in front of Ye Chen. The sunset reflected the city, which was very beautiful. First, they arrived at the Pokémon Center of Golden City. Ye Chen handed the Pokémons to Joey Zioxin to restore the Pokémon's physical strength. Then he went to the store next to him to replenish the consumed supplies. During this time, a group of Pokémon trainers were discussing in a low voice. The owner of the Golden Gym is too scary. Yet, after fighting with her, all my Pokémons were depressed. It is said that the owner of this gym has superpowers, and I don't know if it is true or not. I heard that even the Karate King of the next city was beaten to a pulp by Nancy. The Golden Gym is really too weird, let's change a gym to challenge. A group of trainers said, feeling sympathetic. Obviously Nancy has caused them a lot of psychological trauma. When Ye Chen heard this, he roughly knew what happened. As these trainers said, Nancy is indeed a superpower. She learned superpowers since she was a child, but she was too obsessed with this power and became cold and ruthless. She turned her childhood personality into a little doll, and even her mother was turned into a doll. This gym battle is probably the most dangerous one. Ye Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. This danger is literally what it means. Challenging Nancy is really dangerous. But fortunately, he prepared early and conquered Haunter in advance. After taking back the Pokeball from Miss Joy, Ye Chen released Haunter and said earnestly, "Haunter, this battle is crucial, you must not let down the chain." Huff! Haunter circled Ye Chen and blew on Ye Chen's head. I don't know if he understood it. Take Haunter and Ye Chen to the Golden Gym. Before he reached the door of the gym, Ye Chen found something unusual. Other gyms were full of people, gathering a large number of Pokémon lovers. The streets around the Golden Gym were deserted and looked very quiet. There were not even a few people to be seen. Ye Chen was getting a little nervous as he approached the Golden Gym. When he arrived at the door of the Golden Gym, Ye Chen was about to knock on the door, when suddenly a figure appeared behind him without any warning. Chapter 50, Haunter. First update, please support. Chapter 50, Haunter. First update, please support. Little brother, this is not the place for you, leave quickly. A faint voice sounded behind Ye Chen. There was even a hint of threat in the tone. Ye Chen turned around and saw a middle-aged uncle looking at him seriously. Go! Get out of here! The uncle yelled, as if he wanted to drive Ye Chen away, and he was about to have a big fight with Ye Chen if they didn't agree. Ye Chen was also stunned when he saw the middle-aged uncle. You are the father of gym leader Nancy? Ye Chen asked with suspicion. Now it was the uncle's turn to be surprised. He looked at Ye Chen with a changing expression and asked, how did you know? Ye Chen thought about it and decided to tell everything truthfully. He confessed, I know the current state of gym leader Nancy. To be honest, I have a way to drag her out of this abyss. Method. The uncle shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying bitterly, if there was a way, I wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Now Nancy's condition is getting worse and worse. I'm worried that you trainers will encounter unexpected events. Young man, I appreciate your kindness. You should leave here quickly. Ye Chen shook his head and said seriously, I think Nancy is actually in pain. Please believe me once. If you don't seize this opportunity now, when Nancy's condition gets worse and worse, there will be no way. This. The uncle's eyes struggled when he heard the words. He looked at Ye Chen deeply, and after confirming that Ye Chen was not joking, he gritted his teeth and said, what are you going to do? Ye Chen said, Uncle, it's not a good idea to hide it from Nazi. Now is a good opportunity to show your cards. We must reveal the deepest part of Nazi's heart. The success rate is highest only when she is emotionally unstable. Ye Chen wanted to tell the uncle about his plan. He would go in and challenge Nancy later. After Haunter defeated Nancy's Pokemon, he would let the uncle and Nancy have a face-to-face conversation. After thinking carefully, the uncle nodded seriously. Then brother Ye Chen, I'll leave this matter to you. Ye Chen held the Pokeball in his hand and pushed open the door of the Golden Gym. A very strange feeling gave Ye Chen goosebumps. It was even more uncomfortable than the last trip to the Pokemon Tower. After walking through a long and quiet corridor, Ye Chen pushed open the door and entered the battlefield of the Golden Gym. And Nancy seemed to have known Ye Chen's arrival. She was already fighting on the opposite side of the battlefield. Her long hair danced without wind, and she seemed to be shrouded in a strange black aura. Are you the trainer you want to challenge? Nazi's faint voice sounded. Ye Chen swallowed his saliva and nodded, yes, please give me more advice, Master Nazi. Nazi laughed ethereal and said, then you have to be prepared, I won't show mercy. If you lose, the consequences will be terrible. After Nazi finished speaking, she laughed gloomily. Ye Chen felt a little chilly, and he clenched the Pokeball in his hand. He thought, Haunter, I really need you this time. There is no referee in this game. Nazi slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of cold eyes. She threw out the Pokeball, and a yellow Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Kathy. Ye Chen also threw out the Pokeball and released his own Pokemon. The ethereal figure of Haunter appeared above the battlefield. It looked at Nazi on the opposite side and laughed strangely. As soon as the laughter sounded, the atmosphere on the battlefield became more subtle. Kathy, teleport. Nazi's voice sounded. Casey's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Haunter, and punched him hard. Shadow Fist. Ye Chen's voice sounded. Haunter was elusive and had been with ghost-type Pokemons for a long time, so it was very adaptable to Casey's sudden attack. It laughed and punched behind it. The purple energy fist hit Casey behind it hard, knocking it back. Haunter's figure gradually became erratic. It floated all the way to get closer to Casey again, and punched again. Continuous shadow punches instantly suppressed Casey. Ye Chen silently tightened his fists. If he continued like this, he would be stable. But at this time, something strange happened. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared on Casey on the ground. Ye Chen was naturally familiar with this scene. The light of evolution. Casey's body continued to grow, and a Pokémon with a much stronger physique appeared in front of Ye Chen. Casey evolved into Brave Jira. Ha! Seeing that his target had evolved, Haunter was obviously stunned for a moment, and Yanjira seized this opportunity, shouted, and attacked Haunter. Night Shadow. Ye Chen's command promptly called back Haunter, who was still stunned. Its figure suddenly swelled, and a huge shadow pounced on Yanjira in front of it, knocking it away again. End it, Shadow Fist! Haunter's cold laughter sounded, and its figure blurred again. The next moment, it appeared in front of Yanjila, and swung out energy fists, beating Yanjila back step by step. It is obvious that even if it has evolved, Yanjila is still no match for Haunter. After a series of suppressing attacks, Yanjila is about to give up. Nazi on the side suddenly raised her head with a strange look. A faint halo appeared around her. It is obvious that Nazi is going to take action herself. Ye Chen, who has been paying attention to the situation on the sidelines, naturally noticed this scene and shouted, "Uncle, leave it to you." At the moment when Nazi used her superpower, a middle-aged uncle suddenly appeared in front of Nazi and blocked Nazi's attack. The uncle looked at Nazi, his eyes red, and said, "Nazi, wake up. All these years, it's all my fault. After you awakened your superpower, I didn't teach you well, which made you become what you are today. Do you remember when you were young? Do you remember your mother?" The uncle recounted his childhood memories with Nazi. Nazi's cold eyes gradually fluctuated. "Get out!" She suddenly hugged her head, yelled in pain, and punched the uncle fiercely at the same time. "Nazi!" The uncle cried out in pain, and Nazi's fist hit his chest hard, knocking him flying backwards. The uncle got up and approached Nazi again, taking out the photo in his arms. It was their family of 3. Seeing this photo, Nazi was moved again and closed her eyes in pain. Chapter 51, Father and Daughter Overlap. Second update, please support. Chapter 51, Father and Daughter Overlap. Second update, please support. Seeing Nazi's expression change, the uncle thought he was about to succeed. Unexpectedly, Nazi suddenly closed her eyes. Nothing can go back. Her tone was extremely sad, and her superpowers moved her hair without wind. The uncle's eyes were full of disappointment at this time. Will this not be able to wake up the real Nancy? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Nancy. Nancy was obviously stunned. This sudden situation made her momentum stagnate. Haunter appeared in front of Nancy and laughed. Then he turned his body in a very human way and made faces. Nancy looked at Haunter. Suddenly he laughed. Just like the ice and snow melting, the whole golden light gem, something was broken. Ha ha ha. Nancy covered her stomach and laughed. The uncle next to her looked at Nancy with a relieved smile on his face, but there were tears in his smile. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I still have to see Haunter. Fortunately, I had foresight and went to Ziwan town. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold level card fragment *1. The system's voice rang in Ye Chen's ears. And this time, Ye Chen actually got 3 identical gold fragments at once. Host obtained 3 gold card fragments, synthesized into a gold card intermediate fighting technique. Ye Chen took a closer look and suddenly found that this intermediate fighting technique was actually for his own use. Without much thought, Ye Chen used the card directly. A warm current flowed into his body, and Ye Chen's mind also gained a lot of knowledge and experience in fighting. He also truly felt that his physique seemed to have become a little stronger. Naji wiped the tears from her eyes, walked to Ye Chen, and said in a serious tone, "Ye Chen, thank you." Ye Chen looked at Naji in front of him and couldn't help but be amazed. Compared to the gloomy Nazi just now, Nazi is obviously more energetic now, and people feel comfortable when they see her. Ye Chen couldn't help but say, "The owner looks much more beautiful now." Nazi covered her mouth and chuckled. She took out a batch, handed it to Ye Chen, and said with a smile, "Thank you, you won this battle, in every sense." She looked at the uncle next to her and said, "I will reduce the frequency of using superpowers in the future, and I will not let the past happen again." The uncle next to her nodded and said, "Well, my research on superpowers is too shallow. We will definitely find a better way to master superpowers." Hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, Ye Chen suddenly remembered a person. There are also superpowers in the Unova region, and the development of superpowers is obviously more comprehensive. So he introduced to the two, "As for superpowers, I think the Unova region should be able to provide a lot of help." The two looked over curiously. Ye Chen introduced the two to what he knew. Nancy's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said, "If that's the case, I really have to go and have a look." The uncle next to her smiled and said, "This is also a good thing, Nancy, you should go around and have a look at your age now. Don't worry about the golden gem, just leave it to me." The uncle's tone was full of confidence, and even a hint of nostalgia. The previous owner of the golden gem was this uncle. Father and daughter reunited and opened their hearts to each other again. Ye Chen naturally wouldn't stand here as a light bulb. He said goodbye to the two of them, and after exchanging Nancy's contact information, Ye Chen left with Hunter. When he left the golden gem, it was already dark. Ye Chen rested in the Pokémon Center for another night. After dinner and a shower, Ye Chen spread out the map and began to study his itinerary. The summer vacation is almost over. I have to go back to school soon. Otherwise, it will be bad if I miss the graduation ceremony. This time, the challenge to the gym will come to an end for the time being. A total of 4 badges were obtained, which was far beyond Ye Chen's tone, and 6 elves were also subdued. My strength now is far different from when I first set out. After putting away the map, Ye Chen practiced the intermediate fighting skills he obtained today. It was mainly because he was excited to see the prey. After all, every man has a heroic dream. I will fight. Imitating the actions of an idol, Ye Chen looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help laughing. The next day. In the early morning, Ye Chen left early. On the way back, he just passed a forest. After walking for a while, Ye Chen stopped by a small river and started to cook. Just after cooking, he released his elves and was about to enjoy lunch. At this time, a strong elf came out of the forest. "Ha! The elves here are strong, with bulging muscles, very powerful. A wrist force." When the wrist force saw Ye Chen, it scratched its head, hesitated for a while, and walked over. Unlike its strong body, the personality of this wrist force seemed a little shy. It pointed at the lunch prepared by Ye Chen, and then pointed at its own stomach, with an embarrassed look on its face. Ye Chen naturally understood what arm power meant. It must be hungry, and then it smelled the fragrance of the food and came all the way here. Ye Chen made a lot of food, and arm power also had to add a set of bowls and chopsticks. Ye Chen greeted enthusiastically, "Come and eat together." Arm power showed a happy smile on his face and trotted all the way to Ye Chen. After eating lunch together, this arm power didn't know how long he had been hungry, and ate the whole pot of rice clean. Ye Chen's elves lay aside to bask in the sun, and Ye Chen looked at arm power, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. He just got the intermediate fighting skills, so he might as well take this opportunity to ask arm power for advice. "Arm power, are you free? Why don't we practice together?" Ye Chen compared his wrists and showed his muscles. Wrist strength was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. It had just finished eating Ye Chen's food, and it didn't know how to repay Ye Chen. Since Ye Chen asked for it, it would naturally not refuse. Wrist strength raised both arms and showed off its muscles. Of course, its muscles were obviously much stronger than Ye Chen's. One man and one elf began to spar in the open space beside. Ye Chen's elves also looked over curiously. Wrist strength was thinking of letting him go at first, but Ye Chen's strength was obviously beyond its expectations. As they competed, wrist strength also became serious. On the side, Ye Chen's elves suddenly widened their eyes. They were surprised to find that their master was so strong. Chapter 52, Oro's Gym Badge 3rd Update, please support. Chapter 52, Oro's Gym Badge 3rd Update, please support. One man and one elf fought each other in the battlefield. At first, Ye Chen was able to handle it with ease, but soon he was at a disadvantage. Although wrist power was inferior to Ye Chen in terms of skills, his physical fitness was obviously inferior. After a round of competition, Ye Chen and wrist power both stopped and stood aside. Strength. Wrist power gave Ye Chen a thumbs up. Among the humans and even elves it had met, Ye Chen's strength could be ranked in the top 5. Huff. Aside, Ye Chen, who had finished the competition with wrist power, was breathing heavily. This competition with wrist power also made him realize his shortcomings, that is, he only had intermediate fighting skills, but not a strong enough body to match. Ye Chen also made corrections to his travel plan. On the way back, in addition to training elves, Ye Chen also put his own training on the agenda. After saying goodbye to wrist power, Ye Chen set off again and returned to Huaji College. In order to achieve better training results, Ye Chen bought a batch of nutrient solution at the nearby elf center. This is used to replenish his physical strength. Ye Chen doesn't want to train himself too much and exhaust himself. Compared to challenging the gym, Ye Chen's return time is much shorter. Finally, before the graduation ceremony was about to end, he rushed back to Huaji College. In 2 months, Ye Chen's elves have made great progress. Among them, the strength improvement of the hyperactive ape is the most obvious. Hyperactive ape. Level, LV 32. Qualification limit, LV 59, Gym Master level. Attribute, Ordinary System. Feature, Strongman. On the way back, the hyperactive ape also learned 2 new skills, gradually break and double return. 2 very powerful output skills. Yaya's level has also reached level 30, 1 step closer to evolution. Ye Chen also communicated with Yaya from time to time, telling Yaya that it is a more powerful elf in the later stage, don't be anxious, and keep a calm mind. Yaya also learned a new skill, Dragon Dance. Charmeleon has reached level 29 and learned a new skill, Flame Vortex. This is a very powerful skill with a good suppression effect. Charmeleon's fire power has become stronger. Ninetales has also reached level 29, and Pidgeot has also reached level 25. The strength of the entire team has made great progress. Ye Chen himself has also changed a lot. During this period, through nutrient solution and unremitting exercise, his body has become stronger and taller. The temperament is completely different from when he first set out on the journey. Finally returned to Huaji College. Along the way, there are already many students in the college. Banner and balloons are hung everywhere inside the college. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony for Ye Chen and his class of graduates. The content of the graduation assessment is also very simple. As long as you have a spirit with intermediate strength, you will meet the assessment standards. At that time, there will be a special teacher to assess everyone. The 2-month summer vacation is actually a last chance for all the graduating students to exercise themselves, which is considered as a sprint before the exam. After all, although the graduation assessment of Huaji College is not difficult, every year there are students who regretfully fail to pass the assessment. Those who fail to meet the graduation requirements can only delay graduation. Ye Chen should have been one of them, if he had relied on the lazy old man in the past. This time, Dr. Oak will be invited to preside over the graduation ceremony of Hwaja College. Taking this opportunity, Ye Chen also wants to go to the Oak Research Institute first. After all, he was influenced by the doctor took good care of him. Riding on his bicycle, Ye Chen went to Dr. Oak's Research Institute. After seeing Dr. Oak, the doctor looked at Ye Chen with surprise. Ye Chen, I haven't seen you for 2 months. You have changed a lot. Ye Chen smiled and said, I have been traveling in the wild during this period. There are definitely changes. Ha ha ha. Dr. Oak laughed with relief. Xiao Mao on the side looked at Ye Chen and slowly began to think of competing with him. Then Dr. Oak took Ye Chen to the back of the Research Institute and conducted a comprehensive physical examination of Ye Chen's elves. After the examination, the doctor couldn't help but exclaimed, Ye Chen, your 6 elves are all very well cultivated. The vitality is very abundant. I am really looking forward to your future. Hearing Dr. Oak's words, Xiao Mao on the side couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He used to be Dr. Oak's most beloved grandson, but now, this order seems to have to be moved back. Not only is there Zai, but now there is also Ye Chen. Xiao Mao felt a sense of crisis. He was secretly competing with himself, determined to surpass Ye Chen and get praise from Professor Oak. He chatted with Oak for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, Professor Oak called Ye Chen, and the two went to Hwaja College together. As the host of the graduation ceremony of Hwaja College, Professor Oak naturally had to do some preparations first. After the two returned to Hwaja College, there were obviously a lot more people. The temperament of the new students was obviously different. They should all be graduates who traveled in the past 2 months. Some of them traveled alone like Ye Chen, while others were taken on a trip by their families. Professor Oak went to prepare for the graduation ceremony. Ye Chen wandered around the college alone, bored. At this time, a group of acquaintances appeared in front of Ye Chen. Oro and a group of graduates came over, talking and laughing. When he saw Ye Chen, a gleam of light flashed in Oro's eyes. He approached Ye Chen and said proudly, Ye Chen, my strength has improved a lot this summer. I even asked my father to help me train. Now my strength is incomparable. Aurora said, taking out a badge box and showing the 2 badges inside. I have already won 2 gym badges. After hearing what Oro said, the graduates beside him couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. Oh my god, I haven't beaten a gym in the past 2 months. I am almost worried to death. Well, I am just a little better than you. I worked hard for 2 months and got a gym badge. I got it only after repeatedly challenging and getting the approval of the gym owner. Comparing people is really annoying. Oro has already won 2 gym badges. The only one who can compete with Oro is probably Shinji. A group of people whispered. A curious graduate suddenly looked at Ye Chen and asked, what about you, Ye Chen? You are the champion of our Hwaja college competition. It is impossible for you to get nothing after 2 months of travel. Ye Chen is stronger than me. Did you get 1 or 2 badges? A group of people looked at Ye Chen curiously. Chapter 53, Graduation Examination is about to begin. 4th update, please support. Chapter 53, Graduation Examination is about to begin. 4th update, please support. Ye Chen smiled and said, I was lucky on this trip and got 4 badges. Hearing Ye Chen's words, a group of people all quieted down and looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. Oro was also shocked, and then he said in a questioning tone, Ye Chen, I can believe you if you said you got 1 or 2 badges, but 4. You are not bragging. Hearing Oro's words, everyone present also echoed, yes, Ye Chen, you won the championship last time, we all know that you are capable, but it is not good to say this for the sake of face. A graduate on the side said coldly, since Ye Chen said you got 4 gym badges, you must not mind showing it to us, right? Yes, yes, that's 4 gym badges, I haven't seen so many. A group of people began to talk in a sarcastic tone. Ye Chen also felt a little speechless, and he didn't mean to argue with these guys. Just because you can't do it yourself, you think others must not be able to do it? Ye Chen silently took out the badge box and opened it. There were 4 gym badges lying quietly inside. When they saw these 4 gym badges, everyone was shocked instantly. Wow, it's really 4 gym badges. Ye Chen is really strong. I knew that our champion would not let us down. So, among his peers, only Shinji can compete with him. The conversation suddenly changed, and they began to praise Ye Chen. The group of people who had mocked Ye Chen before turned black-faced, and a few of the thin-skinned ones found an excuse to leave. A classmate asked curiously, Ye Chen, how did you practice in the past 2 months? Your strength has improved too fast. Do you have any experience? Share it with everyone. A group of people started talking around Ye Chen. At this time, the sound of high-heeled leather shoes sounded in the corridor, and a female voice said, "What are you doing in the corridor? Have you forgotten what the school rules say?" The person who came was a female teacher from Hwaja College. Seeing the teacher coming, a group of people quickly dispersed, and someone quickly explained, "Teacher, we are all graduates of this year, and we are just discussing the gains from the summer vacation trip." A classmate on the side quickly responded, "Yes, teacher, do you know Ye Chen? He got 4 gym badges in these 2 months." 4 gym badges? The female teacher was shocked when she heard this. Looking at Ye Chen, her eyes were full of light. She originally planned to scold everyone, but after seeing Ye Chen in the crowd, she changed her mind. The female teacher encouraged softly, "Well, it's good to summarize the experience of travel, but don't be so noisy, you can also find a more spacious place. Pay attention next time." After the female teacher finished speaking, she glanced at Ye Chen and smiled, "You are Ye Chen, come on, work hard. I think one day in the future, our Hwaja College will be proud of you." The female teacher encouraged everyone again and left slowly. As soon as the teacher left, a group of graduates began to discuss in a low voice around Ye Chen. Several brave girls even took the initiative to ask Ye Chen for his contact information. Aurora, who was watching this scene, felt a little inexplicably irritated. This kind of treatment should have belonged to him. If it weren't for this guy Ye Chen, he should have been the center of attention. As the son of the King of Heaven, Oro has been the center of attention everywhere since he was a child. He has never received such treatment. Aurora snorted coldly and looked at Ye Chen. His tone was not heavy, but he said in a volume that everyone could hear, "Ye Chen, I plan to challenge you. I lost the last game. I plan to regain my face this time. How about it, do you dare to fight me?" Ye Chen smiled when he heard this. Looking at Oro with anger in his eyes, he said, "Of course you can challenge me. I won't refuse. You can do it at the graduation ceremony. Of course, it would be boring if we just compete like this. The loser needs to pay 200,000 alliance coins. How about that?" When everyone heard this, they were stunned again. 200,000 alliance coins? For students like them, this is simply an astronomical figure. They only realized now that Ye Chen seemed to be from another world than them. Okay. Oro nodded and agreed without hesitation. As the son of the king, he naturally didn't lack these 200,000 alliance coins. As long as he borrowed from others and turned around, it would not be difficult to get the money together. He held his breath in his heart and must regain his face at the graduation ceremony. This time he challenged Ye Chen, he must win. Who do you think will win this time? I think Oro is more optimistic. After all, he is the son of a king. In terms of background, how can Ye Chen compare to him? But I am more optimistic about Ye Chen. In the last college competition, Ye Chen won the championship with a perfect record. Everyone began to whisper. Soon, the news of the duel between Oro and the protagonist spread. The school soon learned the news. Although they did not approve of students' private fights, one side was the son of the king, and the other side was a rising star that Hwaja College had high hopes for. The school leaders decided to arrange the battle between the two as the finale of this graduation ceremony. After official publicity, the news spread like a whirlwind. The son of the king, Oro, fights Ye Chen. There was even a special post on the school forum to analyze the winning rate of the two. Oro's winning rate is obviously higher than Ye Chen. Because a classmate who has a good relationship with Oro sent a copy of Oro's summer vacation schedule. Oro followed his father to practice at home for a month before starting to challenge the gym trip. In other words, it only took Oro 1 month to got 2 gym badges. If he traveled for 2 months like Ye Chen, the number of badges Oro would have obtained would definitely not be less than 4. And unlike Ye Chen who traveled alone, Oro was personally taught by a superstar. A good teacher can help you avoid many detours and cover up your own shortcomings in a targeted manner. Most people believe that under the training of a superstar, Oro will only become stronger. So, in the expectation of everyone, the graduation ceremony began. In the auditorium of Hwaja College, Professor Oak specially changed. He put on a formal dress and read the speech in his hand. The content was no different from the graduation speech on the side, encouraging everyone to keep their original aspirations in mind and not forget the bond between themselves and their elves. After the graduation speech, Professor Oak announced the rules of the graduation examination. Remarks on the release. Although the data of this book is not particularly good, it cannot compare with any of the same periods One Piece and Naruto. However, I still thank everyone for their continued support. I don't know why, but more and more authors of elf fan fiction are writing about Philo. The fewer and fewer, I believe everyone knows this. New books are in the library, and now there is only a new elf fan fiction every few days. Maybe the authors have grown up, or those authors have changed their subject matter. It may be that those authors can't stick to it for some reason. But no matter what, I should continue to write elf fan fiction in the future. The opening data of this book was okay. Until 2 days ago, the data suddenly became much worse. I don't know what's going on, I don't know how many readers are still reading the book, and I don't know how many readers are willing to pity the author who can't afford to eat and subscribe. Your subscription is the biggest motivation to support me to continue writing. On weekdays, whether you criticize or support me, you will criticize and support me because you have read this book. My account has a limited number of comments, and I can't reply to every reader friend. I would like to say sorry to everyone here. Then I plan to put it on the shelves around 12 o'clock tonight. It is worth mentioning that I saw a friend in the book review area saying that the number of words in each chapter is too small. So after the release, the number of words in each chapter will increase, and the author will ensure that each chapter is a big chapter. Let everyone read happily and comfortably. From today on, the author will start to work hard to update as many chapters as possible, and put as many as possible on the shelves. Tomorrow, I will take a day off specifically for the release of the book. And under the premise of ensuring quality, each chapter will definitely not be less than 20 pages. Strive to update as many chapters as possible, and update at least 30,000 words a day a few days before the release. And I still try to write quality, the kind that looks really good. This is full of sincerity, right? Then the daily update after the release. First of all, I have 6,000 plus words per chapter. One chapter is 3 updates for an ordinary chapter, and it is definitely full of content. What I can guarantee to you is that as long as you have enough subscription support, I will work harder and more attentively to write and think about the plot. Let me do the math for you. Subscribe to a chapter, it only costs a few cents, even if it is 5 cents. According to the situation of 3 guaranteed updates per day and 20,000 words, there are 90 chapters in a month. If you subscribe for a whole month, even if you subscribe and follow up every day, you only need to spend 4.5 yuan a month. And I have to spend a lot of time every day to check information, think about the plot, write, and stay up late is a common thing. This is the fact. I write novels because I also like to read novels, and I like Pokemon very much. I hope to get everyone's support. I spend 4.5 yuan a month, which is the price of a bag of Wolong spicy strips. I don't know how many people are still reading it. After all, the data in the past 2 days is very bad, very bad, very bad. Finally, please subscribe. Chapter 54, Fight Oro Again. Please subscribe and support after listing. Chapter 54, Fight Oro Again. Please subscribe and support after listing. The rules are very simple. That is to test whether the elves held by the graduates have reached the intermediate level. The content of the assessment is to try to show the strength of your own elves under the attack of the teacher's elves. As long as you can show the strength of an intermediate elves, you will pass the assessment. Under the guidance of the teacher, the graduates came to the school's battlefield. Everyone received a number plate. The 5 teachers in charge of the assessment have already taken their positions. The teacher in charge of maintaining order on the sidelines cleared his throat and said, "Now, the assessment is really starting. The candidates whose numbers are called will start the assessment directly. Number 1, number 2, number 3. 5 people are assessed at a time. Each time takes about 10 minutes, which is very efficient. Bulbasaur, use the vine whip." A candidate began to command his elves to fight. The instructor opposite him used an electric dragon, and the electric dragon jumped lightly and dodged his attack lightly. The candidate was also stunned when he saw this, obviously he didn't expect his attack to be avoided so easily. This is an opportunity to pursue the victory, and the instructor did not issue an active attack order. The electric dragon shook its tail in the battlefield and looked at the elves on the opposite side. This is an opportunity to give candidates time to adjust, because this is a test to test the strength of candidates after all, not a formal Pokemon battle. Otherwise, most of the candidates present would probably not be able to survive a round. With sufficient time to prepare, the candidates quickly adjusted back and commanded the Pokemon to fight again. The subsequent battle process was much smoother. Although Bulbasaur still lost to Eidolon, the candidate also successfully passed the assessment and got the graduation certificate. Of course, there are those who pass, and there are those who fail. Many capable candidates were eliminated because they were too nervous and performed poorly. And some candidates were because their Pokemon were not trained enough, and the gap in hard power was too big. Soon, the graduates stood aside with excited or regretful expressions. Of course, candidates who did not pass still have a chance to retake the exam, and they can also get a graduation certificate after passing. No one chose to leave, because the highlight of today has not yet begun. They are also looking forward to how Ye Chen and Oro will perform. Number 99 Oro. Number 100 Ye Chen. Soon, the names of the two were called. The two walked into the battlefield together. Next to each other. Oro glanced at Ye Chen, his eyes full of provocation. "Starting from this assessment, let you see the gap between us, Ye Chen." Oro was silently furious in his heart and sent out his own elves. "Giant pincer mantis, I leave it to you." A majestic elf with a red body appeared in the field. The whole body looked like it was made of metal, glowing with cold light. The body temperature rises rapidly during combat, so it uses its wings to regulate body temperature. The giant pincer mantis is the evolved form of the flying mantis. Its attributes changed from insect type plus flying type to insect type plus steel type after evolution. Although there is an additional weakness of 4 times the weak fire, the overall resistance has been greatly strengthened, and the attack power has been significantly improved. The elf used by the teacher who assessed Oro was a cat boss. The hair is very smooth and the eyes are very sharp. The teacher took a look at Oro's elf and praised, "Oro, your elf training is very good, I'm looking forward to it." Oro nodded and said with a smile, "Then please ask the teacher for more advice." "Bullet punch!" Oro shouted loudly, and the giant mantis pounced at the cat boss opposite at high speed. The two plier-like fists glowed with cold light, and they punched hard. Next, there is a fierce offensive like a gust of wind and rain. High frequency and extremely powerful. For a moment, the teacher's cat boss was suppressed by Oro. Boss cat, use high five surprise attack. Of course, the teacher will not sit still and wait for death. It would be too shameful to be suppressed by a student. Meow. The cat boss who had been dodging the attack of the giant pincer mantis yelled, and suddenly rushed forward, hitting the giant pincer mantis with a slap, causing its attack to stall. At this time, the teacher's voice sounded again, Boss cat, use frozen. A layer of pink light spread over the cat boss, and he pounced directly on the giant mantis. Move at high speed. Oro's voice sounded at the same time. A layer of pink light blessed the giant pincer mantis, and its figure disappeared in a flash. At the critical moment, it directly avoided the winning blow of the cat boss. This giant mantis uses enhanced skills so quickly. Sure enough, it was taught by the King of Heaven himself. The teacher is in danger. The graduates watching on the sidelines began to shout in low voices. At this time, the giant mantis, which became faster, pounced on the cat boss in front of him again. Metal Claw. Giant Claw Mantis goes all out, aiming to win this game. The teacher smiled slightly and gave the order, delay. A layer of grey light emerged on the cat boss, and then the figure of the giant mantis that charged at high speed was forcibly suppressed. Fun. By delaying the skill, the cat boss gained the right to strike first. It pounced earlier and slammed into the giant mantis. The giant pincer mantis was directly knocked away. But at this time, the teacher who could have pursued him ordered the cat boss to stop. Oro, you have proven your elf strength. Don't forget, this is an assessment, not an elf battle. You are very strong. Among the students I have taught, your strength can be ranked among the top 3. Thank you, teacher. Oro hugged his fists at the teacher. His giant pincer mantis still has the strength to fight. If he continues to fight, he has a chance of winning. But the teacher has been merciful and given him enough face, so naturally he won't stalk her. At this moment, bursts of exclamations suddenly came from the battlefield next to them. Oh my god, Ye Chen is so strong. This strength is unmatched by anyone in the same class. Oro and the teacher in charge of him looked over and were immediately stunned by the battle in front of them. The teacher responsible for assessing Ye Chen was the teacher who used the electric dragon before. The elf used by Ye Chen is a hyperactive ape. The hyperkinetic ape wields the flame fist, while the electric dragon uses the thunder fist. The two elves collided hard. The arc and flames flew away, extremely gorgeous. The teacher in charge of assessing Ye Chen obviously had no intention of finishing the exam. He seemed to be serious about it. Electric dragon, magnetic field control. The two elves collided and separated. The electric dragon's body was filled with a layer of electricity, and a faint halo appeared. The characteristic of this electric dragon is positive electricity. Under the influence of the magnetic field, its special defense and defense are improved. On the other side, the hyperkinetic ape has also completed gathering energy. Electric dragon, thunder fist. Hyperkinetic ape, flame fist. The two elves who had completed strengthening collided together again. Boom! This time, a violent explosion sounded. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a figure was punched out. It was the teacher's electric dragon. Obviously, Ye Chen's hyperactive ape has the upper hand. A surprising blow. Ye Chen gave the order again, and the hyperkinetic ape quickly pounced on him and punched hard. The electric dragon was hit again, flew backwards, and fell hard to the opposite wall. The electric dragon struggled to get up, but in the end his body tilted and fell to the ground and passed out. Electric dragon, lost fighting ability. The teacher on the side couldn't help but say this, and then reacted belatedly, this is not a battle, it's just an assessment. And Ye Chen actually defeated the teacher in charge of the assessment in this assessment. Hiss, it's so scary. I thought Oro was already powerful enough, but I didn't expect Ye Chen to be the real monster. Oh my god, I just checked the records, and Ye Chen seems to be the first graduate in the history of our college to officially defeat the teacher in the assessment. Ye Chen is mighty. The students on the side started to discuss. Oro's expression also became solemn. He thought that after having the giant claw mantis, Ye Chen could not be his opponent. But now it seems that he does not have the upper hand. The teacher in charge of Ye Chen also smiled bitterly, used the poke ball to retrieve the electric dragon on the ground, and smiled at Ye Chen. It is true that the young are formidable. Other teachers say that Ye Chen will become the best student in the history of Hwaju College, and Professor Oak also agrees with this. I was a little dissatisfied at first, but now it seems that what they said is indeed correct. Ye Chen, I now believe that you will definitely become the pride of Hwaju College. Congratulations, you are graduated. The teacher smiled and said to Ye Chen, and stretched out his hand to Ye Chen. The two held hands together. Ye Chen said, "Thank you, teacher, I will never let you down in the future." Come on, Ye Chen. When will you win the league championship? Brother Ye Chen, I love you. The graduates on the side began to make a noise, and a group of people laughed immediately. Ye Chen and Oro left the venue. Although the assessment has not yet ended, everyone's mind is no longer on the examination room. They are all looking forward to the battle between Oro and Ye Chen later. Even the teachers couldn't hold back, and the assessment standards for the candidates behind Ye Chen and the others were obviously relaxed a lot. Soon, all the graduates' assessments were over. Ye Chen and Oro also helped the elves to recover comprehensively from the teacher. At this time, the battlefield was already full of people, obviously the spectators who came after hearing the news and the students of Hwaju College. Today's battle will decide who is the strongest student of Hwaju College this year, Ye Chen or Oro. Dr. Oak came to the field at some point and said with a smile, "How can I miss such an interesting thing? Let me be the referee of your game." After Dr. Oak said this, the audience burst into laughter. In the audience, Xiao Mao looked at the field with a serious face. He wanted to see how much stronger the young man that his grandfather admired was than him. Then let me explain the rules of the game first. Dr. Oak said in a serious tone. The rules of this battle are 3v3. If all three elves of one side lose their combat effectiveness, it will be considered a failure. After explaining the rules, Professor Oak looked at the two and asked, "Are you two ready now?" Ye Chen and Oro nodded and took out the elf balls, indicating that they were ready. Professor Oak waved his hand and shouted excitedly, "Then, the game begins." Oro threw out the elf ball and released his first elf. A blue elf with a mosquito coil pattern on its belly appeared in the battlefield. Mosquito coil swimmer. Ye Chen also sent out his first elf. Yat. When Oro saw that the elf sent by Ye Chen was Yat, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. His mosquito coil swimmer was specially prepared for Ye Chen's hyperactive ape. But it doesn't matter who comes. His mosquito coil swimmer can be said to be his secret weapon. Pray for rain. Oro gave the order, and the mosquito repellent swimmer raised his hands. A layer of blue light appeared on his body surface, and a blue light ball condensed in his hands. Yat, dragon dance. Ye Chen would naturally not let the mosquito repellent swimmer change the weather so easily. Yat condensed a layer of purple energy on his body surface. In the teacher's battle just now, Oro's giant claw mantis quickly used the enhanced skill. Ye Chen felt that this mosquito repellent swimmer should also have been specially trained. The rain-seeking skill is unlikely to be interrupted, so the safest way is to strengthen yourself in the same way. Hwalala! The blue light ball rose into the sky, and soon, it rained in the venue. Oro smiled triumphantly and issued an order, "Climb the waterfall." The mosquito-repellent swimmer's body turned into a residual image and approached Yat at high speed. This speed is so fast. Ye Chen instantly became serious. The characteristic of this mosquito-repellent swimmer is leisurely and free. In the rainy environment, the speed is almost doubled. The skill of waterfall climbing is extremely destructive. As expected, Oro's son of the king showed what a rich family background is. Ye Chen immediately issued an order, "Ya, Dragon Claw." When it comes to the intensity of the attack, Ye Chen has never been afraid. Ya. Ya held her breath and stared at the high-speed approaching Ya with great concentration. The characteristics of the fishing lake have greatly grown Ya's heart. The Ya carried a terrifying stream of water on his fist and punched Ya hard. Ya seized the opportunity accurately, and the energy claw in his hand hit the fist of the Ya hard. The Ya carried collided with Ya at high speed. Boom! With a bang, a ball of water exploded on the spot, and countless water splashed. The two elves were knocked away at the same time and retreated several steps. At this time, Ye Chen and Oro's orders sounded at the same time. Dragon Claw! Climbing Waterfall! The two elves shouted and collided again. Boom! Boom! Dragon Claw and Climbing Waterfall collided violently, and the two elves did not retreat and fought together. Ya shouted and took a step forward, and energy claws condensed on both claws. So at the same time, mosquito-repellent swimmer also pounced on him. The full force of the two elves. Buzz! Another terrifying bang. Countless water splashed. The two elves in the field hit each other hard. With a plop, the two elves fell down at the same time and fell unconscious. The first battle, a draw. Ye Chen and Oro put away the two Pokémons and looked at each other with serious eyes. Ya can be said to be the second combat force in Ye Chen's team, but he was knocked down by this mosquito-repellent swimmer. To be precise, he was knocked down by the rainy environment. The two took out the second Pokeball and released their second Pokémons at the same time. Oro released a Pokémon with a green body and a lotus leaf hat on its head. Lotus Hat Boy. Ye Chen released a Pokémon with a white body and extraordinary beauty. Nine-tailed Fox. When the audience saw this Pokémon, they also started to talk about it. This Pokémon is so beautiful. It is very beautiful, but it doesn't match Ye Chen's style. What's wrong with it? I think it's a good match. A tough guy plus a beautiful Pokémon can just set off each other. In the battlefield. When Nine-tailed Fox appeared, the rain in the sky suddenly stopped. Pat. White hailstones fell from the sky. When Oro saw this Nine-tailed Fox, his face suddenly changed. His overall plan was disrupted by this Nine-tailed Fox. As soon as the Nine-tailed Fox with the snowfall characteristic appeared, it changed the weather on the field. The rainy day environment is the core of Oro's game. The mosquito-repellent swimmer and the Lotus Hat Boy both have the characteristics of being free and easy. In the rainy day environment, not only the power of their skills is enhanced, but also the speed is greatly improved. His network disc, the giant claw mantis, can also be densely covered in the rainy day environment. But as soon as this nine-tailed fox appeared, Oro was instantly at a disadvantage. And Ye Chen naturally would not give Oro time to slowly daze. He quickly issued an order, freeze beam. A beam of ice light shot out quickly and hit the Lotus Hat Boy directly. Oro only reacted belatedly at this time, and hurriedly shouted, absorb. A layer of green light appeared on the Lotus Hat Boy and hit the nine-tailed fox. But the effect was minimal. Nine-tailed fox fired another freezing beam, hitting the Lotus Hat Boy again. This battle is hard to win. Oro instantly realized that he was at an absolute disadvantage. In order to turn the tables, he had to change the weather again. He could only fight once. Lotus Hat Boy, use rainbow. Oro gave the order, and a ball of blue light appeared on the Lotus Hat Boy. However, Ye Chen could not give Oro this opportunity, and he gave the order, freezing beam, get rid of it. A thick icy light shot out, hitting the Lotus Hat Boy who was using it, and directly swept it out of the field. The Lotus Hat Boy lost his ability to fight. The second Pokémon was defeated, and at the same time, hail was falling in the sky. Oro took a deep breath and sent out his last Pokémon. Giant Mantis, leave it to you. The red and majestic giant mantis appeared in the field, banging its claws. On Ye Chen's side, he also took back the nine-tailed fox and sent out his last Pokémon. Roar! With a roar, the strong and healthy hyperactive ape, who had just won a victory over the teacher, appeared on the stage. The audience on the sidelines was immediately excited. The climax of this battle has come. Move at high speed. Oro took the lead in issuing an order to let the giant claw mantis gain the advantage in speed first. As long as the hyperactive ape can be defeated and there is only one nine-tailed fox left, the giant claw mantis will have a chance to win. Gather Chi. Ye Chen used the strengthening skill at the same time. It is obvious that Oro's idea has been seen through by Ye Chen. The two Pokémons completed the strengthening almost at the same time. And the giant claw mantis also pounced on the hyperactive ape in front of it at Oro's command. Bullet Fist. The giant claw mantis approached the hyperactive ape at high speed. In terms of speed, the giant claw mantis has an absolute advantage. Under the frequency of high-speed attacks, the hyperactive ape was actually a little difficult to resist for a while. The audience on the sidelines were also surprised. Is the giant mantis so strong? It actually suppressed the hyperactive ape. Did we overestimate the combat power of this hyperactive ape? The situation on the battlefield was beyond Oro's expectations. He thought it would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect that the giant mantis actually suppressed the hyperactive ape perfectly. Punch after punch, the giant mantis's attacks fell on the hyperactive ape like raindrops go. In this case, let's take down this hyperactive ape in one go. Oro was a little excited and shouted out a command, Metal Claw. At this time, Ye Chen's voice also sounded coldly, double payback. Wait, giant mantis! Oro was immediately shocked, but it was too late, the giant mantis had already attacked the hyperactive ape. A layer of red light enveloped the hyperactive ape's body. Roar! With a roar, it punched out, carrying the damage and anger it had suffered during this period. Double payback, the more powerful an enemy's skill is, the more powerful this skill is. Under the blessing of the hyperactive ape's strongman characteristics. One punch. The giant mantis was hit hard and flew backwards. Ye Chen took advantage of the situation and gave another command, Flame Fist. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Oro's eyes were filled with despair. It was impossible for the fourfold weaker fire-powered mantis to take this blow. Boom! The flame fist hit Mantis hard, knocking it out. Mantis fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. Professor Oak's voice sounded at the same time, Mantis lost its ability to fight, and Hyperactive Ape won. Congratulations to Ye Chen for winning this battle. The audience on the sidelines also cheered enthusiastically. This was a hearty battle. Ye Chen is mighty. Awesome, wonderful. Hyperactive Ape is still as powerful as ever. When did the sloth I captured have this strength? I declare that Hyperactive Ape is the best Pokémon of the school this year, and Ye Chen is the best trainer. Cheers were heard one after another. In the audience, Xiao Mao's face was extremely heavy. Ye Chen was obviously stronger than him. He felt that the footsteps chasing Ye Chen seemed to be getting farther and farther away. In the battlefield, Ye Chen put away the hyperactive ape. Oro also took back the giant mantis and sighed. The two walked to the battlefield and shook hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a platinum card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a platinum card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a platinum card fragment *1. A familiar system prompt sounded in Ye Chen's ears. In this battle, Ye Chen actually harvested 3 platinum level card fragments at once. And it was a qualification potion that could upgrade the elves' qualifications to quasi-kings. Ye Chen suppressed his excitement and did not rush to synthesize. The 3 elves that fought this time all had their levels upgraded. Ye Chen could not help but sigh at the power of the permanent 5-fold experience increase. The 2 players shook hands. Oro was a little silent. In the 3 kings rounds of battle, he only hit 1 elf of Ye Chen, and he won in a tie. He looked at Ye Chen and swore silently in his heart that he must become stronger. Practice harder and harder, and win it all back when he sees Ye Chen next time. The 2 wanted to leave together after the audience bowed. Oro glanced at Ye Chen and sighed, I thought Shinji was still strong enough, but now I see that Ye Chen is the guy I should try harder to hit. Ye Chen said, Shinji? By the way, I also met him once when I was traveling. At that time, he was traveling with his brother Lei Si. And his Electabuzz has evolved into Electabuzz, and his strength must have become stronger now. Aurora said, when I met Shinji, he was alone, and he was still arrogant. He caught a bunch of Pokemon, looked around, and then let them go. He was simply sick in the brain. If I can't beat him, Aurora said sullenly, and Ye Chen smiled dumbly. Aurora shook his head and didn't want to talk about Shinji anymore. He said to Ye Chen, from now on, you are my target. You are also collecting gym badges, so your goal must be this year's Quartz League. I will also collect gym badges. I hope that I can meet you again at the Quartz League conference. When the time comes, you should be ready to meet my challenge. Ye Chen nodded and smiled, I am also looking forward to fighting with you again. Oro nodded, took out a bank card and handed it to Ye Chen, saying, this is the bet of our battle, and we will accept the loss. Ye Chen took the bank card and felt happy. After the final battle, the dean of Hwaja College, a white-haired old man, stood up with a red face and began to give a closing speech. Of course, they were all very official words. Time flies, it's the Baija season again. This year, a large number of excellent trainers have emerged in our college. I believe that you will be active in the future league conference. I hope you will not forget your original intention and keep working hard. Graduating students, a bright future is waiting for you. The old dean's closing speech ended. For Ye Chen, this also represents the end of his student life. Ye Chen plans to leave Hwaja College and continue his journey. After saying goodbye to Professor Oak. After sorting out his personal belongings in the dormitory, Ye Chen took out the map and began to think about where to go next. The 5 elves followed the hyperactive ape began to meditate and practice. The theory that hyperactive ape can become stronger by sleeping has been advanced, and now it has become that meditation can make people stronger. Ye Chen's elves have been improving rapidly, and with the 2-phase effect, they began to believe in this theory. Ye Chen was naturally happy about it. After the practice, Ye Chen took the elves back to the elf ball, took out the 3 platinum card fragments obtained today, and synthesized them. The host has collected 3 platinum card fragments and successfully synthesized the platinum card quasi-king level qualification enhancement potion. Looking at the dazzling card in his hand, Ye Chen began to think. Which elf should this card be used for? Chapter 55, Rainbow City. Please subscribe and support for the shelf. Chapter 55, Rainbow City. Please subscribe and support for the shelf. Ye Chen did not think for long, and finally gave the qualification potion to the hyperactive ape to use, and raised the hyperactive ape's qualification to the quasi-king level. When the hyperactive monkey wakes up tomorrow, he will definitely be looking forward to his changes. Ye Chen couldn't help laughing when he thought of the possible actions of the hyperactive monkey. After turning off the lights, Ye Chen had a good sleep. The next day, Ye Chen got up early. After making breakfast for the elves, Ye Chen released them all. The elves were the same as usual, and the only one that was a little strange was the hyperactive monkey. It looked at Yaya beside it and blinked. Yaya looked over with a question mark on its face. Seeing that Yaya didn't seem to notice its changes, the hyperactive monkey approached Charmeleon again. Charmeleon was also a question mark. Seeing that the two elves didn't notice its changes, the hyperactive monkey still didn't give up and came to the side of Ninetails, Pidgeot and Haunter. The hyperactive monkey slowly raised its arms and made a pose to show its muscles. The three elves looked at it in confusion. Alas! The hyperactive monkey sighed in a very human way, took its food to the side, and ate silently. Is this the loneliness that the strong must experience? The hyperactive monkey felt that he had really realized it. The meditation practice last night had a significant effect. After waking up, the hyperactive monkey felt as if he had opened his mind, and his mastery of various skills and perception of the surrounding environment had reached a higher level. Many things that it could not understand before, it understood all at once today. However, no Pokémon could understand its joy. This is the loneliness of the strong. Ye Chen looked at the somewhat autistic hyperactive monkey and couldn't help but smile. He walked to the hyperactive monkey and patted the hyperactive monkey on the shoulder. The hyperactive monkey turned his head and looked at him, and Ye Chen gave it a look that said, "I understand you." The hyperactive monkey was instantly excited and looked at Ye Chen affectionately. Sure enough, the trainer who understood it the most was the one who spent every day with it. After breakfast, Ye Chen's other 5 elves were a little confused. Hyperactive Ape was inexplicably excited, then inexplicably autistic, and now excited. The 5 elves talked privately and thought that after winning the game yesterday, Hyperactive Ape was too excited and became a little abnormal. After collecting the 6 elves in the elf ball, Ye Chen took the gift prepared yesterday and started a new journey. The next stop is Rainbow City. After completing the dormitory handover procedures in the college, Ye Chen rode his bicycle and left Huaju College. The road to Rainbow City is easy to walk and suitable for cycling. The breeze blew along the way, the scenery was beautiful, and flying elves flew in the sky from time to time. After riding for a morning, near noon, Ye Chen stopped in front of a elf center. He planned to rest here for a while and then continue on the road. When he came to the yard behind the elf center, a girl trainer with a bun hair attracted his attention. She was fighting a Pokémon, and the Pokémon she was using was a Squirtle. Is this a Pokémon from the Unova region? Ye Chen instantly became curious, as this Pokémon was not common in the Kanto region. He looked at the Pokémon battle on the field and felt that the girl looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen her before. The Pokémon used by the girl's opponent was a Squirtle. As the 3 starter Pokémons in the Kanto region, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander were the most common Pokémons seen during the journey. Squirtle, use Leaf Blade. At the girl's command, Squirtle gracefully raised its body, and leaves flew out one after another, attacking the Squirtle on the opposite side. Jenny. Squirtle was also unwilling to be outdone, and used a water gun to fight back against Squirtle's attack. The 2 Pokémons fought back and forth, and finally Squirtle, who had the advantage in attributes, used Leaf Blade again to defeat Squirtle. The onlookers clapped their hands. The girl put away the vine snake, encouraged him and smiled proudly. She looked at Ye Chen beside 070 and was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The girl trotted to Ye Chen and asked with expectation, "You are Ye Chen?" Listening to the girl's affirmative tone, Ye Chen felt muttering. Could it be that I have met her somewhere before, but I forgot about her? No, the situation in front of me cannot be explained at all. Ye Chen nodded and smiled, "I am Ye Chen, may I ask who you are?" Hearing Ye Chen's question, the girl realized that she was a little rude, and hurriedly introduced herself, "My name is Mei. From the Unova region. You are the champion of the last competition of Huaju College. I just saw this game on TV, your hyperactive ape is really amazing," Mei said excitedly. Ye Chen's doubts were instantly relieved. No wonder he felt so familiar, Mei should be a character in the game, I didn't expect to meet her here. Hearing that she had seen him on TV, Ye Chen smiled and said, "That time was just good luck. If Shinji had been careful, it would have been a tough battle." Mei smiled playfully and said, "A tough battle, which means we can still win, right?" Ye Chen smiled, although he did not admit it directly, but his smile showed his confidence. Ye Chen asked, "What about you? Are you here to challenge gyms in Kanto and prepare to participate in the Quartz Conference?" Mei shook her head and said, "No, I just came to Kanto to travel and take a look around. Challenging gyms is too difficult. I'll consider this matter after I've practiced for a while." She looked at Ye Chen and said, "It's fate to meet you here. How about we have a battle? Let me experience the style of a champion." Ye Chen would naturally not refuse Mei's request. The two stood in the middle of the field and began to spar. Because of Mei's initiative, the elf Ye Chen sent was the hyperactive monkey. Roar! The hyperactive monkey appeared with great momentum and hit the chest. Mei was frightened and looked up and down at the hyperactive monkey. This hyperactive monkey is much stronger than the college competition. But I can't be discouraged. After silently cheering herself up in her heart, Mei sent her own elf. Vine Snake, I leave it to you. Vine Snake appeared, shaking its tail, looking at the hyperactive ape on the opposite side. Soon, its eyes became solemn. Vine Snake clearly felt that this opponent was different from the elves it had seen before. It was completely on two levels. Flying Leaf Knife. Mei's command sounded, pulling Vine Snake back to its thoughts. It hummed softly, and leaves flew out one by one, attacking Ye Chen. The hyperactive ape jumped to the side and dodged the attack lightly. The subsequent battle was almost without suspense. Vine Snake used various tricks and methods, but in the end it still failed to gain an advantage over the hyperactive ape. In the end, the hyperactive ape won the game with a final flaming fist. "Oh, I really lost." After losing the game, Mei sighed and touched Vine Snake's head. Ye Chen smiled embarrassedly. Because the gap between the two elves was too big, the content of the battle was one-sided. Fortunately, Mei was a cheerful girl. She quickly put aside the battle and smiled at Ye Chen. "It's noon now. Let's have lunch together." Mei pointed to a small river not far away and said, "While we're cooking, we can go fishing together. It is said that many water elves can be caught here." "I'm good at fishing," Ye Chen said with a smile. "Take out the fishing rod." The two walked to the river together, and Ye Chen also released his elves to meet Mei. Mei also released her own elves, only 3 in total. After letting the elves get to know each other, the two let them move freely for a while. Ye Chen, BJBG, came to the river and was responsible for fishing. Mei took a few strong elves into the forest and began to pick up firewood. Ninetail and Fujito Snake were given the task of picking mushrooms. The two of them worked with the elves and soon collected enough ingredients. Mei opened her backpack, took out several dishes prepared in advance, and started to make lunch. Ye Chen was playing with the elves on the side. He also wanted to help Mei, but Mei drove him aside on the grounds that the kitchen is a woman's inviolable sanctuary. Ye Chen sat by the river with mixed feelings. Finally, I don't have to cook every meal myself. Cooking for several elves every day, Ye Chen had a deep understanding of the cafeteria ant's heart. Mei was very efficient, and soon, delicious dishes were served on the table. The two of them ate with the elves and chatted about everything. Ye Chen was rarely so relaxed. After all, when he was traveling during the summer vacation, the only people who could communicate with him were the elves around him. Mei took a bite of the dessert and asked Ye Chen curiously, "So your current travel goal is to challenge this year's Quartz Conference?" "Yes." Ye Chen nodded. Mei clenched her fists and smiled, "Then you have to work harder and collect all the badges quickly. I will definitely go to cheer you on during the Quartz Conference." "Of course." Ye Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Then the two exchanged contact information and agreed to meet again. Good times are always short. After cleaning up the table with Mei, Ye Chen replenished his travel supplies, waved goodbye to Mei, and continued his journey to Rainbow City. 2 days later, the dusty Ye Chen finally arrived in Rainbow City. Fortunately, Ye Chen had exercised well during the summer vacation, otherwise this long-distance ride would have cost him his life. First, he went to the elf center and handed the elves to Miss Joy for examination and recovery. Ye Chen himself went to the elf supermarket to buy some daily necessities and various energy cubes for the elves. Qinjui, a total of 8,283 yuan. The price at the checkout shocked Ye Chen. He bought the energy cubes that hit Rainbow City, but he didn't expect the price to be so expensive. But fortunately, Ye Chen has money. Oro lost 200,000 alliance coins to him not long ago. Oro is such a good guy. My journey was so smooth, and Oro played an indispensable role. Next time I see him, I must thank him. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. The more good people like this, the better. I must get to know more of them. In another place, Oro couldn't help sneezing while traveling. Oro muttered in confusion, "Do I have a cold? It's not possible, it's so hot." Oro was confused and didn't know what was going on. After preparing everything, Ye Chen returned to the Pokémon Center. The Pokémons entrusted to Miss Joy have recovered, and each one is full of energy. They are all looking forward to this gym battle, but they don't know who Ye Chen will decide to let play. Riding on his bicycle, Ye Chen set off for the Rainbow Gym. After Ye Chen arrived at the gym excitedly, he was greeted by a basin of cold water. The door of the gym was closed. By asking passers-by on the street, Ye Chen learned that the gym owner of Rainbow City, Ljia, had something to do and was temporarily closed for one day, and was not in the gym. The reason for the closure was that Ljia also opened an elf perfume shop. Today was the membership day of the elf perfume shop, and the business in the store would be extremely hot. Therefore, every time at this time, Ljia would temporarily close the gym to take care of the perfume shop's business. After knowing the location of the gym owner Ljia, Ye Chen rode his confident bike towards the direction of the perfume shop. Before approaching the perfume shop, Ye Chen heard several familiar voices. "Pikachu, do you think this perfume smells good?" "Pika." Zioxia asked Pika next to her with a bottle of perfume. Pikachu nodded happily after sniffing the perfume. Zai on the side shook his head disdainfully and said, "Zioxia, let's go now that we've seen enough. We're still in a hurry. I heard from Zio Mao that Ye Chen has already won 4 medals. I must catch up with him quickly. Besides, perfume is just something women use to confuse men." "Humph, you know nothing." Zioxia turned her head away angrily, leaving Zai with only the back of her head. Zai could only smile awkwardly. At this time, Ljia, the owner of a perfume shop, came over and frowned and said to Zai, "Little brother, what you said is not right. Perfume can be used by men, women, and elves. How can a wonderful perfume that can make people around you or elves feel better be said to be a prop to confuse men?" Ljia's tone was a little unhappy. Because for her, perfume is the most important thing, and her love and persistence for perfume surpass everything else. Zai, who was standing by, was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Then they were politely asked by Ljia to leave the perfume shop. "This is a sacred place, and only people who love perfume can enter," Ljia said as if it was a matter of course. Zai and the other two looked even more embarrassed, and Zioxia, who was caught in the crossfire, glared at Zai fiercely, her eyes as if she wanted to kill him. "Zioxia, listen to my explanation." Zai scratched his head and said. "No, no." Zioxia turned her head while holding Pikachu and snorted angrily. Xiao Gang, who was standing by, sighed and looked in the direction of the perfume shop obsessively. His little eyes looked at Ljia, and seemed to be shining with crystal light. It was obvious that Xiao Gang had no desire to mediate the quarrel between Zai and Zioxia, and his mind was all on other places at this time. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw the three of them. It is God's will that 3 guys with different personalities can get together and become good friends. Ye Chen pulled his bicycle aside and waved to the 3 people, saying, "What a coincidence, you are here too." Hearing Ye Chen's voice, the three turned their heads at the same time. Zioxia said excitedly, "Ye Chen, why are you here?" After asking, Zioxia keenly perceived Ye Chen's purpose and said excitedly, "Ye Chen, you are here to challenge the gym too?" "Yes." Ye Chen nodded and smiled. Zai on the side leaned over and said, "I am here to challenge the Rainbow Gym, but Zioxia insisted on coming to see the perfume. If it doesn't take up this little time, there is no I have successfully obtained the batch." Hearing Zai's words, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh and said, "You may be disappointed, Zai. The Rainbow Gym is closed now." "Huh? Why?" Zai asked in great surprise. Ye Chen pointed to the perfume shop next to him and replied with a smile, "Because the gym owner is inside. Today is the usual closing day of the Rainbow Gym. You have to wait until the gym owner sells all the perfume before you can challenge the gym." Zai said disappointedly, "Is that so? Then I'll wait." Seeing Zai like this, Ye Chen couldn't help but tease, "Zai, you probably can't challenge the gym even if you wait." "Why?" Zai looked up in astonishment, as if he had heard something horrible. Ye Chen explained, "Only people who like perfume can enter this perfume shop, and the same rules apply to the Rainbow Gym. And you just..." Ye Chen didn't finish his words, but Zai's face had turned green. "Oh my god, what should I do?" Ye Chen spread his hands and said, "I don't know either, I'll just pray for the best. Perhaps, you should understand perfume well, otherwise you may not even be able to enter the gym." After Ye Chen finished speaking, he waved to the three people and walked into the door of the perfume shop. Although he didn't use perfume, he must sell a few bottles to challenge Ljia. Even if he didn't use perfume himself, it would be a great gift to give to others. And Ye Chen is not short of money now, after all, a kind person gave him a sum of money. Oro, who was on the road, sneezed again. Outside the perfume shop, Xiao Gang looked at Ljia in the perfume shop with more obsession after listening to Ye Chen's words. Ms. Ljia is not only beautiful, but also so powerful as a trainer. I have fallen in love and can't extricate myself. Ye Chen entered the perfume shop. He picked several unique perfumes and expressed his unique insights. In order to successfully challenge the Rainbow Gym, Ye Chen did his homework on the way here. He learned a lot about perfume from the citizens of Rainbow City. Sure enough, after listening to Ye Chen's words, Ljia immediately smiled and chatted with Ye Chen. For a moment, she was very satisfied with the boy in front of her. How could people who like perfume be bad people? Compared to the previous boy named Zai, this boy named Ye Chen is obviously much more pleasing to the eye. After knowing that Ye Chen came to challenge the Rainbow Gym, Ljia agreed immediately, "When I finish my work in the store, we will go to the gym together." Ye Chen naturally agreed with a smile and helped in Ljia's store. The sooner the perfume shop was done, the sooner he could challenge the gym. Time passed by. The perfumes in the store were also sold very quickly. In an hour, the perfumes in the perfume shop were sold out. Ljia apologized to the customers who regretted not buying perfumes in the store. "Everyone, I'm really sorry today. The prepared perfumes have been sold out. I hope you will still come to support us on the next membership day." After greeting the guests to leave, Ljia looked at Ye Chen and said with a smile, "Let's go, the next is the gym battle you are looking forward to. But little brother, you have to be careful. Although you helped me a lot today, I won't let you go." "Of course, please go all out, gym owner," Ye Chen said with a smile. The two walked out of the perfume shop together, and Ljia closed the door. Then, the trio who had been waiting for a long time hurried over. Xiao Gang held a bouquet of flowers in his hand, knelt on one knee in front of Ljia, and said with an obsessed look, "Ms. Ljia, your beauty is so moving and sad, just like the most beautiful perfume, which makes me dream." Bang! Before he finished speaking, Zioxia's iron fist had already fallen fiercely. "Miss Ljia is sorry." Zioxia smiled apologetically and quickly pulled Xiao Gang away. At this time, Zai, with flowers on his head, came over and said to Ljia with a nervous look. Ms. Ljia, I now deeply understand the true meaning of perfume, and I also deeply understand how superficial my previous thoughts were. Perfume is definitely not a prop that confuses people, but a bridge for communication between people. Lika raised her eyebrows and asked, Oh? Do you really understand? I understand. I understand. Xiaozai nodded quickly, with a strong desire to survive. Looking at Xiaozai's serious face, Ljia chuckled and said, You are here to challenge the gym too. It just so happens that Ye Chen is also going to challenge the gym. Come with me. Xiaozai nodded quickly as if he had been pardoned, and looked at Ye Chen gratefully. How could he have thought of these words? Ye Chen told him. The 5 people took Ljia's car and soon arrived at the Rainbow Gym. Lika opened the door of the gym and led everyone into the gym. The interior of the gym is very spacious and luxuriously decorated. There is a faint scent of perfume in the air. The scent of the perfume is very well matched, making people a little intoxicated. Lika walked in front, observing the expressions of the 4 people calmly, and smiled knowingly when she saw the intoxicated look on their faces. The 5 people walked through a red carpet passage and came to the battlefield. This battlefield was very large, the largest and most luxurious one Ye Chen had ever seen. There were bright lights above his head, illuminating the battlefield as bright as day. 5 professional referees were already in place, standing on the battlefield. There were even bunches of flowers in the aisle next to the battlefield. After looking around, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh, sure enough, selling perfume is making money. From the first step into the gym, Ye Chen felt the most deeply the strong financial resources of Ljia and the Rainbow Gym. And what kind of Pokemon such a wealthy trainer would train was also something that people looked forward to. Because it was a gym battle decided to be held at midnight, the audience of this battle was only Xiaoxia and 3 others. After Ye Chen came on the court, Li Jia asked, Ye Chen, how are you ready? Ye Chen nodded and said, I'm ready. Li Jia smiled and said, then I hope we can bring a wonderful battle. After Li Jia finished speaking, she signaled the referee with her eyes, indicating that the battle can begin. The referee nodded and said, both players are ready. Before the battle officially begins, I will read you the battle rules. This battle adopts a 3v3 mode, with 3 elves on each side. If the 3 elves on one side completely lose their combat ability, they will be judged as losers. Then, the battle officially begins. The referee gave an order and the whistle sounded, indicating that the game officially began. Leave it to you, Vine Monster. Li Jia threw out the Pokeball and sent her first Pokemon on the court. An elf with purple vines wrapped around its body appeared on the court. Vine Monster, attribute grass, characteristic chlorophyll, can become faster in an environment full of sunlight. Ye Chen also sent out his own elves. Leave it to you, Charmeleon. A flame rose from the field. Charmeleon excitedly came on the field, looking up and spewing a flame towards the sky. Charmeleon. Seeing the elves sent by Ye Chen, Ljia frowned slightly. From the attribute point of view, she was at a disadvantage, and a big disadvantage. First take the initiative in the field. Ljia quickly determined the strategy she should implement, and ordered the Vine Monster in the field, Vine Monster, use Sunny Day. The Vine Monster nodded, and a ball of white light began to condense on its body. Ljia made this decision after careful consideration. The sunny environment has a lot of bonuses for Charmeleon, but it has more bonuses for her grass-type elves. Anyway, facing Charmeleon's fire skills, even without the sunlight bonus, Ljia's elves can't take a few attacks. Then it depends on who falls first. Ljia quickly set the tone for this game. A battle of attack. And in the sunlight environment, her grass-type elves will gain advantages in speed and skills under the effect of chlorophyll characteristics. Ye Chen also issued a command at the same time, Charmer, use Jet Flame. Although Charmer can also be enhanced in a sunny environment, Ye Chen prefers to take the initiative in his own hands. The Vine Monster uses Sunny Day, which is an excellent attack opportunity. Ye Chen will naturally not let it go. Ah! Charmer roared, and the scorching flames spewed out of his mouth, bombarding the vine monster on the opposite side. And it is difficult for the vine monster who is using the skill to dodge this move. The jet flame hit the vine monster solidly. And the vine monster that took this blow also successfully released the sunny day skill. A white light ball rose into the air and was temporarily released. Countless sunlight fell. Chapter 56, Ye Chen's new goal. Please subscribe and support. Chapter 56, Ye Chen's new goal. Please subscribe and support. Under the sunlight, a flash of white light flashed on the fire dinosaur. This is the characteristic of the fire dinosaur, the characteristic of the activation of the power of the sun. Ye Chen did not get complacent because he got the weather bonus of the opponent, and his face became serious. Under the effect of the power of the sun, the physical strength of the fire dinosaur will slowly decrease, and a quick battle must be made. Spray flames. Taking advantage of the gap when the vine monster just released the skill, Ye Chen issued another command. A hot flame sprayed out again, spreading to the opposite vine monster. The vine monster dodges, use super absorption. Li Jia was well prepared and responded instantly. The vine monster rolled on the ground, and actually used this seemingly funny way to perfectly avoid the attack of the fire dinosaur. Then, a ball of green light flickered on the vine monster, covering the opposite fire dinosaur. Super absorption. The Charmeleon failed to dodge the attack and was hit by the vine monster. A ball of green light separated from the Charmeleon and gathered in the vine monster. It had recovered a lot from the damage it had just suffered from the jet of fire. Poison powder. Jia issued the next command. The vine monster began to shake its body, and a ball of purple powder spread out from the vine monster and floated towards the Charmeleon on the opposite side. Use jet of fire on the poison powder. Ye Chen issued a command. The fire dinosaur spits out a ball of flame, burning up the poisonous powder. Li Jia seemed to have expected this scene, and calmly ordered, continue to use the poison powder. The super absorb just now, it can only be said that Li Jia was lucky to be able to hit it. Using poisonous powder to kill the fire dinosaur's physical strength is the best way to bombard it. In a sunny environment, the vine monster has a speed advantage, and it only needs to fight slowly with the fire dinosaur. By constantly adding negative status to the opponent and then eating away at it step by step, this is what Li Jia has concluded is the most suitable combat method for grass-type elves. And her method has achieved remarkable results. In order to fight against the poisonous powder, the fire dinosaur had to frequently use flames. Now my physical strength has dropped significantly, and I have begun to breathe heavily. Super absorption. When Li Jia saw this scene, her eyes lit up and she thought it was a perfect opportunity to attack the fire dinosaur. When Ye Chen heard Li Jia's order, he was also shocked. The opportunity has come. Fire dinosaur, use all your strength to spray flames. Unlike using poison powder, when the vine monster uses super absorption, its body will be temporarily stiff. And this is also the key opportunity for Ye Chen to win this battle. Ouch! The fire dinosaur was also depressed for a long time, and the strong flame energy gathered in his mouth. A thick stream of flames that was much hotter spurted out, covering the entire vine monster in an instant. At the same time, the vine monster's super absorption was also activated, and green energy enveloped the fire dinosaur. Ouch! Being attacked by the super sucking weapon actually inspired the fire dinosaur's ferocity and fighting spirit. The fire dinosaur roared, and the flames sprayed from its mouth obviously became larger. Boom! The jet of flames brought with it a huge heat wave, which directly blew the vine monster away and fell heavily to the ground. Even though the super absorb had restored some physical strength, the vine monster still could not survive the flames sprayed by this blow. The vine monster loses its ability to fight. The fire dinosaur was panting heavily, and it was obvious that its physical strength was severely exhausted. Li Jia took back the vine monster, glanced at Ye Chen opposite and nodded in approval. She was indeed right about this young man. He was indeed very strong. At the same time, she couldn't help but think that young people nowadays are getting stronger and stronger, and it is getting harder and harder for her to be the gym leader. Withdrawing her thoughts, Ligia sent her second elf onto the scene. "Leave it to you, you dumb mouth." An elf that was all yellow and looked like a huge morning glory appeared in the field. Ligia made up her mind this time to carry out the fighting strategy to the end. "Come back, fire dinosaur." On Ye Chen's side, he took back the fire dinosaur, which was severely exhausted. He quickly sent out his second elf. "Kuabai, I leave it to you." A snow-white, beautiful and elegant elf appeared on the scene. After Ligia saw this nine tails, there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Anyone who sees such a beautiful elf will be stunned for a moment, and this nine tails has an Alola mentality that is rare to see in the Kanto region, and is an ice-attributed nine tails. But Rika, who was admiring the beauty of Kuabai, turned gloomy the next moment. After Kuabai appeared, the sunlight in the sky gradually dissipated. Hailstones fell one after another, and the temperature in the battlefield began to gradually drop. And this is the worst combat environment for grass elves. Ye Chen, this brat, is so merciless. Kuabai's snowfall properties come into play. As soon as it came on stage, Galiha's advantage was instantly reversed. Ye Chen's voice sounded simultaneously, "Nine tails, use the freezing beam." "Hey!" The nine tails of Kuabai swayed, and a ball of light blue ice energy began to condense in its mouth. Stab! The frozen light with cold light spurted out and attacked the cow Dehua on the opposite side. Ligia also adjusted her mentality and immediately ordered, "You are dumb, use the flying leaf blade." Leaf after leaf flew out from Kuduhua's body and collided with Ninetail's freezing beam. Without the blessing of the sunny environment, Kuduhua's speed was too slow and unable to dodge the Ninetail's attack. This battle has become a battle to see who falls first. The flying blade and the frozen light collided together, and countless crystal light dust scattered. The two skills offset each other in the air. At this time, Ligia also issued a new command, "You are dumb, use hypnotic powder." She decided to follow the last strategy, consume Ye Chen, and fight a protracted war. In terms of physical strength, her grass-type elves have been carefully cultivated and should have an advantage. In the current environment, this is the best choice. A ball of powder rushed towards Kuabai. And Ye Chen's voice slowly sounded, "Nine tails, use mysterious protection." Nine tails nodded, its nine tails swayed, and a ball of white light filled the air from its body. When Ligia heard Ye Chen read out the name of the skill Mysterious Guard, she smiled bitterly. Even the skill Mysterious Guardian can use magical power to protect one's own elves so that they are not affected by abnormal conditions for a certain period of time. Ye Chen even considered this. Now there is only the last way left in front of Ligia. "You're stupid, use the flying leaf blade. We can only attack with force to get a glimmer of hope." Freezing beam. Ye Chen's command sounded simultaneously. The two skills collided in the air again, and countless light dust scattered. Freezing beam. Flying leaf knife. The elves on both sides used skills again and again, but it was obvious that the nine-tailed was in the upper hand. Because of the hail weather, the state of the mouth of the flower was gradually affected. Freezing beam. Ye Chen issued an order again, and the ice blue beam shot out, this time hitting the mouth of the flower heavily. The mouth of the flower was blown away by a blow, and the whole body turned ice blue. Following the footsteps of the vine monster, the mouth of the flower also lost its combat ability. On Ligia's side, there was only one elf left. "Leave it to you, stinky flower." A elf like a walking flower appeared on the field. And Ye Chen also recalled his nine-tailed. At the same time, the effect of the mysterious guard in the field gradually disappeared. "The final battle is up to you." Roar! A powerful roar sounded in the field, and the sturdy figure of Hyperactive Ape appeared in the field. "Is this Ye Chen's last trump card?" A trace of admiration flashed in Ligia's eyes. Her Sakura has a very low chance of winning against this Pokémon. Even if he can beat this hyperactive ape, Ye Chen still has 2 Pokemon. This battle is likely to be lost by her. But as a gym leader, she can't let Ye Chen take the victory from her so easily. Seeing that the last Pokemon Ye Chen put on the field was hyperactive ape, Zai and the other 2 watching the battle on the sidelines couldn't help but sighed. Gym leader Ljia is in danger. Because this hyperactive ape can use the Flame Fist. And its attack power is extremely strong. Once it is close to it, no Pokemon can survive the violent attack of hyperactive ape. Ljia gave an order to the Stinky Flower, use poison. Stinky Flower nodded its flesh, and a ball of purple light surged out of its body, covering the hyperactive ape on the opposite side. And Ye Chen's side, this battle was not easy. Because Ljia's skills were all very troublesome, once he was hit, it would be equivalent to directly destroying an important combat force of his. Therefore, in the last battle, Ye Chen had no intention of delaying at all. Hyperactive ape, approach the Stinky Flower, and attack with all your strength. Ye Chen gave an order. The hyperactive ape shouted loudly and pounced directly on the Stinky Flower. And the Stinky Flower began to use poisonous skills frequently. Although the hyperactive ape dodged several times, it was still hit after approaching the Stinky Flower. A layer of purple appeared on the hyperactive ape, and it was already in a poisoned state. Flame Fist. Ye Chen's order sounded again. The hyperactive ape roared, and the fist burning with fire blasted out, falling hard on the top of the Stinky Flower's head. Protect. Ljia's voice sounded, and hyperactive ape punched down, but failed to cause damage. A translucent barrier appeared and blocked the attack. It turned out to be a protection skill. Ye Chen was also stunned for a moment. Sure enough, this Stinky Flower's moves were very difficult to deal with. If it also learned the skill of substitute, then there would be no need to fight this battle. Ye Chen's face quickly became serious. He has not seen any trainer use the tactic of substitute poison. But the disgusting degree of this skill combination is second to none. For the opponent, it is simply a torture. Hyperactive ape, suppress Stinky Flower, use Flame Fist continuously. Ye Chen's voice was obviously higher, and hyperactive ape launched an attack. Hyperactive ape felt Ye Chen's alert mentality, and the 2 fists were covered with hot flames. Hyperactive ape launched a fierce attack on Stinky Flower again. Ljia was a little confused. Didn't she just use a protection skill? Why did Ye Chen feel like he had eaten dynamite? Stinky Flower, use protection. Ljia's voice sounded again. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this voice. Fortunately, it was not a stand. Otherwise, after several rounds of stand protection, even a strong person like hyperactive ape might be exhausted by the poisonous state. Hyperactive ape's flaming fist fell hard. Boom! A muffled sound sounded, and another transparent barrier appeared. The protection skill was successfully activated. Ye Chen was not in a hurry at all. The protection skill is likely to fail when used continuously. Ljia showed excellent character. Her protection skill was successful 3 times in a row, blocking 3 attacks of hyperactive ape. But her good luck ended with the 4th attack. Stinky Flower's protection failed to start. Hyperactive ape's flaming fist fell hard and hit Stinky Flower. The Hercules characteristic showed its powerful strength. Stinky Flower was directly blown away by a punch. Hyperactive ape rushed forward and quickly added a punch. 2 flaming punches hit hard. Stinky Flower rolled on the ground for half a circle, but still couldn't stand up. After the referee confirmed the state of Stinky Flower, the whistle sounded to indicate the end of the battle. Stinky Flower has lost its ability to fight, and hyperactive ape wins. Congratulations to the challenger Ye Chen for winning this gym battle. Lika put away Stinky Flower, walked to Ye Chen, and said, Ye Chen, I have been the gym leader for so long, and I have met many trainers. And you are the only one who makes me feel that I have no chance of winning. From the first battle, the initiative of these 3 battles was in Ye Chen's hands. Every step of Li Jia was calculated, which also made her feel powerless. The young are formidable. Li Jie took out the badge of the Rainbow Gym, handed it to Ye Chen, and said, "This is a recognition of your strength. I think you will definitely have a place in this year's Quartz Conference. I will definitely go to see it when the time comes." Ye Chen took the badge, smiled and nodded, and said, "I will do my best and will not let the gym leader down." Li Jie also covered her mouth and laughed when she heard it. She looked at Ye Chen, took out a bottle of special perfume from her arms, handed it to Ye Chen, blinked her eyes and said, "Ye Chen, this bottle of perfume is for you, as a special reward for you to knock down me, the gym leader." Ye Chen recognized the perfume at a glance. The rare items in Li Jie's perfume shop are sold out as soon as they are launched. They can be said to be the best perfumes in their store. Ye Chen naturally would not refuse Li Jie's kindness and accepted the perfume with a smile. At this time, Zai and the other two on the sidelines also came over. Zioxia first congratulated Ye Chen. "Ye Chen, congratulations, you have won another medal." Zai sighed and said, "Ye Chen, today's battle has made me understand the gap between us again. I will not give up. I will definitely fight you at the Quartz Conference." And Xiao Gang on the side came to Jie, knelt on one knee, and said in an extremely admiring tone, "Master Jie, your dashing figure in the battlefield today really fascinated me. Please." Bang! Before Xiao Gang could speak, Zioxia threw another iron fist and dragged Xiao Gang away. Lika couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. What an interesting group of young people. She looked at Zai and the others, and said apologetically, "The gym battle with you will probably be postponed to tomorrow. My Pokémons are all very exhausted and need time to recover." Zai and the other two expressed their understanding and agreed with Li Jie to challenge again tomorrow. Ye Chen also got his 5th badge. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a platinum level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Get a platinum level card fragment *1. Ye Chen also got a lot of card fragments in this gym battle, including 2 precious platinum level card fragments. Ye Chen took a look and found that they were fragments of leaf stone. He couldn't use them for a while. After saying goodbye to Jie gym leader Zai and the others, Ye Chen left first. After taking a few elves to enjoy the unique food of Rainbow City, Ye Chen returned to the elf center and gave the elf ball to Miss Joy to let the elves recover their strength. Ye Chen stayed at the elf center for one night. The next day, Ye Chen got up early and took the elves to the elf center to have breakfast. Then Ye Chen rode his bicycle. A new journey begins. This time his travel destination is the location of the 6th gym, Crimson City. Riding a bicycle all the way, the breeze is warm, and the sun shines on Ye Chen, warm. This also makes him feel a lot better. He even thought that if he waits for Charmeleon to evolve and travels on Charizard, he will feel more than 10 times stronger than now. Passing by a small city, Ye Chen plans to stay here. Hyperactive Ape, Fang, Charmeleon, Vulpix, Haunter, Pidgeot. Ye Chen now has 6 elves. He decided to evolve Haunter first to further enhance the strength of the team. Arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ye Chen found a machine specifically used for communication evolution. With this machine, Haunter can be evolved into Gengar. It's just that the price of using it is quite expensive, 10,000 Alliance coins per use. This made Ye Chen sigh once again that Oro is such a kind-hearted person. Next time I see him, I must thank him well. Oro sneezed again in the distance, and Oro decided to go to the hospital for a checkup after arriving at the next city. He thought he might have a cold. Ye Chen took out Gengar's Pokeball and pressed the start button. The figure of Haunter slowly appeared on the light screen in the middle of the communication evolution instrument. White light bloomed in its body, and then its body became round and fat. Haunter evolves, Jengar. Hehe. The Jengar in the picture seemed to be very curious about its own changes, shaking left and right to look at its body. After the evolution, Ye Chen took out the poke ball. At this time, a surprised voice sounded, "Is this Jengar yours? It seems to be well cultivated." A tall boy in sportswear came over. He took the initiative to introduce himself to Ye Chen. "Hello, my name is Ye Yu, are you interested in a Pokemon battle?" "Yeah." "You?" Ye Chen felt familiar with the name and recalled it. Soon he remembered who the boy was. Ye Yu, who defeated Ash's Charizard in the Silver League. He was also a powerful opponent. Facing his challenge, Ye Chen would naturally not refuse. The two came to the battlefield at the Pokemon Center together. Ye Yu said excitedly, "How about the 1v1 rule of the battle?" "Okay." Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Now there is just some free time, just to warm up the Pokemons. Also let the evolved Jengar get familiar with the battle. Then I'll leave it to you, Strong Chicken. Ye Yu sent out his first Pokemon. Ye Chen's Pokemon was naturally Jengar. This was Jengar's first battle after its evolution, and it was obviously a little excited. Hehe. Gengui shook his body and laughed. Ye Chen also took the lead in issuing an attack order. "Gengui, use Shadow Fist." Two energy fists blasted out quickly, attacking Strong Chicken. Strong Chicken jumped back swiftly and avoided Jengar's Shadow Fist. Strong Chicken, charge fire attack. After avoiding Jengar's attack, Ye Yu quickly counterattacked. A ball of fire condensed on Strong Chicken's body. With blazing flames, Strong Chicken pounced on Jengar. "Gengui, use Night Demon Shadow." Ye Chen was naturally not afraid, he had considerable confidence in Jengar's qualifications and strength. Countless black shadows jumped out and collided with Strong Chicken. Flames scattered and splashed. Strong Chicken retreated a few steps in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It obviously did not expect that its attack would be blocked by Jengar. At this time, Ye Chen's voice rang again, "Shadow Fist. Charge fire attack." The two elves collided again. 0. But Strong Chicken has gradually fallen into a disadvantage, a Strong Chicken of fire and fighting. Facing the ghost-type Jengar, the fighting skill as the main output skill was sealed. It means that only half of his strength can be exerted. Night Demon Shadow. Ye Chen issued an order again. Gengui laughed and launched an attack. Strong Chicken, who was already at the end of his strength, took this blow and was knocked back. After Strong Chicken fell to the ground, he gasped and wanted to get up, but in the end, his body tilted and fainted. Strong Chicken lost his ability to fight, and Jengar won. Ding, congratulations to the host. Obtained Platinum Level Card Fragment *1. The sound of the system upgrade sounded in Ye Chen's ears. He was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to get another card fragment, and it happened to be Ye Zishi's. The 3 cards obtained were synthesized, and the sound of the system attributes sounded. The host has collected 3 platinum card fragments and successfully synthesized the platinum card leaf stone. It seems that I have been lucky recently. I actually got a piece of leaf stone directly. Ye Chen smiled and was in a good mood. Ye Yu, who was standing by, put away the Strong Chicken and exclaimed, "Ye Chen, you are really strong. No, I won't be discouraged. After I have practiced enough, I will fight you again." Ye Yu said excitedly, "By the way, Ye Chen, there is a good place to exercise in the forest nearby. Are you interested? Let's practice together for a while." Hearing that there is a good place to exercise, Ye Chen just happened to have free time now, so he agreed without much hesitation. Okay. Ye Yu took Ye Chen and walked into the forest. This was exactly what Ye Chen wanted. He had experienced a lot of battles during this period, so it was just right to let the elves digest the combat experience they had gained during this period. The two walked all the way, and before long, they came to a beautiful lake. There are often some wild elves coming here to drink water, and you can meet elves of various attributes. Therefore, this is a very suitable place to train elves. Ye Chen and Ye Yu camped at both ends of the lake to train. In addition to training the elves, Ye Chen would regularly hone his fighting skills every day. Ye Yu was excited to see the prey and proposed to challenge Ye Chen. He wanted to make up for the face he lost in the elf battle. But ideals are full, and reality is skinny. The confident Ye Yu was abused again after facing Ye Chen. This also made the tall boy tearful, and he worked harder when practicing with the elves. A week later, Ye Chen's elves had made great progress in strength. During this period, the two often exchanged and fought, and Ye Chen gained a lot. The level of the hyperactive ape was also raised to level 33, and it was almost evolved. Fang Yi is also level 32, Charmeleon is level 31, Ninetales is level 30, Pidgeot and Jengar are also level 30. During this period, Jengar has learned a new skill Shadow Ball. Pidgeot has learned a new skill Tailwind. Both Pokémons have shown their excellent aptitude and understanding. Beside the campfire, the two had lunch together. Ye Yu smiled and said, "Ye Chen, your cooking skills are really good. Okay, I won't be able to eat it." Ye Chen smiled and said, "You can always have a chance if you want to eat. When traveling, I found that my cooking skills have improved the most." Haha, yes. Ye Yu couldn't help laughing. After lunch, both of them were a little sad, because today was the day of separation. A week of getting along also made them have a deep friendship. Ye Chen and Ye Yu cleaned up the dishes together. Ye Chen asked curiously, "Ye Yu, what are your plans for the next journey?" Ye Yu smiled and said, "I plan to leave here and sell a stone." Ye Yu gestured to Ye Chen with his hand, "That kind of stone is called leaf stone. I have looked for it in several cities, but I couldn't buy it." Leaf stone? Ye Chen laughed instantly when he heard the name. It seems that Ye Yu is lucky. Leaf stone is of no use to Ye Chen now, and the travel expenses are not enough, so Ye Chen is planning to sell it. After exchanging it for alliance coins, it is obviously more cost-effective to buy materials to improve the strength of the elves. Ye Chen glanced at Ye Yu, looking very proud, and said with a smile, "Are you talking about this thing?" Ye Chen took out a piece of Ye stone. When Ye Yu saw the stone in Ye Chen's hand, his eyes lit up immediately. "Yes, that's it." Ye Chen smiled and said, "If you need it, I will sell it to you. I won't cheat you. The market price is 100,000 alliance coins." Ye Yu was overjoyed when he heard this. He had been looking for this stone for a long time. It was a blessing to be able to buy it from Ye Chen. And the price of 100,000 yuan was quite reasonable. Ye Yu directly transferred 100,000 alliance coins to Ye Chen and got the Ye stone. Both of them got what they needed and felt happy. After packing up the tent together, Ye Yu and Ye Chen waved goodbye to each other. The destinations of their next journey were different places, and they agreed to see each other next time. Ye Yu vowed that he would defeat Ye Chen next time he met him. Ye Chen smiled and agreed. The journey to the Crimson City begins again, but before that, Ye Chen also has a new goal. Let the hyperactive ape evolve and become the king of Leave. Enter. Chapter 57, Hyperactive Ape Evolves, the King of Leave. Please subscribe and support now. Chapter 57, Hyperactive Ape Evolves, the King of Leave. Please subscribe and support now. Ye Chen's idea is not aimless. Now the level of the hyperactive ape has risen to level 33, and it can evolve into the King of Leave at level 36. Plus, Ye Chen now has the bonus of the permanent 5 times experience symbol, which is not a difficult goal to achieve. And during the previous week of training Pokémon, Ye Chen actually found a very suitable leveling object in the nearby forest. A powerful Bulbasaur, the level has reached 38. It also has 2 subordinates at level 36, a Pidgeot and a Rattata. It is perfect to use them as training objects for the hyperactive ape. Ye Chen took out the Poke Ball, released the hyperactive ape, and let it warm up first. After all, it had to face 3 opponents this time, which was a difficult task. After the hyperactive ape finished warming up in the open space and strengthened itself with its energy-gathering ability, Ye Chen led the hyperactive ape into the depths of the forest. The 3 Pokémons lived in the depths of the forest, occupying a large tree hole as their habitat. There were green grass and fruit trees growing on the side, and there was plenty of food. The 3 Pokémons traveled together, and their levels were very high, like a bully. As long as those weak Pokémons dared to enter their power range, the 3 Pokémons would attack them in groups. Gradually, only these 3 Pokémons lived around the big tree. With the hyperactive ape, Ye Chen came to the tree hole. The 3 Pokémons living here were very sensitive, and they came out of the tree hole as soon as the hyperactive ape approached. The leader was a sturdy Bulbasaur. A Rattata and a Pidgeot followed behind it. The 3 Pokémons were a little fat, which was obviously a reflection of the abundant food sources. Roar! Seeing the 3 Pokémons appear, Hyperactive pounded his chest, stood up, and challenged the leading Venusaur. This was a provocation to Venusaur's leadership. However, Venusaur ignored Hyperactive's intentions, glanced at Hyperactive, and shouted at his 2 younger brothers. Rattata and Pidgeot walked out from behind Venusaur, looking down at Hyperactive in front with a contemptuous look. The meaning of this Venusaur was very clear, only by defeating its 2 younger brothers would it be qualified to challenge it. Roar! Naturally, Hyperactive would not be afraid of fighting, and waved his fist at Rattata and Pidgeot. Seeing Hyperactive's provocative look, Rattata roared and rushed up first. Few people in the forest dared to provoke the 3 elves. The actions of the hyperactive ape at this time were unforgivable in their eyes. Hoo-hoo! Accompanied by a heavy sound of footsteps, the obese Rada rushed towards the hyperactive ape. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared with full momentum. Rada was startled at first, and then roared at the hyperactive ape in anger. In this forest, Rada was used to being domineering, and this hyperactive ape could provoke him again and again. A white light flashed on Rada's body, and he pounced directly on the hyperactive ape. A flash of lightning. At the same time, its front teeth also flashed. The front teeth are a sure kill. Rada attacked the hyperactive ape in front of him with great momentum. Ye Chen would not give Rada a chance. At this time, Pidgeot was also ready to move, so he had to fight quickly. Hyperactive ape, use double payback. Rada hit the hyperactive ape hard, and at the same time, a layer of red light flashed on the hyperactive ape. One punch. Rada was hit hard in the abdomen by the hyperactive ape, and was directly hit by a punch and flew backwards. The huge power brought by the strongman characteristic knocked Rada far away and hit the tree opposite. The leaves fell. Rada staggered and hit his head. Obviously, the attack of the hyperactive ape caused it great damage. The hyperactive ape would naturally not miss this good opportunity to pursue the victory. It rushed to pounce on Rada, who was still in a dizzy state, and punched hard. A powerful punch fell, and the unstable Rada was hit hard. Screech! At this time, Pidgeot in the sky also attacked at the same time. Its wings flashed white light, and it rushed towards the hyperactive ape. Get rid of this Rada first. Ye Chen's voice sounded in the ears of the hyperactive ape. A layer of red light enveloped its fist, and the hyperactive ape threw another punch with all its strength. However, now, Rada was a little scared. It rolled aside in embarrassment, and the hyperactive ape's attack failed to hit Rada. At this time, an angry cry came from the head of the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape's repeated provocations made it surprisingly angry. At the same time, Pidgeot was a little scared. If it had supported it a little later, Rada would have been defeated by the hyperactive ape. You know, the fat and body size of this Rada are not for show. It is almost impossible to defeat it in a short time. However, this hyperactive ape almost did it. Pidgeot dived at high speed, and its wing attack had already hit the hyperactive monkey. Ye Chen shouted hurriedly, double return. The hyperactive monkey retreated half a step and steadily took the wing attack of Pidgeot. A layer of red light wrapped around the fist of the hyperactive monkey, and it punched hard at the Pidgeot in front of it with great force. Trading injury for injury, Pidgeot was knocked away by it. This punch directly knocked Pidgeot onto the big tree opposite. The leaves fell rustling. Pidgeot struggled and felt dizzy. It didn't have as much fat as Radha, and this punch directly caused heavy damage to it. The hyperactive monkey just wanted to go up and defeat this Pidgeot. Squeak! An angry voice sounded. The Radha just got a chance to breathe, and after a short recovery, it pounced again to give its companion Pidgeot a chance. As the bully in this forest, it and Pidgeot have a perfect cooperation. Its front teeth glowed white, and its angry eyes turned red. Angry front teeth. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared and punched Radha hard. Radha's angry front teeth also bit the hyperactive ape hard. Compared to the fatal front teeth, the angry front teeth have higher damage. The hyperactive ape punched Radha's forehead, but Radha was unmoved and bit the front teeth of the hyperactive ape even harder. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared in pain and couldn't help but kneel on one knee. The hyperactive ape took the previous attacks of Radha and Pidgeot, and its physical strength was greatly depleted. Hyperactive ape, come back to life! Ye Chen's voice rang in his ears. The hyperactive ape roared with one hand, and a layer of red light spread all over its body. It punched out and hit Radha, who was biting it hard. The hyperactive ape's physical strength had reached the bottom, and it came back to life with terrifying destructive power. The huge force hit Lada's body, and it could no longer bite the hyperactive ape's arm, and was knocked away by a punch. With a loud bang, the leader of Lada was also hammered onto the big tree opposite the hyperactive ape. The big tree shook violently, which showed how powerful the punch of the hyperactive ape was. Lada hit the big tree and fainted directly. Lada was originally weak in fighting skills, and with the blessing of the strongman characteristic and the gathering of energy, Lada lost his combat ability after a fierce attack from the hyperactive ape. The hyperactive ape won the battle and its level was raised to level 34. The system's prompt sounded in Ye Chen's mind. Hyperactive ape, take advantage of the victory and chase after the Pidgeot. Ye Chen issued an order again. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared angrily and strode towards the Pidgeot under the tree. At this time, the dizzy Pidgeot had not recovered yet. Seeing the aggressive ape rushing towards him, he immediately flapped his wings in panic. A gust of wind blew. Pidgeot used the wind-raising skill. But for the ape, this only delayed its steps slightly. The ape pounced on Pidgeot, and a layer of red light enveloped the ape. Resurrection! Carrying a terrifying gust of wind, the ape rushed in front of Pidgeot and punched hard, hitting Pidgeot heavily. In the impact of the last attack, Pidgeot, who had not recovered yet, was punched away by the ape again. Pidgeot also fell to the side of a tree and fainted beside his partner Lada, who had fallen earlier. Hyperactive ape battle victory, level raised to level 35. The system prompt sounded. Hi! Hyperactive ape panted, looked at Bulbasaur beside him, and pointed his finger at it provocatively. Bulbasaur glanced at his two younger brothers. They were indeed two useless guys. At this time, he still had to play. Bulbasaur slowly walked towards Hyperactive ape. It was more than half a head taller than Hyperactive ape, and the sense of oppression brought by its size was self-evident. Hyperactive ape's expression also became solemn. It felt that this was a powerful opponent. After all, if there was no strength, it would be impossible to be domineering in this forest. Pa! Bulbasaur stomped on the ground fiercely, and two vines stretched out from both sides of its body and attacked Hyperactive ape. Hyperactive ape, fire fist! Ye Chen's command sounded. The hyperactive ape kicked the ground fiercely and jumped high. The hot flames wrapped around its fists, and the hyperactive ape punched down hard. The hyperactive ape swung its fist with all its strength. As the punch fell, the flames continued to expand and burned more fiercely. Boom! Bulbasaur moved slowly, and the hyperactive ape's punch hit it hard. Bulbasaur was directly punched away several meters away. Bulbasaur shook his head, feeling a little shocked. You know, its weight is not ordinary, and the attacks of ordinary Pokémon on it are like tickling. And the attack of this hyperactive ape can actually cause such a great impact on it. Ha! Bulbasaur roared, and layers of energy condensed around it, and then formed petals. This is the petal dance. Ye Chen secretly thought that it was not good. This skill was extremely powerful, and hyperactive ape had been through a fierce battle before. If it was hit by the petal dance, it would be difficult for hyperactive ape to hold on with its current physical strength. Hyperactive ape, don't give it a chance. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, hyperactive ape also understood the seriousness of the matter. It rushed to Bulbasaur, and the blazing flames wrapped around its fist again. One punch. It hit Bulbasaur's face hard, and the huge force made Bulbasaur's body tilt to the side uncontrollably. However, the power it condensed did not dissipate. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared, gathered all the strength in his body, and attacked with all his strength. Its two fists were wrapped in hot flames and burned fiercely. First, a powerful uppercut hit Bulbasaur's abdomen hard. Bulbasaur's huge body was actually lifted up by this punch. This is the horror of the strongman's characteristics. Then the hyperactive ape did not stop at all and began to punch quickly. One punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. The hyperactive ape quickly threw out heavy punches, and Bulbasaur's body was suspended in the air when it fell. Under the fierce attack of the hyperactive ape, Bulbasaur could not resist it. The energy gathered on its body surface gradually dissipated. Roar! Hyperactive ape roared, clenched his fist, and punched hard. The flaming fist hit Venusaur's forehead, knocking it several meters away. Vulpeculor shook its head and tried to stand up, but eventually its head tilted and it fell to the ground. Vulpeculor lost its ability to fight. Hyperactive ape roared excitedly to the sky, it defeated Venusaur. Hyperactive ape won the battle and its level was raised to level 36. The system's voice rang in Ye Chen's mind at the same time. At the same time, a dazzling white light began to bloom on the body of the hyperactive ape. In the white light, the body of the hyperactive ape quickly grew larger and stronger. The hyperactive ape, which was originally about 1.5 meters tall, has now exceeded 2 meters tall, and its figure is like a small giant with a very oppressive feeling. Its appearance has also changed dramatically. Just looking at it, you can feel a fierce aura coming towards you. The hyperactive ape has successfully evolved into the King of Leave. And it is the King of Leave with the characteristics of a strongman, eliminating its biggest weakness, the complete King of Leave with a racial value of 670. Ye Chen now even wants to roar to the sky, even if the divine beast comes, I will beat you to see. Roar! The King of Leave also excitedly hammered his chest, feeling the powerful force that continuously gushed out of his body. Much stronger than before. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained bronze card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained platinum card fragment *1. Pick up the fallen card fragments on the ground. Ye Chen gained a lot in this battle. The 3 Rada contributed a lot of fragment rewards to Ye Chen. Many cards can be synthesized. The host collected 3 platinum card fragments and successfully synthesized the platinum card mastery of Elven language. The host collected 3 platinum card fragments and successfully synthesized the platinum card Quasi King qualification enhancement potion. The host collected 3 gold card fragments and successfully synthesized the gold card 15 times experience amplification. 3 new card synthesis, are all good things. Chapter 1 Platinum Card Mastery of Elf Language is the same as the intermediate fighting technique that Ye Chen obtained last time, and is for trainers. After using this card, he will be able to understand the words of most elves, making the communication between him and the elves smoother and more natural. Ye Chen used this card directly on himself. Soon, he heard the excited self-talk of the King of Leave beside him, "I have become stronger." Sure enough, this is all due to sleeping. Oh no, meditation practice. I can't wait to challenge stronger opponents. After listening to the words of the King of Leave, Ye Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. He is now looking forward to this year's Quartz Conference. I guess at that time, his King of Leave will definitely amaze everyone. Quasi-King Qualification Enhancement Potion. Ye Chen thought about it and used it directly on Yaya. Anyway, every elf will have these things in the future, so there is no need to worry about it. After using the qualification potion directly on Yaya, Ye Chen came to the 3 elves. Rattata and Pidgeot had just woken up, while Venusaur was panting, and the flowers on its back were a little wilted. The 3 elves saw Ye Chen and the King of Leave behind him, and there was obvious fear in their eyes. Ye Chen said to the 3 elves, "There are so many fruits in this forest. Even if you 3 eat like this 24 hours a day, you can't finish them. Not only do you monopolize these fruit trees, but you also bully other elves." Ye Chen explained the power to the 3 Rattatas and Venusaur, and the 2 younger brothers looked at each other and nodded quickly. Bulbasaur secretly glanced at Ye Chen, and then whispered to his 2 younger brothers, "We don't want this either, but we all learned it from Kumon." Yes, Kumon is the real bully in this forest. Fat Rata said indignantly, "He only knows how to bully us. If he is really powerful, why doesn't he go and deal with Kumon in the forest?" Bulbasaur shook his head and said, "That Kumon is too strong. I think they can't beat it." Pidgeot also said with a face full of fear, "Yes, we have been bullied by Kumon for countless times." Fat Rata patted his belly, Yes, and we have occupied so many fruit trees, but Kumon comes to steal the fruit regularly. It can't eat it all, Kumon is the biggest bully." The 3 elves talked to each other. Ye Chen did not interrupt their conversation, but listened quietly. He didn't want to expose his ability to understand the communication of elves. If the King of Leave knew that they could hear them talking, maybe they would secretly avoid him when they communicated. This can be regarded as a kind of evil taste of Ye Chen. Listening to the 3 elves communicating quietly, Ye Chen also understood. The behavior of Venusaur and its brothers to drive out other elves and occupy territory was learned from the wolves living in the deep forest. And compared with the wolves, Rata and others can only be regarded as a big witch compared to a small witch. Rata and others can only be regarded as a disaster. And the powerful elves in this forest have basically been bullied by the wolves, including Venusaur in front of him. Vulpecula, Rata, and Pidgeot are all powerful elves in the forest, and they have all been taught a lesson by the wolves. The 3 elves defeated by the wolves gathered together and finally decided to form an alliance to fight against the wolves together. But even if the 3 elves joined forces, they still couldn't beat the wolves and were beaten up again. After being taught a lesson by the Ursine again, Venusaur took Pidgeot and Rattata away and occupied a corner of the forest. A place where it is difficult to encounter Ursine, embarked on the road of occupying the land and becoming the king. Listening to the conversation between Venusaur and his brothers, Ye Chen pondered. Ursine. His mind suddenly became active. After the evolution of the Leaf King, it just happened to need a suitable target to test its strength. And taking this Ursine as the next object to be challenged is a very suitable target. It is time for other elves to level up. Now Yaya is almost at the evolution level, and it just happened to get a 15x experience amplification card. After using it on Yaya, it can quickly help Yaya to increase her level. The Leaf King came to the 3 elves and listened attentively. It is obvious that it is also very curious about the ursine mentioned by Venusaur. Ye Chen released several elves, letting them move freely for a while, and by the way, he met the evolved King of Leave. Roar! As soon as the 6 elves appeared, the roar of the King of Leave scared the other elves. They looked at the King of Leave curiously, and were immediately shocked by the huge figure of the King of Leave. Roar! The King of Leave walked in front of the Ninetail, pounded his chest, and showed his muscles. How about it, am I strong now? Ye Chen, who can now understand the language of the elves, instantly understood what the King of Leave meant, and almost spit out a mouthful of water. He always thought that the King of Leave was a cold guy, but now it seems that it is obvious that he didn't understand correctly. Kuabai shook his head and looked at the King of Leave, his eyes full of confusion. It didn't seem to understand what the King of Leave meant. Ah! The King of Leave sighed and became depressed again. Sure enough, no one could understand my strength and loneliness. Only in the battle between elves could they understand their own strength. Of course, although the Ninetail looked innocent, the other elves showed great interest in the King of Leave. They surrounded the King of Leave, and Jengar jumped up and down on the King of Leave, constantly patting the muscles of the King of Leave. The eyes were full of envy. As a ghost-type elf, it was impossible for it to have such a strong and sturdy body. And Charmeleon came to the King of Leave, constantly gesturing with his hands to show the height difference between it and the King of Leave. As long as I grow this taller, I can be as strong as the King of Leave. After hearing Charmeleon's words, Ye Chen almost laughed out loud. It turns out that the standard for judging the strength of Charmeleon is the height. No wonder it got along so well with Yaya. As soon as it joined the team, it turned out that the height of the 2 elves was similar. The Pidgeot was the one who lost interest the fastest. After looking at the King of Leave for a few seconds, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Yaya was the most special one today. If it were normal, it would definitely have strong emotional fluctuations when seeing the King of Leave evolve. Because it regarded the King of Leave as an opponent. But now, its eyes were full of confidence. After observing for a while, Ye Chen finally understood why Yaya was so calm now. Because of the Quasi-King qualification enhancement potion that was used just now. After using the qualification enhancement potion, Yaya's qualifications were greatly improved, and her understanding of the things around her was more thorough. Qualifications were improved in all aspects. Yaya knew that when she evolved, her body would also become huge. And like the King of Leave, she could evolve twice. Now that the Leave King has reached its final evolutionary form, its strength will slow down. Yaya still has a lot of room for improvement. Every evolution is a qualitative change for the elves, and Yaya's companions have proved this to it. At the same time, Yaya also firmly believes that when it evolves to its final form like the hyperactive ape, it will definitely be stronger than the Leave King. Ye Chen, who has seen through Yaya's idea, can only shake his head and smile bitterly. Yaya has no idea how terrifying the Leave King with the Hercules characteristic is. But Ye Chen will naturally not pour cold water on Yaya. He thinks it is good for Yaya to maintain such an attitude. Having a strong opponent is more conducive to one's own progress. After letting the elves move for a while, Ye Chen took them back to the poke ball. On the side, the hyperactive ape, who had just experienced a big battle, has almost recovered. Ye Chen looked at Bulbasaur and the others in front of him and took the initiative to say, "You are not the strongest elves in this forest. I heard that the strongest elf seems to be a rudder. Can you take me and the Leave King to where it is?" Roar! The Leave King beside him also nodded excitedly, punching his palm with his fist, and his fighting spirit was high. If it was an ordinary Leave King, he should have been sleeping soundly at this time, and he couldn't be woken up even if he was called. And now, the Leave King with the characteristics of a strongman showed a completely different side. How strong is a Leave King who doesn't take leave? It's just right to let the strongest elf in this forest, Rudder, come to test it. Bulbasaur and the 2 younger brothers looked at each other, and the 3 elves looked at each other. Radha shook his head first, and his eyes evaded. The rudder caused too many psychological shadows to it, and it didn't want to see rudder at all. And Bulbasaur and Pidgeot were also a little hesitant. If the fake king was angry, they were also stunned by the pond fish. What should I do if they were violent? In terms of, this king will definitely let them feel the emotional iron fist. When I was a child, a forest full of tree fruit appeared in front of Ye Chen and a few elves. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar came from the front. Bulbasaur looked forward in horror. Ye Chen and the hyperactive monkey hurried over. The first thing he saw was an unusually tall ursine, which was about half a head taller than the ordinary ursine. There were many scars on his body, obviously he had experienced many battles. It punched a mongoose and sent it flying, then picked up the fruit behind the ursine and ate it. Chapter 58, The Path to the Shallow A Shortcut to Red City. Please subscribe and support. Chapter 58, A Shortcut to Light Red City. Please subscribe and support. Beside this circle bear, several elves fell down in a mess. The circle bear sat on the ground and began to eat the fruit. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen finally understood what kind of bully the elves like Venusaur were talking about. The elves bullied by the circle bear did not even dare to object to the behavior of the circle bear and left silently. After snatching the food of other elves, the circle bear was obviously unsatisfied. At this time, it also felt a different breath. The circle bear turned its head and saw the King of Leaf coming towards it. Its expression suddenly became solemn. The circle bear was powerful. As the undisputed overlord of this forest, it felt a dangerous breath from the King of Leaf. Roar! The King of Leaf slapped his chest in fear and officially challenged the circle bear. Roar! The circle bear also roared back. As the overlord of this forest, it naturally would not refuse the challenge of the King of Leaf. At this time, the elves in the forest began to watch the fight between the two elves in the dark. The circle bear rubbed its claws and launched an attack first. It rushed towards the King of Leaf, and the King of Leaf also rushed forward. The circle bear punched the King of Leaf in the face and hit it right. The King of Leaf also fought back and punched its abdomen. Both elves were extremely tall, and the two elves punched each other, making muffled sounds. Ha! The circle bear roared with one hand, and a ball of rich red light enveloped his right arm, and hit the King of Leaf fiercely. Arm hammer! Powerful fighting skill! Double return! Ye Chen's voice sounded behind the King of Leaf, and the King of Leaf also roared and lowered his body's center of gravity. A layer of rich red light flashed over the King of Leaf. The circle bear first hit the King of Leaf hard with a punch. Even with the King of Leaf's huge body and weight, the center of gravity was unstable due to this blow. This blow caused a lot of damage to the King of Leaf. After enduring this blow, the King of Leaf roared, and the red light on his body gathered on his right fist, and punched the circle bear's chest hard. Double return! The circle bear's powerful attack power counterattacked on itself, and there was also the bonus of the King of Leaf's strongman characteristics. This punch directly knocked the circle bear away with one punch, and it flew several meters away. The circle bear fell heavily to the ground, raising countless smoke and dust. At this time, the elves watching were shocked. They talked at once. As the overlord of this forest, the strength of the ursine is almost overwhelming for other elves. Few elves can hold out for a round in the hands of the ursine. And the situation at the scene was that the King of Leaf had the upper hand. Bulbasaur and the Rattata and Pidgeot beside him breathed a sigh of relief. They were now very grateful. Fortunately, the King of Leaf had not evolved when it fought against them, otherwise, judging by the current destructive power of the King of Leaf, if their opponent was not the hyperactive ape, but the King of Leaf, their end would be extremely miserable. At this time, some brave elves who had just been bullied by the ursine began to cheer for the King of Leaf. King of Leaf, defeat it! Come on, King of Leaf! Among them, the mongoose that had just had its fruit taken away was the most enthusiastic. He waved his fists and jumped up and down to cheer for the King of Leaf. The smoke slowly dissipated. The huge body of the circle bear slowly stood up, and it roared angrily. The elves who were still noisy just now suddenly quieted down. Obviously, the circle bear was still powerful, and its strength had been imprinted in the hearts of every elf in this forest. The King of Leaves slowly adjusted his breathing. The battle between two heavyweight elves was quite physically exhausting. The circle bear glanced at the King of Leave, and his eyes became extremely serious. A ball of terrifying energy began to gather in its mouth. King of Leave, get out of the way! Ye Chen hurriedly issued an order. As soon as he saw this skill, he reacted instantly. The terrifyingly powerful destructive ray. Once hit by this skill, even a powerful King of Leave would find it difficult to hold on. Boom! The terrifying energy ray blasted out of the circle bear's mouth. Fortunately, King of Leave was well prepared and jumped to the side to avoid this terrifying energy ray. The destructive ray was so powerful that it directly blew a big hole in the ground behind King of Leave. Some elves were almost affected and fled to the side in a panic. King of Leave, seize this opportunity! Ye Chen's command sounded. Destruction ray is an extremely powerful skill, but the side effects of this skill are also obvious. Using this skill requires a lot of energy. After releasing this skill, the elves will be in a short state of stiffness. Although the time is not long, it is enough for the King of Leave. Roar! The King of Leave roared and strode towards the circle bear. Resurrection! Ye Chen's voice sounded. The King of Leave's fist was covered with red light, and he attacked fiercely. This punch hit the circle bear's abdomen hard. The circle bear was knocked away by a punch. The King of Leaves strode forward and pursued the victory. Another punch hit the circle bear, and then there was a violent attack. Finally, the King of Leaves hit the circle bear's chest and chin with a powerful uppercut. The circle bear leaned back and fell heavily to the ground, splashing countless dust. The circle bear lost its ability to fight. The King of Leaves won. Roar! The King of Leaves slapped his chest excitedly. Defeating the King of Leaves made it understand its own strength better. It felt that it could become stronger, and the true limit of its strength had not yet been exerted. +9756284. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a platinum level card fragment *1. The familiar prompt sound of the system sounded in Ye Chen's mind. In this battle with the circle bear, he harvested a large number of card fragments, and the level of the King of Leave was also raised by 1 level to level 37. It is a little regrettable that in the battle with Bulbasaur, a lot of cards were synthesized, and the current fragments did not complete the 3 cards. After the battle, the complete card could not be synthesized. At this time, a baby bear staggered out of the bushes in the forest. He threw himself on the circle bear and roared at the King of Leave with a fierce look. "You bad elf, you actually bully your mother!" The King of Leave was stunned for a moment and scratched his forehead in confusion. Ye Chen was also very surprised. So this circle bear is a female? Or a mother bear? Hi! Fortunately, the circle bear has excellent physical fitness and woke up soon and touched the head of the baby bear next to him. The baby bear rushed into his mother's arms. At this time, the circle bear seemed to have turned into an elf, and there was no sense of ferocity at all. It must be like another elf compared to the domineering elf just now. Ye Chen saw this side of the circle bear and became more puzzled. He asked the circle bear, "Circle bear, why do you want to rob other elves of their food?" The circle bear roared in a low voice and explained to Ye Chen. Ye Chen quickly figured out the reason. It turned out that the reason why this circus bear snatched food was because it had 2 bear cubs to take care of. And it and the 2 bear cubs had big appetites, so it would snatch food from other elves. At this time, several weak elves also came over and gathered around the circus bear, as if they were speaking for it and advocating justice. Several elves talked to each other. Ye Chen quickly understood the whole story. It is true that the circus bear is the overlord of this forest. It often bullies other elves and snatches food from them. But its targets are all the powerful elves in this forest, such as Venusaur. These elves often occupy a lot of food and don't let other elves get close. So the circus bear often beats them and shares their food with those weak elves. For those powerful elves in the forest, the circus bear is a well-deserved bully. And for those weak elves, the circus bear is a real protector. The King of Leaves listened to the descriptions of these elves and scratched his head in embarrassment. How come the current atmosphere makes it seem like he is the villain who should be defeated? And the King of Leaves himself was also misunderstood by Bulbasaur and the others. When the King of Leaves thought of this, he glared at Bulbasaur and the others. The three elves laughed awkwardly and apologized to the King of Leaves, saying that they would never occupy the fruit forest again and would share the fruits with the elves in the forest. Ye Chen also scratched his head in embarrassment, took out a bottle of emergency spray, walked to the side of the circle bear, and said, "The King of Leaves and I misunderstood you. This is an emergency spray. It works very well. Let me help you deal with your injuries first." The circle bear looked at Ye Chen with a wary look at first, but after looking at Ye Chen for a while and seeing the sincerity in its eyes, the circle bear nodded. Ye Chen then picked up the spray and sprayed it on the circle bear's wound. After some treatment, circle bear felt much better, and its eyes towards Ye Chen became kinder. Circle bear suddenly seemed to remember something, touched the baby bear's head, and asked, "Why did you leave home and run here? Where is your brother?" The baby bear nestled in Circle Bear's arms finally reacted, and hurriedly said to Circle Bear, "My brother is not in a good state, he won't eat, and he won't reply when I talk to him." The baby bear danced and said, "This is also the reason why he came to the forest to find Circle Bear. The purpose of the bear." Just now, when he saw the Circle Bear being knocked down by the king of asking for leave, he was so excited that he forgot the main business. Roar! When the Circle Bear heard the news, he hurriedly shouted anxiously, got up, and ran to the depths of the forest. The Circle Bear left anxiously, and Ye Chen and the king of asking for leave looked at each other and followed. The Circle Bear's home is not far from here. The family of three lives in a cave in the forest. As soon as Ye Chen approached with the king of asking for leave, he heard the anxious roar of the Circle Bear. He hurriedly followed into the cave. I saw the Circle Bear holding a baby bear, calling anxiously, but the baby bear in its arms did not move at all. Ye Chen approached the Circle Bear and hurriedly said, "Do you want me to help take a look?" Hearing Ye Chen's voice, the Circle Bear first roared alertly. But after seeing Ye Chen's appearance clearly, it gradually calmed down. After taking a look at the unconscious bear baby in his arms, it hesitated for a short time, and then carried the bear baby to Ye Chen. Ye Chen hurriedly began to check the bear baby's condition. First, he touched the bear baby's forehead, which was very hot. Ye Chen was also anxious at this moment, and said to Circle Bear, "This bear baby seems to have a fever. Its temperature is very high now. If it doesn't receive treatment quickly, it will be troublesome." Circle Bear held the bear baby and became a little at a loss. It was the first time it encountered such a situation, and it didn't know how to deal with it. It could only look at Ye Chen for help. Ye Chen touched the bear baby's forehead and said to Circle Bear, "Circle Bear, the best way now is to find Miss Joy and ask her to help treat the bear baby. There is a spirit center not far from this forest. You should have seen it. As long as you can send it there, the bear baby will be fine." Circle Bear became a little hesitant after hearing this. It knew the place Ye Chen mentioned, but it rarely went back to get close. Because there are often a lot of human activities there, and elves often fight there. For safety reasons, it never takes the baby bears near there, and lives alone in the deep forest. Seeing that Circle Bear was a little hesitant, Ye Chen persuaded, "Circle Bear, do you remember the emergency spray I just gave you? That thing was bought in the store in the Elf Center. There are a lot of useful medical equipment there, and there are a lot of special medicines, and Miss Joy is also very good. Baby Bear will be fine when he goes there. The king of asking for leave on the side also echoed, that place is very good. After each battle, I only need half a day to fully recover. After listening, Circle Bear nodded and finally agreed. But this place is too far from the deep forest. Ye Chen was afraid of delaying time, so he quickly took out his mobile phone, found the phone number of the Elf Center on the edge of the forest and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected. Ye Chen quickly explained the situation to Miss Joy, and Miss Joy also understood the seriousness of the matter. So she and Ye Chen made an appointment to set off at the same time. Meet at the fruit forest by the lake, near the tree hole where Bulbasaur and the others were lurking. Okay, let's set off right away. Ye Chen said to Kuma. Kuma held the unconscious baby bear and followed Ye Chen away, while the other baby bear was picked up by the King of Leave. The group and the elves left quickly. Kuma was familiar with the roads in the forest and took Ye Chen along a small path. Not long after, the fruit forest where Bulbasaur and the others were lurking appeared in front of Ye Chen and the others, and Ye Chen also saw Miss Joy. She was waiting there anxiously with a happy egg. After seeing Kuma appear in the forest, Miss Joy waved and said, "Here, here." Kuma held the baby bear and ran over. After taking a look at Miss Joy, it reluctantly handed the baby bear in its arms to Miss Joy. Happiness Egg came over first, put his hand on the baby bear's forehead, and called out to Miss Joy. Miss Joy quickly opened the medicine box and took out a bottle of pills and a bottle of water. Happiness Egg closed his eyes, and a layer of pink light flowed out of him, covering the baby bear. The pink energy flowed into the baby bear's body, and the baby bear's somewhat painful expression was obviously relaxed. And Circle Bear, who saw this scene, was relieved and stood aside with Ye Chen, waiting quietly. The next thing was left to the two professionals, Miss Joy and Happiness Egg. After some treatment, the baby bear's complexion improved a lot, and he breathed steadily. Circle Bear's expression finally relaxed and he breathed a sigh of relief. It called softly to Miss Joy and Ye Chen, and said thank you. Miss Joy and Jilly Egg smiled and nodded. They were also very happy that the baby bear could get out of the danger period. At this time, the elves in the surrounding forests all poked their heads out to congratulate Kubiki. Bulbasaur, Rattata, and Pidgeot also picked a bunch of fruit and gave them to Miss Joy and Happen. Miss Joy was surprised to see so many elves appear, but also had a lot of doubts. Ye Chen smiled and explained to her. Haha, it turns out there are so many interesting stories here. After hearing the whole story, Miss Joy covered her mouth and laughed. She said to Kyuzoku and Bulbasaur, since you are stronger than other Pokémons, you should take on the corresponding responsibilities. Kyuzoku, you should also set a good example for your children and teach them well in the future. Kyuzoku nodded, indicating that it had realized its mistakes. And Bulbasaur and the other three Pokémons also said that they would never be the same again. They unanimously decided to become the guardians of this Pokémon land and conquer this forest with Kyuzoku. After treatment, the baby bear was fine. Miss Joy gave Kyuzoku some special energy cubes. Let Kyuzoku take it back and take it with the baby bear. Eat 1 cube a day. In about a week, Kyuzoku should be able to recover. It was getting late. Ye Chen followed Miss Joy and returned to the Pokémon Center together. On the way back, the two chatted, and Miss Joy smiled and said, in fact, I have heard about the things in this forest, and I have always wanted to find a solution. But the strength of the Rumble and the Bulbasaur is too strong. Many trainers we commissioned have returned empty-handed, and even injured. Over time, it has been delayed. I didn't expect you to help solve this problem today. Our Pokémon Center is next to this forest. This is a great thing. Thank you very much, Ye Chen. Miss Joy thanked Ye Chen earnestly. Ye Chen scratched his head and replied a little embarrassedly, in fact, these are all a series of coincidences. I didn't know that things would develop like this later. His original purpose was very simple, to help the hyperactive monkey evolve into the Leaf King. What happened later can be said to be ruthless planting willows, and willows will grow into shades. Miss Joy smiled and said, "That won't change the fact that you did a good thing. I still have to thank you. By the way, are you traveling outside now?" Ye Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I am traveling to challenge gyms now." Miss Joy asked curiously, "Then where is the gym you are going to challenge next?" Ye Chen said, "Fragrant Gym." Fragrant Gym. Miss Joy was instantly interested when she heard Ye Chen's words and smiled. "Fragrant is very familiar to me. I have a good relationship with Miss Joy there. I know a shortcut that can lead to where." Shortcut. When Ye Chen heard these two words, his eyes lit up instantly. Shortcuts sound very interesting. Maybe you can meet some interesting Pokemon and trainers. But when you take the main road, it is often the most boring. Well, come with me to the Pokemon Center, I'll draw you a route map. It's getting late now, it's time to eat. If you don't mind, have dinner with us. Just as a reward for solving the problem of Circle Bear and the others. Miss Joy waved her hand confidently and said with a smile, "My cooking skills are very good. Then I'll be honored." Ye Chen agreed with a smile. No one could refuse to eat the meal made by Miss Joy. "Let's go to the Pokemon Center together." Miss Joy cooked a sumptuous dinner herself. Ye Chen took a bite and was so happy that he almost melted. Compared with the food made by Miss Joy, the food made by Ye Chen was just like eating dirt. Ye Chen's Pokemons also narrowed their eyes happily, and suddenly there was a hint of disgust in their eyes when they looked at Ye Chen. 073. Charmeleon ate the delicious meal and sighed, "Ah, when I think that I can only eat this delicious meal once, I feel so heartbroken that I can't breathe." Ninetails also said, "I hope the master can also practice cooking skills. The gap is too big." Gengui ate with his head covered, and had no time to talk. "This meal can only be eaten once, so we must seize this opportunity." Pidgeot was the most exaggerated one. While eating, tears actually fell from the corners of his eyes. Yaya and King of Leave were the two calmer elves. They had followed Ye Chen for the longest time, and they were used to the simple meals. Ye Chen listened to the communication between the elves, and suddenly felt that the delicious meal in his mouth was not so delicious. He looked at Miss Joy and said solemnly, "Miss Joy, can you give me a copy of your cooking recipe? I want to study how to cook seriously. As a trainer, how can you be looked down upon by your own elves?" Ye Chen's pride wouldn't allow it. When the 6 elves heard what Ye Chen said, their eyes lit up instantly. Even the always honest King of Leave came to Ye Chen and gave him a thumbs up. The other 5 elves also stretched out their wings or hands and made a thumbs up gesture. "Ye Chen! Is the food I cooked before so bad?" He wanted to roar to the sky. Learned how to cook with Miss Joy for a whole night. The next morning, Ye Chen rode his bicycle and left with the map given by Miss Joy. Miss Joy behind him waved goodbye and said, "Remember to come and play next time." "Okay." Ye Chen waved goodbye. Although he said so, he had already made up his mind in his heart. Before his cooking skills were mastered, he would never come to Miss Joy to be abused again. According to the map given by Miss Joy, Ye Chen went forward. As Miss Joy said, this was indeed a small road. The road was very rugged and full of gravel, and Ye Chen was bumped hard. Through this rugged small road, a yellow dirt road appeared in front of Ye Chen. This road was much easier to walk. According to the instructions on Miss Joy's map, as long as you follow this road, you can reach the light red city. This road is indeed much closer than the main road, saving Ye Chen more than a whole day. Along the way, Ye Chen also met many trainers. Everyone looked dusty, and it seemed that their destination was also the light red city. Ye Chen was riding his bicycle forward, and suddenly a noisy sound came from the front. Ye Chen stopped the car and looked forward. A lot of trainers stood by a wooden bridge, and they discussed in a low voice with helplessness. "Why is there a Pokemon blocking the way here? Ah, are we blocked here today? Come on, let's work together to drive this Pokemon away. Don't waste your energy, it's useless. We have been fighting for a long time, and it hasn't moved at all. Ye Chen listened to this discussion and approached with great curiosity. After pushing aside the crowd, he saw a huge Pokemon blocking the middle of the wooden bridge in front. This Pokemon had a blue back and a white belly. It was sleeping in the middle of the bridge, snoring like thunder. A Snorlax. This is a well-deserved heavyweight Pokemon. Besides Snorlax, there was a circle of trainers, and several Pokemon were using skills to attack Snorlax. However, Snorlax seemed to have no feeling and slept very deeply. A group of trainers sighed in silence. In this situation, we can either wait for it to wake up or drive it away. How can we fight this? Our attacks are completely ineffective against this Snorlax. Hey, there seems to be an inn nearby. I'll go get a room first. Brother, you don't have to go. The inn is full. Everyone was speechless. Several impatient trainers turned around and left. Ye Chen glanced at the huge Snorlax and was speechless. At this time, the Pokeball in his pocket suddenly moved. With a click, a Pokeball suddenly opened by itself, and a Pokemon ran out by itself. It was Fang. Ye Chen was also stunned for a moment. Fang! Fang raised his head with a fighting spirit and roared at the Snorlax that blocked his way. Ye Chen also understood what Fang meant. After seeing that the King of Leave defeated the bear, it wanted to defeat this Snorlax to prove its strength. Chapter 59, Fangs will please subscribe and support after the post. Chapter 59, Fangs will please subscribe and support after the post. Fang rubbed his hands and looked at the sleeping Snorlax in front of him. A group of trainers nearby saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. What is this little dragon doing? Want to challenge this Snorlax? Even my Bulbasaur can't do it, I don't think this Fang can do it. Fang has such weak arms and legs, I'm afraid that even if he uses all his strength, this Snorlax won't feel anything at all. The trainers watching nearby couldn't help laughing. However, it is still commendable that Fang can have such an upsurge. Some trainers began to cheer for Yaya. Yaya, come on. Yaya, I believe in you, poke this Snorlax with your teeth and see if you can wake it up. Yaya is so cute, you'd better not go looking for abuse. I feel that if this Snorlax sits down, Yaya will be gone. Of course, some trainers did not think highly of Yaya's move and thought that Ye Chen was just trying to attract attention. A trainer seemed to be admonishing and said to Ye Chen, brother, people should know themselves and see their own strength and status clearly. Your actions will not make people look up to you, but will make people feel ridiculous. A trainer on the side was unhappy when he heard this and retorted, don't worry about whether Yaya can do it or not, at least he has the courage. He dares to challenge this Snorlax. It's much better than people like you who don't have the courage to go up by yourself and still make sarcastic remarks. That's right. A group of people echoed, and the trainer who mocked Yaya snorted coldly and stopped talking. He wanted to see what you guys would say when this Yaya got embarrassed. You will probably laugh even happier than me. Ye Chen on the side didn't care much about these things. Issues like strength and self-esteem cannot be achieved by just talking. He looked at Yaya and asked seriously, Yaya, are you ready? Yaya. Yaya looked at the huge Snorlax in front of him and nodded seriously. Ye Chen smiled and said, well, I think you will succeed, but we need to make some preparations first. Yaya looked at Ye Chen in confusion, a little confused. When the trainers beside Ye Chen heard what Ye Chen said, they couldn't help but said, brother, do you really want to make this Snorlax? How? Can we know if we don't try? Ye Chen said, he has just used the eye of detection to see this Snorlax. It is level 45, very high. Its characteristic is gluttony. This also explains why these trainers can't drive it away. Whenever Snorlax's physical strength is reduced, it will get up and eat a lot to restore its physical strength. After eating the fruits around it, it will continue to sleep. And now Fanja is only level 32, and the gap between him and Snorlax is more than 10 levels. But it is not completely without a chance. Now Fanja has been upgraded by the qualification potion and is now a quasi-king level qualification. Moreover, facing a sleeping Snorlax, Fanja has plenty of time to prepare. Strengthen yourself first, and then fight this Snorlax. You know, Fanja has a powerful strengthening skill, Dragon Dance. Fanja, use Dragon Dance. Ye Chen said to Yaya. Yaya is very smart. She understood what Ye Chen meant in an instant, and her eyes became excited. If it felt that it could only fight hard just now, now Yaya is obviously much more confident. A layer of purple light flashed on Yaya. The trainers on the side also knew Ye Chen's intention. Some people couldn't help but sigh, yes, there is this method, why didn't I think of it? I thought of it a long time ago, but my Pokemon doesn't have the strengthening skills. This Yaya seems to have strong aptitude. The skill of Dragon Dance is very difficult to comprehend. For Dragon-type Pokemon, it is simply a killer. Purple light began to rise on Yaya. Dragon Dance! Dragon Dance! Dragon Dance! After using the strengthening skills continuously, although Yaya is not big now, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. How destructive will a dragon-type Pokemon that is strengthened to the extreme with Dragon Dance be? This is the first time I've seen it, too. The trainers who were watching whispered. After all, in a formal battle, the opponent would not let you strengthen so many times. In front of Snorlax, the strengthened Fang looked much more ferocious, with a faint purple light covering his body, and a fierce aura. Fang, wake it up! Fang! Ye Chen gave the order, and Fang shouted and pounced directly. Its sharp teeth pierced Snorlax's butt. Originally, Fang's attack was just a tickle for Snorlax. But when Fang's teeth pierced Snorlax's butt, Snorlax screamed and woke up directly. It jumped up in pain, and the fruit in its arms fell to the ground. Caw! Snorlax woke up in a daze, touched its butt, shook its head and looked for a long time, but didn't find who was attacking it. Fang! Yaya yelled loudly, and Snorlax lowered his head and found Yaya, who was much smaller than him. There was a lot of confusion in his eyes. It was this little guy who poked his butt and made it hurt so much? Cardman focused his attention on Yaya's fangs. He thought to himself that elves with fangs were really scary, and he must stay away from such elves in the future, as they were too dangerous. Seeing Snorlax wake up, Ye Chen also used the 15x experience boost card he had obtained earlier. A white light that only Ye Chen could see flashed on Yaya. 15x experience boost started. Yaya! Yaya roared at Snorlax and officially challenged him. Cut! Snorlax hesitated for a while, patted his big belly, and accepted Yaya's challenge. Facing this little guy, he felt that he could not lose. Yaya, use Dragon Claw! Ye Chen's command sounded again. 2 energy claws condensed on Yaya's hands, and Yaya rushed towards Snorlax. Snorlax! Snorlax shouted, and its huge body took heavy steps to crash into Yaya in front of it. Even the simplest collision skill gave people a feeling of shaking the earth. Boom! 2 elves with different body shapes collided with each other. Unexpectedly, the elf that had the upper hand was Yaya. It directly performed a wave of what it means to stop Snorlax with bare hands. The dragon claws slammed into Snorlax's fat belly, forcing Snorlax, who was rushing forward, to stop. Yaya! Then, Fang roared, exerted force on his hands again, and actually beat Snorlax back. A huge force came from his stomach, and Snorlax was beaten back several steps. Its eyes were full of disbelief. Is it because he has eaten too little recently, or because he has slept too much, and his weight has decreased? How did such a small Fang beat him back? Snorlax felt that his Pokemon's life was strongly impacted. The trainers watching the battle on the side couldn't help but sigh. The strengthening effect of Dragon Dance is really terrifying. No, you only saw part of it. This Fang's qualifications are also terrifying. Yes, even if my Pokemon is so strengthened, it is impossible to beat this Pokemon. Snorlax, but now it seems that this Snorlax has a chance. Snorlax! Snorlax called out and suddenly made a move that made everyone speechless. It hurriedly walked to the fruit tree nearby, picked up the fruit on the ground and ate it. A small pile of fruit was quickly destroyed by Snorlax. Ye Chen knew that this was the gluttonous characteristic of Snorlax. Once its physical strength is reduced to a certain level, it will want to eat. And this also proves from the side that Yaya's attack power is powerful. The Dragon Claw just now really caused huge damage to Snorlax. Yaya, don't let Snorlax have a chance to recover. Ye Chen ordered again. Yaya! Yaya roared and rushed forward with full momentum. The Dragon Claw just now made Yaya clearly realize his powerful strength after using the Dragon Dance to strengthen himself. At the same time, a desire arose in his heart. One day, even if he did not use the Dragon Dance, he could also obtain such powerful strength. After being strengthened by the Dragon Dance, Yaya's speed was extremely fast, and he rushed up like a gust of wind. Yaya! The purple energy gathered, and 2 energy claws condensed in Yaya's hands again. Yaya rushed towards Snorlax with a terrifying momentum. Snorlax, who was eating the fruit of the tree, also felt the crisis behind him, and quickly stopped eating and turned to look at Yaya, who was rushing towards him. Looking at Yaya with extremely sharp eyes, Snorlax suddenly felt a little timid in his heart. But the nervous Snorlax quickly put aside the negative emotions in his heart. He looked at Yaya and also roared and rushed up. Kirby! A surprising scene appeared. Snorlax's short legs exerted force suddenly, and its huge body actually jumped up. Its huge body crushed towards Yaya. This can be said to be Snorlax's signature skill. Yaya! Yaya rushed forward at high speed, without any intention of retreating. Snorlax's huge body fell, and the pressure was very terrifying. The onlookers could feel the horror of this attack. Being crushed by such a terrifying weight, it is estimated that no Pokemon present could stop. And in the face of this attack, the best way to deal with it is naturally to dodge. But feeling Yaya's firm will, Ye Chen chose to believe in Yaya. Yaya! Yaya roared, and the rich dragon power gathered again, and the energy claws on the tower claws almost doubled in size. Yaya swung the 2 energy claws with all his strength, swinging them towards the Snorlax that was falling like a mountain. This attack contained all the emotions in Yaya's heart and all the power in his body. You can even hear from its voice Yaya's strong persistence and belief in becoming stronger, and its strong spiritual will. For Yaya, it was very unwilling. When Ye Chen first subdued it, the gap between it and Lazy Man was only a little bit, and it could be said that they were on par. But when Sloth evolved into Hyperactive Ape, and then evolved into the King of Leave, the gap in strength between the two quickly widened and continued to expand. Then the several Pokemon that joined the team, Charmeleon, Ninetales, Gengar, and Pidgeot, all had huge improvements in strength that were visible to the naked eye. And Fanja was the one with the slowest improvement in strength. As a Pokemon with a strong sense of self-esteem, it was naturally unwilling to give up. That's why it wanted to challenge this Snorlax, it wanted to prove itself. Fanja's Dragon Claws and Snorlax's Titan Pressure collided with a bang. Boom! A terrifying muffled sound came. Fanja's energy claws were raised above his head, and the huge weight of Snorlax crushed Fanja's body, but it still persisted. Fanja! Fanja roared, and swung his 2 claws upward fiercely. An incredible scene appeared. Snorlax's huge and heavy body was actually directly knocked away by Fanja's blow. Ka! Snorlax was surprised. A strong sense of weightlessness came, and Snorlax felt a huge force coming from under him, which directly knocked him to the side. Snorlax once again suspected that the elves were alive. It had never felt this way since it evolved into Snorlax. Bang! Its huge body fell to the ground, with a loud bang, and countless smoke and dust rose. Although the power of Yaya's attack was terrifying, it still failed to knock Snorlax down. Snorlax struggled to turn over and looked at the fruit tree not far away. A strong sense of hunger came. It wanted to eat. As long as there was enough food, it could recover. But Yaya would not give it this opportunity. Yaya! Yaya rushed over quickly, and the energy claws gathered again. Dragon Claw! A powerful Dragon Claw hit Snorlax again, directly knocking Snorlax's huge body back. A long trail was dragged on the ground by Snorlax's body, and smoke and dust were everywhere. And this time, Snorlax could not stand up again. Oh my god, he actually won! Where is the person who just said that Yaya can't win? Is he still there? Tisk tisk, the battle between Pokemon is really a thing with infinite possibilities. I think I can brag when I go out in the future. I have seen a Yaya defeated Snorlax. A group of trainers couldn't help but admire. Yaya's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Yaya won the battle and his level was raised to level 38. At this time, the voice of the system came to Ye Chen's ears. 15 times the experience increase, plus the challenge of leapfrogging, gave Yaya a huge amount of experience. This directly raised Yaya to level 38. In the field, a dazzling white light burst out from Yaya's body. Yaya evolved. In the white light, Yaya's body began to grow bigger and bigger. The white light dissipated. A Pokemon that was more than twice as big as before and full of deterrence appeared in front of everyone. Yaya evolved, Axifang. Roar! After evolving, Yaya raised his head and roared excitedly. It could clearly feel that it had become more powerful. Ye Chen walked to Yaya, touched Yaya's head, and praised. Yaya, you did a good job. Ye Chen couldn't help but get excited, and even an idea came to his mind. Yaya, no, Axe-Tooth Dragon may not be able to challenge the King of Leave with the Hercules trait. From Axe-Tooth Dragon, he saw all the qualities that an excellent elf should have. And with the help of the system, Axe-Tooth Dragon has a huge room for improvement. If the King of Leave has the Hercules trait, Yaya can also have other more powerful traits. At that time, it may not be impossible to fight the King of Leave 1. Axe-Tooth Dragon, I am more and more looking forward to your future. Roar! Axe-Tooth Dragon shouted excitedly. It was also looking forward to it and felt full of energy. Crack, crack! While everyone was still talking, a strange noise suddenly came. Ye Chen looked over and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Snorlax's recovery ability is really strong. Just after being knocked down by Axe-Tooth Dragon, it woke up unexpectedly, and as soon as it woke up, it began to eat the fruits beside it. Soon, all the fruits were eaten by Snorlax, but it still felt unsatisfied. Ye Chen walked up to Snorlax and asked, Snorlax, why are you blocking this bridge? Snorlax. Snorlax glanced at Ye Chen, then scratched his head and stretched out a hand. Ye Chen, who was fluent in the language of Pokemon, quickly understood what Snorlax meant. It was asking Ye Chen for food. Ye Chen was speechless for a moment. Then Snorlax passed him and began to stretch out his hand to a group of trainers nearby. Snorlax! Snorlax! Snorlax shouted at a group of trainers. It meant that if you want to cross this bridge, you have to pay food as a toll. Ye Chen also knew the origin of the pile of fruits beside it before. It turned out that they were all collected by charging. This Snorlax obviously regarded blocking the bridge to collect food as a way to make a fortune. After all, with Snorlax's appetite, it would be unimaginable if he had to find food every day. This Snorlax is a glutton and is the kind that doesn't want to starve. At this time, an alarm sounded in the distance. Miss Juncha is here. This Snorlax has caused a lot of inconvenience in blocking the road. After receiving the notice, Miss Juncha came to deal with the matter. After asking everyone, Miss Juncha quickly understood the whole story. She also quickly took out the information she had learned. A solution was found, and a nearby Pokemon breeding farm was notified. The breeding farm knew that there was such a powerful Snorlax, and was happy to take it in. Their breeding farm developed a special energy block, which has a miraculous effect on a big eating Pokémon like Snorlax. Soon, the person in charge of the Pokémon breeding farm contacted by Miss Juncha came. After letting Snorlax taste the energy block, Snorlax, who felt full for the first time, had his eyes lit up and left with the person in charge of the breeding farm excitedly. Ye Chen was also a little regretful. He actually wanted to subdue this powerful Snorlax. But Snorlax's appetite was too big, and his wallet couldn't support it. Snorlax had a good place to go, and the trainers left one after another. At this time, a surprised voice sounded in Ye Chen's ears. "You are, Ye Chen?" Miss Juncha on the side looked at Ye Chen with some uncertainty and asked. Ye Chen was also stunned for a moment, and nodded, "Well, yes." Miss Juncha smiled and said, "It's you. I've heard about you from my sisters. You've helped them a lot." Miss Juncha smiled and chatted with Ye Chen. Ye Chen soon realized that this Miss Juncha was very familiar with the two Miss Junchas he had helped before. She learned about Ye Chen from her sisters. Out of curiosity, Miss Juncha went to find out and remembered what Ye Chen looked like. "Thank you for this matter. You're going to Qianhong City by this road. It's just on the way, I'll give you a ride." "Thank you, Miss Juncha." It was getting late now. Ye Chen would not refuse a ride with Miss Juncha. Getting on Miss Juncha's motorcycle, facing the breeze, and speeding all the way, Ye Chen soon arrived in Qianhong City. Ye Chen got off the car in a forest near Qianhong City and said goodbye to Miss Juncha. Because the Crimson City gym is somewhat different from other gyms, this gym is built in the forest. And the owner of the Crimson Gym is actually very powerful. In order to successfully obtain the gym badge, Ye Chen plans to train in the nearby forest and adjust the status of the elves. "We have to find a place to camp first and see if there are any small rivers or lakes nearby." Ye Chen walked towards the forest. At this time, a strong voice behind him called him. "Excuse me, do you know where the Crimson City Gym is?" Ye Chen turned his head and looked. When he saw the person who was speaking, he was stunned for a moment. A head of red hair, wearing a black hood. "This is Yulongdu, Dragon Envoy, one of the 4 heavenly kings." Ye Chen couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Are you, Mr. Du?" Adu smiled and nodded, "Yes." As the 4th heavenly king of the Quartz Plateau, Adu is very popular, so it is not surprising that he was recognized. Adu is a humble person. After knowing that Ye Chen is also a trainer going to the Crimson Gym, he took the initiative to chat with Ye Chen. After knowing Ye Chen's name, Adu suddenly asked, "Have you practiced with Granny Kikyuko?" "Yes." Ye Chen nodded in surprise. Adu laughed and said, "I heard about you from Granny Kikyuko. She praised you very much and said that you may become the youngest king of the league, or even the champion." Granny Kikyuko said that, "I am also very curious." Ye Chen was a little embarrassed by the praise and said, "Granny Kikyuko is too kind. I still have a lot of shortcomings." Adu took a closer look at Ye Chen and smiled, "I came to compete with Aji this time. How about it? Do you want to come and watch?" "Of course." Ye Chen nodded excitedly. It is not often that you can watch the battle between the king trainers up close. The two walked towards the Crimson Gym. Suddenly, a shadow jumped down from a nearby tree, startling Ye Chen. A man dressed as a ninja appeared in front of the two of them. It was Aji. Aji took out the pokeball and said with a smile, "Du, you've kept me waiting for too long. I can only come to you on my own initiative." Yulongdu also laughed and took out the pokeball from his waist. The battle was about to start. Ye Chen hurriedly ran to the side. "You know, this is a battle between 2 king-level trainers. Dragonite." Yulongdu threw out the pokeball and released his Pokémon. "Forkbat, I leave it to you." Aji also released his Pokémon. Venomous Fang. Aji took the initiative and launched a quick attack. With purple light on its teeth, Forkbat pounced on Dragonite. Destruction Ray. Du's voice sounded at the same time, and he used a big move right away. The terrifyingly powerful energy ray blasted out and went straight to Fork Bat. Aji's X-Bat was very agile. With a deflection of its body, it flew past with the broken beam and narrowly avoided the attack. Boom! The destruction, Zhao Hao, beam bombarded the ground, and there was a violent explosion. Countless soil and rocks flew and smoke rose everywhere. The terrifying air wave swept around, making Ye Chen unable to open his eyes. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a big hole was blasted out on the ground. Is this the strength of the king? What a terrifying attack power! At this time, the X-Bat seized the short stiffness time after Dragonite released the destruction beam and flew in front of Dragonite. The poisonous fangs bit Dragonite fiercely. At the same time, Dragonite also moved. Throw it! Adu's voice sounded. Dragonite, which should have been in a stiff state, moved instantly, grabbed the X-Bat and threw it hard. Ye Chen, who was watching the battle, was also shocked. This Dragonite recovered stiffness very quickly, and it was obvious that it had undergone special training. Shadow Clone! Aji's voice sounded at the same time. After taking a heavy blow, the crossbat quickly cheered up, and his figure suddenly split into four and rushed towards Dragonite. The two elves fought back and forth, showing their powerful destructive power. Whether it was strength, speed, control of moves, or grasp of timing, they had already reached the top level. The two elves made almost no extra movements, and each move hit the vital point. Destruction Ray! Seizing a rare opportunity, Adu's voice sounded. Dragonite roared, and the destruction ray shot out from its mouth, hitting the crossbat fiercely. The powerful energy ray hit the crossbat and blasted it directly into the soil. One mistake determined the direction of the battle. The crossbat was severely injured and lost its ability to fight. The battle ended, and Du finally won. Aji took back the elf and sighed, I was still a little short. Adu laughed happily. Then the three of them summoned the elves together and began to clean up the mess left after the battle. It's all because of you that you have to fight here. Adu couldn't help complaining while cleaning up. Aji laughed out loud when he heard that. Yulongdu pointed at Ye Chen beside him and said with a smile, this little brother is called Ye Chen. He also came to challenge the light red gem. I am looking forward to his fight. Seeing that Adu's tone was very approving, Aji immediately became interested, and after looking at Ye Chen, he smiled and said, really? Then let me see the strength of the young now. Aji waved to Ye Chen and Adu, and walked into the forest. Adu greeted Ye Chen and followed Aji. He was also very curious about Ye Chen's strength, and wanted to see if it was really worth looking forward to, as Grandma Kikyuko said. When they arrived at the light red gym, a girl who looked a bit like Aji came out. Aji took the initiative to introduce them to the two, this is my sister, Ayako. He smiled and said to Ye Chen, Ayako is now the owner of the light red gym, Ye Chen, she is your opponent. Ayako looked at Ye Chen and smiled, little brother, I will not show mercy. Ye Chen took a deep breath, and he was a little excited when the two kings watched the battle. He smiled and said, then please give me some advice, Miss Ayako. The four of them walked into the light red gym together. After a short preparation, the gym battle will begin soon. Chapter 60, Meeting with the King of Heaven. Please subscribe and support now. Chapter 60, Meeting with the King of Heaven. Please subscribe and support now. Ayako brought Ye Chen to the battle site. Adu and Aji came to the audience. Aji glanced in the direction of Ye Chen and asked curiously, Adu, is there anything special about this young man? You are so optimistic about him. Adu smiled and said, in fact, today is the first time I have seen this boy. Aji was even more confused when he heard this. He asked, since you two met for the first time, why do you think so highly of him? Adu smiled and said, Aji, do you know Granny Kikyuko? Aji nodded. He knew Granny Kikyuko's name, one of the four kings of the alliance. Adu glanced at Ye Chen and said in a reminiscence, when I saw Ye Chen, I thought of myself. When I was a rookie trainer, I met Granny Kikyuko. I practiced with Granny Kikyuko for a while. The experience I gained during that time has benefited me a lot even today. And Granny Kikyuko said that she was more optimistic about Ye Chen than I was back then. I believe in Granny Kikyuko's vision. But I believe more in what I saw with my own eyes. After Adu finished speaking, he looked at Ye Chen in the battlefield. So that's how it is. Adu's words also aroused Aji's curiosity. The two of them looked at the battlefield intently. A referee who was also wearing a ninja suit looked at the two and said, "The rules of this match are 1v1. If one side's elf fails in the battle, it will be declared the loser. Are you ready?" Ye Chen and Ayako nodded together. After the referee confirmed, he blew the whistle in his mouth. When the whistle sounded, the battle officially began. "Furball, it's up to you." Ayako first sent her elf to the field, which looked like a purple furball. Furball attributes are poison and insect, and the characteristic is colored glasses. "Leaf King, it's up to you." Roar. With a roar, the strong figure of Leaf King appeared on the field, giving people a strong sense of oppression. As Ayako is Aji's sister, Ye Chen naturally did not dare to underestimate her, and directly sent his strongest elf. In the audience, seeing Ye Chen's Leaf King, Adu and Aji couldn't help but exclaimed, "This Leaf King is well trained. This physique is a circle larger than the average Leaf King. Ayako is in danger." Du nodded and said, "What's more commendable is that this Leaf King has overcome the laziness. This is simply incredible." The two are looking forward to Ye Chen's performance. In the battlefield, Ayako took the lead in launching an attack. "Mokayu, use paralysis powder." Mokayu shook his body, and the purple hair swayed with it. A layer of powder spread out from his body and enveloped the Leaf King. The Leaf King naturally would not let himself fall into danger and enter a paralyzed state, but it would be a very troublesome thing. Without Ye Chen's instructions, the Leaf King quickly dodged to the side. Although its body is huge, it still shows excellent agility. The speed of the paralysis powder is not fast, and the Leaf King easily dodged this attack. Ayako was also a little surprised when she saw this scene. In her cognition, shouldn't the King of Leaf be slow and sluggish? As long as Mokayu gives it various negative states, it will be easy to deal with the King of Leaf. But the actual situation is obviously very different from Ayako's imagination. But she quickly adjusted and ordered, "Mokayu, use illusion light. Since the paralysis powder can't hit, change another skill." A purple light shot out quickly and attacked the King of Leaf in the distance. At this time, Ye Chen's command sounded, "Flame Fist." To deal with Mokayu, fire skills are effective. Roar. The King of Leaf shouted and rushed quickly in the direction of Mokayu. The illusion light quickly hit the King of Leaf. And the King of Leaf was not. He took the blow head-on without retreating, and rushed towards the fur ball at high speed. When the fur ball used skills, it was a good opportunity to close the distance. You should know that the King of Leaf is a terrifying existence that can withstand the skills of the Circle Bear. A phantom ray is completely within the tolerance range of the King of Leaf. At the cost of enduring the skills of the fur ball, the King of Leaf quickly approached the fur ball. On its fist, blazing flames were wrapped around it, and it punched the fur ball fiercely. "Fur ball, get out of the way." Ayako's somewhat anxious command sounded. Ye Chen's response was completely beyond her expectations. She didn't expect that the King of Leaf would actually forcefully rush over against the attack of the fur ball. This kind of fighting style of returning injuries with injuries is extremely uncertain. She also felt Ye Chen's strong confidence in the King of Leaf from Ye Chen's command. The fur ball quickly stopped the phantom ray and dodged to the side in embarrassment. The flame fist brushed the fur ball's body and swept it. The strong wind brought by the fist made the purple hair of Mokayu fly. At this time, Ye Chen's voice sounded again, "Flame Fist." Taking advantage of the victory, Ye Chen used the previous fighting strategy, that is, suppression. Under the powerful fire power of the King of Leave, he was confident that no elf could withstand it. The flaming fist burned and attacked Mokayu fiercely. Ayako also issued an order to Mokayu, poison needle. Mokayu shook his body, and purple poison needles shot out of his mouth, attacking the King of Leave in front of him. However, the King of Leave showed his brutal side again. Fighting the attack of Mokayu again, the King of Leave rushed to Mokayu and punched him hard. Mokayu's luck was not so good this time. It jumped to the side in panic, but was still hit by the flaming fist of the King of Leave. The blazing flames swept over with great power. Mokayu was hit directly by a punch and was blown away. One blow, and the hairball was severely injured. The hairball fell to the ground dizzy, and had not yet recovered from the huge impact. The King of Leave moved again. It strode towards the hairball and threw another flaming punch. This punch directly punched the hairball into the ground. The earth and rocks flew, and the flames rolled. A pit was punched into the ground, and the hairball in the pit had lost its ability to fight. The King of Leave with the characteristics of a strongman is so terrifying. 2 punches made the hairball completely lose its ability to fight. This is also the biggest reason why Ye Chen chose this fighting method. If you fight a protracted war against the hairball and are hung with various negative states, the possibility of overturning will continue to increase. But if you adopt this strong attack method, as long as the King of Leave seizes an opportunity, it will be a victory. The progress and result of the battle are unexpected. After checking the state of the hairball, the referee blew the whistle for the battle. The fur ball loses its ability to fight, and the King of Leave wins. Congratulations to the challenger Ye Chen for winning this gym battle. Ye Chen patted the King of Leave's arm and smiled, "King of Leave, you did a good job." The King of Leave nodded, his expression extremely calm. This battle was not difficult for it. On the other side of the battlefield, Ayako was a little unhappy. She used the poke ball to collect the fur ball on the ground and glared at Ye Chen on the opposite side. This guy is really hateful. The King of Leave's fighting style made Ayako lose very aggrieved. Ayako thought of the bold words she had said before the game, and suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Now she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. At this time, Du and Aji in the audience came over and said with a smile, "Ye Chen, your Leave King is really strong and has lived up to our expectations." Aji looked at Ayako next to him, shook his head and smiled, "Ayako, if you lose, you lose. Just win it back next time." Ayako looked at Ye Chen and said to Aji like a spoiled child, "No, I'm too embarrassed. This loss is too aggrieved." She held Aji's hand and begged, "Brother, please fight another game with Ye Chen for me. It's too annoying to lose the game like this. I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight." As she said, he took out a badge and said to Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, this is the light red badge, but my brother and I are one. You can only get the light red badge if you have fought with both of us." "Stop it." Aji knocked his sister's head and scolded, "Light Red Gym has never had such a rule. If you lose, you lose. You are not a child anymore, and you are still cheating." Ayako turned her head away childishly and said, "Are you still my brother? Why are you turning your elbow outward? I will complain to my mother when I go home." If Mr. Aji doesn't mind, I also want to challenge Mr. Aji. Ye Chen on the side suddenly said. There are not many opportunities to compete with the king-level figures. And there must be a way for Ayako to step down. The way the King of Leave just fought was indeed a bit arrogant, which hurt Ayako's self-esteem. When she heard Ye Chen's initiative to invite her to fight, Ayako also laughed, looking like a successful scheme. She handed the badge to Ye Chen and said, "I admire your courage. I was just joking. You win. I have proved your strength, and you deserve this badge. But my brother is much better than me," Ayako said confidently. Before Aji expressed his opinion, she helped Aji accept Ye Chen's challenge. Aji smiled helplessly, apologized to Ye Chen for his sister's rudeness, and said, "In fact, I also want to have a fight with you, Ye Chen, at a good time and place. But since you also have this intention today, Ye Chen, let's do it today. Ye Chen nodded and said, I am also very happy to fight with Mr. Aji. The referee walked to the King of Leave, treated the King of Leave's injuries, and then the two walked to the battlefield. This battle was originally caused by Ayako's unreasonable behavior. Aji glanced at Ye Chen, thought for a while, and took out a poke ball. In this battle, he planned to use a Pokemon with the strength of the second echelon to fight this King of Leave and test the quality of the King of Leave. In the previous battle, the King of Leave obviously had some strength left and did not use his full strength at all. Then let me see how strong this King of Leave is. Aji looked at the King of Leave and Ye Chen on the opposite side. Although the Pokemon he planned to send was from the second echelon, it was also very powerful. Facing Ye Chen's King of Leave, he had the capital to fight. Stinky Mud, leave it to you. A Pokemon that was purple all over and looked like flowing mud appeared on the battlefield. The battle begins. The referee whistled, and the battle officially began. Leave King, use Freeze Punch. Ye Chen took the lead and issued the order first. Smelly Mud is a very patient elf, but Ye Chen is confident that the Leave King's powerful attack can knock it down. Mud Attack. Aji responded quickly. Smelly Mud's body sank suddenly, and clumps of mud flew towards the Leave King, and the direction of the attack was extremely tricky, going straight to the Leave King's eyes. The attack came straight to the Leave King's face, and the Leave King had to stop and roll to the side to avoid the attack. At this time, Aji's voice sounded, Smelly Mud, use Dissolve. When Ye Chen heard this voice, he immediately cried out in his heart that something was wrong. Dissolve, a skill that greatly improves physical defense. For the pure physical output of the King of Leave, as long as you strengthen, you can instantly gain a huge advantage. And the sludge attack just now, it was good that it blocked the King of Leave, giving you enough time to strengthen. It was too late to stop the stinky mud, and Ye Chen quickly responded. Gather Qi. You strengthen, then I will strengthen together. A layer of pink light lit up on the body of the stinky mud, and soon merged into the body. A layer of white light also lit up on the body of the King of Leave, and the two elves strengthened almost at the same time. Adu, who was watching the battle, nodded, and Ye Chen chose a good response. But the King of Leave was in trouble when facing the stinky mud with strengthened physical defense. Sludge Attack. Aji's voice sounded again. The success of the melting skill was like a huge weight lifted off his chest. After all, the moment when the King of Leave knocked down the fur ball with 2 punches was still fresh in his mind. Aji was naturally very careful about the attack power of the King of Leave. Frozen Fist. Ye Chen issued another order. We can't drag it on any longer. If we let this stinky mud find a chance to strengthen for the second time, then there's no need to fight this battle. The King of Leave waved his huge fist and pounced on the stinky mud with fierce momentum. The ice blue energy condensed on his fist and blasted at the clumps of mud. Punch after punch, the King of Leave's fist hit the mud ball and froze it into a piece. While using the frozen fist, the King of Leave quickly opened the way and attacked the stinky mud. But this method requires a very high control of the King of Leave. If he is not careful, if the frozen fist fails to hit the mud attack, it will be hurt. Once there is no mud attack entangled, you can seize the opportunity to strengthen again. That situation is an absolute disadvantage for the King of Leave. Roar! The King of Leave roared and rushed towards the stinky mud. In front of it, pieces of mud frozen by the frozen fist fell. Aji was a little surprised. This King of Leave has a strong control over the skills. To be able to use the skills so skillfully, he must have practiced a lot in his daily life. The King of Leave, who rushed at high speed, finally arrived in front of the stinky mud. The frozen fist bombarded with cold and terrifying power. The stinky mud's agility value is not high, and the King of Leave hit the stinky mud hard with a punch. At this time, Aji's faint voice sounded, poisonous. A layer of pink light suddenly flashed on the body of the stinky mud hit by the huge force of the King of Leave, and the mud on his body suddenly wrapped around the King of Leave. The pink mud and the King of Leave only touched for a short moment, and the stinky mud was knocked away by a heavy punch from the King of Leave. But at this time, Ye Chen's expression became solemn. Because it was only a brief contact just now, the King of Leave had already fallen into an abnormal state. The King of Leave was poisoned. Aji was very calm at this time, and he felt that he had already won. Stinky Mud, fight with the King of Leave. Aji gave an order to the Stinky Mud. The Stinky Mud nodded very shrewdly and quickly fled to the side. Please, fake king, chase after him. Ye Chen's command sounded. This battle has now become a countdown battle. If the King of Leave cannot defeat the Stinky Mud within a limited time, when the poison status on its body becomes more and more serious, it will fall down even if it is strong. Mud attack. Frozen fist. The previous scene happened again. The King of Leave has the advantage in speed between the two elves. And once it catches up with the Stinky Mud, the latter will use mud attack to delay time. The King of Leave swung his fist wrapped in ice power and quickly approached the Stinky Mud. This way of fighting is extremely challenging for the King of Leave's concentration. Once he makes a mistake and is hit by the Stinky Mud, the already disadvantageous situation will become more dangerous. Pieces of mud fell around the King of Leave. The King of Leave rushed in front of the Stinky Mud again. Frozen fist. Ye Chen's voice sounded. The King of Leaves punched the Stinky Mud hard. The Stinky Mud was knocked back by the punch and rolled on the ground for several circles. Although the King of Leaves' blow was powerful, it was still bearable for the Stinky Mud with enhanced physical defense. The Stinky Mud recovered quickly and started to flee again. And now, the poison state of the King of Leaves was getting worse and worse. The King of Leaves, who was originally full of physical strength, was actually breathing heavily. Another chase. The King of Leaves chased the Stinky Mud, and the distance between the two elves quickly closed. Mud attack. Aji's voice sounded again. He used the simplest and most reliable way of fighting. As long as the fight continues like this, the winner must be him. Frozen fist. Ye Chen's voice sounded. Roar. The King of Leave waved his fist and rushed forward quickly. It was another freezing fist against the sludge attack. However, I don't know if the King of Leave had consumed too much physical strength. This time, when it was about to rush to the front of the Stinky Mud, it missed. Its freezing fist failed to hit a ball of sludge flying in front of it and was hit hard. Who? The King of Leave gasped heavily. And Aji would naturally not miss this good opportunity. Melt. As long as the Stinky Mud can be strengthened once more, the King of Leave's attack will no longer pose any danger to the Stinky Mud. And now the King of Leave is in a poisoned state, which is equivalent to announcing Aji's victory. A ball of pink light lit up on the Stinky Mud. At this time, Ye Chen's voice also rang, King of Leave, make a surprise attack, and go all out. Roar. The already panting King of Leave suddenly roared, strode towards the mud, and rushed to the mud in an instant. Aji felt something was wrong, and he quickly realized that he had been fooled. This King of Leave was just hiding his weakness, pretending that he was exhausted, and probably took a sludge attack. It was to make the mud strengthen again. Once the mud starts to strengthen, it will have the opportunity to attack. The King of Leave had a grey light on his fist, and punched the mud in front of him that was melting. With an uppercut, the mud was punched directly into the air. Ye Chen shouted, King of Leave, go all out, suppress it, and knock it down. He and King of Leave had no direct communication on this strategy just now. This is a strong tacit understanding between the trainer and the Pokémon. Ye Chen showed his firm trust and confidence in the Pokémon. Roar. The King of Leave roared and attacked with all his strength. His fists rained down on the falling Stinky Mud like crazy. Flame fist. Frozen fist. A surprising blow. The King of Leave attacked with all his strength, not holding back, and burned up his last bit of physical strength. The Stinky Mud was suppressed by a round of fierce attacks. Roar. The king of Leave roared, and a ball of rich ice power condensed on his fist. He swung a heavy punch and hit the stinky mud. The stinky mud was frozen by this punch and flew away directly. The freezing effect of the frozen fist was triggered. The frozen stinky mud fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ye Chen's voice sounded again, "King of Leave, flame fist." The king of Leave rushed forward, took a deep breath, wrapped his fist with a strong flame, and punched out. The fire wave will wrap the frozen stinky mud and knock it away with one punch. A large amount of steam floated up, and then was blown away by the heat wave carried by the flame fist. The stinky mud was directly blown away by a heavy punch. The strongman characteristics, plus the king of Leave's full force. The stinky mud hit the wall of the battlefield with a bang, and spread on the ground like a puddle of mud. The stinky mud lost its ability to fight. At this time, the referee's whistle sounded. Stinky mud lost its ability to fight, and the king of Leave won. Aji smiled bitterly, and was extremely shocked. You have to know that Ye Chen is just a young trainer. Although his Muddy is a second-tier Pokémon, its strength is much stronger than that of ordinary gym leader Pokémon. And this king of Leave actually defeated his Muddy. Aji made almost no mistakes in this battle. It was only a small flaw that Ye Chen and king of Leave caught. Unexpectedly, it was such a flaw that allowed the Leave King to completely suppress the smelly. Aji had a deeper understanding of the strength of the Leave King. Just one mistake means failure. Your Leave King is really strong. Now not only do, but I am also looking forward to your future. On the side of the battlefield, Ayako's mouth was already in an O shape in surprise. How could it be possible that her brother would lose? Ayako felt that her worldview was overturned. Although Aji did not use the main Pokémon, this Smelly was definitely not something that an ordinary trainer could defeat. And now Ayako felt very strange. After Aji also lost to Ye Chen, she suddenly felt that the previous failure was not unacceptable. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a silver level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a bronze level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a gold level card fragment *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a platinum level card fragment *1. In these two battles, Ye Chen obtained a large number of card fragments and reaped a lot of rewards. Sure enough, fighting with the strong is very profitable. The host has collected 3 platinum card fragments and successfully synthesized the platinum card characteristic activation. Ye Chen took a look at the effect of this card and was immediately overjoyed. The effect of this card is very powerful. It can enable elves with more than 2 characteristics to activate another unawakened characteristic. For example, Charmeleon, its current characteristic is the power of the sun. After using this card, it can awaken the fierce fire characteristic. It is equivalent to having 2 characteristics. Ye Chen put the card away. He has not yet figured out how to use this card. It was already late, and Aji invited Du and Ye Chen to stay overnight and leave tomorrow, and the two agreed. That night, Ye Chen chatted with the 2 powerful trainers and benefited a lot. The next day, Du and Ye Chen got up early. Both of them had a very regular schedule. Du looked at Ye Chen and took the initiative to challenge him. Ye Chen, are you not interested in a fight? After watching the battle between Ye Chen and Aji yesterday, Aji was also a little excited. Ye Chen would naturally not miss the opportunity to fight with the king, and readily agreed. The two came to the battlefield together, and this time Aji was the referee himself. The Pokémon Du used was a red Gyarados, which was amazing. Ye Chen's expression instantly became solemn. He knew that this elf was Du's main force, and this battle was definitely much more difficult than the battle with Aji yesterday. Leave King, leave it to you. Ye Chen sent out the elf, naturally the Leave King. With a roar, the 2 elves collided quickly. Water cannon! Adu's voice sounded, and a thick column of water spurted out from Gyarados' mouth. Frozen Fist. Leaf King roared and punched out. The frozen fist shattered the water cannon with one punch, freezing a huge piece of ice in front of him. Adu smiled appreciatively and waved his cloak. Destruction Ray. A terrifying energy ray shot out from Gyarados' mouth. Ye Chen smiled helplessly. Du really liked the skill of Destruction Ray. Leaf King, get out of the way. This skill was too powerful, even the Leaf King would be seriously injured if he was hit by one. The Leaf King rolled on the ground, and the terrifyingly powerful Destruction Ray blasted straight over. Boom! A loud noise was heard, accompanied by a violent explosion. You two, get out of the way. Aji's anxious voice sounded. Ye Chen and Adu were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly ran away. It turned out that Gyarados' destructive beam hit the load-bearing column of the battlefield. The load-bearing column broke, and after a loud noise, the entire battlefield collapsed in half. Adu and Ye Chen looked at each other, and both smiled bitterly. It seems that today's battle can only end here. Yet, Ye Chen also smiled helplessly. His first battle with Du ended with the collapse of the light red gym battlefield. Du looked at Ye Chen and said, I am looking forward to the Quartz conference now. I will go to watch your game in person at that time. Come on. Ye Chen nodded, his eyes were extremely serious. Including this light red badge, he has collected 6 gym badges. Only the last 2 badges were left, and the 8 badges participating in the Quartz Alliance were gathered. And his next destination was Honglian Island. Chapter 61, Charmeleon Evolution. Please subscribe and support after listing.